In a modern twist of fate, the esteemed policewoman Rusu, while on a mission, was unexpectedly drawn into a parallel universe by the enigmatic forces of a mirage. There, she assumed the identity of a fifth young lady, sharing her name in the illustrious household of the Great Phoenix Dynasty, and was showered with affection by her four renowned brothers. This young lady, as a divine captor, how could you possibly stoop to theft? One gentleman proclaimed with grave seriousness, "Your Highness, while meals may be enjoyed haphazardly, words ought not to be carelessly spoken. I assure you, I am a woman of integrity." She tightened the blanket around her, gritting her teeth at the wild man beside her. "Through our recent exchange, you have successfully pilfered my heart," he smirked devilishly, "and you must now bear the consequences." Pain. This was Rusu's first reaction upon regaining consciousness. Her entire being ached, as though her limbs had been violently torn apart. Struggling to open her eyes, she sat up with great effort, only to be met by a throng of unfamiliar onlookers. Where am I? A torrent of strange memories flooded her mind, and before she could fully comprehend her situation, a young girl rushed towards her in distress, calling out, "Winshio! Winshio!" Before she could process this, the girl suddenly pointed at Rusu, tears brimming in her eyes. "Rusu, how could you be so heartless? Winshio genuinely sought reconciliation with you, yet you pushed her down." Momentarily bewildered, Rusu pondered the unfolding events. Had she traversed time? And was she being mistaken for a murderer? Without further hesitation, she staggered towards the lifeless body, her professional instincts kicking in as she crouched to investigate the scene and the victim. Rusu, you caused Winxia's demise. Can you not bring her further harm? Silence. Rusu frowned, coldly admonishing, "Shuexian, you are too loud." Strangely, as her hand made contact with the corpse, a surge of ethereal light coursed through her mind, and a scene flickered before her eyes, as if a film were being projected. She glimpsed a man clad in black, his face obscured, suddenly leaping from behind a pillar towards two women standing on the edge of a balcony. One woman turned, shielding the other, only to be struck in the chest by the man. The two women screamed as they plummeted to the ground, and just then, the vision abruptly ceased, vanishing into thin air. What an astonishing phenomenon! Could this be a free gift of a golden finger skill accompanying her time travel? She glanced at the castle tower beside her, and with remnants of the original owner's memories, she concluded that both she and Winshio had fallen from this very tower. Could the fleeting vision she had witnessed be a reenactment of the crime scene? Given that she had seen the entire sequence of events, including the assailant's attire and physique, solving this case should pose no challenge. After all, she was a celebrated detective in her own time, having solved countless cases. From the original owner's memories, she learned that she and Winshio had been close friends, recently embroiled in a misunderstanding, and today was meant for reconciliation. Could it be that in a fit of anger, she had pushed Winshio down and then taken her own life? Immediately, she dismissed the thought there had to be more to the story. She examined Winxia's body, conducting a preliminary investigation, and began to piece together the circumstances. The victim's pupils were dilated and cloudy. With no heartbeat or pulse, she had lost all signs of life. Her left shoulder was shattered, her left leg broken, while her right shoulder and leg bore injuries, albeit minor, indicating she had landed on her side rather than head first. There was significant blood from her mouth and nose, and upon closer inspection, Rusu discovered a fractured sternum, likely the direct cause of Winxia's death, corroborating the scene she had envisioned. As she endeavored to search for further evidence at the crime scene, a voice called out, "The Iron Captor has arrived." The crowd parted to reveal a man in his 30s, accompanied by several constables, striding purposefully towards them. Winshio. Winshio was the betrothed of Tai Rulong, and upon seeing her lifeless form, he was overcome with grief. "Brother Tai," Shuexian softly wiped her tears, her voice laced with sorrow, "I am so sorry. I was too frightened to intervene. I could only watch as she was pushed down. It is all my fault for not protecting Winshio." Winshio was pushed. Tai Rulong's face contorted with rage. "Who did it?" "Well," Shuexian hesitated, her gaze darting towards Rusu. Tai Rulong's furious eyes settled on Rusu, shock mingling with his anger. "Rusu? Was it you?" "Of course not." Rusu was no fool. Tai Rulong was a skilled martial artist, and should he act out of desperation, she could easily find herself in peril. She continued, "Brother Tai, your timing is fortuitous. Once the truth is revealed, my innocence will be restored. Rusu, I know you must be terrified right now, but Brother Tai, Please forgive her, it was merely an accident. Mo Rusu gazed at Shuexian, perplexed by her willingness to incriminate her. Wasn't Shuexian supposed to be a good friend of the original owner? There was something amiss. Mo Rusu. Tai Rulong's eyes blazed with fury. I had thought you spoiled by your father, willful and arrogant, but I had no idea you possessed such a cruel heart. Wenxiu sought reconciliation with you, yet you took her life. Brother Tai, do you truly believe it was I? Mo Rusu felt a wave of self-mockery wash over her. The original owner had held him in high regard. I trust Shuexian's words, and you have had conflicts with Wenxiu, establishing a motive for murder, Tai Rulong declared resolutely. Indeed, Mo Rusu had been a pampered child, uninterested in succeeding her father's legacy, preferring frivolity instead, infamous for her ineptitude. Very well, Mo Rusu scoffed coldly. If that is the case, may I present evidence to clear my name? She was confident that her extensive experience in solving cases would enable her to unravel this mystery. Then, she would reclaim her innocence and return the slanderous accusations to Shuexian. Absolutely not. Just as she was ready to spring into action, Tai Rulong doused her enthusiasm with a cold shower of reality. Why not? Mo Rusu asked, astonished. Because you are still a suspect, intervening recklessly may erase evidence that is unfavorable to you. Then let me take a step back, allow me to assist you in solving the case. According to the laws of this dynasty, I should take you to the magistrate for a thorough interrogation. Is Brother Tai afraid of something? Mo Rusu replied with a cold laugh. Since we're discussing the laws of our dynasty, Article 44 clearly states that a suspect has the right to defend their innocence. Fortunately, the original owner's father was a well-known figure in this dynasty, akin to a private investigator, and often took the original owner along on his cases, making her well-versed in the laws of the Great Phoenix Dynasty. Veins bulged on Tai Rulong's forehead as he coldly stated, if you wish to defend your so-called innocence, then do so before the magistrate in the county court. Mo Rusu had not anticipated Tai Rulong to be so obstinate, however. Given his profound grief over the loss of his fiancée, it was somewhat understandable. But what was she to do? If she could not even prove her innocence, how could she navigate this predicament? Mo Rusu noticed an unusual glimmer in Shuexian's eyes. She needed to uncover the truth behind this matter. Otherwise, if she were imprisoned, her chances of redemption would be slim. As she contemplated, she overheard Tai Rulong coldly command, arrest the suspect, Mo Rusu, and take her to the prison for detention. Chapter 2. On-site testimony. Wait. Upon noticing the approaching officers, Mo Rusu sharply commanded. The head constable, Tai Rulong, pondered. With the young lady's abilities, should she truly have wished to push Wenxiu, she would undoubtedly have managed to escape unscathed. Why then did she fall alongside Wenxiu? Why leave Shuexian as a witness? Tai Rulong's expression darkened. Are you implying that you too fell from above? Indeed, she replied, but I possess some martial skills, which allowed me to survive the fall, albeit injured. Tai Rulong scoffed. Ha! Who's to say you are not merely pretending or engaging in some trickery? You are, after all, the most notorious dimwit in the entire capital. Seeing his obstinacy, Mo Rusu felt a surge of urgency. If we were to leave the scene, uncovering the true culprit would become exceedingly difficult. Head constable, you must not act rashly. Among the crowd, a gentleman clad in fine garments caught her eye. He was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, casually twirling a folding fan while observing Mo Rusu with keen interest. This Miss Mo was indeed captivating, quite different from the infamous, arrogant fool spoken of in rumors. A young man in plain clothes beside him quietly inquired, Sir, this Mo Rusu is the pride of the Mo family. Lord Fong has instructed you to seek a favorable connection with her. She may prove useful in the future. Feng Yunshan squinted slightly, nodding ever so slightly. The young man understood and approached Tai Rulong, whispering a few words, just as Tai Rulong prepared to order the arrest of Mo Rusu. He noticed the young man's arrival and listened intently. The youth discreetly revealed a token crafted from sheep-fat white jade, inscribed with a single character, Cloud. Tai Rulong's previously haughty demeanor faltered. Giving way to shock, the young man, by you, withdrew quietly. After a fierce internal struggle, Tai Rulong begrudgingly conceded, Mo Rusu, consider yourself fortunate today. I shall permit you to prove your innocence, unaware of Bayu's true identity. Mo Rusu understood that this opportunity was linked to him. She bowed slightly in gratitude. Head constable, I fell from the upper level alongside Wenxiu. I request to investigate further upstairs. With that, she ascended the staircase. Shuexian attempted to reach out to hold Mo Rusu's hand, but was rebuffed. Feeling awkward, Shuexian said, Rusu, do not worry. I believe it was an accident. and I trust that Brother Tai will forgive you. Trust your grandmother's leg. Mo Rusu rolled her eyes dramatically before briskly heading upstairs, intent on tearing Shui Xian apart. They had fallen right at the entrance, with only a few curious onlookers. The officers had already secured the entrance to prevent any tampering with the scene. Tai Rulong ordered guards to watch over Wenshou's corpse and followed suit. As Mo Rusu stepped through the door, her instincts as a detective tingled. Something felt amiss, though she couldn't pinpoint it. Due to her fear of heights, she and Wenshou had only ascended to the second floor, roughly 2 to 3 meters high. Up above, the wind picked up, swirling her long gown like a fluttering butterfly. This observation tower stood several stories tall, situated along a bustling street, unmonitored and devoid of purpose beyond sightseeing. Few residents frequented the upper levels, leading Mo Rusu to suspect that the incident involving the three of them was a conspiracy. A calculated murder. Given the circumstances, Shui Xian appeared to be an accomplice. However, in the original owner's memories, both Shui Xian and Wenshou had been her closest friends, leveraging her previous life's experience in solving cases. Mo Rusu began to scour the scene for clues. As this place had seen little foot traffic, the dust-covered floor bore faint traces of footprints. Recalling the scene as it had unfolded, she mentally reenacted the events. Head Constable, a faint smile graced Mo Rusu's lips. I have completed my investigation. The assailant is a man dressed in black, approximately 7.5 feet tall, skilled in martial arts, and wielding a long sword at his waist. Pausing for effect, she continued, moreover, he appears to have a dark red scar on his hand. Tai Rulong, taken aback, inquired, you remember? Mo Rusu remained composed, perhaps, but my recollection is incomplete. She moved to the pillar, demonstrating how he had attacked. At that moment, I stood here conversing with Wenshou, while Shui Xian was 3 steps away. Wenshou sensed something amiss behind her and positioned herself in front of me, only to be struck in the chest by the assailant's palm. We both fell. She perished, while I merely lost consciousness. As she spoke, Tai Rulong meticulously compared the 2 rows of footprints on the ground, confirming her account. Indeed, the assailant was male. As for Shui Xian's survival, Mo Rusu continued, it implies she must have known the assailant, suggesting a deeper conspiracy at play. Having gathered sufficient information from above, she felt compelled to investigate below. The crowd remained, with Wenshou's body covered by a white cloth. Mo Rusu approached Shui Xian. Are you certain I pushed Wenshou? Rusu, Shui Xian's eyes revealed a hint of concern. Have you explained everything to Brother Tai? It was merely an accident. He will surely forgive you. Mo Rusu merely shot her a sidelong glance, remaining silent, before directing her gaze toward Tai Rulong, whose demeanor had grown cold. After the examination upstairs, he could no longer trust Shui Xian. But why was she lying? Who was she protecting? Mo Rusu moved to Wenshou's body, instructing those present to create a barrier with the white cloth. Within this space, only she and Tai Rulong remained. Mo Rusu unfastened Wenshou's clothing, revealing a purplish bruise on her chest and a fractured sternum. Head Constable, you can see the injury. It further substantiates that Wenshou's death was not merely a result of the fall, but rather due to a violent blow to her chest that shattered her sternum, leading to her demise. Otherwise, a fall from 2 to 3 meters, unless landing on her head, would not have resulted in immediate death. Tai Rulong's expression darkened further, becoming almost menacing. Chapter 3, where the murderer escapes. Seeing his unusual demeanor, Mo Rusu sighed. Had Wenshou not shielded me, I too might have met a grim fate. Ultimately, she saved my life. She paused, adding, however, the assailant could not have anticipated my survival after falling, which led to Shui Xian's accusation. She is the sole eyewitness. If she claims I am the murderer, you would believe her, would you not? Tai Rulong coldly retorted. Are you blaming me? Mo Rusu shook her head. As Wenshou's dearest friend, I must uncover the truth for her sake and my own. She cannot suffer such a fate and bear the blame for the true murderer's actions. Tai Rulong's voice was low. Mo Rusu, even if you are not the killer, you are still an accomplice in Wenshou's demise. I cannot absolve you. Mo Rusu smiled, a sense of relief washing over her. Your forgiveness is unnecessary. I must answer to my own conscience. Wenshou's death is intertwined with your actions. Should you fail to capture the true culprit, how will you reconcile with your conscience? Mo Rusu chose not to engage further with him, focusing instead on her recollections. However, that segment of memory remained elusive, preventing her from identifying the assailant's face. The only certainty was that after she and Wenshou fell, Shui Xian had rushed down. But what of the assailant? As this thought flickered through her mind, a glimmer of hope emerged. Mo Rusu scanned the crowd, asking, excuse me, good people, after the young lady and I fell, did anyone see anyone leave the building? The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads. We were all gathered around you. We did not notice if anyone departed. If no one had observed a departure, then the investigation would require considerable effort. Moreover, in this ancient setting devoid of surveillance, tracing leads would prove challenging. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Bayou reappeared. Miss, aside from that young lady, no one else descended from above. Rusu nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, young sir. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it to my master, Bayou responded. Following his gesture, Rusu's gaze fell upon Feng Yunshin, causing her to momentarily falter. Such exquisite beauty was rare, rivaling even her own husband. Ahem, now is not the time for infatuation. She had a mess to clean up. Bowing slightly to Feng Yunshin, she refocused her attention on the case, with a witness confirming that no one left aside from Shui Xian. One conclusion became clear. The assailant must still be within the building. Head Constable Rusu stated calmly, the murderer is likely still inside. You should search the premises. Tai Rulong cast her a sidelong glance, initially reluctant to heed her command. However, the authority emanating from the young man compelled him to lead a few constables inward. They returned shortly. Rusu, we searched the rooftop, but found no one. Marusa glanced up at the building, her mind drifting into contemplation. Since they had neither left nor concealed themselves within the structure, where could they possibly be? She meticulously revisited the entire incident. Although she lacked memory of the events that transpired above, she remained confident in her ability to uncover the truth. Her gaze traversed from the entrance to the rooftop and back again. Ultimately, her attention settled on the group of officers guarding the entrance. The silhouette of the perpetrator flashed through her mind, clad in black, wielding a long sword. She slowly approached the entrance, recalling a subtle oddity she had sensed earlier when ascending, although she had been oblivious to the underlying issue then. Clarity now graced her thoughts. 7 officers stood before the door, arranged in 2 rows, 3 in one and 4 in the other. Marusu's steely gaze swept over them. Are you all officers under Captain Tai? Indeed, Tai Rulong replied coldly, confirming their allegiance. They are all my subordinates. You do not suspect them, do you? Marusu cast him a fleeting glance. Captain Tai, if you claim these individuals are your subordinates, I implore you to verify that once more. No need for verification. They are with me daily, and I know each of them by name, he retorted. Marusu inquired further. Then, please recall how many officers you brought with you today. Approximately this number, I believe? Think again. 6. Tai Rulong contemplated, then questioned one of the officers. How many came with me? How many? I cannot recall, one officer admitted. Upon learning of the fall, they hastily arrived, only to discover the deceased was Wenxiao. Tai Rulong was momentarily dazed, thus overlooking this detail. After a moment of thought, he squinted slightly and began. 6th yet. There are 7 here. T.S. a renowned officer. He recognized the gravity of the situation following Marusu's hint. Despite harboring resentment towards her, his animosity concerning Wenxiao demanded his utmost diligence that he called out the names of those he had witnessed arrive alongside him before instructing them to identify their companions. Extend your hands, Tai Rulong commanded coldly. According to Marusu, the murderer bore a dark red scar on their wrist. Lin Chusheng, it is time for you to confess. Confess? What am I to confess? Lin Chusheng stammered. Taken aback, Captain, you cannot possibly suspect me. Tai Rulong's gaze shifted to Maru. You tell him what he must confess. With a chilling glance at Lin Chusheng, Marusa stated, the 3 of us ascended the stairs. And you lay in ambush above, waiting for an opportune moment to strike, pushing both Wenxiao and me down. That is not how it happened. Shui Xian interjected, her voice laced with desperation. It was clearly you who pushed Wenxiao. Silence. Marusa snapped, her sharp gaze silencing Shui Xian instantly. Addressing Lin Chusheng once more, she continued, after you pushed us down, your intention was to flee. Yet, upon realizing that others had gathered, you remained hidden until the opportunity arose to blend in with them, nearly escaping detection. Had she not insisted on proving her innocence, the truth of the case might have remained obscured. Chapter 4. The superlative evidence. Lin Chusheng found himself momentarily stunned by Marusu's words. Managing a feeble smile. That is merely your conjecture. You cannot convict me based on mere speculation. Of course not. Marusu smirked lightly. If that were the sole basis for your conviction, you would certainly contest it. Allow me to present you with further evidence proving your guilt. Lin Chusheng blinked, momentarily taken aback, for he was unaware of the footprints left upstairs and remained oblivious to Marusu's next move. Marusu then stated calmly, there are footprints upstairs that belong to you. If you doubt my claim, you may ascend and compare them with your own. This revelation startled Lin Chusheng. He had not anticipated such evidence. Footprints alone. There are countless individuals with similar prints in this world. It is unreasonable to convict based solely on that. Marusu's eyes brimmed with disdain. You, a man, dare evade responsibility. How very typical, especially when faced with life and death. Her gaze then shifted to Shui Xian. Did you think I could not find evidence? You are mistaken. I possess a monumental piece of evidence that will surely convince you. What evidence? Lin Chuxing's eyes flickered. Though he remained obstinate, Marusu's attention turned back to Shui Xian. You? Shui Xian gasped. What about me? What about you? Marusu smiled. Throughout this ordeal, you have consistently defended Lin Chuxing. He is undoubtedly the murderer, the one who pushed both Wen Xiao and me. Yet, you have steadfastly protected him. What secrets lie between you? You speak nonsense, that am I. Just days ago, I visited your residence and observed you in a close and intimate exchange with a man at the time. I paid little heed, but now, that figure bears a striking resemblance to Lin Chuxing. Marusu, Shui Xian's face flushed crimson. Do not slander me. Slander? Shall I summon someone to assess your pulse and ascertain whether you are in a delicate condition? Shui Xian's complexion turned ashen, the flush of her cheeks draining away, leaving her lips devoid of color. Witnessing the situation deteriorate unfavorably for him, Lin Chuxing interjected, Marusu, your shamelessness knows no bounds. To utter such slanderous words is utterly revolting. Shui Xian, relieved to have Lin Chuxing at her side, feigned tears. Marusu, you have already caused Wen Xiao's demise, and now you wish to destroy me as well. I even defended you. I cannot live with this. With that, she turned and attempted to throw herself against the stone wall. Shui Xian anticipated someone would intervene, yet to her astonishment, no one reached out to assist her. Lin Chuxing, wishing for her demise, saw it as an opportunity to eliminate any witnesses who could expose him as the murderer. Marusu, closest to her, had no intention of intervening. Rather, she watched with keen interest as Shui Xian approached the wall. What began as a mere ruse now seemed to hold truth. Shui Xian, realizing no one would stop her, felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, with her resolve firm, she could not back down without facing ridicule for a lifetime. Thus, she leaned against the wall and collapsed to the ground, providing herself an escape. Lin Chuxing rushed forward. Miss Shui, are you all right? Do you now see Marusu's treachery? Allow my young master, who possesses medical knowledge, to attend to this young lady, a youth named by you declared, referring to the nobleman Feng Yunshan. Lin Chuxing regarded the elegantly dressed youth with curiosity. You, so young, possess the skills to diagnose? Bai Yu replied coldly. My master is a favored disciple of the esteemed D.R.G.E. from the Imperial Hospital. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment that it is said that D.R.G.E. can bring the dead back to life. With the favored disciple of D.R.G. attending, it seemed Shui Xian would be rescued. It appears we have wronged Miss Shui. May she be unharmed. A young lady unjustly accused in such a manner might find it impossible to live without her name cleared. Only Marusu observed Feng Yunshan in silence, having noted his ethereal grace from afar. Upon closer inspection, he was even more captivating, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Feng Yunshan spoke languidly, with merely 10 silver needles. I assure her immediate safety. As he produced the needles, Shui Xian, frightened, awakened before he could proceed. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, Feng Yunshan coldly stated, My dear young lady, you have been with child for over a month. It would be wise to rest. Otherwise, the fetus may be at risk. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, sending ripples through the crowd. Good heavens, Shui Xian is truly with child. Unbelievable, such a disgraceful upbringing. A young lady still in her prime has fallen into such circumstances. She should be confined in disgrace. The murmurs of the crowd caused Shui Xian to lose 2.5 of her souls in fright. She cast a pleading glance at Lin Chuxing, only to discover that he was intent on remaining uninvolved. Her face flushed crimson. How could a man so handsome harbor such malicious thoughts? I am yet to be married. How dare you tarnish my reputation? How will I ever find a husband now? Feng Yunshan, unfazed, pointed at Lin Chuxing. Your beloved brother is over there. Do you still wish to deny it? I do not know him, she stammered, as a pure young lady. How could I have a beloved brother? Feng Yunshan's dark eyes glinted with amusement. He must possess her token of affection. Why not search him? Lin Chuxing was taken aback, his expression turning ashen, filled with resentment towards Feng Yunshan. Only Tai Rulong dared not speak, for Feng Yunshan was not a man he could provoke lightly. Chapter 5. The man behind the scenes. Rusu admired Feng Yunshan greatly, since Lin Chuxing and Shui Xian had caused a death. Surely there would be tokens aplenty, especially since Lin Chuxing, a phoenix man, had climbed the social ladder to be with a peacock woman like Shui Xian. Tai Rulong darkened as he approached Lin Chuxing, extending his hand towards him. Instinctively, Lin Chuxing took a step back, forcing a bitter smile. Boss, do you really believe this? Whether I believe it or not, we must search to find out, Tai Rulong insisted, grasping Lin Chuxing's collar. As he began to pull it open, Lin Chuxing pressed down on his hand. Boss, don't go too far. Tai Rulong's gaze fell coldly upon Lin Chuxing's hand, where dark red scars caught his eye. Gritting his teeth, Tai Rulong yanked at Lin Chuxing's wrist, causing them to grapple. Tai Rulong's martial skills far surpassed Lin Chuxing's. Within moments, he had subdued him, binding him with the help of other officers. From Lin Chuxing's embrace, Tai Rulong indeed retrieved a delicate pouch embroidered with mandarin ducks frolicking in water, while the other side bore the name Shui Xian. Miss Shui, do you have anything to say? This pouch was not a gift from me. I know nothing of it. Shui Xian's eyes widened in terror, her words tumbling out incoherently. Tai Rulong's face revealed a chilling smile, his eyes almost spitting forth the hatred within him. The pouch on Wenxiu was given by you. Shall we summon someone to compare the stitches and ascertain if the characters Shui Xian are from the same hand? As the head constable, he was adept at handling such matters. Brother Tai, Shui Xian suddenly burst into tears. Please forgive me. I had no choice. Tai Rulong looked at her with disdain. You are with child before marriage, engaging in such disgraceful acts with a man. What do you believe Lord Shui will do once he finds out? Mo Rusu interjected coolly. There is precedent in the Shui manner. The last woman caught in such a situation was forced to consume a concoction of safflower and sent to the Water Moon Temple for seclusion. This was information Shui Xian had previously shared with Mo Rusu. The woman who had been sent to the nunnery was her aunt. Now, with her pregnancy exposed in public, her reputation lay in ruins. And with Lord Shui's temperament, she was almost certain to be sent away. She looked at Lin Chuxing, hoping he might intervene. She did not wish to become a nun. Though bound, Lin Chuxing wore a look of revulsion. Shui Xian, you are with child, but the baby is not mine. I have never touched you. You must have consorted with some other man. He could not take on such a hot potato, even if the child were his. He could not accept Shui Xian in front of so many people. Her pregnancy had been exposed. For a woman, reputation is paramount. He could not endure a lifetime of scorn and ridicule. Thus, he resolutely refused. Shui Xian was taken aback by his words. Lin Lang, what do you mean? You dare say the child is not yours? How can you be so heartless? It is not mine. You do not know who you have made a child with and seek to place the blame upon me. Expecting me to be the fool who takes on the role of father, I absolutely refuse. Shui Xian gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with rage. Fine, since you are so unfeeling and ungrateful, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Chuxing was astonished. Are you really going to slander me, Brother Tai? Shui Xian spat. It was all his doing. He pushed Wenxiu and Mo Rusu down. Mo Rusu watched with interest, thinking, dogs biting dogs. All a tangle of fur. Tai Rulong's heart ached sharply. Because he does not deserve me. Always despised by my father. He covets your position if he were head constable, and I were to show affection for him. My father would surely approve. Tai Rulong's face turned ashen with rage. He struck Lin Chuxing squarely in the chest, the blow powerful enough to elicit a pained scream, a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. Lin Chuxing, you are truly black-hearted. You know Wenxiu is the woman I love and sought to use her to strike against me. You would slaughter the innocent to achieve your ambition of becoming head constable. You are devoid of conscience. After finishing his tirade, tears welled in his eyes, spilling onto his garments. Someone, imprison Lin Chuxing and Shui Xian. Let the magistrate interrogate them and dispense justice. Mo Rusu believed Shui Xian's words this time. If Wenxiu were to die, the heartbroken Tai Rulong would surely be devastated, presenting the perfect opportunity for him to take her place. However, why include her? Mo Rusu, he could have found a better opportunity to eliminate Wenxiu. Why drag her into it so overtly? Mo Rusu was puzzled. It seemed that to uncover the truth, she would need to pry Lin Chuxing's lips open. She sensed there was more to it. It could not be mere coincidence, or Lin Chuxing would have found a better way to resolve it. Faintly, she felt someone was watching her, and Lin Chuxing was likely merely a pawn in someone else's game. With a more formidable enemy lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Who could it be? Over the years, Mo Rusu had offended many, but few truly sought her demise that a cold smile crept onto her lips. It appeared her vibrant life was about to begin. In the Qinglin Biyuan of the Mo manor, the first wife, Zhu Fingjiao, knelt before a statue of Guanyin, rhythmically striking a wooden fish while reciting scriptures. The towering statue, crafted from pure gold, with 1,000 hands and eyes, shimmered brilliantly. Suddenly, she set down the wooden fish and slightly opened her eyes. The matron, understanding her cue, hurried to assist her in standing. Madam, the fifth son has just returned with news. They have been captured. Captured. The first wife was momentarily startled. Where are they now? In the magistrate's prison. The matron paused, waiting for the lady's instructions. This matter cannot be delayed. If that boy cannot withstand the pressure. The first wife pondered briefly, then nodded. Tell the fifth to do it cleanly. Leave no survivors. Understood, the matron replied, turning to leave. Chapter 6. The silencing of Lin Chuxing the following morning. After finishing her breakfast, Mo Rusu was taken to the prison by Lord Mo after a night of reflection. She had untangled the entire sequence of her transmigration. That day, she had been pursuing an antique dealer when a mirage had appeared before her. Stunned by the wondrous sight, she felt a powerful force draw her into the mirage, leading to the moment she felt in the Mo manor. Apart from her father, who doted on her, the others regarded her with disdain. Good-for-nothing had become synonymous with her name. From that moment, she resolved to live well in place of the original owner, to dazzle the capital and become a renowned detective. Father, this is where the murder took place. Tai Rulong's face was ashen, his gaze cold and profound. Lord Mo always took Mo Rusu with him to investigate cases. Although the original owner was deemed a fool, she possessed a gift for discerning cases, albeit her heart had not been in it. Rusu, this case involves you. Please continue. Lord Mo was pleased to see his daughter finally applying herself. He had always intended to train her to take over his mantle one day. Mo Rusu nodded, handing her writing materials to Lord Mo. Father, please record this. Of course, a gentle smile spread across Lord Mo's plump face. His gaze filled with affection. Mo Rusu reached down to unfasten the clothing of the corpse on the ground, revealing a scene. Lin Chuxing stood in the cell, a look of terror on his face, mouth agape as a thin, cold glint flew into his mouth, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. In modern times, when Mo Rusu served as a police officer, she had learned to read lips. From the incredulous expression and lip movements of Lin Chuxing, she deduced that he had called out to her. This led her to conclude that the murderer was acquainted with him. After the scene faded, she remarked, the deceased, Lin Chuxing, male, 22 years old, shows no obvious signs of injury, and there are no traces of a struggle at the scene. His facial expression is contorted in fear. Though he was frightened before death, it was not the cause of his demise. As she spoke, she produced a silver needle and lightly probed Lin Chuxing's throat. The needle remained unchanged, indicating death was not due to poisoning, and there were no foreign objects in his mouth. His joints appeared somewhat stiff, and his eyes were cloudy. She initially estimated the time of death to be approximately 2 hours prior. Tai Rulong could not help but ask, how did he die? I don't know. Mo Rusu replied coldly, an autopsy is required. An autopsy. Tai Rulong was taken aback. Ignoring his reaction, Mo Rusu summoned the coroner for an in-depth examination. As she was a police officer, not a forensic expert, such professional matters should be left to specialists. The coroner retrieved a small knife from his case, and with a sharp edge, he made an incision in Lin Chuxing's chest. Reaching the heart, Tai Rulong's eyes widened as he watched the coroner deftly rummaging through Lin Chuxing's chest cavity, the metallic scent of blood permeating the entire prison. Ugh, unable to withstand the gruesome scene of dissection, Tai Rulong involuntarily retched. Mo Rusu, unperturbed, had already concluded from the fleeting images in her mind that Lin Chuxing had succumbed to the icy gleam that had entered his mouth. However, she needed to follow the proper procedures to gather evidence for credibility. When the coroner carefully extracted a slender silver shard, no thicker than a cow's hair, and placed it on a silver plate, Mo Rusu timely announced, the cause of death is clear. The murderer took advantage of the victim's fear to insert a silver shard into his mouth. Upon entry, it traveled through the bloodstream directly to the heart, resulting in death. After reviewing the case report, Lord Mo nodded, stating, this report is quite clear. The victim's death characteristics, time of death, and cause of death are all distinctly outlined. Once the body was stitched up and the coroner departed, Mo Rusu inquired, Father, after we present this report to Lord Wu, will our task be complete? Lord Mo shook his head, his expression slightly somber. No. This case has been entrusted to me by Lord Wu, commanding me to collaborate with Captain Tai in the investigation. Mo Rusu cast a detached glance at Tai Rulong. Lin Chuxing was the murderer of Wen Xiao, who was Captain Tai's fiancé. I find Captain Tai to be rather suspicious. I am not the murderer. Tai Rulong's face darkened. Mo Rusu, you are pursuing personal vendetta. Mo Rusu merely smirked, shouldering her toolbox. This is the prison of the prefecture. To infiltrate here and commit murder indicates the perpetrator is no ordinary individual. Lin Chuxing's terrified expression and open mouth suggest he was familiar with this person. Tai Rulong retorted coldly, what does that prove? It implies that the murderer came to silence him, and you just happen to have a vendetta against him. While it cannot be conclusively determined that you are the murderer, you are certainly under suspicion. You truly hold grudges. Just because I targeted you yesterday, you decided to make me experience the taste of being wrong today, didn't you? Yesterday, you insisted it was me. Today I merely claim your suspicion. She walked toward the entrance. Who was on guard last night? We were, replied the two jailers, stepping forward nervously with their heads bowed. Was anyone here to visit last night? No, They chorused, "We've been keeping watch," and the iron door was locked. It's impossible for anyone to have entered. Mo Rusu's gaze fell upon the iron door ahead. Without a key, it was indeed difficult for outsiders to intrude. This was the prefecture's prison, housing serious criminals, with even stricter security measures. Where is Shui Xian? Mo Rusu recalled Shui Xian, who had been imprisoned alongside Lin Chuxing. Shui Xian is in the women's quarters. Take me to see her. The jailer led Mo Rusu forward, and in the distance, she spotted Shui Xian seated on a pile of straw, her face stained with tears, her hair disheveled, and her once exquisite silk dress now wrinkled and soiled. Mo Rusu. Shui Xian rushed to the cell's edge, exclaiming, "You must be feeling quite pleased with yourself now, aren't you?" Shui Xian. Mo Rusu dismissed her provocations, her demeanor calm. "Did someone come looking for you last night?" "Why should I answer you?" Shui Xian retorted angrily. "What gives you the right to question me? Lin Chuxing is dead. He was silenced last night. Aren't you worried?" "He is dead?" Shui Xian paused, then burst into laughter. "Good. Ha ha ha. Good." Following this, she appeared almost deranged, her face contorted as she shouted, "Mo Rusu, if you wish to know what transpired last night, you must agree to one condition." Chapter 7. Wine-like scenery. Mo Rusu smiled, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Shui Xian, what gives you the audacity to negotiate terms with me?" "Simply because I know what happened last night." Shui Xian gritted her teeth. "I am not guilty of death. Exchanging conditions with you is merely an attempt to lessen my punishment." "Shui Xian, given the circumstances, you still cling to your defiance." Tai Rulong, hearing this, became furious. "You conspired with Lin Chuxing to murder Wen Xiao. You deserve death." Yet Shui Xian remained composed. "I was bewitched by Lin Chuxing and led Wen Xiao to you upstairs. However, I did not kill her. The murderer is Lin Chuxing. At most, I am an accomplice. And I reported Lin Chuxing in the end, which should warrant leniency." Mo Rusu regarded her coldly, dousing her with a bucket of cold water. "Shui Xian, since yesterday when you were captured, you have yet to see a single soul from the government. Don't you have any inkling of your situation?" Shui Xian's expression faltered slightly. She had considered this issue and then smiled bitterly. "Precisely because of this, I must rely on myself." "Fine, as long as you tell me what you witnessed. I will advocate for you in court and seek to spare your life." Mo Rusu. "You promise?" Shui Xian's eyes sparkled with the light of desperation. "That I will trust you once. You have no choice. You can only trust me." Mo Rusu's expression remained as serene as ever. "All right." Shui Xian, forced into submission, said, "Last night, I saw a man in black, masked, appear in the prison. He came from Lin Chuxing's direction. I pretended to sleep. He looked at me and then left. That's all?" "Indeed, that's all." Shui Xian considered before adding, "He had a faint scent of orchids." "The scent of orchids?" Mo Rusu pondered. "Can one smell orchids here? This place is foul. It's rare to catch a whiff of something fragrant, yet I can distinguish it." Upon hearing this, Mo Rusu turned and walked outside. Mo Rusu, Shui Xian called out, "Aren't you going to keep your promise?" Mo Rusu halted, slowly turning back. "I will keep my promise, but I can only plead for you in court. I don't want to stay here. Can't you move me to a better place?" "Shui Xian, you are in prison, not a guest house." Shui Xian felt a lump in her throat, gripping the cell door tightly, too afraid to utter a word of protest. She was counting on Mo Rusu to plead for her in court. "Rusu," she cried, "can you send me some food? The meals here are dreadful." Mo Rusu hesitated for a moment. Lord Mo had not accompanied her. He was engaged in a lively conversation with an old man. As she exited the prison, Mo Rusu suddenly looked back at the fortress-like cell, resembling a ravenous beast with its gaping maw ready to swallow souls whole. "Rusu, do you have any leads on this case?" "A little," Mo Rusu replied, glancing at him. "Not much. Currently, the case was rather tricky, and the existing clues were exceedingly scant." Tai Rulong coldly remarked, "According to my assessment, we should severely interrogate those two jailers. They must know something." Mo Rusu regarded him, acknowledging his point but not agreeing. "Then what do you propose?" Mo Rusu did not respond, continuing forward. "Tomorrow, during the court session, we shall see." Lord Mo waved at Tai Rulong, hastening to follow Mo Rusu. Upon entering the Mo residence, Mo Rusu was met by the maid, who respectfully said, "Fifth Miss, the madam requests your presence. What does mother want?" "Miss Jing has returned, claiming to have brought you a gift." Mo Rusu envisioned an unfamiliar face, one that was as stunning as a peach blossom and as refreshing as a lotus, captivating enough to leave one breathless. This Miss Jing, whose birth name was Feng Rujing, was the niece of the great lady. Concerned about her own status in the future, as the great lady had not borne children, she adopted her sister's daughter into the Mo family. However, as Lord Mo favored Mo Rusu, he paid little attention to Feng Rujing, leaving her as Feng Rujing, without the Mo surname, only to be referred to as Miss Jing among the servants. This was a significant reason why the great lady sought to eliminate Mo Rusu. As Mo Rusu followed the maid to Qinglin Villa, she heard the sound of silver bell-like laughter from within. "Sister, you've come," the wind, like a scene come to life, saw Mo Rusu and hurriedly approached her with a smile, grasping her hand and inquiring about her well-being. "Cousin, you have returned?" Mo Rusu, with an unruffled demeanor, used the term cousin, instantly widening the chasm between them. Feng Rujing paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, and then replied with a smile. "Sister, I have sought a peace talisman for you, which contains a blessing from Taoist Ku Rong." After saying this, she presented a brocade box to Mo Rusu. "Thank you, cousin," Mo Rusu said, stepping forward to the matriarch. Slightly bowing her head with a smile, addressing her as mother, the mere utterance of mother sent tremors through the matriarch's heart. Her meticulously crafted plan had failed to eliminate Mo Rusu. Internally, the matriarch was tumultuous. Yet her exterior remained calm, even managing a gentle smile. "Rusu, your sister has procured this peace talisman for you. You must wear it at all times to prevent any further mishaps." "Yes, mother," Mo Rusu replied, taking Feng Rujing's hand and cheerfully remarking, "Cousin truly cares for me and knows to bring me this talisman. Mother, why not summon the other cousins to our residence? It would be livelier with everyone together." Inviting them all would certainly provoke the ire of old Master Mo. He might even consider taking a second wife. The matriarch chuckled. "Though you have many cousins, only your sister Rujing possesses unparalleled grace that captivates the capital. Her presence in our household adds to the glory of the Mo family." Out of the corner of her eye, Mo Rusu spotted a faint gray figure approaching, and in a sudden act of defiance, she stomped her foot and cried, "Mother, do you believe that your daughter has brought shame upon the Mo family?" The matriarch was momentarily taken aback, witnessing her daughter's profound sorrow. She was about to speak when old Master Mo rushed in. Anxiety etched across his face. "Rusu, who has wronged you?" "Aunt," Feng Rujing quickly interjected with a smile, "no one has bullied my sister. She is likely just pleased by the peace talisman I gifted her." Under normal circumstances, Mo Rusu would have seized this opportunity to escalate the situation. However, today was different. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, she lamented, "Father, mother despises me for not being as remarkable as my cousin Rujing, who brings such radiance to the Mo family." Sob. Her words cast a shadow over old Master Mo's face, darkening it with impending storm clouds. Chapter 8. A trap for the unwary old master, Mo coldly remarked. "Is it possible that in your eyes, my daughter pales in comparison to your niece?" With that, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Feng Rujing and his tone grew more severe. "The Mo family cannot rely on an outsider for its glory." "My lord," the matriarch took a deep breath, perplexed by her husband's heightened emotions. She had no choice but to placate old Master Mo, admitting, "It is my fault. I misspoke." She needed to quell his anger, or else Feng Rujing might pack her belongings and return to her own family. Then, she added with a smile, "My lord, my brother has sent a beautiful piece of jadeite as a birthday gift for you." Mo Rusu listened and could not help but smirk inwardly. Old Master Mo had a singular passion, unearthing jadeite raw stones. He was not enamored with jade itself, but rather with the thrill of discovery upon opening the stone. Indeed, old Master Mo turned to Mo Rusu and instructed, "Rusu, you may return to the Bun Pavilion." As soon as she entered the Bun Pavilion, Mo Rusu called out, "Bring me my trunk." "Yes." The sweet, melodic voice of Linlang echoed as she trod lightly, placing a pearl-studded brocade box on the table. "Miss, do you need assistance?" "No need, just wait outside." Linlang was one of her 4 main maidservants. Alongside Manmu, Huaji, and Zhezan, Mo Rusu retrieved a pair of pure gold scissors from the brocade box, carefully opened it, and inhaled the scent within before delicately snipping the peace talisman open. She took out a piece of yellow paper adorned with peculiar symbols. Indeed a talisman. Having previously studied talismans with a Maoshan practitioner out of curiosity, she recognized that this talisman, seemingly for blessings, harbored another talisman of curses within it. It was said that wearing this cursed talisman daily would not only bring misfortune but also severe suffering. She found a blank piece of talisman paper and meticulously replicated the design, knowing that the incantation must accompany the drawing for it to hold any power. Thus, despite her precise imitation, her talisman would bear no effect. After replacing the talisman in the brocade box, she discreetly hid the cursed one. Clearly, the matriarch was already impatient, and this was merely the beginning. Her intentions were resolute in wanting to elevate Feng Rujing's status, even if it meant removing Mo Rusu from the equation. Yet, even with Mo Rusu's demise, it was uncertain if Feng Rujing could smoothly ascend to the Mo name. The matriarch's eagerness for Feng Rujing's rise had another motive. although Feng Rujing was breathtakingly beautiful and captivating. Her humble origins would require the support of the Imo family to marry into nobility. As night fell, just as Imo Rusu was preparing for bed, Lin Lang approached her. "Miss, the captain of the guards has arrived, requesting your presence at the magistrate's prison." "And Old Master?" This was how the original owner referred to Old Master Imo. He said it was late and feared the dark. Also mentioning what? Imo Rusu inquired as she donned her clothing that he said he ought to have another son while he is still relatively young to play with you. Imo Rusu nearly choked on her own words. It seemed Old Master Imo was resolute in becoming a hands-off parent. Tai Rulong's carriage was stationed at the Imo family's entrance. Imo Rusu boarded the carriage, hastily preparing, her hair merely tied back in a casual ponytail, giving her an unexpectedly fresh and tidy appearance. Inside the prison, the lights blazed brightly, with at least dozens of officers standing silently, torches in hand. Approaching the front, she encountered the slightly plump Magistrate Wu. "Miss Imo, please," he said, as she was well acquainted with him, and he treated her with great care. Within the prison, two corpses lay side by side. One belonged to Lin Chuxing, the other to Xue Xian. Both had perished in a similar manner, their faces frozen in terror, eyes wide open, mouths agape, as if they had faced unimaginable fear before their demise. Magistrate Wu smiled and said, "Miss Imo, your plan is excellent. The murderer has been apprehended. Where is he?" Imo Rusu casually inquired, stepping closer to Xue Xian's corpse, placing her hand on it. The scene before her mirrored that of Lin Chuxing's death, with the silver light entering. "Confined in the adjacent cell," Wu said, preparing for interrogation. Imo Rusu replied, wiping her hands with a clean cloth. Xue Xian's cause of death was identical to Lin Chuxing's, silver light entering, leading to cardiac arrest. Amidst the officers' curses, a lean man with a scarred face was brought in, kneeling with his hands bound. Imo Rusu questioned, "Did you kill these two?" The scarred man remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on her, filled with malice. "Your silence is of no consequence. I will uncover the truth," Imo Rusu asserted. While examining Lin Chuxing's body, "I pondered how you managed to infiltrate this fortified prison," until Xue Xian expressed her disdain for the prison food. "It dawned on me that aside from the prison warden, the officers delivering meals also had opportunities to enter. You hid beneath the food cart, entered the cell, and waited for the wardens to distribute the meals before emerging at midnight to commit murder. Thus, I deliberately leaked news to the captain, suggesting Xue Xian had seen the murderer, luring you into a trap. You did not disappoint me." "Despicable," the scarred man spat, yet he offered no further words. "What was your motive for the killings?" Imo Rusu's tone remained icy, her gaze trained on his face, attempting to detect any shift in expression that might reveal his thoughts. However, his face betrayed nothing but hatred. Magistrate Wu interjected, "You would do well to confess. The torture methods here would make you wish for a swift death." Nothing to share. The scarred man's demeanor seemed to relax. "I won't utter a single word. Bring him to the torture chamber. Even if he is made of iron, we will make him yield." Tai Rulong stepped forward, seizing him and dragging him away. Upon entering the torture chamber, Imo Rusu was greeted by the metallic scent of rust, the dried blood on the instruments emanating a horrifying aura. The array of bizarre implements was enough to chill the bones. Two gleaming grappling hooks appeared before the scarred man as Tai Rulong coldly asked, "Last chance. Will you speak?" Chapter 9. Lethal poison. The scarred man's eyes briefly flashed with terror, but he remained resolute in his silence. Tai Rulong snorted, no longer engaging in conversation, and with a swift motion, the grappling hooks pierced his flesh, snagging onto his bone. The scarred man howled in agony, his eyes wide with bloodshot veins, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Imo Rusu observed the scene, her mouth twitching in a mix of despair and helplessness. This was indeed an era where extrajudicial punishment was permitted. Iron Rulong's expression remained as dark as a sky shrouded in storm clouds. "This was merely the beginning. Should you remain silent, I shall dismantle your bones, piece by piece, and lay them before you." The scar-faced man uttered no words, only emitting a gurgling sound from his throat before his head drooped. Murasu hurriedly approached to inspect him, only to discover he had already succumbed, poisoned. Iron Rulong furrowed his brow. After much effort to capture a living witness, he had perished so soon. "Moments ago, we had thoroughly examined his person and found no trace of poison." It was quite simple. For Murasu, it posed no challenge. He had ingested the poison prior to his actions, ensuring that at a predetermined time, without an antidote, he would surely meet his demise. Lord Wu stroked his beard thoughtfully, suggesting that this individual must have had formidable backing. Murasu nodded, acknowledging that he was merely a hired killer. The true mastermind lurked in the shadows, awaiting Lord Wu's meticulous investigation. Lord Wu's expression grew grave as he stated, "This matter has been entrusted to your father, and Captain Tai for thorough investigation. Murasu, Lord Moore, having clearly expressed his stance tonight, likely would not intervene further in this affair, demonstrating a remarkable detachment. Iron Rulong disregarded their conversation and shifted focus. Now that this man lay dead, a crucial lead had been severed. Murasu sighed softly, like petals brushing against a brocade curtain. This case had claimed 4 lives. Aside from the innocent Wenshio, the other 3 had been silenced, yet the puppet master remained elusive, leaving not even a shadow behind. With so many lives lost, Lord Wu's mood was undeniably heavy. Miss Murasu, how shall we proceed with the investigation? Murasu's gaze flitted towards the portly Lord Wu, noting the clouds of worry etched upon his face. Although this assassin had perished, the dead leave behind traces. The deceased could no longer speak, yet they were more reliable than the living. Indeed, a faint smile graced Murasu's lips. He was, without doubt, more trustworthy than any living soul. With that, she glanced at the scar-faced man and summoned the coroner for an autopsy. The coroner soon arrived and meticulously examined the body. When the simple autopsy report appeared before Murasu, she nodded, saying, "Lord Wu, I leave the aftermath to you. The 3 bodies must be preserved in ice, and burial shall not occur until the true culprit is found." Lord Wu waved his hand, instructing her to return to the Moore residence. "While Captain Tai would escort her, I can return alone. There is no need to trouble Captain Tai." Iron Rulong interjected, "My escorting you home is not a matter of personal sentiment, but rather a concern for the greater good. Given the continued unknown whereabouts of the true culprit, should any misfortune befall you en route, it would be difficult to account to Miss Moore." Murasu considered this briefly before nodding in agreement. The journey was indeed safe, and by the time she returned to the Moore residence, dawn had already broken. Upon reaching the Bishi Pavilion, she found the 4 maids up and about, washing up and tidying the rooms. Lin Lang greeted her with a smile, saying, "Miss, you have returned. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare lotus seed and silver fungus soup for you. You can rest and enjoy it soon." Murasu rubbed her temples, concerned that such late nights might lead to premature aging. After sipping the lotus seed soup, daylight had fully arrived, and she lay on the beauty couch, preparing for a brief nap, oblivious to the fact that upon awakening, it was already afternoon. After a meal, she received a message from Lord Wu, urging her to hurry to the government office. Upon her arrival, Murasu sensed an unusual atmosphere. The usually cheerful Lord Wu wore a furrowed brow, appearing exceedingly constrained. "Murasu," Lord Wu began, "the Prince of Yunzhao has arrived." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the gentleman seated nearby. Murasu glanced over and recognized him as the well-dressed young master Feng Yunxi from 2 days prior. Flanked by Yu.Is he the magistrate of Jingzhou, or the Prince of Yunzhao? A chill ran through Murasu as she considered the complexity of this man. Feng Yunxi rose, declaring, "I have come to inquire about the case. Your Highness, it is still under investigation." Murasu dared not speak further. She was uncertain whether the involvement of the Jingzhou magistrate would bring fortune or misfortune, but is there a point of contention? Feng Yunxi's voice was soft, yet it stirred a ripple of concern within Murasu. "Indeed, there is." Murasu recalled that this Prince of Yunzhao was a favored disciple of the renowned Dr. Gu, likely possessing knowledge of toxicology in the mortuary. The coroner from Jingzhou conducted a fresh examination of the scar-faced man. The findings echoed those of the previous coroner's report. Murasu inquired, "Your Highness, given your expertise in medicine, could you determine the nature of the poison?" Feng Yunxi pondered for a moment. "It must be the sparrow's tail." The sparrow's tail. Murasu had never encountered such a poison before. Any poison with a name so elegant was likely extremely lethal. Noticing her confusion, Feng Yunxi continued, "This poison does not cause immediate death upon ingestion. This aligns with the condition of the scar-faced man. Additionally, Feng Yunxi pointed to the man's forehead. After death, the poisoned individual will bear a mark resembling a sparrow's tail." Murasu examined closely and indeed found such a mark. This detail had been absent from the initial autopsy report. The sparrow's tail must have formed from post-mortem lividity. "Your Highness, do you know the origin of this poison?" "This poison," he hesitated, "is only available through the government." Murasu's eyes widened in shock. Could it be Lord Wu? She mentally retraced the entire sequence of events, from the initial fall to the subsequent murders of the involved parties. If this gruesome incident had ties to the magistrate, then acquiring the rare and deadly sparrow's tail would undoubtedly require someone of considerable power. Lord Wu would certainly be at the forefront. Aside from Lord Wu, few others would have access to such a toxin, and through the process of elimination, one could deduce the truth. Furthermore, given Iron Rulong's unique status, procuring such poison would not pose a significant challenge. However, after thoroughly analyzing the case, Iron Rulong could largely be excluded as a suspect. So who could it possibly be? Chapter 10. She is clearly talented and intelligent. Lord Wu, I need to summon the keeper of the storeroom for questioning. Along with the account books, after exiting the mortuary, Murasu and Feng Yunxi made their way directly to Lord Wu's study, addressing the matter head-on. Since Prince Feng Yunxi had intervened, this case could no longer be delayed. He had just assumed his role as the magistrate, and any slip-up on Lord Wu's part could jeopardize his position. In the Great Phoenix Dynasty, the Jingzhou magistrate was directly governed by the imperial authority and served as a supervisory body over the various prefectures, traditionally acting as a barometer for the crown prince. With Prince Feng Yunxi present, Lord Wu displayed utmost deference in Murasu's presence, bringing Zhang Yi from the storeroom, along with the account books. Soon, Zhang Yi entered the study. He was a robust man in his 50s, appearing quite sprightly. Serving in the magistrate's storeroom, he undoubtedly enjoyed a lucrative position. Murasu approached him, took the account book, and flipped through it. Noting that 6 months prior, one tale of Sparrow's tail had been logged as incoming, with no record of it leaving. Pray tell, where is the Sparrow's tail? In response, Zhang Yi said, that is a highly toxic substance, stored in the storeroom's secret chamber, and has not been moved. Search the storeroom. Murasu acted decisively, leaving no room for hesitation, and led her team to the storeroom. Zhang Yi opened the door to the secret chamber, only to find the Sparrow's tail missing. Good heavens, where is the Sparrow's tail? Zhang Yi's eyes rolled back, nearly collapsing to the ground. As the sole custodian of the storeroom, he would naturally bear the blame for any mishap. This turn of events was entirely anticipated by Murasu. She reached out to touch the cabinet where the Sparrow's tail had been kept, but found no signs of forced entry. Could it be that her keen intuition was only effective on the deceased? Zhang Yi, Murasu remarked coolly, her gaze piercing into his face, observing every subtle shift in his expression. The Sparrow's tail has gone missing, and you failed to notice. Typically, we conduct an inventory check monthly, and I have a list of those records. With trembling hands, Zhang Yi presented the inventory book. Murasu skimmed through it, noting that the last inventory check had been 5 days prior, indicating that the Sparrow's tail had been present then. This coincided perfectly with the timeline of the murder. Thus, the thief must have been well aware of Zhang Yi's inventory schedule, executing the theft immediately afterward. By the time the next inventory check revealed the Sparrow's tail's absence, the case would be closed, and many clues would have vanished over the course of a month, making resolution exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, Zhang Yi might suddenly perish, leaving no witnesses behind. Based on Murasu's deductions and observations, Zhang Yi was unlikely to be the thief, yet he undoubtedly had some involvement, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Zhang Yi, do you carry the keys to the storeroom with you? Yes, Miss Moore, I oversee the storeroom. The keys are my lifeline, and I dare not neglect them. Since you carry the keys, how could the Sparrow's tail, stored in the secret chamber, be stolen? Zhang Yi appeared distressed, claiming, I have never let the keys out of my sight. In recent days, has anyone approached you? Zhang Yi pondered momentarily, recalling that a few days ago, Master Wan had invited him for a drink, but nothing else came to mind. Master Wan, this individual was indeed on Murasu's list, which did not come as a surprise. Murasu raised an eyebrow slightly. Where is Master Wan? Summon Master Wan. Lord Wu also began to feel a sense of unease. Present. The missing feathered brocade cloak is inextricably linked to the governor of the estate. He fervently desires a swift resolution to the case to clear his name, hoping to incur less wrath from Feng Yunxian, even if he is to be blamed. Soon, Master Wan was summoned. Tai Rulong, bearing the iron surname, is a man of unyielding integrity. Despite having a cordial relationship with Master Wan, he showed no mercy when it came to apprehending suspects. Sir, Miss Mo, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Minister Wu remained silent, gesturing for Mo Rusu to proceed with her inquiry as he took on the role of listening to the case. Master Wan, Mo Rusu approached him slowly, her voice icy. When did you last drink with Zhang Yi? 3 days ago. Master Wan replied earnestly, it was my birthday, and Zhang Yi is my closest companion, thus I invited him for a drink. On that occasion. How much did you consume together? Did you become inebriated? 1 pot of wine. Master Wan pondered. I drank rather too much and was indeed intoxicated. Zhang Yi remarked. I seem to be drunk. What do you mean by seem to be drunk? Mo Rusu inquired, her gaze fixed upon Master Wan. Despite addressing Zhang Yi, it is reasonable to assume that a petty person could consume a pot of wine, yet that night, one could easily fall into a stupor. Mo Rusu let out a cold laugh. Master Wan, you chose to drink with Zhang Yi just before the murder occurred. Shortly after your revelry, the feathered brocade cloak vanished. As Master Wan, do you not sense something amiss? Miss Mo, I am wronged. I did not steal the cloak. Master Wan vehemently denied. Mo Rusu's mind raced. The evidence at hand was insufficient to conclusively prove his guilt. Her eyes flickered. Your Highness, Minister Wu, please detain these two for further scrutiny. Minister Wu expressed concern. Miss Mo, have you concluded your interrogation? Yes, let today be sufficient. Minister Wu remained troubled, casting a cautious glance at Feng Yunshin. Your Highness, what are your thoughts? Feng Yunshin had been quietly observing Mo Rusu's questioning. Idly toying with a sandalwood fan, he gradually rose and said, I shall heed Miss Mo's counsel. Minister Wu then instructed, Captain Tai, detain these two and ensure they are closely monitored. Once everyone had departed, Minister Wu turned to Mo Rusu. Miss Mo, do you have any leads from today's inquiry? Not as of yet. Mo Rusu replied with a smile. The current evidence does not substantiate any claims. Further investigation is necessary. Upon leaving the government office, Feng Yunshin said, Miss Mo, allow me to escort you home. No need, she replied. I require your assistance with another matter. What is it? Feng Yunshin inquired, his expression warm yet his gaze frosty. I need you to investigate Master Ruan's recent whereabouts and any close contacts he may have had. She understood this would be a trivial task for the chief of Jingzhou. Feng Yunshin nodded slightly. No problem. Once these matters are clarified, the case can reach a conclusion. Although the investigation has become increasingly perplexing, following the trail of clues may still yield significant insights. Thank you, she said, waving her hand as she turned to head towards the Mo residence. Feng Yunshin watched her retreating figure, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips. The rumored foolishness of the fifth young lady was clearly a fade concealing her intellect and wisdom. Chapter 11. A turmoil in the kitchen. Upon returning to the Bihui pavilion, Mo Rusu was met by Manmu, who entered with a displeased demeanor. Miss, you have returned, Mama said, her lips pursed in discontent. Mo Rusu chuckled. What troubles you? Who has offended our beautiful Manmu? Who else? Mama grumbled. Those kitchen matrons. I asked them to prepare a bowl of lotus seed soup for you, and they claimed to be too busy. Yet they hastily made a bowl of custard for Miss Jing. Mo Rusu laughed. I thought it was something of great consequence. It's merely a trivial matter. You look so upset that you might cry. I am merely standing up for you, Miss. Indeed, Manmu, Huaji interjected. What you say is true. Our standing in the estate is increasingly inferior to that of Miss Jing. Mo Rusu rose, still smiling. In the future, when faced with such matters, do not take them to heart. It is not worth your health to become upset. Mama looked aggrieved. Miss, you are too kind, allowing those matrons to take advantage of you. Mo Rusu wagged her finger playfully. In the future, when faced with such matters, do not get angry. Simply demolish the kitchen. Manmu blinked, swallowing her earlier words. Let us go and destroy the kitchen now. Custard? Ha! Mo Rusu, accompanied by a lively entourage, marched straight to the kitchen. The matrons were busy at work, and the head matron cautiously carried a freshly made bowl of custard, presenting it to Chunzhao, Miss Jing's maid. Chunzhao, please send my regards to Miss Jing. Chunzhao, visibly annoyed, replied dismissively. I know. She turned to leave, pretending not to see Mo Rusu, hurrying away like the wind. Mo Rusu smirked. How arrogant. Chunzhao seems to think she has risen above us. Fifth Miss, what brings you here? The head matron stammered, revealing her yellowed teeth as she forced a nervous smile. Smash everything. Reduce it all to rubble. The four maidservants immediately obeyed her command, causing the head matron to panic and plead for mercy. Mo Rusu, uninterested in her pleas, landed a punch squarely on her brow, leaving the matron dazed as she crumpled to the floor. The other matrons, initially inclined to intervene, were now too frightened to speak. In mere moments, the kitchen was in chaos. Every ingredient, whether prepared or raw, was thoroughly destroyed. Let us go. Mo Rusu waved her hand, taking with her the last 2 roasted chickens and 3 pig trotters. Oh no, the banquet is ruined, the matrons lamented, as if the world were ending. The head matron, regaining her senses, trembled. Quick, help me up. I must see the lady. This is utter chaos. In the Bihui pavilion, Mo Rusu and her maidservants feasted on the roast chicken and pig trotters. Thoroughly enjoying their meal, Linlang bit into a chicken wing, asking, Miss, do you think the master will blame us for destroying the kitchen? Old master won't. She paused. As for others, they are of no consequence. Just then, a commotion arose from the courtyard. Rusu, the lady's voice was sharp and unwelcoming. What have you done? Mother, what is the meaning of this? Mo Rusu feigned nonchalance as she picked her teeth with a fingernail. What do you mean? The lady retorted coldly. Did you not smash the kitchen? Will you deny it? As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the head matron, signaling her to speak, with tears streaming down her face. The head matron recounted, Madam, the young lady caused a scene in the kitchen and destroyed all the ingredients, leaving us without dinner. Indeed, Mo Rusu affirmed, I did smash everything in the kitchen. As for dinner, let everyone go without. You are utterly outrageous. The lady's anger was palpable, her hair nearly standing on end. Today, I shall invoke the family law to punish you. I fear your ability may fall short. Rusu retorted coldly, if you wish to discipline servants, that is one matter, but should you seek to punish your child, you require the consent of the family head. I wonder if father would agree? You are relying too heavily on your favored position. The lady trembled with rage, taking a deep breath. I shall summon your father. You have committed a grave error. Let him witness what his indulged daughter has become. Before long, the old master arrived, inquiring, why is my wife in such a fury? The lady wiped her tears with her sleeve. My lord, the situation is as follows. She gestured for the head matron to recount the events. The head matron downplayed the incident, stating that Rusu was angered because they had not prepared lotus seed soup for her, leading her to destroy the kitchen and depriving everyone of their meals. Rusu could not help but laugh at this. You still have the audacity to laugh, the lady scolded. My lord, look at how this child has been spoiled by you. She is nearing marriageable age. How could she possibly attract a suitable match in this state? Before the old master could respond, Rusu interjected, Mother, the servants in this household all recognize Miss Jing. No one acknowledges me as the fifth young lady anymore. The old master, astute as ever, grasped the underlying implication immediately and remained silent, gesturing for Rusu to continue. I am too lazy to elaborate, Rusu said, beckoning to Manmu. You tell them. Mamma stepped forward. Undaunted by the authority of the lady, her loyalty to her mistress unwavering. My lord, my lady, here is the entire account of events. Her words flowed like a rapid-fire machine gun, deftly clarifying every detail of the situation. The lady listened, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she realized that Feng Yujing had been implicated in the unfolding drama. Rusu let out a cold laugh and remarked, Mother, it seems that not only do the kitchen maids disregard me, the legitimate fifth miss, but even the maid Chun Zhao, who serves cousin Jing, can turn a blind eye to me when she sees my daughter. Sometimes I wonder, who truly is the mistress of the Mo residence? Upon hearing this, Mr. Mo furrowed his brows in concern and asked, Is this true? And he, the kitchen overseer, hesitated. Miss Jing is the lady's own niece. How could we deny her a bowl of cream? Mr. Mo's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 12. The third concubine causes a commotion at Qinglin Pavilion. Mo sneered. Though Feng Rujing is a guest, we must not neglect the fifth miss. For she is the sole true lady of the Mo household. This declaration sent shivers down the spine of the first madam. Why, lord, please calm down. This was indeed the kitchen's fault. Do not let it anger you. Mo shot her a frosty glance and replied, Madam, I hope such incidents do not occur again. Otherwise, you may need to pack Feng Rujing's belongings and send her back to her family to maintain the peace in our Mo residence. My lord, the first madam exclaimed in alarm. Rest assured, this will not happen again. However, Mr. Mo was not finished. He coldly glared at the kitchen overseer. And you were relieved of your duties and demoted to a lower servant. And he fell silent, too fearful to speak. Mo continued. The maid Chun Zhao, who showed such disrespect, is to be executed and discarded in a mass grave. The first madam listened with her head bowed, her legs trembling uncontrollably, while the other servants dared not act arrogantly again. Though she wished to aid and she felt utterly powerless. Following this uproar in the kitchen, Rusu's standing within the Mo household was firmly established. And he, suppressing her fear and unease, said, Fifth miss, I will go prepare lotus seed porridge for you. Cook it down thoroughly. Once it's ready, serve it to the dogs, Rusu replied. After everyone had left, she couldn't help but laugh. Realizing that Feng Rujing's cream would likely lose its appeal after this incident, Zhazhen chimed in. Miss, this afternoon I saw Aunt Ma delivering summer garments to Miss Jing. I heard they are made from the soft gauze gifted by the palace. Rusu smiled at this news. The soft gauze was bestowed upon my second brother by the emperor. Mother must be causing quite a stir by making clothes for cousin Jing, Zhazhen chuckled. Not only did the second young master become the top scholar last year, but he is also deeply favored by the emperor. Aunt San is indeed emboldened in the Mo residence. The first madam's position was increasingly precarious. Not only due to her lack of offspring, but also because each concubine was more formidable than the last. It wasn't that the concubines themselves were particularly strong, rather, their sons were. The second concubine bore the eldest son, Mo Qingxi, appointed as a general by the emperor, defending the borders with great success. The third concubine gave birth to the second young master, Mo Liuguang, the new top scholar, who had already been entrusted with significant responsibilities at a young age. The fourth concubine's son, Mo Yunchu, was the most handsome man in the capital, with girls queuing to gain his favor. Lastly, the fifth concubine bore Rusu, the capital's biggest fool, yet she was Mr. Mo's cherished jewel and possessed remarkable deductive skills. The children of these four concubines were all outstanding, which left the first madam, who had no children, feeling deeply unsettled. She could not help but wish for Feng Rujing to enter the palace and marry a prince, becoming a princess. Rusu merely smiled, saying little, but she harbored her own schemes. The following morning, Just after finishing breakfast, she saw Huaji rush in, breathless. "Miss, the third concubine is causing a ruckus at Qinglin Pavilion," Zhaozhan remarked with a smile. "I said yesterday that the third concubine would surely cause trouble. But I didn't expect it to happen so soon." Rusu stood up. "Let's go see. Let us give the third concubine a round of applause." At the entrance of Qinglin Pavilion, voices were buzzing. The second, third, and fourth concubines were present, yet the fifth concubine was absent. The fifth concubine was Rusu's mother, who preferred to remain in the background and did not engage in the household's disputes. Facing the aggressive barrage from the third concubine, even the first madam, though the head of the household, found it hard to defend herself. The third concubine, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, said in a sharp tone, "Madam, your actions are truly ungracious. The soft gauze gifted to my top scholar's son should have been shared among us concubines if you intended to make garments. Yet you've given it all to your niece." The first madam, struck by her words, felt utterly defeated, unable to retort. Indeed, the soft gauze had been intended for Mo Liuguang, and she had given it to Feng Rujing for clothing. At that moment, Feng Rujing emerged from within, wearing a subtle expression of sadness. "Aunt San, please don't say any more. Although the clothes were made for me, they have already been torn by you. I can no longer wear them." "Then wear them." The third concubine, disregarding the first madam, scoffed. "All of us concubines are watching to see if you dare to wear them." The first madam, though angry at the third concubine's treatment of Feng Rujing, felt helpless. Her son was commendable, while she had no support. Tears streamed down Feng Rujing's face, filled with grievance. "Though, you're crying." The third concubine grew even more displeased. "Are we bullying you?" Seeing the third concubine about to strike Feng Rujing, the first madam hastily exclaimed, "Third concubine, do you not see me, the mistress of this household? If you continue to act out, I shall seek the Lord for judgment." "Judgment?" The third concubine sneered. "Madam, do you still believe you have the moral high ground?" "Yes, I may have misused the soft gauze, but your blatant disregard for hierarchy is equally wrong. Just yesterday, the maid Chun Zhao, who disrespected authority, was executed. You must be aware of that." This tactic seemed effective. The third concubine was taken aback and somewhat subdued, no longer as aggressive as before. "Madam, you must give me an explanation." The third concubine continued to feign misery. "If you cannot, let us not go to the Lord. We should go directly to the top scholar for judgment." The top scholar referred to her son, Mo Liuguang. Third concubine, "Let the madam make you a gown of soft gauze as well," Rusu interjected. "I recall there are 3 colors of soft gauze. The pink one was given to cousin Jing, and there is a light green piece that would suit you perfectly." Rusu's timely intervention was neither too forceful nor too gentle, striking a perfect balance. Had she intervened earlier, the moment would have been lost. Had she waited too long, both parties would have been angered, making reconciliation impossible. The first madam, though reluctant, had no choice but to acquiesce to Rusu's suggestion. "Very well, I shall arrange for a tailor to come shortly." With this agreement, the third concubine had no choice but to relent. The soft gauze had already been stored, thus considered confiscated property. She had stirred trouble merely in hopes of gaining something. As both sides reached an understanding, Rusu gently wiped away the tears from Feng Rujing's delicate face. "Cousin, do not be sad. The third concubine has made a concession, and you can still wear the soft gauze." As she spoke, her hand subtly reached for Feng Rujing's purse. Chapter 13. A sense of despair. With Rusu's support, the frail Feng Rujing sobbingly returned to Qinglin Pavilion. Yet, even though today's conflict was resolved, she still dared not wear those summer garments made from soft gauze. Once everyone had departed, the first madam, furious, lifted a flower pot from the table and smashed it to the ground. How infuriating. The third concubine's audacity is growing bolder. Just because her son is a top scholar, she nearly stepped over me. Feng Rujing, feeling wronged, said, "Aunt, we must be more cautious in our dealings." Thankfully, Rusu provided us with a way out today. "Rujing, are you foolish?" The first madam's eyes were wide with shock. "How can you think Rusu is helping us?" "Isn't she?" Feng Rujing asked, utterly bewildered. After all, Rusu had indeed helped them resolve their dilemma. She was showing off. Do you think I would heed her? Why would the third concubine listen to her? It is because we were at a point of needing to find a way out. Realizing this, the first madam felt utterly defeated. They had suffered an injustice without cause, and in the end, Rusu had benefited from it. "Aunt, do not let it anger you. Becoming upset only plays into their hands." Rujing, the first madam, took a deep breath. "In a few days, it will be the birthday of Lady Wuho. I shall take you to the banquet." "Great," Feng Rujing exclaimed, instantly brightening, "that I will surely dazzle everyone and capture all their attention." "But you must not bring Rusu." "Wrong," the first madam replied with a sinister smile. "Not only must you go, but you must also bring her along, ensuring her reputation is ruined." Feng Rujing sensed that the first madam was plotting a well-calculated scheme. Waiting for Rusu to fall into her trap, the more miserable Rusu appeared, the more splendid Feng Rujing would seem. Meanwhile, Rusu strolled into the government office, where Feng Yunxin was indeed waiting for her. Your Highness, Rusu said, slightly bowing, I apologize for my late arrival. You are not late. I have just arrived myself. Bai Yu presented a document, saying, Miss Mo, here is the information you requested. Thank you. Mo Rusu replied as she took the document and examined it thoroughly. Indeed, it contained a detailed account of Master Ruan's background and his recent acquaintances. As she read through the information, Mo Rusu was filled with a sense of trepidation. The capability of the Jingshuoyan was truly remarkable. The investigation was conducted with such precision. After she finished reading, Feng Yunxin inquired, May I ask what discoveries you have made, Miss Mo? Mo Rusu glanced at him and replied, The young lady needs to question the case. Please summon Master Ruan. It seemed there were leads to follow in this matter. Master Ruan knelt on the ground, trembling, unable to raise his head. Master Ruan, Mo Rusu asked calmly, Will you confess on your own? Or should I recount the details for you? I am innocent. Master Ruan's voice lacked conviction. You prefer to deny it, do you? Very well. Allow me to articulate my analysis, and you can judge for yourself whether it is correct. Master Ruan remained silent. Lowering his head in submission, Mo Rusu began to pace slowly, narrating, The origin of this case is quite straightforward. I had a minor disagreement with Wen Xiao some time ago. A few days prior, Shui Xian approached me, hoping to mend our relationship. However, it turned out that Shui Xian and Lin Chuxing conspired to eliminate both Wen Xiao and myself. At that moment, we discerned Lin Chuxing's motive. He sought to usurp Tai Rulong's position, thus orchestrating this scheme. That I pondered why Lin Chuxing, if he intended to harm Wen Xiao and undermine Tai Rulong, would involve me in his plot, given that I bore him no ill will. Surely, there must be deeper motives at play. That very night, Lin Chuxing was silenced, followed by Shui Xian's demise, and even the murderer succumbed to poison. Through relentless investigation, I uncovered that the killer had perished from the deadly poison known as Keijin Xiao. Following the trail, I located you, Master Ruan, through the clues provided by Zhang Yi, the guard of the storeroom, and with the help of the documents supplied by His Highness, the Prince of Cloud, I can now confidently conclude that you are the one who stole the Keijin Xiao. Furthermore, I have come to understand why Lin Chuxing aimed to implicate me in Wen Xiao's murder. The mastermind lies within the Mo household. Master Ruan, your fate is sealed, yet two paths lie before you, a swift death or a torturous execution. Which shall you choose? Master Ruan hesitated, lost in thought. That moment, Lord Wu spoke up. Master Ruan, should you repent, I may, out of respect for our years of collaboration, plead for your clemency before the court. Sparing you from death. Master Ruan lifted his gaze. The temptation was overwhelming. Caught between life and death, he found himself in a quandary. Lord Wu's words could not be false. If he confessed and revealed the true instigator, he might yet survive. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Master Ruan's expression shifted dramatically before he uttered, I am innocent. Mo Rusu smiled faintly. Master Ruan, I am profoundly disappointed by your response. Just then, Mo Laoi entered, accompanied by the first madam and the maid. After they greeted Feng Yunxin and Lord Wu, Mo Laoi asked, Rusu, you summoned us. Is there something you wish to discuss? Mo Rusu smiled. Naturally, it pertains to the case at hand. Her gaze fell upon the maid beside the first madam. Maid, do you have something to say? Nothing at all. The maid forced a smile. I do not understand what you are referring to. You will understand soon enough. Mo Rusu replied with a smile. You have met with Master Ruan frequently over the past month. This is something you cannot deny. As the proprietor of the Xinxiang building can attest, this revelation shocked both the maid and Master Ruan. They had not anticipated that Mo Rusu would uncover this detail. Little did they know, it was Feng Yunxin who had conducted the investigation. The Jingshuoyan could uncover even the most hidden secrets of a family. The maid's heart raced at Mo Rusu's words. She stole a nervous glance at the first madam, who shot her a piercing look. As the first madam's confidant, the maid had always been untouchable within the Mo household. Yet, the first madam's demeanor filled her with despair. Chapter 14. The maid confesses. Seeing the maid's expression fluctuate, Mo Rusu felt increasingly confident. Maid, allow me to reveal another little-known secret. This secret, of course, was also uncovered by Feng Yunxin. With his assistance, Mo Rusu felt her efforts were greatly amplified. Otherwise, had she pursued the investigation alone, it would have required an inordinate amount of time. The maid appeared startled. What secret? She knew that the secret Mo Rusu spoke of was related to her. Mo Rusu smiled. You and Master Ruan shared a romantic connection in your youth. Later, You were sold into servitude, and your whereabouts became unknown, while Master Ruan diligently pursued his studies and eventually secured a position in the court. Albeit without official rank, the maid's expression shifted, and even the First Madam's demeanor darkened. The truth was gradually surfacing. The First Madam exchanged glances with Mo Leoi, whose face betrayed his displeasure. It was only recently that the two of you fortuitously crossed paths again. Rekindling your connection. Maid, you persuaded Master Ruan to steal the K Jinxiu. Poor Master Ruan, unwittingly bearing the blame for you. Fifth Miss, I do not understand a word you are saying. I have never seen the K Jinxiu. The maid protested. Anything Master Ruan did was of his own volition, and I merely contacted him on account of our past acquaintance. As she spoke, her expression turned icy. What you say about our past romance is entirely unfounded. I am a servant of the Mo household, and I have never harbored feelings for any man. Her words struck Master Ruan deeply, and he gazed at the maid with sorrow. Yet, she was resolute in distancing herself from him. Mo Rusu observed the exchange, shaking her head with a smile. The heart of a woman is the most treacherous of all. Maid, do you realize that your words have deeply wounded Master Ruan's heart? Turning to Master Ruan, Mo Rusu continued, I truly pity you. You have protected her, believing her heart to be loyal to you, only to discover she holds no regard for you whatsoever. Master Ruan shook his head helplessly. His expression filled with grief. Miss Mo, the K Jinxiu was stolen by me, and I handed it over to the scar-faced man. It has nothing to do with the maid. Everything rests solely on my shoulders. It turned out that Master Ruan was indeed the old five referred to by the maid. Your words lack conviction. Mo Rusu replied calmly that I understand your sentiment. Despite the maid's betrayal, you cannot let her go. So you choose to shoulder all the blame. No, it was entirely my doing. Then let me inquire. What connection do you have with Lin Chuxing? None. Master Ruan replied, we are merely colleagues. I do not know him well. And what is your relationship with the scar-faced man? He is a hired assassin. That seems rather dubious, Mo Rusu remarked with a smile. You hired an assassin to kill Lin Chuxing. What enmity exists between you that would necessitate his death? Does one need a reason to kill? Unfortunately, he encountered Mo Rusu, who was not easily deceived. Based on my previous understanding of you, Master Ruan, you cannot even bear to harm a chicken, let alone a person. Mo Rusu continued, moreover, the maid has been quite busy lately. After your meeting, she hastily met with another individual. Who? This question struck at the heart of Master Ruan's apprehensions. Mo Rusu's gaze fixed on the maid. Maid, what do you say? Fifth Miss, please do not sow discord. I have not met anyone else. No, you have met Lin Chuxing, Mo Rusu stated, her expression unwavering. According to the proprietor of the Shenxiang building, you met with two individuals that day, Master Ruan and Lin Chuxing. As she spoke, her smile faded. You are but a servant of the Mo household, lowly and insignificant, yet you met with two individuals who should not have been within your reach. This raises my suspicions that you are being manipulated. Otherwise, as a mere servant, how do you possess such authority? Her gaze shifted slightly, landing on the First Madam. Mother, what do you think? Feng Yunshan observed the exchange with a hint of admiration. This Miss Mo was indeed exceptional. Noticing that neither the maid nor Master Ruan seemed affected, she turned to exert pressure on the First Madam. Mo Leoi's voice turned cold as he demanded, what is going on here, my lord? The First Madam, terrified, fell to her knees. I was unaware. This maid has done something so dreadful behind my back. I am completely in the dark. The maid's heart shattered bit by bit. The First Madam's actions clearly indicated her desire to cast her aside. After speaking, the First Madam shot a glare at the maid. You wretched servant, I have treated you well, yet you dare to betray me. Confess your crimes at once. Upon hearing these words, the maid's heart sank into despair. She was powerless to resist. Any act of defiance would surely incur the wrath of the mistress, who held her secrets in a firm grip, especially considering the kindness the mistress had shown her over the years. Aiding her only nephew from her family in building a house and marrying a wife. To betray the mistress now would spell disaster for her nephew's family. Even if the mistress were to perish, she still had her family, and the Zhu clan was known for their ruthless nature, showing no mercy. After much contemplation, the maid made a harrowing decision. She would sacrifice herself for the mistress. Madam, she exclaimed, kneeling with a thud on the ground, that I am sorry, my old servant has wronged you. You realize your mistake, yet you do not promptly clarify to the master what has transpired. The mistress, heartbroken, lamented that her plans had been on the verge of success before being derailed by unforeseen complications. Now, her most capable servant faced peril, and though she felt sorrow, she had no choice but to endure the pain of abandoning her. Master, I bow before you. All of this is the doing of this old servant. Please grant me death, the maid pleaded. Master Mo scoffed. Why have you chosen this path? The matter is simple. Last year, the fifth miss bullied me, and I have harbored resentment ever since. Waiting for an opportunity to take revenge, I orchestrated this incident not long ago, she confessed, turning to Master Ruan. I sincerely apologize to you for the trouble I have caused. You need not speak such words to me. Master Ruan sighed that I would willingly meet my end alongside you. Chapter 15. The banquet at the Wu Marquis' residence. Mo Rusu understood that the mastermind behind this incident was indeed the mistress. But with the maid bearing the brunt of the blame, the situation had become quite complicated. She had no intention of letting the mistress off the hook, for herself and for the lost Mo Rusu. She was prepared to fight. Just as she was about to inquire further, the maid suddenly rose and dashed towards the corner of the table, colliding with it violently. Master Ruan cried out, rushing to the same corner. The two perished together. Mo Rusu watched, feeling a mix of emotions. Though the maid was despicable, she had ultimately been bound to the mistress's will and unable to resist. Master Ruan, on the other hand, was a person willing to brave any danger for love. Seeing the maid take on all the blame, the mistress felt a weight lift from her heart, though her face feigned sorrow. Master, even though the maid acted foolishly and committed such a vile act, I still ask that you grant her a coffin to return to her nephew's home. Master Mo rose and waved his hand dismissively. Let Lord Wu handle it. Lord Wu glanced at Feng Yinshin, who silently departed. The bond between Master Ruan and the maid was profound. Though they bore heavy sins, now that they were dead, it was best they rest together. Mo Rusu recognized that Lord Wu's actions were solely due to Master Ruan and said nothing. Supporting Master Mo as they left the government office, upon returning to the Qinglin Biyuan, the mistress finally broke down, collapsing on the bed in tears. Aunt Feng, witnessing this, hurriedly inquired, Aunt, what has happened? What troubles you? Isn't it that little disaster? The mistress seethed with rage, trembling. She drove the maid to her death. I must seek revenge. Mother, now that matters have reached this point, mourning serves no purpose. Instead, we should plot how to deal with her. Feng Rujing, too, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Mo Rusu, ever yearning to take her place. Aunt, I must rely on you now. You must strive to steal the spotlight at the Wu Marquis' birthday banquet and secure a worthy suitor. Yes, Aunt, you can rest assured. I shall do my utmost. Excellent. Then you shall step over that little disaster as corpse and ascend to greatness. The mistress spoke, her eyes glinting with intense hatred and the thrill of revenge. Aunt, with the maid's demise, do you not find yourself lacking a trustworthy companion? I have plenty of those around me. The mistress habitually bestowed favors upon those close to her, ensuring that once they received her kindness, they would be bound to her will, unable to rebel. Before long, the day of the Wu Marquis' birthday arrived. Early in the morning, as Mo Rusu was still preparing, she heard Huaji announce, Miss, the mistress has sent someone. Mother has sent someone? Please, bring them in quickly. She glanced at her reflection in the bronze mirror, making minor adjustments until she appeared radiant and stunning. Her hairstyling skills were impressive. Not only was her bun exquisite, but even her wispy bangs were captivating. A young maid approached gracefully, offering a slight bow. Fifth miss, the mistress requests your presence. What for? Today is the Wu Marquis' birthday. The mistress has invited you to attend. Understood. Mo Rusu adjusted the flower ornament in her hair and asked, What is your name? My name is Yenji. What a lovely name. Please inform my mother that I shall arrive shortly. Once Yenji departed, Huaji asked, Miss, do you truly intend to go? Of course. Mo Rusu smiled. My mother has invited me. How could I not attend? You previously expressed disdain for such tedious gatherings. The original owner indeed had little interest in such frivolous affairs, preferring to solve mysteries or flirt with handsome young men in town. However, now she found value in attending to broaden her horizons. Upon reaching the front, the carriage was already prepared. The Mo family's carriage was quite opulent, spacious, and lavishly adorned within. Sister, you look truly beautiful today. Feng Rujing smiled, taking Mo Rusu's hand as they shared laughter, their bond evidently close. Mo Rusu noticed that Feng Rujing's gaze frequently drifted towards the fragrance pouch on her lapel. Seated upon the velvet cushions, the carriage moved forward. Today, Feng Rujing had made a special effort to dress up, adorned with jewels and a soft shawl over her summer attire, which was still a bit premature for the current weather, providing both warmth and elegance. It must be said, Feng Rujing's figure and beauty were exceptional, easily ranking among the elite in the capital. Before the Wu Marquis' residence, the streets bustled with activity, as throngs of guests arrived to celebrate. The Wu Marquis was a favored figure at court, drawing the attention of high-ranking officials. When Mo Rusu and her companions arrived, they too caused quite a stir. The Mo family's status in the capital was formidable, bolstered by their 3 sons and the imperial plaque bestowed by the late emperor. Thus, Mo Rusu had never cared for such gatherings and was not well acquainted with the other noble ladies. Feng Rujing, however, was different. Since coming to the Mo residence, she had been accompanied by the mistress to various social events. Being sociable and engaging, she had already integrated with the prominent young ladies, becoming a celebrated figure in their eyes. Sister Jing, your outfit today is stunning. The fabric, I've never seen anything like it before. Simply exquisite, like the clouds at sunset. It's breathtaking. Sister Jing is beautiful, kind-hearted, and generous. It's truly enviable. Feng Rujing basked in the praise. Her heart soaring, though she maintained an air of composure, her gaze landing on Mo Rusu. Sister, shall we join in the fun? No, thank you. Mo Rusu firmly declined, disliking the pretentiousness of such gatherings. I shall wander on my own. One girl pouted. Mo Rusu, you're quite aloof. If you want to play with us, we shall not bother with you. With that, she pulled Feng Rujing and a few other girls away. Come, let us go play tossing the pot. Mo Rusu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Tossing the pot? Tossing into the lake would be more accurate. The Wu Marquis' estate was vast, filled with many artificial hills and gardens. Mo Rusu wandered into a garden abundant with flowers, yet sparsely populated with people. She was captivated by a small flowering tree, not high but adorned with blossoms the size of bowls, in a riot of colors. Just as she admired the flowers, she heard a woman's anguished cry from the nearby bushes. Chapter 16. The death of Yuxiang. Drawing on her instincts as a detective, Mo Rusu sensed something was amiss. The pained voice belonged to a severely injured woman. She parted the flowers and cautiously approached. What lay before her astonished her. A young girl lay motionless in the grass, her blood staining the ground crimson. Her hair was disheveled, as if she had endured a fierce struggle. This sight sent alarm bells ringing in Mo Rusu's mind. She carefully approached, checking for signs of life. There was none. Oh my goodness. Murder! A woman's voice cried out, and then Mo Rusu saw a gray figure swiftly vanish into the thicket. The cries of murder echoed in the air. Mo Rusu was taken aback, feeling as though she had walked into someone else's trap. Soon, a group rushed in, a woman wailing, Yuxiang, my daughter. Yuxiang? Mo Rusu turned to examine the girl sprawled on the ground. Confirming it was indeed Qin Yuxiang. The revelation hit her hard. She recognized Yuxiang, having quarreled with her fiercely the previous year, a matter well known to all. Indeed, Madame Qin abruptly rose to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Mo Rusu. Mo Rusu, how could you possess such a cruel heart? Speak. Why did you take the life of my Yuxiang? As she lamented, her voice was filled with anguish, tears cascading down her cheeks, painting a truly pitiful scene. Mo Rusu was well aware that she was innocent, for Yuxiang's death was not of her doing. Madame Qin, this matter has nothing to do with me. I arrived here only to find Yuxiang lifeless on the ground. With gritted teeth, Madame Qin retorted, I cannot trust your words. I warn you, Mo Rusu, you have slain my Yuxiang, and the Qin household shall demand justice. The matriarch stepped forward, addressing Mo Rusu. What is the meaning of this? Although you are often willful and headstrong, murder is beyond comprehension. Feng Rujing, a visage of worry and sorrow, grasped Mo Rusu's hand. Sister, it was an accident. Wasn't it? I cannot believe you would commit such an act, though. What a grand display of innocence. Mo Rusu quickly withdrew her hand, wiping it with a handkerchief. Feng Rujing, I did not kill anyone. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Feng Rujing paused, taken aback. Sister, Madame Qin's voice rose in anger. Madame Mo, is this how you raise your illegitimate children? This remark was swiftly countered by others present. Madame Qin, your assertion is unfounded. The 3 illegitimate children of the Mo family are all exceptional talents. Do not speak carelessly. Indeed, the divine general of the nation, the current top scholar, and the esteemed white horse of the capital, each one is a figure of great renown. Only the 5th miss, however, is a mere fool. If you wish to cast blame, let it fall solely upon her. Listening to the murmurs, Mo Rusu's anger flared. No matter how the previous Miss Mo was perceived, the current her was a phoenix reborn from the ashes, deserving of respect. So, in your eyes, I, the 5th Miss Mo, am merely a fool. Although the former Mo Rusu had been somewhat unruly, fool was hardly an apt description as for the tarnishing of her reputation. It was clear the matriarch and her niece had orchestrated that. Truly relentless in their destruction, Madame Qin, unwilling to concede, countered, Are you not? Ask those present when Mo Rusu has ever done anything of merit. Every notable event attributed to you has been scandalous. In her grief over her daughter's demise, she seemed intent on dragging the Mo family into her misery. Madame Qin, which of your eyes saw me kill her? Let's not forget, I possess some skills in solving cases. Miss Mo, a deep voice interrupted. drawing everyone's gaze to the imposing figure of Duke Xia, who approached with purposeful strides. His expression was grave, radiating an intimidating aura that commanded respect. Your claim of innocence is noted, and I shall grant you the opportunity to uncover the true murderer. Yes, Duke Xi Mo Rusu did not waver. She had already intended to pursue this matter. Should she fail to resolve it today, the gossip would surely engulf her by tomorrow, and she would find it impossible to clear her name. The matriarch regarded Mo Rusu with a hint of worry in her eyes, while Feng Rujing discreetly glanced at the matriarch. Remaining silent, Mo Rusu knelt beside Yu Xiang's body, examining it. Yu Xiang had been fatally stabbed in the heart. The time of death was recent. She had only just heard Yu Xiang's final anguished cry, which had drawn her here. The specifics of when the stabbing occurred and the whereabouts of the assailant remained uncertain. I heard a servant calling out about a murder. I wish to ask her a few questions. Miss Mo, that servant is a household slave, replied the Duke's wife, her demeanor tinged with annoyance and pallor. Such a calamity on her birthday is indeed distressing. Where is she? Mo Rusu pressed. Right here. The servant, flustered, knelt before them that I happened to pass by and, upon witnessing the scene, cried out in alarm, "Do not blame yourself." Mo Rusu reassured her lightly before standing tall. Everyone, I assert that I am not the murderer for a reason. The wounds on Yu Xiang were inflicted by a sharp weapon, which I possess neither. Nor do I bear any bloodstains. Madame Qin interjected. Mo Rusu, who are you? Are you not the disreputable child of the Mo family, favored by the Mo patriarch? Is it not commonplace for you to kill without shedding blood? She paused, and as for your claim that the weapon is missing, it is natural that you would hide it after the act. Clearly, Madame Qin was determined to frame her as the culprit. Seeking retribution for her daughter, Mo Rusu shook her head. Madame Qin, you place too much importance on me. However, since you insist, I shall unearth the true murderer. Indeed, Madame Qin's eyes glistened with tears, unless you identify the true culprit. You shall remain under suspicion. Xia Sun nodded in agreement. While he personally doubted Mo Rusu would commit such a crime, he could not shield her in the face of evidence, should she be guilty. He would act justly and ensure she faced the consequences. Chapter 17. Mo Rusu bears the blame. Mo Rusu meticulously scanned the area, confirming it as the crime scene. However, now that there were numerous people present, identifying footprints became impossible. She placed her hand back on Yu Xiang's corpse, and a vision of the murder unfolded before her eyes. A man clad in blue, wielding a dagger, plunged it into Yu Xiang's heart. After withdrawing the blade, he swiftly retreated. The vision was brief, yet for Mo Rusu, it was better than nothing. At the very least, she could discern the assailant's appearance, attire, physique, and even some subtle features. This man was of average height, somewhat lean, dressed in blue, and she distinctly noted a jade ring adorning his thumb, a precious artifact that shimmered under the sunlight like a spring stream. With this clue, a sense of direction began to form in Mo Rusu's mind. She moved toward the direction in which the assailant had fled, noting a crooked tree by the wall. In an instant, she realized the assailant had used this tree to escape over the wall, evading capture right beneath her nose. The assailant was evidently familiar with the surroundings. Upon reaching the crooked tree, she peered over the wall, noticing the grass outside was visibly trampled, with bloodstains on the wall. Duke Xia, Mo Rusu called out as she jumped down from the tree. The assailant fled this way after committing the murder. Xia Sun approached, examining the trampled grass and the still wet bloodstains on the wall. HMM.AS the Duke, renowned for both his martial prowess and exceptional intellect, he deduced that the fresh blood on the wall and the disturbed grass were clear indicators of the assailant's escape. His assertion confirmed the presence of another culprit. Madame Qin paused. Duke, what do you mean by that? Xia Sun's expression was solemn. The true murderer is not Mo Rusu. Impossible. Someone clearly witnessed it, Madame Qin exclaimed, pointing to the servant beside her. Granny, he can testify. Xia Sun's icy gaze fixed on Granny He. Did you see Mo Rusu commit the murder? Well, Granny He hesitated. No, I saw Fifth Miss Mo standing nearby. So, you did not witness her committing the act? I did not. Xia Sun nodded. Then it is settled. Given the evidence at hand, it is clear that Mo Rusu is not the murderer. Madame Qin was visibly displeased. Even so, we cannot jump to conclusions. Mo Rusu was the only one present. Perhaps this is all a scheme she devised, Madame Qin. Mo Rusu retorted coldly. Why do you persist in this confrontation with me? I can empathize with your grief over your daughter's loss, but please understand my feelings as well. Evidence now suggests I am not the culprit, and even if you refuse to accept it, you should not insist that I am. Empathize with your feelings? Madame Qin let out a bitter laugh, tears streaming down her face. And who will empathize with my suffering? My daughter is dead, and you are clearly the one responsible. Yet why is the Duke seeking to absolve you? Because I am not the murderer. Mo Rusu felt a wave of exasperation. Yet, viewing it from Madame Chin's perspective, her reaction was somewhat understandable. With her beloved daughter gone and the presumed culprit suddenly exonerated, it was only natural for her to struggle with acceptance. Madame Chin fixed her tearful gaze upon Mo Rusu. You must catch the true murderer to convince me. Otherwise, I will forever believe you to be the killer. Mo Rusu glanced at Xia Sun, conceding with a nod. Very well. She pondered for a moment, considering that the murderer could have escaped through the crooked neck tree inside the wall. However, ascending from the outside would prove exceedingly difficult, as there was a slope below and no footholds nearby. This suggests that the perpetrator had indeed infiltrated the Wuho mansion prior. With numerous guests present today, the presence of an assassin could easily go unnoticed. The matriarch stepped forward, addressing Rusu. If you are responsible for this, it would be prudent to confess early, lest we delay the meal for everyone else. Your sins would be grave indeed. Emma, what nonsense is this? Rusu retorted. Must I die to appease the crowd? Why should I bear the blame? Mother, Rusu replied, your words leave me at a loss. Do you truly regard my life as less valuable than a mere meal? The matriarch fell silent, aware of the many eyes upon them. The lady of Wuho maintained her cold demeanor. There is no need for concern. Madame Mo, human life is paramount. Let us ascertain the truth first. Today was her birthday, and the sight of blood had already cast a pall over the occasion, leaving her without appetite. The matriarch forced a smile. Rusu, if you can procure evidence of your innocence, please do so swiftly. Rusu nodded slightly, reassuring her mother. Do not worry. I shall resolve this matter promptly. What is happening? A voice, warm yet authoritative, rang out. The crowd parted instinctively as Feng Yunshan approached, his gaze sweeping over the scene. Miss Ru, have you located the murderer? Not yet, Rusu replied, shaking her head. The incident has just occurred, and the victim has been implicated. I see. Feng Yunshan mused, his eyes dark as ink. What is the current status? We have identified the victim, who died from a knife wound, and the murderer escaped by scaling the wall. Feng Yunshan frowned slightly. If the murderer has fled, how are you implicated? Your Highness, Lady Qin cried. Because she is the murderer. She has fabricated a scenario to feign the escape of another. Rusu was at a loss for words. Lady Qin, I must remind you once more that there is no evidence to implicate me. I hope you refrain from wrongfully accusing me until the true culprit is found. Indeed, until the murderer is apprehended, you remain the prime suspect. Lady Qin's agitation was palpable. The matriarch could not conceal a glimmer of satisfaction at this turn of events. Feng Rujing, too, was elated. It seemed Rusu's fate was sealed. Finding the true murderer would prove difficult, and as long as they remained at large, Rusu would bear the blame. Chapter 18. The Elegant Tree. Qin Hongbao Rusu contemplated for a moment before asking. Uncle Xia, is there a record of everyone who visited the mansion today? Yes, Xia Sun nodded. We have records of all visitors, their numbers, and the gifts they brought. Earlier, Rusu had noticed someone compiling a list upon entering. Prompting her inquiry. To her surprise, this led to a glimmer of hope. Uncle Xia, I need that list. Please proceed ahead, Xia Sun instructed, ensuring that no one approached Yu Xiong's body. After acquiring the list, Rusu scrutinized it carefully. Uncle Xia, I need to verify the individuals listed. Verify the list. Xia Sun frowned. Given the number of guests today, it may be quite a task. All those present were of noble birth, compliance might be a challenge. However, Feng Yunshan interjected. The value of human life transcends all. If we can identify the murderer, I believe all present will cooperate. With a slight smile, he gestured to his two companions, Bai Yu and He Qin. Acknowledging their willingness, Rusu began to verify each family against the list. Lady Qin, only your family remains unverified, she stated. All other guests, including their servants, have been accounted for. From her recollection, Rusu discerned clues. One individual appeared too well dressed to be a servant, at least half a master, and the jade ring on his finger was evidently valuable. Moreover, it was improbable for Yu Xiong to have come alone to such a secluded place. She must have been lured there by the murderer, implying they were acquainted. With all guests verified except those from the Qin family, Rusu concluded that the murderer likely concealed themselves within the Qin residence. As her mind raced through Lady Qin's reactions, she sought to ascertain any connection to the matriarch. Lady Qin's eyes were misty with tears. Is the Qin family also under suspicion? Of course, Rusu replied without hesitation. Do not think that even you are above suspicion. Rusu. Lady Qin's ire surged. What do you mean? Do you suggest I would harm my own daughter? Lady Qin, do not be hasty. Anything is possible in this world. I do not assert that you are guilty, but aside from the deceased Yu Xiong, everyone else bears suspicion, and the guilty party need not be present. Her words resonated, leaving Lady Qin speechless. You, Lady Qin stammered, still attempting to berate Rusu, but Xia Sun intervened. Lady Qin, everyone has been verified, including those from the Wuho mansion. Why resist? This is an insult. Lady Qin exclaimed tearfully. How could Yu Xiang die at the hands of someone from the Qin family? Let us verify. It is not a grave matter. Xia Sun maintained his calm demeanor. Very well, Lady Qin conceded, her resolve wavering. The number of visitors from the Qin household was small, including the coachman. There were only 6. Leaving 4 after excluding the coachman and the deceased Yu Xiang. Lady Yu, Granny Hu, Yu Xiang's maid, and Rusu examined the list and the individuals present. The list indicates 6, excluding the coachman and the deceased. There should still be 4. Why are only you 3 here? There is another, my little uncle. Perhaps he has gone off to play. Is he in the mansion? Rusu asked. Everyone is here. Where could he wander off to? Don't lose him, she added just as a man's voice chimed in. I'm not so careless as to get lost. Rusu looked up to see a man of average height, garbed in a gray long robe. Approaching with an air of confidence, Ti was Qin Hongbao, Lady Qin's little uncle. He stepped forward, positioning himself among the others. Rusu's attention was drawn to him, yet her peripheral vision caught Lady Qin's displeasure. The relationship between these two was evidently strained. As Rusu observed his empty hands, she noted the absence of the jade ring she had anticipated. Undeterred, she discreetly moved behind Qin Hongbao to scrutinize him more closely, and saw that his silhouette matched that of the murderer from her vision. However, his attire had changed, and the ring was nowhere to be seen. The ring, she murmured, prompting Qin Hongbao to instinctively glance at his right hand. Where is my ring? He exclaimed, alarmed, for that jade ring held great significance to him. You lost such a precious item. Lady Qin's voice sharpened, yet Rusu perceived a hint of joy in her gaze. Clearly, the jade ring was of great import to them. Rusu, why do you speak of the ring? Qin Hongbao asked, urgency lacing his tone. Did you steal it? Have we met? Rusu replied with a serene smile. You must surely know if your ring is missing. What are you saying? I do not comprehend. Qin Hongbao's demeanor shifted. Lady Qin, Rusu continued, was your little uncle dressed in this attire today? No, Lady Qin replied coolly. He wore a blue outfit, though I am unsure why he changed. Because, Rusu smiled, it was stained with blood, necessitating a change. What nonsense is this? Both Qin Hongbao and Lady Qin gasped in disbelief. What I say should be clear to you, young Master Qin. You are the one who killed Yu Xiang. You are the murderer. Qin Hongbao's expression flickered with shock before he feigned indifference. Rusu, you truly excel at weaving absurd tales. Lady Qin's astonishment was palpable. Qin Hongbao, did you truly kill Yu Xiang? While she may not be your biological niece, she was still the cherished jewel of the Qin family. Did you believe that by killing her, you could succeed? Chapter 19. The temptation of deceit. Rusu was taken aback by Lady Qin's incisive questioning. Was there a hidden, unspeakable secret lurking within this affair? However, upon further reflection, the public nature of the accusation suggested that it could not be a mere fabrication. The expression on Qin Hongbao's face shifted dramatically. How could I possibly have killed Yu Xiang? Though I am not her biological uncle, I have raised her. I am not the murderer. It is Rusu who is spouting nonsense. Sister-in-law, please do not let her sow discord. At these words, Madame Qin's furious gaze fell upon Rusu. Are you attempting to incite discord? Rusu smiled bitterly, recognizing that although Madame Qin held the esteemed position of matriarch, she lacked any cunning, which explained how Qin Hongbao had exploited her naivety. It was clear that she had little suspicion in her daily affairs. Madame Qin, Rusu said coolly, at this juncture, do you still doubt my innocence? How long has he been at Wuho Mansion? Why did he change garments midway? And where has the ring gone? Madame Qin felt persuaded by Rusu's reasoning, despite her earlier conviction that Rusu was the culprit. Seeing Madame Qin falter, Qin Hongbao grew anxious. Sister-in-law, I truly did not do it. What must I say for you to believe me? Very well, Madame Qin nodded. I shall believe you this once, though you are not a direct descendant of the Qin family. Your father took you in and raised you. Surely, you would not commit such a heinous act. As she spoke, she glanced aside. Rusu, do not attempt to sow discord any further. Rusu understood the dynamic. Despite the poor relationship between the uncle and niece, they stood united in a crisis. At least, this was Madame Qin's perspective. With a bitter smile, Rusu thought, it seems you will not see the truth until you are confronted with the consequences. Very well, I shall reveal the true nature of the man you stand beside. She turned to Xia Sun and said, Uncle Xia, I need to investigate the crime scene. Madame Qin exclaimed, Rusu, haven't you already been there? Why do you wish to go again? What trickery are you attempting? Rusu regarded her with sympathy. This naive woman, in the wake of her beloved daughter's murder, still blindly defended the killer. Whether I am being manipulative will soon be revealed. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Yuxiang still lay on the ground, and the two guards, upon seeing the return of the group, hurriedly bowed and stepped aside. Has anyone come? Rusu asked calmly. Miss Moru, no one has come. Rusu nodded. You two, go down and search the underbrush for anything that may have been overlooked. Understood. These two servants were the protectors of Wuho Mansion and possessed some martial skills. Today, on the day of the Wuho Lord's birthday, a bloodbath unfolded within the estate, and they felt an urgent responsibility to apprehend the murderer. Rusu stood beneath a gnarled tree, observing, while Xiasun leaped onto the wall. Soon, one of the guards called out, I found a jade ring. Come up. When the jade ring, resembling a spring's clear water, was presented before Madame Qin, she finally came to her senses. Qin Hongbao. Madame Qin could scarcely believe her eyes, her body trembling violently. Now, what do you have to say? How will you defend yourself? Qin Hongbao fell silent, his expression shifting tumultuously to sister-in-law. I am wronged that moment by you. A subordinate of Feng Yunsen approached and handed Rusu a bloodstained garment. Miss Moru, this bloody clothing was found in Qin Hongbao's carriage. Rusu nodded slightly in acknowledgement and opened the garment, revealing a dagger that rolled out. A long blue robe, stained with blood, appeared before the crowd. Rusu's expression hardened. Qin Hongbao, what do you have to say now? Qin Hongbao could no longer refute. This was irrefutable evidence. Rusu let out a cold laugh. The entirety of this case is quite simple. Qin Hongbao, feeling neglected due to your lack of blood relation to the Qin family, harbored resentment. Today, you lured Yuxiang to a secluded garden and killed her. This was merely your first step. Your ultimate goal was to seize everything from the Qin family. However, you did not anticipate that your initial move would be uncovered by me. One point puzzles me. Was the timing and location of the murder mere coincidence, or was it intentional? Rusu found it implausible that it was mere chance. Although this incident appeared unrelated to her, she could just as easily have been an unfortunate witness to such a tragic affair. Yet, upon deeper reflection, there may be hidden motives at play, especially since this matter nearly implicated her. Suddenly, Qin Hongbao laughed. Rusu, do you believe you can escape unscathed? Rusu was taken aback. What do you mean by that? You cannot evade culpability in this matter, either. Qin Hongbao's gaze turned toward the matriarch, who, attempting to maintain her composure, asked delicately, Why do you say such things, young Master Qin? Haha. Qin Hongbao laughed bitterly. Madame Moru, why pretend to be innocent? It was my moment of foolishness that led me to agree to your proposition. I conspired with you in this affair, and now I deeply regret it. He had initially enjoyed a life of relative comfort in the Qin household. Despite lacking favor, Lord Qin and Madame Qin treated him decently. Especially the elder Mr. Qin, who had entrusted him with the family heirloom jade ring. Yet, driven by insatiable greed, he was led astray by the words of a deceitful person. Young Master Qin, the matriarch's smile vanished as she coldly declared, You may indulge in reckless speech, but I have no connections to you. We have merely crossed paths at various gatherings, and your accusations are intolerable. Madame Moru, your memory seems to have faded. Qin Hongbao sneered. Just days ago, you sent your trusted maid, Yinji, to seek my cooperation multiple times. It was Yinji who clouded my judgment and led me to agree. Yinji is indeed one of my servants, but I was unaware of this matter. The matriarch could not possibly admit to any wrongdoing. She would sacrifice Yinji before confessing. Her desire to collaborate with Qin Hongbao stemmed from an incident months prior when she had inadvertently witnessed him being scolded by Madame Qin. The indignation in his eyes had left a lasting impression. She believed him to be a wolf, on the brink of an explosive outburst. Thus, the opportunity for manipulation arose, and while the scheme initially seemed flawless, Rusu's astuteness caught the matriarch off guard. Qin Hongbao scoffed. I have committed a grave error, one I cannot hope to amend, yet I shall not let you, the instigator, escape unpunished, my lord. Indeed, I was swayed by Madame Moru's influence. She too must bear responsibility. Wait, the matriarch interjected coldly. Qin Hongbao, you claim I influenced you. Very well, tell me when I did so. Specify the time, place, and witnesses. You did not come personally, every time I encountered you. It was through Yinji. Qin Hongbao spoke honestly. Then, what does that imply? The actions of a servant cannot be imposed upon their master. Oh, you mean to say that you killed Yuxiang at Madame Qin's behest? If you had not instructed Yinji, how could a mere maid have dared to incite me to murder Yuxiang? Yinji, filled with despair, exclaimed, Madam, it is my fault. I not only concealed this from you, but also impersonated your authority to approach young Master Qin, leading him to commit such an act. It is all my fault. Tears welled in the matriarch's eyes. She understood that Yinji could not be saved, but she still asked, "Yinji, why did you do this?" "Quite simply," Yinji replied. "I have been raised by you since childhood, and though we are master and servant, we share a bond akin to mother and daughter. When the old maid died, and I saw you weeping, I sought vengeance on her behalf by turning to young Master Q. As she spoke. Tears streamed down her face, her demeanor pitiful that I also had a selfish motive." The matriarch paused, taken aback, as she had orchestrated the entire affair without understanding Yinji's ulterior motives. "What was your selfish motive? Speak quickly." "I found young Master Qin quite handsome and harbored affections for him, dreaming that if I could soar alongside him, even as a concubine, I would be content. Thus, I approached him and committed this grave error. I beg you, madam, to grant me death." Qin Hongbao could not help but laugh heartily. "How foolish of me. I thought I stumbled upon an opportunity, but it appears that gentleness leads only to ruin." He laughed uproariously before collapsing, blood spilling from his mouth. Yinji rushed to his side, crying out, "Young Master Qin, my feelings for you were genuine." She cradled his lifeless body, trembling as she closed his unseeing eyes. "Young master, in this life, we could not grow old together, but may we meet again in the next." With that, she pulled a silver hairpin from her head and plunged it into her heart. Collapsing softly beside him, Rusu could only sigh gently at the tragic scene that to her. This event was merely a tragedy. She had been unwittingly drawn into it, yet fortunately, through her astuteness, she managed to exonerate herself. The matron approached Madame Qin, expressing her own sorrow regarding the incident, urging her to find solace. Madame Qin, with her teeth clenched, pondered whether the matron truly remained oblivious to the situation, despite its apparent detachment from her. The matron bowed her head slightly, attempting to adopt a posture of humility before Madame Qin, wishing for the matter to pass swiftly. "Though the incident stemmed from your maid's actions, you, as her mistress, should also bear the weight of moral reproach." Humph. At this juncture, Madame Qin found herself at a loss against the matron, as the laws of the Great Phoenix Dynasty did not prescribe equal punishment for slave and master. Allowing the matron to escape legal retribution with ease, that a sense of unease enveloped her, as she felt a profound guilt towards the girl Yuxiang. With a heavy sigh, her expression reflected deep sorrow. Despite her intense hatred, Madame Qin felt powerless and decided to grant a twisted favor to the matron by bestowing upon her beloved maid the fate of becoming a wild mandarin duck in the afterlife. Qin Hongbao had killed Yuxiang, and while she initially desired to have him turn to ashes, she knew that the elder would surely disapprove. Thus, it was better to hand him over to the matron. Alleviating her own future distress, with Yuxiang's body in tow, Madame Qin departed, while Xia Sun instructed the servants to cleanse the scene. Qin Hongbao and Yinji were discreetly taken by the matron's orders to a remote area, where they were hastily buried. The birthday celebration continued. Although the countenance of Madame Wuho was as dark as a cooking lid, the matron remained, directing Feng Rujing to perform songs and dances to entertain her. "Madame Wuho, my daughter has learned a new song and dance. Magu presents longevity. To wish you joy on your birthday as she spoke. Accompanied by the soft melodies, she gracefully waved her flowing sleeves, swaying her waist as elegantly as a willow. Holding a flower basket while performing a joyful dance. It was as though the recent tragic event had never occurred. Rusu cast a discreet glance at Madame Wuho, who did not seem to be soothed by the enchanting performance, her eyes still reflecting anger. Once Feng Rujing completed her dance, applause erupted throughout the hall. The beauty of the song and dance was mesmerizing. Others, not wishing to be outdone, showcased their talents in singing, dancing, and playing instruments, transforming the gathering into a vibrant display of competition. Yet, Rusu found no interest in these performances. Even the splendid stages and advanced sound systems of the modern era failed to captivate her, let alone such simple and casual displays. Overwhelmed by ennui, she sighed softly, glancing at Feng Yunshin, who seemed to gaze at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes as the performance concluded. The matron stood, smiling as she addressed Madame Wuho. "Today is your birthday, yet the unfortunate incident has cast a shadow over your celebration. That I express my sincere apologies and have summoned the fire spirit from Tai Temple to dispel any ill fortune." Madame Wuho nodded, relieved that the matron's words resonated with her concerns. Soon after, an announcement rang out. "The fire spirit of Tai Temple has arrived." Chapter 21. The unraveling of the fragrant pouch. Rusu's attention was drawn to the tall, youthful-looking old Taoist priest who entered, exuding an air of ethereal grace. "Infinite longevity, Buddha." The fire spirit waved his whisk and bowed, addressing the guests. "Greetings, esteemed patrons." The matron quickly approached him, explaining the circumstances surrounding Madame Wuho's birthday and the unfortunate bloodshed. "Infinite longevity, Buddha." The fire spirit's gaze fell upon Madame Wuho as he nodded slightly, stroking his long beard. This is not a difficult matter. A yellow talisman will suffice. He produced a small peachwood sword and a yellow talisman. Affixing the talisman to the sword's tip that he circled around Madame Wuho, chanting incantations. Upon completing the circle, he gently waved the peachwood sword, causing the talisman to spontaneously ignite, eliciting gasps from the audience. Such tricks were rare in ancient times, yet to Rusu, it seemed rather simplistic. Madame Wuho smiled, declaring, "Fire spirit, you truly are a living deity. With your intervention, my troubles are lifted." This was the first time Rusu witnessed Madame Wuho smile. Her expression was gentle and dignified, captivating despite her years. Even as time had not marked her face, her smile still attracted the attention of the men present. The matron inquired, "Old spirit, may I ask why Madame Wuho faced such a calamity today?" While others remained indifferent to the question, Rusu felt a sense of unease. The fire spirit bowed again. "Infinite longevity Buddha, let me calculate." He put away the peachwood sword, flicked his whisk, closed his eyes, and began to chant. Moments later, he opened his eyes, stating, "Among those who came to celebrate, one carries a cursed talisman, which has brought about this misfortune from Madame Wuho." "What?" Madame Wuho stood in shock, incredulous that someone would dare to use a cursed talisman at her birthday banquet. The fire spirit nodded. "Indeed, and if you doubt my words, you may verify it here at this moment." Rusu recalled the cursed talisman hidden within the peace pouch gifted to her by Feng Rujing. Her gaze shifted to Feng Rujing, who met her eyes, a smirk playing on her lips. Feng Rujing's eyes sparkled with confidence and triumph, a look that almost made Rusu laugh aloud. Madame Wuho coldly addressed the gathering. "Everyone, please remove your pouches and peace pouches and place them before you." Although the guests were reluctant, they complied, laying their belongings before them. Madame Wuho summoned her most trusted confidants to inspect the items. Two matrons cut open the pouches for examination, while two seamstresses behind them resewed the pouches. Rusu also removed her peace pouch and placed it on the dish before her. Seeing this, Feng Rujing's heart raced with anticipation, imagining the moment Rusu would be humiliated in front of everyone, perhaps even expelled by Madame Wuho. If Rusu were to be discovered with the cursed talisman, she would carry the burden of disgrace, unable to hold her head high in the capital ever again. The thought thrilled her that a matron approached Rusu, bowing slightly. Miss Mu's her hand reached for the peace pouch. Rusu swiftly pressed down on it. "Miss Mu?" The matron looked puzzled, her expression betraying her confusion. All eyes turned toward them. Madame Wuho approached, her gaze sharp with suspicion. "Rusu, what is the matter?" Her eyes conveyed wariness and doubt, then fell upon the pouch. "Could it be that you harbor some secret within?" Feigning innocence, Feng Rujing interjected, "Perhaps my sister is merely shy. Why not check mine first?" She offered her pouch, but Madame Wuho replied coolly, "No, let us start with Rusu." To avoid any gossip, the hint of a smile played on Rusu's lips as she remarked, "Madam, I merely fear that this matron may mishandle my pouch. It was a peace pouch my cousin procured from the temple, said to ensure my safety." Though Madame Wuho paused, then scoffed. "Then does it contain a talisman?" "Surely, it must have a peace talisman," Rusu replied with a smile. "I am not well versed in such matters." She then turned to the fire spirit. "Infinite longevity Buddha." The fire spirit responded, "Esteemed patron, generally, talismans for blessings differ from those for curses. May I ask, can you draw a peace talisman and a cursed talisman here?" Rusu queried. "Do not speak disrespectfully to the old deity." The matron interjected sharply. Rusu smiled. "Is it possible that the deity is unable to draw talismans?" "Enough," the matron sternly admonished. "If you continue with this nonsense, I shall have you dealt with when we return." "No matter." The fire spirit, though irked, maintained his composure. "I happen to have two talismans here, one for blessing and one for cursing." He produced two yellow talismans. Feng Yunshin laughed, taking them from him. "Let me see." The fire spirit, caught off guard by the presence of a prince, handed over the talismans, clearly explaining their differences. Seeing this, Rusu slowly withdrew her hand. "Please proceed." The matron deftly dismantled the pouch, inspecting its contents, only to find it empty. "Miss Wu, where are the talismans for blessings in this?" Rusu feigned surprise and incredulity as she exclaimed, "How could there be none? Cousin Jing clearly stated that she had specially prayed for my safety and mentioned that there were talismans inside. Otherwise, why would I have had any concerns earlier?" The embroiderers worked swiftly, sewing the fragrant pouch. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. It seems that Feng Rujing merely claimed to have prayed for her, but in reality, she only provided an empty pouch. Feng Rujing appears quite respectable on the surface. Yet it is surprising to discover her true character behind the scenes that I had heard previously that she wished to replace Mo Rusu, only to be rejected by Lord Mo. Indeed, the rejection seems justified. In an instant, Feng Rujing's face flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 22. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Mo Rusu deliberately inquired. Cousin Jing, is this pouch the one that ensures safety? Isn't there a talisman inside? Stunned, Feng Rujing faltered momentarily, unsure of how to respond. After a brief pause, she replied, yes, it was stated that it was just a pouch, with no mention of a talisman inside. As she spoke, a voice rang out from the crowd. Miss Jing, which temple did you visit for your prayers? Before Feng Rujing could respond, Mo Rusu interjected, my cousin made her request at the temple of Taoist Kurong. Taoist Kurong, another voice chimed in. I have sought blessings there before, and there were indeed talismans inside. The safety talismans from Taoist Kurong are always placed within fragrant pouches. The speaker's tone was rife with disdain, prompting the crowd to whisper among themselves, implying that it was evident Feng Rujing had not sincerely prayed, merely purchasing a pouch. Others speculated that perhaps she had discarded the talisman after requesting it, rendering the pouch utterly useless. Ultimately, the murmurs weighed heavily on her. Noticing the escalating tension, the matriarch hastily suggested, let us not waste time. Let us inspect the pouch. When they reached Feng Rujing's pouch, the woman responsible for unpicking the stitches gasped, a talisman. This marked the first time a talisman had been found in a fragrant pouch. Excitement rippled through the crowd, urging, quickly, let us see if it is for blessings or curses. Taoist Hualing took a glance and confirmed, this is a talisman for blessings. Upon hearing this, Feng Rujing exhaled in relief, as she had feared that someone had tampered with it. She distinctly remembered that her pouch contained no talisman. Mo Rusu swiftly seized the talisman from Taoist Hualing's hands, exclaiming, oh dear, this talisman looks rather ominous. What is ominous about it? The matriarch quickly defended, this is clearly for blessings, and besides, do not all talismans look somewhat alike? There are indeed differences. Mo Rusu asserted, Your Highness, may I see the two talismans you possess? Feng Yunshan chuckled and handed over the talismans, but Mo Rusu did not reach for them. Instead, she scrutinized them closely. Look, she declared, this talisman, while it may appear to be for blessings, actually conceals a curse. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and even Xia Sun approached to examine it, declaring, let me see. After comparison, Xia Sun's expression turned grave, confirming, this talisman is indeed a curse. At this revelation, the matriarch and Feng Rujing were left dumbfounded. Impossible, Feng Rujing cried. This is clearly a talisman for blessings. Xia Sun scoffed. These two talismans were personally drawn by Taoist Hualing. Could there possibly be an error? Look for yourself. Is it not a cursed talisman? Trembling, Feng Rujing took the talisman, examining it closely. She could hardly believe her eyes. The impact was devastating, as she had previously contemplated the accusations and misfortunes that might befall Mo Rusu, only to have them now entirely redirected at her. Madame Wu, coldly, stated, Feng Rujing, how dare you harbor a cursed talisman that endangers me? This is truly a misunderstanding. Feng Rujing whimpered, her eyes brimming with tears. I implore you, Madame Wu, forgive me. Misunderstanding, Madame Wu scoffed. Do you think I would believe such a tale? She glanced at the matriarch, refraining from issuing an expulsion order. Yet at this juncture, it seemed inappropriate for the matriarch to remain. Surprisingly, the matriarch chose to stay without hesitation. Madame Wu then turned to Taoist Hualing, asking, what should I do now that we have discovered this cursed talisman? May the Buddha grant us longevity. Taoist Hualing bowed. Simply burn it, and all shall be well. Mo Rusu understood that Taoist Hualing was undoubtedly in league with the matriarch. If she were in Mo Rusu's position, the consequences would be vastly different, potentially leading to severe repercussions for her. Taoist, Mo Rusu said nonchalantly, you just glanced over it and failed to recognize it as a cursed talisman. With a sudden smile, she added, thus, I have serious doubts about your professional abilities. The matriarch quickly interjected, Rusu, do not be disrespectful. The living deity is capable of incinerating spiritual talismans. Is that so? Mo Rusu smiled, taking a piece of red paper from the offerings of the birthday banquet and presenting it to Taoist Hualing. Here, burn this, you insolent girl. Dare you mock me? Taoist Hualing fumed. Mo Rusu remained silent, merely chuckling as she snatched the talismans from his pocket. Oh, you mean these spiritual talismans? She asked, shaking one in the air, which unexpectedly caught fire. One after another, she ignited the second, third. Enraged, Taoist Hualing brandished his whisk. Attempting to strike her, the two began to chase each other around the venue, with Mo Rusu setting all the talismans ablaze as she ran. Eventually, she halted, clapped her hands, and grinned. Taoist, your talismans are now entirely incinerated. If you truly possess skill, ignite those pieces of red paper. You, Taoist Hualing trembled with fury. You are utterly unreasonable. With a flick of his sleeves, he turned to leave. Mo Rusu laughed. Ladies and gentlemen, this old charlatan is nothing but a fraud. The talismans that can ignite merely by being waved in the air are coated with white phosphorus, which ignites spontaneously and sets the talismans ablaze. Rusu, what nonsense are you spouting? The matriarch was seething, wishing she could slap her, for Taoist Hualing had cost her a fortune to hire, only to see her ruined. Mother, do you still doubt my words? Mo Rusu feigned shock. Do you truly believe that this Taoist can perform magic? Stop embarrassing yourself and return home at once. An elderly woman stepped forward. Madame Wu. Miss Wu has not embarrassed herself. Everything she said is true, that we all witnessed it. Her words are not erroneous. That Taoist is indeed a fraud. Indeed, Madame Wu, you have been deceived by him. Madame Wu, refrain from visiting such a person's temple again. All the money you spent was in vain. The crowd chimed in, leaving the matriarch feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Suddenly, another elder added, Madame Wu, they speak the truth. Miss Wu has not embarrassed herself, but your niece Feng Rujing certainly has. This remark instantly redirected all animosity toward Feng Rujing, likely leaving her utterly mortified. Chapter 23. She left a lasting impression. Both the matriarch and Feng Rujing were momentarily stunned, their faces turning crimson. How could it be that Jinger is the one who embarrassed herself? The matriarch protested, clearly displeased. Jinger has done nothing wrong. She persisted in defending Feng Rujing. She has done nothing wrong. The elder scoffed. She sought a safety talisman for the fifth miss. Where is the talisman? Did she consume it? Furthermore, she concealed a cursed talisman in her pouch. Was that not a deliberate attempt to curse Madame Wu? The elder paused, continuing, additionally, you personally sought out Taoist Hualing. Oh, Madame Wu, one must act with integrity. A legitimate daughter is dear, but a concubine's daughter can be just as precious. This last statement struck deeply, exposing the matriarch's unscrupulous intentions, laying bare her duplicitous heart before the crowd. The matriarch trembled with rage. Old who? What do you mean by that? Have I offended you in any way? Why must you humiliate me like this? I treat both my palm and the back of my hand as flesh. Laughter erupted from the gathered crowd, filled with biting sarcasm, leaving both the matriarch and Feng Rujing utterly humiliated. Madame Wu, I came to celebrate your birthday with genuine sincerity, devoid of ulterior motives. Please do not overthink it. Madame Wu smiled coldly, her previously frosty demeanor now even more frigid. I never claimed otherwise. Your presence at my birthday is a source of joy for me, and I am willing to forgive your ignorance. Her words were chillingly clear, dripping with sarcasm. The matriarch understood the implications, but could only take the opportunity to bow slightly, murmuring her thanks, with the favor of the emperor. Xia Sun had gained significant influence, forcing the matriarch to relent. Thus, this tempest quietly subsided. Feng Rujing breathed a sigh of relief, believing that the affair had been resolved, and that its impact on her would be minimal. Unbeknownst to many, the whispers of society can be fearsome. The fifth miss of the Mo family had previously garnered a tarnished reputation in the capital, becoming a subject of ridicule in casual conversations. Just as they were blessed with the emergence of Miss Jing, a paragon of talent and grace who swiftly captured the attention of the city's elite, it was unfortunate that today's events would likely mar her reputation. Despite her unparalleled beauty and exceptional skills, she could not escape the shadow of her poor standing. As the banquet continued, Mo Rusu glanced at the matriarch, only to find her expression cold, her eyes brimming with malice. Mo Rusu averted her gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips. This turn of events must have been unexpected for the matriarch. However, those who plot harm against others often bring ruin upon themselves. A truth that seemed particularly fitting in her case. Following the afternoon banquet, the stage awaited, for with the prowess of the Marquis, the most illustrious troops in the capital could be summoned. Mo Rusu, disinterested in theater, opted instead for a stroll to clear her mind. In ancient times, audiences delighted in plays, and performers possessed such extraordinary skills that their voices echoed for days without the aid of microphones. As she exited the banquet hall, Feng Yunshan followed closely behind. Miss Mo, he called gently, a faint smile adorning his handsome visage. Your Highness, Mo Rusu replied with a soft smile. Do you also find no pleasure in the theater? I have always been quite indifferent to the art of performance. He replied that it is not unusual for a spirited youth to shy away from such amusements. Where are you headed? Mo Rusu inquired. To the royal residence? No, Feng Yunshin replied casually. Today, the governor of Jingzhou has no pressing matters. I wish to converse with you further. Mo Rusu chuckled softly, realizing that Feng Yunshin was not captivated by her beauty or talent. May I inquire what topics occupy your thoughts, Your Highness? Cracking cases, he responded. Mo Rusu felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Feng Yunshin was not entranced by her allure as the governor of Jingzhou. He was accustomed to dealing with various cases, often bizarre ones that left local magistrates at a loss, thus landing on his desk. This was precisely why the governor was often regarded as the crown prince's barometer. The emperor sought to test the prince's capabilities, and assessing his judgment on matters was the most straightforward method. Solving cases was the most direct approach. But Mo Rusu smiled, pondering, what is there to discuss about solving cases? Each case requires a tailored approach. From our brief encounters, it is clear you possess a remarkable aptitude for solving cases, he noted. Your thoughts are meticulous, your ideas innovative, capable of identifying flaws and gathering evidence with but a few words. Mo Rusu regarded him with a slight smile, acknowledging that she had accompanied her father in solving cases since childhood, absorbing some skills along the way, though they seemed trivial before one of his stature. As a newly appointed governor, I still have much to learn regarding investigations. In the future, I hope Miss Mo will lend her expertise. Should Your Highness require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. She replied. As they conversed, they strolled by the lake, where Mo Rusu perched herself upon a large stone, softly humming a tune. Sweetly, sweetly, your smile is like a flower blooming in the spring breeze. Upon concluding her song, Feng Yunshin lightly applauded. I did not expect your voice to be so exquisite. Was it merely a simple tune? Indeed, Mo Rusu smiled. Just a few lines for your amusement, Your Highness. Not far away, a figure cloaked in pale red watched them intently. Her alluring eyes filled with deep-seated jealousy. Mo Rusu, you have tarnished my reputation. I shall ensure you suffer. Wind Ruging muttered angrily before turning, only to find a dashing youth in blue standing behind her. The youth, gentle as jade and exuding elegance, was none other than the beloved son of the Marquis, Xia Jun, young Master Xia. Wind Ruging quickly bowed, her heart racing with confusion. Xia Jun's appearance and lineage made him an ideal candidate for marriage, and Wind Ruging harbored aspirations of being with him. If she could not wed the prince, marrying Xia Jun would be a splendid alternative. Surely, he must harbor feelings for her if he came seeking her out. Miss Jing, I merely happened to pass by. I bid you farewell, he stated, turning to leave her side. Wind Ruging stood in a daze, watching Xia Jun's retreating figure, her thoughts swirling. Passing by? This place is so secluded. He must have come to find me. He surely overheard my remarks about Mo Rusu and now wishes to avoid me. Mo Rusu, you are a scourge, and I shall not forgive you. I will ensure your disgrace. This time, she dared not voice her thoughts, only silently cursing within. Humph, my aunt still has her cards to play. Just wait and see. As dusk descended, the sky blazed with fiery hues, exquisite as brocade. The guests who had spent the afternoon enjoying performances began to depart the banquet hall, mingling in the courtyard to stretch their limbs. The evening feast was soon to commence. Xia Sun adored the Marquis, hence the evening banquet promised to be splendid. Mo Rusu and Feng Yunshin returned to the courtyard together, inevitably drawing the attention of onlookers. Someone discreetly whispered to the matriarch, Madame Mo, congratulations. The matriarch, taken aback, inquired, congratulations for what? Look at your fifth miss. She has conversed with His Highness for the entire afternoon. The matriarch followed the direction indicated. Her blood pressure soared in frustration. She had tirelessly hoped Wind Ruging would secure a wealthy suitor, yet it appeared Mo Rusu had formed a close bond with Feng Yunshin, her hands, hidden within her sleeves, clenched into fists, her nails piercing her palms in agony. After Mo Rusu's arrival, she had made a conscious effort to maintain distance from Feng Yunshin. Over the afternoon, she had gleaned much about him. He was indeed an admirable individual. However, the royal lineage was strict, and she harbored no grand ambitions. At most, their shared interest in solving cases provided common ground for conversation. The evening banquet was lavish, rivaling that of the afternoon. Each guest was served a small bowl of sweet dumplings sprinkled with sugar and osmanthus, fragrant and delightful. Mo Rusu sampled a dumpling, finding it satisfactory, and indulged in another. Unbeknownst to her, at the neighboring table, Wind Ruging was anxiously consuming dumplings, tears glistening in her eyes. Sister Jing, do not let your anger consume you. It is not worth damaging your health. A girl adorned with pearl earrings comforted her softly. Wind Rujing shook her head, the tears in her eyes intensifying. I will seek retribution for you. She feigned a smile, grasping her friend's arm. Rui, do not act rashly. I do not wish to involve you. Yet, Kwai Rui appeared unfazed, declaring, it is of no consequence. I can handle it. With that, she abruptly stood, clutching her bowl of dumplings, and approached Mo Rusu. Mo Rusu, you seem to enjoy sweet dumplings, she called, her face adorned with an innocent smile. Mo Rusu merely glanced sideways, only to witness Kwai Rui suddenly stumble, her bowl of scalding dumplings flying towards Mo Rusu's head and face. Their proximity and the element of surprise rendered Mo Rusu unable to evade the onslaught. However, as Kwai Rui approached, Mo Rusu had already braced herself. When the dumplings were flung, she executed a swift maneuver, flipping off her seat just in time to narrowly escape the scalding treat. The dumplings splattered across the table and chair, creating a chaotic scene. Kwai Rui, astonished that Mo Rusu had managed to evade her attack, forced a smile at Mo Rusu. It was not intentional. Mo Rusu smiled in return. Then it seems it was deliberate. Kwai Rui hesitated. That was not my intention. I merely sought to offer you dumplings. Did I ask that so? Mo Rusu replied, a subtle smile playing on her lips, gesturing to the mess on the table. Just these? It was an accident. I meant well, Kwai Rui insisted. Without further comment, Mo Rusu silently lifted her own bowl of dumplings, stepped beside Kwai Rui, and then, with a swift motion, overturned the bowl atop her head. Kwai Rui, unprepared for the retaliation, found the sticky, hot dumplings cascading down her hair, the broth reddening her face. Ah! She shrieked, covering her face with her hands before bolting away. Mo Rusu shrugged, returning to her seat. The already soiled chair had been replaced, and the table was tidied. The Marquis's wife regarded Mo Rusu, her expression cool, yet her gaze held a glimmer of approval. Mo Rusu, you have gone too far. A woman stormed over from the far end of the banquet. Hands on her hips, finger pointed accusatorily. What do you think you are, a mere illegitimate daughter, daring to treat my legitimate daughter with such malice? Mo Rusu cast a sidelong glance at her, recognizing the woman as Kwai Rui's mother. Unfazed by Kwai's mother's ferocity, Mo Rusu rose and replied calmly, Madam Kwai, what is the meaning of this? Do you believe that illegitimate children are inherently inferior in your eyes? The illegitimate children, by their very nature, are often regarded as inferior. However, such sentiments cannot be expressed in the presence of the Mo family. The three illegitimate sons of the Mo family not only hold esteemed positions of power, but are also renowned throughout the capital. Indeed, one could hardly find a second family in the capital that rivals the Mo family. It is true that Madame Kwai, in her flustered state, momentarily overlooked the three brothers of Mo Rusu. My point is this. For a humble illegitimate daughter to attend the birthday banquet of the Lady of Wuho is already a considerable fortune, and she ought to feel both grateful and apprehensive. Yet, you exhibit such arrogance. Without further ado, Mo Rusu delivered a resounding slap. Mo Rusu, how dare you strike me? Have you lost your mind? Madame Kwai shrieked, her voice reverberating through the hall. The First Lady observed with a slight smirk at the corners of her lips. Her heart elated. Let it be a chaotic affair. Let there be turmoil. Madame Kwai is not to be trifled with, and neither is Lord Kwai. I shall relish how Lord Mo will handle this. Mo Rusu coldly declared. This slap is in defense of my elder brother, who valiantly guards the frontier and fights bravely to ensure the safety of our Great Phoenix Dynasty. How dare you belittle him? Is that not a cause for his heart to grow heavy? With that, she raised her hand again and struck Madame Kwai on the other side of her face, the sound echoing throughout the hall. Ah, you dare strike me again. This slap is for my second brother, the newly minted top scholar. How dare you tarnish his reputation? If not him, then who? Just as she raised her hand once more, Madame Kwai collapsed to the floor with a thud, exclaiming, This is utterly unjust. At this moment, the First Lady slowly approached and admonished, Rusu, what is the meaning of this? Do not act so recklessly. Afterward, she extended her hand to assist Madame Kwai, expressing her apologies. Madam, I am truly sorry. I have failed to educate Rusu properly. Madame Mo is fierce as a tigress. How can one expect to control her? I must certainly report this to Lord Mo. In Chapter 25, Suicide by Drowning, the heart of Madame Mo brimmed with joy, yet she feigned deep sorrow. It is my fault. I have not raised Rusu well, and I apologize for the trouble she has caused you today. Madame Kwai's face throbbed with pain, swollen and fiery. She covered her face and declared, I cannot possibly eat. Lady of Wuho, I require some medicine for my injuries. The onlookers witnessed the scene, appalled by Madame Kwai's conduct. Secretly mocking her misfortune. It was her own daughter who first struck, yet now she found herself on the receiving end of retaliation. and instead of acknowledging her daughter's wrongdoing, she blamed Mo Rusu. The crowd felt that Mo Rusu had acted justly. She had defended the honor of the Mo family's 3 sons, who were held in high esteem throughout the capital and could not allow their reputation to be sullied. The lady of Wuho ordered the physician to fetch medicine for Madame Kwai, applying it to her face. Madame Kwai winced in pain, cursing Mo Rusu. "Mark my words, this is not over. I will certainly complain to your father." Mo Rusu responded with a cold laugh. "Madame Kwai, if you have grievances, I welcome you to report me to my father. Just a word of caution. My father is fiercely protective. You may find yourself questioning your existence." Lord Mo was known for his unwavering stance, especially when it came to his beloved daughter. Hearing this, Madame Kwai stiffened. She understood well Lord Mo's protective nature, yet had not anticipated it would extend to such extremes. Mo Rusu seized a chicken leg and shoved it into Madame Kwai's mouth, saying, "Madame Kwai, it would be better to enjoy a chicken leg than to seek vengeance." Madame Kwai spat out the chicken leg in disgust, exclaiming, "Mo Rusu, you truly are insufferable. Lord Wuho, please arbitrate this matter." Seeing Madame Kwai unable to contend with Mo Rusu, and knowing Lord Mo was exceedingly protective, her only remaining hope rested with the just and impartial Lord Wuho. Xia Sun cast a cold glance at her, stating, "Madame Kwai, today's events were indeed provoked by your actions. Although Rusu did retaliate by pouring the dumpling bowl over Rui's head, that was in response to Rui first dousing her with dumplings. As for Rusu slapping you, it was a justified reaction to your indiscriminate and biased defense of your daughter, as well as your slander against the 3 sons of the Mo family. I believe, had Lord Mo been present, he would have struck even harder." Madame Kwai stood in shock, murmuring, "I cannot swallow this indignation." Hearing this, Mo Rusu chuckled softly. "No, you must swallow it. You are the one who must swallow your pride." Madame Kwai retorted, furious, for Mo Rusu's disdain and arrogance only fueled her anger. Mo Rusu replied with a smile, "I address matters promptly and do not allow them to fester. My mind is at ease." Realizing that she could gain no advantage in front of Mo Rusu, Madame Kwai gritted her teeth, declaring, "This is far from over." Just then, a maid's voice rang out, "Oh no, Miss Rui has drowned herself in the lake." Madame Kwai gasped, "Rui, my daughter." Instantly, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. "Madame Kwai," the lady of Mo called out, then turned her icy gaze toward Mo Rusu. "Rusu, look at the havoc you have wrought. If anything happens to Miss Rui, I will not spare you." Mo Rusu had not anticipated that Kwai Rui would take such a drastic step. Although she had acted rightly, the consequences of Rui's death would cast a shadow over her actions. Outside, the sky had dimmed, and the servants of the Wuho residence lit lanterns by the lake, with several jumping in to attempt a rescue. Onlookers gathered around, whispering amongst themselves. Mo Rusu caught snippets of conversation. Miss Kwai must have suffered great humiliation to resort to suicide. Indeed, Miss Mo was excessive. She should not have publicly humiliated a young lady. Even if Rui had not taken her life, it would be difficult for her to find a suitable match in the future. Mo Rusu felt a twinge of regret, reflecting on the gravity of the situation. That a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. Turning, she saw Feng Yunjin standing beside her, his handsome features calm and composed. "Do not blame yourself too harshly. Had you not evaded, you too would have been publicly humiliated," he reassured her. Mo Rusu forced a smile. "Alas, the one who died is she, not I." Confronted with the loss of a life so vibrant, her heart stirred with conflicting emotions, even a hint of remorse. Yet, in the heat of the moment, she had not considered the ramifications. At that moment, Feng Rujing hurried over, her expression anxious as she scanned for news. "Have they found her?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling yet devoid of worry. Mo Rusu merely glanced at her, offering no response. "Sister, you need not fret. Rui will surely be fine. It's been long. If she were well, she would have surfaced by now." Mo Rusu shot her a glare, withdrawing her hand and stepping back to maintain a safe distance. "Sister, I know you feel immense guilt right now, but what's done is done. You must find peace." Mo Rusu scoffed, recognizing Rujing's intentions to divert suspicion away from her involvement in Rui's suicide. Feng Rujing nodded slightly to Feng Yunjin, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Your Highness, I have met you before." Mo Rusu shivered involuntarily at her insincere tone. However, Feng Yunjin averted his gaze, ignoring her entirely, leaving Rujing feeling somewhat unamused. Just then, a voice cried out, "We found her." This revelation eased Rujing's awkwardness, and she seized the opportunity. "Sister, it is good news." "Good news? The girl has likely perished by now. My daughter. Madame Kwai, supported by others, rushed toward them. As she passed Mo Rusu, She pointed an accusatory finger at her. Seething, if anything happens to my daughter, I will not forgive you. Mo Rusu narrowed her eyes slightly and replied, Madam Kwai, your daughter has taken her own life, and I express my deepest condolences. However, according to the law, I am not guilty of murder. Therefore, I am merely subject to moral scrutiny and will not face legal repercussions. Thus, Madam Kwai, should you continue to harass me, I will not hesitate to retaliate. She detested endless harassment. For such indignation could drive one to madness. In Chapter 26, The Stubborn Medicine, Kwai Rui lay drenched on the ground, lifeless. Madam Kwai collapsed upon her daughter's body, weeping mournfully. Rui, my Rui, open your eyes and see. I am your mother, the one you love most. Suddenly, she turned and glared fiercely at Mo Rusu. Are you satisfied now? Are you happy? Do not think that the law cannot touch you. I will make you pay. If your father does not provide me with a satisfactory answer, I will create a ruckus at the Mo residence every day. Mo Rusu, witnessing the tragic state of Kwai Rui, felt a flicker of sorrow and sadness within her heart. Yet, regardless of her feelings, she would never allow Madam Kwai to intimidate her into submission. Feng Yunjin observed her, noting the faint traces of sorrow and pain in her eyes, which resonated with him. Madam Kwai, your daughter has passed. Please accept my condolences. No, Rui, my Rui will not die. She would never abandon me. The wind carried Jing as she supported Madam Kwai. Madam Kwai, you must take care of yourself. Otherwise, Rui will not rest easy in the heavens. I don't care. I want my Rui. Without her, I will perish. Madam Kwai cried out, suddenly lunging at Mo Rusu. I will strangle you. Mo Rusu, you murderer. Feng Yunshin swiftly grabbed Mo Rusu's wrist, shielding her behind him, while with a flick of his sleeve, he exerted a forceful barrier against the approaching Madam Kwai. Madam Kwai fell to the ground, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at Feng Yunshin. Your Highness, you must deliver justice for this humble servant. Feng Yunshin's expression remained cold. Kwai Rui was the one who first schemed against Mo Rusu. Upon being exposed, she succumbed to shame and took her own life. This is an outcome entirely of her own making. And you, as her mother, failed to properly educate your child. Should you not reflect on your own shortcomings? Stunned, Madam Kwai sat on the ground, murmuring, my daughter, why can't you rest in peace? Xia Sun arranged for Kwai Rui's body to be removed. And Madam Kwai, deterred by Feng Yunshin's words, dared not cause further trouble. Though fierce, she would not risk her family's future by clashing with a prince. Yet, this humiliation, she vowed to repay. As Kwai Rui's body was carried past Mo Rusu, her hand fell limply, dropping a jade pendant to the ground. Mo Rusu reached down to pick it up. Wait. Madam Kwai glared fiercely at her. Mo Rusu, what more do you want? Is my daughter's death not enough for you? No. Mo Rusu replied gravely. I suspect Kwai Rui was murdered. Exactly. Madam Kwai's face twisted with fury. My daughter was murdered, and that murderer is you. Mo Rusu shook her head. Madam Kwai, please do not be so agitated. She raised her wrist, revealing the jade pendant. Madam Kwai, is this not Kwai Rui's? It is not. Madam Kwai retorted coldly. Do not think that by holding this pendant, you can continue your deceit. I assure you, I will not let this go. Though currently restrained by Feng Yunshin's presence, she would undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. Madam Kwai, please calm down. This pendant just slipped from Kwai Rui's hand moments ago. She clutched it until her last breath. Do you not find that suspicious? Upon hearing this, Madam Kwai paused. Are you suggesting that this pendant belongs to the murderer? It is possible. Mo Rusu nodded. Thus, we must investigate thoroughly. As she spoke, she placed her hand upon Kwai Rui's body. Before her, images flickered. Kwai Rui was pushed into the lake by a pair of hands. She gasped, glancing back, and in that moment, she tore the jade pendant from the assailant's waist. To ensure she could not rise, the assailant struck her head with a stick. Kwai Rui sank beneath the surface. Never to resurface. This is the Wuho mansion. We have no enemies here. Who would dare harm us? Madam Kwai mused. Mo Rusu shook her head. I cannot say. We will only know once we investigate. After a moment's contemplation, Madam Kwai questioned, you are not attempting to exonerate yourself, are you? Madam Kwai, I have no need to do so. If you do not believe me, I can find evidence to show you. Very well. Madam Kwai's expression hardened. I cannot accept the notion that my daughter drowned herself. As you claim, she was murdered, I could accept that I need to examine the body, Mo Rusu stated. The area was brightly lit, resembling daylight. Although she already knew where the injuries lay, she opted to feign a broader examination. Look, there is an injury. Mo Rusu pointed to Kwai Rui's head. Madame Kwai reached out to touch it and found a visible bump. This bump is clearly a result of being struck with a stick. Rusu pondered for a moment. I suspect Kwai Ru went to the lake to calm her anger and was ambushed from behind by the murderer, who pushed her into the water. When she fell, Kwai Rui grasped the murderer's jade pendant in a panic, tearing it from him in her struggle, since it was the only evidence. She held onto it tightly until her demise. After entering the lake, she began to thrash about, and fearing her cries would attract attention, the assailant struck her unconscious with the stick, leading to her drowning. Madame Kwai considered this. But this is merely your conjecture. Rusu nodded. Indeed, it is my conjecture. However, the injury to her head may validate my theory. She then instructed others to search near the water's edge. And indeed, they discovered a wooden stick amidst the lotus flowers. That we have found the stick. Rusu smiled. Madame Kwai, can this not prove it? Madame Kwai's mind raced. Indeed, my daughter has an injury on her head, and the stick that caused it has been found. This may indicate she was murdered, rather than taking her own life. Thus, her death is not directly attributable to me. Madame Kwai, please do not consider me the cause of her demise. Rusu, Madame Kwai scoffed. You are being naive. If my daughter had not been humiliated by you, would she have come here alone to face the wind? Rusu's heart sank. Indeed, this blame was being placed on her. Chapter 27. She is lying. Rusu felt a pang of discomfort. Madame Kwai, your words are rather distressing. You are blaming me. However, for the sake of her own reputation, she was willing to assist. Madame Kwai gritted her teeth, attempting to suppress her anger. I will not be grateful to you that I act solely on my conscience. Nothing else matters. Saying this, she instructed her people to erect a tent where Kwai Ruyi's body could be laid. Feng Yunshin summoned an examiner, who meticulously inspected the body, concluding that she had drowned, with a head injury consistent with being struck by a stick. Rusu contemplated deeply, trying to recall the details of the image of Kwai Ru being pushed into the water. Hoping to discern any characteristics of the assailant, from the vision, she could see that the person wore a gray long robe and had their hair tied up with a golden hairpin. Based on the crown and the jade pendant, the assailant appeared to be from a wealthy family. Let me summarize the case. After Kwai Rui left, she was by the lake, regardless of her reasons. She did not intend to jump into the water. She may have gone there to calm her thoughts, or was perhaps misled. However, the assailant's appearance plunged her into an irreversible situation. She was pushed into the lake and struck unconscious, ultimately drowning. Next, we must investigate who the assailant is, what their motives were, and what they hope to gain from this. I believe that unless they are mad, no one would easily harm an innocent person. This explanation left those present with a clearer understanding of the case, igniting their curiosity and anticipation. Rusu, coming from a humble family, had accompanied her father in solving cases since childhood. Though few had witnessed her investigative prowess, she had only taken the lead once before, concerning Wen Xiu's fall. Feng Yunshin stood beside her, calmly stating, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. He had quietly followed Rusu, seldom speaking or taking initiative, as she led the investigation with him supporting her efforts. Thank you, Your Highness. Rusu bowed slightly. Currently, our only lead is the jade pendant found in Kwai Ruyi's hand. I examined it closely. It is of fine quality, likely belonging to a wealthy family. However, why would a child of privilege resort to such violence against Kwai Rui? Why would they wish for her death? Rusu displayed the jade pendant. Does anyone recognize this? The crowd exchanged glances but remained silent. Madame Kwai scrutinized it closely, shaking her head. I do not recognize it. The pendant, tied to the assailant's waist, would be difficult to notice unless one made a point to look. Rusu pondered. Certain there was a hidden story behind this, but what that story was would require careful unraveling. She requested the guest list from that day, intending to analyze it based on her memories. However, with so many guests, it was challenging to recall everyone, and some had left after dinner, complicating the investigation. Who was the first to witness Kwai Ru entering the lake? It was an old servant. The one who discovered Kwai Ru in the lake was an elderly woman. I was walking by the lake when I saw Miss Kwai struggling in the water, so I hurried to call for help. While this explanation seemed reasonable and raised no immediate suspicions, Rusu quickly detected inconsistencies in her account. Rusu pressed further, inquiring whether, at that moment, she had seen anyone who had pushed Kwai Ru into the lake while witnessing her struggle. No, the old woman shook her head. I merely saw someone struggling in the water for a brief moment before they sank. That I quickly called for help and thought no more of it. How can you be certain that it was indeed Kwai Ru? Did she cry out for help? Rusu asked. No, the old woman replied. She struggled for just a moment before disappearing beneath the surface, and I hurried to alert others. She continually emphasized that she had merely glanced and then called for help, intending to prove that she hadn't lingered long enough to see clearly. However, this contradicted Marusu's observations from the footage, where Kwairi, after being pushed into the water, struggled briefly before being struck unconscious by the assailant. Thus, the old woman's claim of having seen Kwairi struggle before sinking, yet not seeing the perpetrator, was inherently contradictory. The only plausible explanation was that the old woman was lying. She must have seen Kwairi fall into the lake and possibly witnessed the assailant as well. Why would she lie? Marusu scrutinized her. Which household do you belong to? The Wei household. The old woman replied, I am the matriarch of the Wei family. As the matriarch of the Wei family, does the assailant have any connection to your household? Marusu asked. Madam Wei, how many guests were present at your residence today? 6, the old woman answered, somewhat displeased. Are you implying that I am under suspicion, Miss Marusu? I merely attempted to do a good deed. Madam Wei, Marusu replied with a faint smile, when it comes to matters of life and death, and with this case now resting upon my shoulders, I cannot afford any leniency. Not just you, but all of them will also be questioned. Marusu's words left the attendees feeling quite troubled. What had begun as a celebratory feast had spiraled into such a convoluted affair. Someone spoke up. Miss Marusu, we were all inside enjoying the banquet and were not present. Marusu nodded, indicating that those who had partaken in the feast could be excluded, while those who should have been present but were not would need to be questioned. Upon hearing this, Madam Wei grew even more discontented, lamenting that her good intentions had brought her trouble. Madam Wei, one cannot speak in such a manner. Marusu gradually withdrew her smile. Regardless of who you are, all will be questioned following the incident, even if you did not report it. Then I shall claim that I did not leave. I was here enjoying the banquet. Rest assured, I will uncover the truth, Marusu thought, having already set her sights on the old woman. As her lies and absence from the banquet hall raised further suspicion. Chapter 28. Self-contradiction. Madam Wei still bore an expression of displeasure. I shall see how you intend to investigate, while others remained perplexed. Marusu stated, since you were not in the banquet hall, we shall start with you, Madam Wei. This assertion displeased the old woman. Why must it begin with me? Are they not to be questioned? If it has nothing to do with you, then they will not be questioned that I refuse to cooperate. Madam Wei pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation that I will not speak. Her attitude only intensified Marusu's suspicions. Perhaps this old woman could be the key to unraveling the entire case. She resolved firmly, Madam Wei, you must cooperate. Otherwise, I cannot fulfill my duties. You cannot find the assailant. You cannot fulfill your duties. What does that have to do with me? That is merely a reflection of your own inadequacy. It is my inadequacy that necessitates your cooperation, but if you all refuse to assist me, no amount of skill will suffice. Madam Wei, surely you do not harbor some unspeakable secret. What secrets could I possibly have? The old woman retorted, I simply cannot abide your arrogance. Marusu understood that if Madam Wei refused to cooperate, others would likely follow suit. Indeed, someone remarked, it is quite late. We must return home. Indeed, I was just dining in the banquet hall and must leave now. Perhaps it is best to abandon this meal and return home instead. Marusu smirked. Ladies and gentlemen, Kwairi has been murdered, and the assailant remains at large. If you all leave now, it will undoubtedly hinder the investigation. Therefore, you must remain until your statements are completed. How long will this take? Someone exclaimed, we have already waited long enough. If Madam Wei were to cooperate, it should proceed swiftly, Marusu replied casually, placing the blame squarely on the Wei matriarch. Others fell silent, but Xia Sun could not remain passive, especially since Feng Yunshan had already signaled him to intervene. Madam Wei, you should cooperate. Many of us are waiting on you. Do you believe that I, an old woman, should be compelled to assist this young girl? She is responsible for this case, and thus we must heed her directives. What can a mere girl accomplish? She is simply wasting our time. Madam Wei remained reluctant, yet Marusu sensed that she was beginning to relent. Madam Wei, the extent of my capabilities is of little consequence. What matters is your cooperation. Should you assist me, even if I cannot solve this case, it will not reflect poorly on you. With Marusu's candid response, Madam Wei found herself bereft of counter-arguments. Moreover, with Xia Sun having spoken, further delay would likely result in greater discontent among the others. Very well, Madam Wei begrudgingly conceded. Ask your questions swiftly. Once done, I wish to return. Excellent. Marusu smiled slightly. Why did you not dine in the banquet hall? By then, the meal was already underway that I had an urgent need to relieve myself. She answered cleverly, addressing Marusu's next inquiry simultaneously. Originally, Marusu intended to ask what she had done outside, Did you exit before or after Kwairi? After, Madame Wei responded without hesitation. Did you go directly to the restroom? Of course, she said. I was eager to return and eat. Did you happen to see Kwairi struggling in the lake as soon as you exited the restroom? Yes, the matriarch affirmed. It was just a fortuitous sight. Marusu smiled. I trust someone of your stature would not indulge in such indiscretions. You insult me, Madame Wei retorted angrily. You insolent girl, I shall inform your father. Do not be so agitated, Marusu advised, signaling her to calm down. I have a few more questions. Hurry. Madame Wei felt increasingly vexed, sensing that Marusu was toying with her. After your restroom visit, did you head straight back to the banquet hall? Yes, Madame Wei confirmed. I returned immediately. However, I inadvertently glanced up and saw Miss Kwairi struggling in the lake. Which restroom did you use? Although it was Marusu's first visit to Wuho Mansion, she had spent a day there and knew that the restroom was in a different direction from where Kwairi was spotted. The one in front, the old woman replied, her composure faltering. She had not anticipated that Marusu would deduce from the injury on Kwairi's head that she had been harmed. Madame Wei, Marusu asserted, your statement is incorrect. The nearest restroom is to the east, quite some distance from where Kwairi fell into the lake. Even in broad daylight, one would struggle to identify her amidst the darkness that I truly saw her. Madame Wei continued to defend herself, though her confidence was waning. Madame Wei, I do not wish to argue further. If you are unconvinced, we can step outside and test it. Despite the dimming light, with so many torches, it should be nearly as visible as dusk. Would you like to try? Such trivial tactics could not escape Marusu's keen observation. Siasen added, Madame Wei, if you wish to test it, I can arrange for additional torches to be lit. Madame Wei fell silent, realizing that the situation had escalated beyond her control. What is it? Are you unwilling? This is a simple task. A test will reveal whether your claims hold any truth, Madame Wei stammered, unsure how to respond. Had she foreseen this outcome, she might have simply claimed that someone had pushed Kwairi into the lake, rather than naming names. Now, she found it difficult to extricate herself from the predicament. Madame Wei, do you have any final words? None. She sighed. I am old and cannot recall clearly. Today, 6 individuals from the Wei household are present. May they please step forward? Madame Wei was filled with indignation. What gives you the right to treat the members of the Wei family in such a manner? I certainly do, replied Rusu with a smile, for it is I who is adjudicating the case. Chapter 29. He is speechless. As Rusu spoke, her demeanor grew stern, and she continued in a commanding tone. Where are the members of the Wei family? Step forward. The atmosphere in the banquet hall became exceedingly awkward. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a moment, some individuals began to lower their heads and step forward. Rusu observed them closely. One man bore a striking resemblance to the murderer, particularly in his attire, which was nearly identical. Rusu's gaze fixated on him as she circled around, scrutinizing him from various angles. What is your name? Wei Long, he replied succinctly, his expression cold and devoid of suspicion. Rusu inquired further. What is your relation to the Wei family? I am the adopted son of Madame Wei. Wei Long appeared to be in his early 20s, with a fair complexion and handsome features. Yet there was an unmistakable air of subtle femininity about him. Adopted son? Rusu circled him once more, deliberately pausing at the exact position that matched the image she had at it. Became apparent that he was indeed the true murderer. This revelation elucidated why Madame Wei had chosen to lie. She was merely covering for Wei Long, but why would she do so? Was she also complicit? What grievances could exist between the Wei family and the Kwai family? Contemplating this, Rusu turned to Madame Kwai and inquired, has there ever been any animosity between your family and the Wei family? There should not be any, Madame Kwai responded. Our families have never had any interaction. We would never resort to murder out of hatred. Therefore, I am perplexed as to why Madame Wei would lie. It seems that everyone was aware of Madame Wei's deceit. Rusu interjected, Madame Wei, you have yet to explain why you chose to lie. That I truly witnessed Kwai Rui fall into the lake, she confessed, but I lied out of fear that you would suspect me, with a sigh. She continued, in these times, it is difficult to be a good person. You need not continue to question me. Rusu smiled and turned her attention back to Wei Long. At the time of the incident. Where were you, and what were you doing? I was dining in the banquet hall, Wei Long replied. Do you doubt me? I can attest to that. He was indeed dining here, interjected a middle-aged woman. Rusu narrowed her eyes slightly. He remained by your side throughout the meal. Did he leave at any point? It seems so. The woman pondered. He stepped away for a moment after Miss Kwai left. Did he return after leaving? Yes, the woman confirmed. He returned shortly after Madame Wei rushed in to call for help. The sequence of events aligned with Rusu's suspicions. Both Madame Wei and Wei Long had initially dined here. and upon witnessing Kuai Rui's departure, they too had exited. Wei Long had seized the opportunity to murder Kuai Rui while the coast was clear, and Madame Wei had soon after arrived to summon assistance. By that time, it was certain that no help could be rendered. The timing of their actions was undoubtedly advantageous. Everyone was preoccupied with dining, and there were few witnesses outside. Moreover, the attention of the guests was focused on the quarrel between Madame Kuai and Mo Rusu, rendering their exit largely unnoticed, save for the middle-aged woman seated beside Wei Long. Furthermore, had Kuai Rui not been holding a jade pendant, their scheme may have succeeded. Mo Rusu inquired. Wei Long, after you left the banquet, where did you go and what did you do? Although she was already convinced of his guilt, she needed to gather concrete evidence to substantiate her claims. Wei Long replied without hesitation, I merely left my seat. I did not exit through the door that he had prepared this defense in advance, and during the earlier inquiries, only the woman beside him had mentioned his departure, thus implying that no one had observed whether he had left. As long as he insisted he had not exited the banquet hall, Mo Rusu would be at a loss. Mo Rusu nodded, recognizing his shamelessness. Yet, in the face of life and death, such baseness of human nature was entirely comprehensible. You claim you did not leave this hall, correct? Yes, Wei Long affirmed once more. Then this jade pendant does not belong to you. Of course not, Wei Long replied nonchalantly. There is no name inscribed upon it. You cannot frame me. How do you know that it bears no name? Mo Rusu inquired smoothly. Have you seen it before? No. As Wei Long perceived Mo Rusu's aggressive approach, his tone grew more irritable. If it is not my possession, it naturally bears no name. Is that so? Mo Rusu examined the pendant closely, nodding. Indeed, your name is absent. Had it been present, that would have been alarming. Mo Rusu smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, clutching the pendant in her hand, young master, a servant dashed over, but was halted by Bai Yu's hand. What are you stopping me for? My young master is Wei Long. Lan, what brings you here? Wei Long thought, upon seeing his servant's sudden appearance, that something must have gone awry at the estate. That moment, Mo Rusu stepped in front of Lan, discreetly showing him the jade pendant. Indeed, this is the very pendant. It belongs to my young master. Are you certain? Mo Rusu asked calmly. Look closely. Do not misidentify it. How could I be mistaken? My young master wears it daily. There is no doubt. Infuriated, Wei Long lunged forward but was swiftly restrained by Bai Yu. Lan continued, Young master, just now, the steward from the Wuho residence came to the estate and informed me that your jade pendant is missing. The person who found it denies ownership, so I was sent to confirm its identity. I arrived and immediately recognized it. This jade pendant is indeed one that you wear every day. It is unique. Obtained from Fa Hua Temple, Wei Long and Madame Wei were so enraged they nearly spat blood. Lan was utterly incompetent, for this case had reached a stalemate. Without new evidence, Mo Rusu would have had no means to confront Wei Long. Yet now, the situation had entirely changed. Madame Kuai lunged toward Wei Long. You killed Rui. Tell me, why did you murder her? What grudge do you hold against her? Speak up, quickly. But Mo Rusu remained composed. Madame Kuai, do not rush him. Let him speak at his own pace. At this juncture, Wei Long was firmly ensnared. The jade pendant was his, as confirmed by his devoted servant, and it had been retrieved from the deceased's possession. He was left with no room to argue. Chapter 30. She was cast into the morgue. This turn of events was largely thanks to Feng Yunshin, who had arranged for someone to summon Lan from the Wei estate. As Wei Long's personal servant, Lan undoubtedly recognized his master's belongings. The outcome proved exceedingly effective. Lan Yin's arrival instantly shifted the tide, breathing new life into the case. Mo Rusu addressed Wei Long. Should you not now explain why you wish to harm Kuai Rui? Wei Long was momentarily taken aback. The abrupt change in circumstance left him flustered. I did not. Will you persist in your deceit? Mo Rusu retorted coldly. Now, with both witness and evidence at hand, what gives you the confidence to lie? Where is the witness? Wei Long clung to a glimmer of hope. Kuai Rui. Mo Rusu gestured toward the morgue. She lies within. Though she is deceased, at times, the dead can testify more reliably than the living. In her grasp, she held your jade pendant. Do you still wish to deny it? Moreover, your adoptive mother has been inconsistent in her statements. Riddled with contradictions, it is evident that both of you conspired to take a life. Her conviction that Wei Long was the murderer stemmed primarily from her analysis of the images that I did not. Is that so? Mo Rusu approached him, shoving him to the ground, then picked up a nearby stick and struck him on the head before discarding it in a certain location. These actions seem familiar to you? Mo Rusu inquired, her gaze piercing. Wei Long's complexion shifted. This was precisely how he had dealt with Kuai Rui. How could this girl know such details? Could she have witnessed it firsthand? That was impossible. When he returned to the banquet hall, he had specifically noted that Mo Rusu was seated. Consuming her meal, he looked at Mo Rusu. What are you implying? Humph. To wish for secrecy while engaging in wrongdoing is a futile endeavor. Look, Rui lies here. Are you not afraid she might seek you out in the night? Terror gripped Wei Long's heart. He had already been unsettled by Mo Rusu's prior actions, and now, glancing at Kwai Rui's morgue, his fear intensified. No, he wailed, collapsing to the ground. Do not force me. Feng Yunshan seized the moment, declaring, if you do not confess truthfully, you shall be sent to the Jingzhaoyin. I will ensure you comprehend the gravity of its authority. He was truly terrified, having believed his actions to be undetectable and flawless, only to find himself ensnared in this predicament. Madame Wei pronounced, Wei Long, we have not committed any wrongdoing, and we shall not confess. Do not let them intimidate you. Feng Yunshan let out a cold laugh, sensing that Madame Wei harbored doubts regarding the integrity of our Jingzhuan. Your Highness, Madame Wei continued, the old woman knows only that officials desire the death of the common people. And the people must die. If that is the case, then you may as well frame us with any charge you wish. What a cunning old woman. Feng Yunshan felt anger rise within him. How could she brazenly deny such ironclad evidence? It was clear that this matter must involve others from the Wei household. What do you intend to do? Madame Wei inquired, her voice trembling with fear. Naturally, I shall apprehend the members of the Wei family and interrogate them thoroughly. Furthermore, we shall investigate whether the Wei household has engaged in any corrupt practices. Your Highness, you cannot act in this manner. We are innocent. I did not kill anyone, and I have no connection with the Wei family. Then we shall interrogate them one by one. Inevitably, someone will crack under pressure. In the Great Phoenix Dynasty, it is permissible to use coercive means during interrogations. If the members of the Wei household were all imprisoned and questioned, regardless of the outcome, it would spell the end for the Wei family. Feng Yunshan was confident in Mo Rusu's judgment, for the evidence was irrefutable. Just moments ago, Wei Long had nearly confessed, but under Madame Wei's admonition, he had refrained. Thus, Feng Yunshan felt compelled to apply pressure on Madame Wei. No matter how formidable she was, she would not dare wager the entire Wei household. His gaze swept over the room, and he noticed that Lan Yin had quietly slipped away. Madame Wei persisted. Your Highness, even the Emperor cannot force a confession through torture. Madame Wei, with both eyewitness and physical evidence at hand, do you truly believe that the laws of the Great Phoenix Dynasty are mere formalities? His words, laden with authority, left Madame Wei momentarily speechless. She understood that if she continued to stubbornly resist, she might indeed drag the entire Wei family into perdition. Yet, to admit guilt was equally unpalatable. Just then, Wei Laoyi rushed in with a group of people and knelt before Feng Yunshan. Your Highness, I beseech your mercy. Although the Wei family is of merchant stock, we have contributed significantly to the court. I implore you to show leniency. Wei Laoyi's expression darkened as he retorted. Killing requires compensation, and debts must be repaid. This is an immutable law. Your wife, faced with irrefutable evidence, is desperately denying culpability. Without the support of the Wei family, how could she muster such audacity? Is it true? Wei Laoyi turned to Madame Wei. What wicked deeds have you committed? Wei Laoyi, Madame Kwai exclaimed, her face a mask of grief and anger. Your son Wei Long conspired with your wife to murder my daughter Rui. Ah, Wei Laoyi recoiled as if struck by lightning. Wretched son, how could you commit such an atrocity? Wei Long, witnessing his father's ghastly pallor, was utterly petrified, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. After chastising Wei Long, Wei Laoyi's gaze fell upon Madame Wei. As the matriarch of the Wei household, you do not consider the family's prosperity. Yet you contemplate its utter destruction. What is your intention? My lord, Madame Wei cried. Do you truly wish for me to die unjustly? At over 50 years of age, with grandchildren aplenty, she did not wish for her life to end. Should the Wei household face ruin, the entire family would follow her to the guillotine, and even in death, she could not atone for her sins. With tears streaming down his face, Wei Laoyi implored. Wei Long, do you not hasten to confess? Why did you murder Miss Kwai? You had no enmity. Why would you kill her? Wei Long's face turned pale with fear, his gaze darting uncomfortably toward Madame Wei. Mo Rusu interjected. Bring Madame Wei to the mortuary. The guards swiftly approached and dragged Madame Wei, as if she were a mere chick, into the dimly lit mortuary. There, Rui lay in a white garment. Her hair disheveled, her body damp. Madame Wei, cast onto the ground, looked up at Rui and screamed in terror. Chapter 31. A clever scheme to divert blame. Wei Long, hearing Madame Wei's anguished cries from outside, felt his heart drop. I confess. I confess. He blurted out. Speak, wretched son. Wei Laoyi trembled with fury. He had taken in Wei Long, a homeless orphan, out of pity. The boy had been obedient and charming, endearing himself to Wei Laoyi and his wife. After the birth of their own son, Madame Wei's affection for Wei Long only grew, as she had given birth to only daughters, making her position precarious. Fortunately, Wei Long's arrival alleviated her plight somewhat. In the Great Phoenix Dynasty, adopted children enjoyed the same rights as biological offspring, which explained why the lady of the house was so desperate to adopt Feng Rujing. As Wei Long matured into a handsome young man, the lady of the house arranged a marriage for him, treating him as her own son in Wei Lao Yi's eyes. Wei Long's current predicament was entirely due to Madame Wei's indulgence. Wei Long hesitated momentarily, then spoke, to silence her. With that single phrase, he acknowledged the matter. It was true that he had killed the girl, and Madame Wei had aided him, but why would they murder a defenseless young girl? Even if she were insufferable, why resort to such drastic measures? She was just a child, only 14, Madame Kwai exclaimed, aghast. A 14-year-old girl, even in ancient times, has yet to reach maturity. She is still a child. Because she overheard my unspeakable secret with my adoptive mother, Wei Long replied. Heavens! Wei Lao Yu cried out in despair. What unspeakable deeds have you and your mother committed? The crowd was equally shocked. It was unfathomable. They were ostensibly a mother and son, yet behind closed doors, they had engaged in such relations. I committed a forbidden act with my adoptive mother, which she witnessed. Thus I could not allow her to live. You dared to do such a thing in my household. Su Sun shouted in outrage. No, Wei Long replied. It was 2 days ago, while offering incense at the temple. That night, my adoptive mother and I were in the woods behind the temple. Madame Kwai gasped. You mean, that night at the temple? Indeed, Wei Long nodded, his face ashen. When we emerged from the woods, we encountered Madame Mo. The lady of the house's expression flickered. She had indeed been at the temple that night, making a wish for Feng Rujing to be adopted into the Mo family. Madame Kwai inquired, why did you kill my daughter after seeing Madame Mo? Shouldn't she have been your target? It was supposed to be so. But at that moment, Madame Mo had just arrived and was searching for someone. Searching for someone? Madame Kwai's mind raced. Could it be that she was looking for my Rui? Exactly. Wei Long confirmed. At that time, Madame Mo smiled and asked us if we had seen Miss Rui, stating that they had arranged to meet for a stroll and that she had seen Rui enter the woods. The moment the words left his lips, both Wei Long and Madame Wei were struck with terror. Seizing the opportunity while they were in shock, the lady of the house called out for Rui. Departing hastily, Madame Kwai glared at the lady of the house. Madame Mo, is this true? This. The lady of the house hesitated. Madame Mo, do not deny it. Shall we go to the temple and ask the abbot for confirmation? The temple gate was guarded. They would know whether you left or not. This statement forced the lady of the house to concede. It is true. I did see you that night, but as you said, I was indeed looking for Rui. Weighing the pros and cons, she decided to shift all blame onto the deceased Rui. How dare you? Madame Kwai spat, furious. Madame Mo, do you take me for a fool? Her emotions boiled over, and she nearly lunged at the lady of the house. Sensing her own disgrace, the lady of the house retorted, Rui is your daughter, and it is only natural for you to defend her. However, do keep in mind that excessive indulgence will not lead to a favorable outcome. Rusu seized the moment. Madame Kwai, is there something more to this matter? She had begun to suspect that the lady of the house was inextricably linked to these events. Madame Kwai turned to Rusu. Miss Mo, I apologize. I have wrongfully accused you. My grievances are insignificant, as long as Rui can rest in peace. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. I now understand the truth. My poor daughter, with her fiery spirit and unwavering principles, was too kind-hearted, which led to this tragic fate. She then addressed Wei Long. Wei Long, you killed the wrong person. That night, my daughter never left the temple. She remained by my side in the meditation room. This revelation made it clear to all present who the truly despicable party was. The lady of the house. Wei Long stared in disbelief, then let out a hollow laugh. So that was it. How foolish I have been. I killed an innocent person. His gaze settled on the grand lady. Madame M, you truly are a master of manipulation. Your ploy to divert disaster is executed with such finesse. Not only have you successfully extricated yourself, but you have also shifted all calamities onto Miss Kwai, leaving your hands remarkably clean. Upon hearing this, the grand lady ceased her pretense. In my desperation at the time, I merely spoke without thinking. Who could have anticipated your drastic measures? I am sincerely remorseful for what has transpired, Madame Kwai. Madame Kwai let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe I would accept your insipid apology? I refuse. Although my daughter was not directly killed by you, you are nonetheless an accomplice. Had it not been for your deceitful words, why would she have met such a fate? The grand lady remained silent, her head bowed slightly, enduring the insults from Madame Kwai without retort. Once Madame Kwai finished her tirade, the grand lady finally spoke. This incident is also due to Rusu. Had she not poured the Tang Yuan on Rui Yi's head, she would not have fled the banquet hall. At this moment, She was attempting to tarnish Rusu's reputation, striving to incite animosity between Madame Kuai and Rusu, thereby alleviating Madame Kuai's resentment towards herself. Chapter 32. Beholding beauty under the lamp, Rusu cast a glance at Madame Kuai, remaining silent. This matter indeed involved Rusu to a degree. After all, it was Rusu's act of pouring Tang Yuan over Rui's head that caused her to flee the banquet hall. It was plausible that this incident led her to the lakeside for cleansing. Based on this alone, if Madame Kuai remained obstinate, she would surely pursue Rusu. However, to everyone's surprise, Madame Kuai did not fall for the bait this time. Yes, it is true that had Rusu not poured Tang Yuan on my head, I might not have perished in the lake. Pausing, she continued, but how long can one commit theft without fear of being caught? If they intend to silence Rui, even if they evade this time, what of the next? Today they may escape, but what of tomorrow? Her gaze fixed intensely on the grand lady. Although the Wei family mother and son are the direct culprits behind my daughter's demise, the true mastermind is none other than Madame Wei. From the look in Madame Kuai's eyes directed at the grand lady, it was evident that their enmity had been solidified. The grand lady was taken aback. She could scarcely believe that Madame Kuai, who harbored such hatred for Rusu, had come to this realization. Madame Kuai was no fool. She had been observing and had already grasped that Feng Yunshan's behavior towards Rusu was rather extraordinary. With the crown prince protecting Rusu, she naturally needed to be astute. Furthermore, the logic of her words was undeniable. She ought to despise the direct perpetrator rather than Rusu, rather than be at odds with Rusu. Provoking the crown prince's fury, it would be wiser to consider that an enemy's enemy can be a friend, thus fostering goodwill with Rusu, and potentially collaborating against the grand lady when necessary. Madame Kuai, with her discerning eye, certainly recognized the fiery discord between Rusu and the grand lady. After concluding her thoughts, Madame Kuai gracefully bowed to Xia Xu and had my lord. I kindly request that you send someone to escort my Rui home. Rest assured, this matter will be handled. Xia Sun responded with a hearty voice. He was indeed troubled by the events unfolding at the Marquis's residence, especially since today marked the birthday of the lady of the Marquis. Feng Yunshan's cold voice interjected, Lord Xia, hand the Wei mother and son over to the magistrate for trial. That our Yusu had already investigated the particulars. All that remained was to submit a report of the case. After Lord Wu reviewed it, he would have both parties sign, and the trial could commence. The head of the Wei family was nearing madness, grappling with the enormity of the incident that had transpired within his household. Before you all, I, Wei, solemnly declare the severance of all ties with the Li family and Wei Long from this day forth. They shall have no connection with the Wei residents, and we shall never meet again. This declaration was of grave significance, akin to divorcing the old lady Wei, effectively erasing Wei Long from the family registry. It signified that the Wei family did not recognize them, and their lives and deaths would henceforth be unrelated to the Wei family. Wei Long fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. Father, I was wrong. Tears streamed down his face as he prostrated before the elder Wei, striking his head thrice against the ground in anguish. The elder lady Wei emerged from the morning hall. Collapsing before the elder Wei, clinging to his legs, she implored, You cannot be so heartless. I am already on the brink of death. If you refuse to allow me to enter the Wei family tomb after my passing, I shall die with regret. In ancient times, her status allowed her to be buried in the Wei family tomb upon her death. If the Wei family severed ties with her, following her execution by beheading or hanging, she would be left to rot in a mass grave. With no family to receive her, she would become a wandering soul. The elder Wei kicked her away with disdain. How dare you beg me? Get lost. Without a backward glance, the elder Wei departed. Once the dust settled, the grand lady felt a profound sense of loss and melancholy. Aunt, let us return, Feng Rujing remarked, equally dispirited. Both their reputations had been tarnished. It was clear that the day had been ill-fated for venturing outside. The two left the Marquis's residence in a somber mood, taking a carriage back home. As Rusu prepared to follow, she was halted by Feng Yunshan. Does my carriage not surpass that of the Ru residence in grandeur? What does this mean? Before Rusu could ponder further, Feng Yunshan had already made his way outside. His carriage was indeed impressive, far surpassing the opulence of the Ru residence's carriage. Feng Yunshan spoke little, often preferring silence. The interior of the carriage was spacious, adorned with soft couches upholstered in sealskin. Warm in winter and cool in summer. 2 rows of soft couches flanked a low wooden tea table, intricately carved from rosewood, filling the carriage with its fragrant aroma. 4 lanterns hung from the corners, illuminating the interior brilliantly. At this moment, Feng Yunshan was engrossed in a book, observing beauty beneath the lamp. The more one looked, the more enchanting it became, though Rusu was not one to swoon. The scene before her was undeniably delightful. Feng Yunshan's striking features rivaled even the capital's most handsome man, Ru Yunshu. Just as she was lost in admiration, Feng Yunshan slightly raised his head and smiled. Have you had your fill of gazing? Not yet, Rusu replied, gently covering her mouth, inadvertently revealing her thoughts. Feng Yunshin casually set down the book. Then gaze to your heart's content. His words caused Rusu to blush slightly, feeling a rush of embarrassment. Fortunately, the carriage soon arrived at the Ru residence. Rusu disembarked and waved goodbye to Feng Yunshin. As he watched her dark red figure vanish within the Ru residence. A subtle smile, almost imperceptible even to himself, graced his lips that today's birthday banquet at the Marquis's residence was not in vain. He had once again witnessed her wit and intelligence, leaving him in awe. He quickly composed himself, concealing his smile, and returned to his usual dignified demeanor as he headed home. The grand lady's carriage had only just returned, while the servants of the Ru residence were wrapping up their day's labor. Preparing to rest, Rusu returned to the Baishui pavilion, where Hua Ji and the others were waiting up for her. Miss, you have returned. Upon her arrival, the four hurried to attend to her, fetching water, removing makeup, and helping her change, all in a flurry. After the commotion, Rusu finally lay on her bed, reflecting on the day's events, which stirred her emotions once more. Although fraught with danger, she had managed to turn misfortune into fortune. Yet, she sensed that the Grand Lady's vengeance would likely intensify to eye in the shadows. She could feel the Grand Lady's hatred surging towards her like a tidal wave. Chapter 33. A notable figure arrives at the residence the following day. As Rusu lingered in her dreams, she faintly heard whispers outside. Opening her eyes, she listened attentively and seemed to catch the name Fifth Aunt. Fifth Aunt referred to her biological mother, Zhou Linglong. Despite having traversed through time for so long, she had yet to meet Zhou Linglong, who also seemed reluctant to see her. If even her own mother despised her, it spoke volumes about how unlikable the previous Rusu must have been. In the entire Ru residence, only the elder Ru was blind to her faults, doting on her excessively. Rising, dressing, grooming, and dining ensued. Subsequently, she retrieved a small wooden box and cradled it in her arms. Let us go visit Fifth Aunt. Upon hearing this, Hua Ji and the others were taken aback, especially Zhao Zhan. Miss, have you lost your mind? Rusu was momentarily stunned by the abrupt question. Is there a problem? Of course there is. Zhao Zhan placed a hand on her heart. The last time you visited Fifth Aunt, she chased you away with a broom. Have you forgotten? She followed you all the way to the entrance of Long Huanxiawu, warning you that if you dared take another step, she would set her dogs on you. Rusu wanted to laugh, but found it difficult. What deep-seated enmity could have driven a wedge between mother and daughter? After all, they were mother and daughter. How could there truly be lasting animosity? Shaking her head, Rusu replied, even if she were to unleash her dogs upon me, she is still my mother. I should not avoid her. I should strive to change her. Long Huanxiawu was a serene courtyard within the Ru residence, home to Rusu's mother, Fifth and Zhou Linglong. Due to her discord with the Grand Lady and the fact that she had only borne Rusu, a daughter deemed useless, Zhou Linglong felt nothing but disappointment and sorrow. Mother. Rusu knocked on the courtyard door. I have come to see you. Hua Ji and Zhao Zhan stood at the back, their necks craned, too timid to utter a word. Before long, a woman's voice resonated from within. Mo Rusu, did I not tell you to stay away? If you come again, I shall set the dogs upon you. Mother, please open the door. Let us discuss matters face to face. There is nothing to discuss. Every time I see you, it gives me a headache. Although Zhou Linglong spoke thus, she nonetheless opened the door. A strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman stood by the entrance, not inviting them in. Mother, look. Mo Rusu eagerly opened a sandalwood box, revealing treasures and antiques that shimmered in the sunlight, dazzling the eyes. She presented the box to Zhou Linglong. Mo Rusu keenly observed the shift in Zhou Linglong's expression, from shock to delight, and then to a suppressed fury. Zhou Linglong cast a disdainful glance. You would gift me something you hold dear? Of course, Mo Rusu replied with a grin, leaning closer. The rare antiques and gold and silver jewelry inside were indeed of exceptional quality. Such precious items. Why would you give them to me? Zhou Linglong's tone turned cautious. Flattery often masks ulterior motives. Incorrect. Mo Rusu promptly corrected her. Such exquisite jewels are only worthy of someone as beautiful as you. She understood the adage, praise does not penetrate the skin. Indeed, Zhou Linglong accepted the box, stating, I shall accept these items. You may go home now. Mother. Do not call me that. I cannot bear the weight of it. The original owner had been so inept that she had offended her own mother. In the past, when the daughter was thoughtless and had wronged her mother, she vowed to be more filial. Now that she had matured, she understood the importance of filial piety. Oh dear. Zhou Linglong shuddered, feeling a wave of discomfort. Previously, she had extended opportunities to Mo Rusu, but Mo Rusu had squandered them, even throwing a hornet's nest into her courtyard, resulting in Zhou Linglong being stung on her face. Under Mo Rusu's persistent pleading, Zhou Linglong finally relented and allowed her inside. The mother and daughter engaged in a deeper conversation, which, despite its casual nature, bridged the gap between them, easing their previously tense relationship. As Mo Rusu departed, Zhou Linglong even accompanied her to the door. This scene was witnessed by a maidservant by the side of the eldest lady, following the deaths of Ma Posi and Yanji. The eldest lady had sought another maidservant, Ma Posi, who had been close to the deceased, was heartbroken over her loss and yearned for revenge. Zhou Linglong had always been viewed by the eldest lady as a pawn to control Mo Rusu, and she dreaded the thought of their reconciliation. Thus, when Ma Posi returned to Qinglin Biyuan to report this development to the eldest lady, the latter's already weary visage grew even more somber. They reconciled? This is truly shocking. Previously, the eldest lady had invested considerable effort to sow discord between them. Indeed, my lady, you should have seen the smile on fifth concubine's face when she sent her out. It was as radiant as spring flowers. The eldest lady took a deep breath, slamming her hand on the table. I underestimated that fool, Mo Rusu. Humph, you have your cunning plans, but I have my own means to stoke the flames. Ma Posi eagerly offered, my lady, leave this minor task to me. Oh, what clever scheme do you propose? Ma Posi leaned closer, whispering, my lady. The eldest lady smiled and nodded in approval. A splendid idea. Let her revel in false joy for a while. In the following days, Mo Rusu's life returned to tranquility. She spent her time in the Baishui Pavilion, reading, organizing her insights on case-solving, and playing bridge with the maidservants. Her days were peaceful, fulfilling, and above all, joyful. She even had Huaji seek out a jade craftsman to create a set of mahjong tiles, intending to teach a few of them how to play, anticipating that this would alleviate future boredom. Miss, the master summons you. He has urgent business. Man Mu rushed in, panting as he spoke. What urgent matter? Mo Rusu, having been engrossed in her writing, set down her brush and rose to head outside. It is indeed a significant matter, Man Mu replied with a smile. The master mentioned there is a distinguished guest arriving, and he wishes for your company. Company? Mo Rusu's eyes widened. How could father be so unreasonable as to send his daughter to entertain a guest? Must I dine, drink, and converse with them? Surely, I must give him a lesson. He is a precious gem and must not be squandered. As she briskly entered the Mo residence's reception hall, the scene before her rendered her momentarily speechless. Feng Yunshin sat in the esteemed position, sipping tea with a calm demeanor. Father, Mo Rusu addressed him politely, then turned to Feng Yunshin with a slight bow. Your Highness. She was taken aback by Feng Yunshin's unexpected visit, especially since they had only parted the previous evening. Was he seeking to draw closer under the guise of a formal visit? Various thoughts swirled in her mind, but she never anticipated Feng Yunshin would speak first. I have come to seek your assistance, Miss Mo, regarding a rather perplexing case. Mo Rusu blinked in surprise. Was that the purpose of his visit? She sighed internally, wondering what troubling matter he had encountered. Did you not mention any case last night? Feng Yunshin smiled faintly. This morning, I received a report about a case that seems quite extraordinary, and I wish for you to accompany me to investigate. Ah, I see. Mo Rusu replied with a smile. Let us set forth. Feng Yunshin rose, remarking, Miss Mo is indeed a person of promptness. Her forthright demeanor and beauty drew a cautious admonition from Mo Leoi. Rusu, ensure you cooperate well with the prince and do not overstep your bounds. Understood. Father. Mo Rusu followed Feng Yunshin out of the Mo residence. This moment was fortuitously witnessed by Feng Rujing, igniting a fierce jealousy within her heart. Just yesterday, at the Wuhou residence, she had been mesmerized by Feng Yunshin, contemplating how to ingratiate herself with him, believing her talents and beauty might one day win his heart and allow her to become a princess. However, Feng Yunshin had not even spared her a glance, which infuriated her. Today, seeing him depart with Mo Rusu, their apparent closeness made her heart ache with envy, wishing she could replace Mo Rusu on this excursion. The carriage halted before a grand household on the eastern edge of the capital, the Shin family, known for their wealth. The deceased was Shun Wanyuan, the head of the household, whose death had thrown the mansion into chaos. Currently, the household was managed by the primary wife, Madame Shin, alongside 4 formidable concubines. Accompanied by the Governor Wu, they entered the Shin residence together. The plainly dressed Madame Shin, flanked by her concubines, knelt to greet them. Your Highness, please allow me to present the details of the case. Madame Shun, though in her 40s, maintained a graceful appearance despite her mourning attire. Feng Yunshin raised a hand, gesturing for her to proceed. Yesterday morning, a maidservant reported that the master had not risen. The door was locked from the inside, and fearing for his well-being, I ordered it to be broken down, only to discover. Her voice quivered, but she suppressed her sorrow. The master had passed away. Mo Rusu interjected. Master Shun had 1 wife and 4 concubines, correct? Yes. Madame Shin wiped her tears that he indeed had 1 wife and 4 concubines. But he maintained his own chamber, visiting the concubine he favored. Mo Rusu nodded, understanding why Master Shun had died alone in his room. Madam Shun, when the master died, was the door locked from the inside? What about the windows? The windows were also secured from within. The master insisted on having both door and window closed when he slept, or he could not rest easy. Mo Rusu pondered this curious behavior. He feared sleeping alone yet preferred solitude. Perhaps the numerous wives and concubines drove him to seek peace. Feng Yunshan inquired, "Does this mean Master Shen died in a sealed room?" "Indeed," Madam Shen sighed. "This is what perplexes me." Feng Yunshan continued, "Could it be that Master Shen succumbed to a sudden illness? Though he was 50, he was robust and had no known ailments. Mo Rusu stood. "Let us examine the scene. Where is the body? Please follow me." They proceeded towards Master Shen's chamber, and Mo Rusu quietly asked Feng Yunshan, "Your Highness, why was the report made today when he died yesterday? Or did you know of it beforehand?" "I only received news of the case this morning." "Madam Shen," Mo Rusu queried, "why was the report made today?" "At the outset, we presumed that the old master had passed away from natural causes and began to prepare for the funeral. However, as we delved deeper, we unearthed peculiarities surrounding his demise, prompting us to alert the authorities. Perhaps the report was filed a tad late yesterday, for it was only today that the governor presented the case to His Highness." Upon hearing the news, Mo Rusu felt compelled to acknowledge the eloquence of Madam Shen, who, as the lady of the house, exhibited both intelligence and emotional acumen. In recent days, had there been any abnormalities concerning the old master? None. He had always maintained his usual demeanor. Yet, the suddenness of his death, particularly in a sealed chamber, suggested that perhaps it was indeed a sudden illness. A man in his 50s could easily succumb to a myocardial infarction or similar afflictions. The specifics, however, would require further examination by the coroner. Upon entering the old master's bedroom, the decor remained unchanged, while his body lay in the adjacent morning hall. Madam Shun inquired, "The old master's remains are in the next room. I kindly ask His Highness and Lord Wu to await here." Mo Rusu expressed her desire to view the old master. The deceased is the most truthful. He cannot lie, and she needed to ascertain the true cause of his death. The old master lay in the morning hall, draped in a red silk shroud, his eyes closed, complexion ashen, and lips tinged with a purplish hue. The coroner placed a small wooden box down and commenced the examination. Mo Rusu gently placed her hand on the old master's body, and indeed, a vision of his final moments unfolded before her. The old master was contorted, his eyes wide with terror, writhing on the ground before falling silent. Though the vision was fleeting, Mo Rusu was certain that the old master had succumbed to poisoning. As for the means and motive behind the poisoning, that remained unclear for the time being. Soon, the coroner's findings were revealed. "Your Highness, Lord Wu, Miss Mo, the old master died of poisoning." "Poisoning?" Madam Shun gasped in disbelief. Had someone administered poison before he fell asleep? Chapter 35. The Cat Keeper, Lu Ru in response to Madam Shun's inquiry. The coroner pondered. "No, the old master was afflicted by a potent toxin, resulting in immediate death." "What kind of poison?" Madam Shun's face reflected sheer terror. "Immediate death, yet the doors and windows were secured." Regrettably, Mo Rusu could not glean the truth of the old master's death from her vision. The coroner shook his head. "With my current knowledge, I am unable to identify the specific toxin involved." Mo Rusu interjected, "If that is the case, does this not suggest a locked room murder?" Feng Yunshan regarded her with a measured gaze and inquired, "Coroner, did you find any fatal wounds on the deceased?" "None were discovered." After deliberation, the coroner added, "However, there is a scratch mark on the old master's face, consistent with a cat's claw. A cat scratch, naturally, would not be fatal, nor would it contain poison. Moreover, Mo Rusu had noticed the scratch mark on the old master's face during her vision, though it seemed to have been cleaned. This development rendered the situation increasingly enigmatic. Mo Rusu discreetly observed Madam Shun, who appeared genuinely sorrowful, her eyes conveying an authentic sense of loss, devoid of pretense. Feng Yunshan queried, "Miss Mo, do you perceive any breakthrough in this matter?" Mo Rusu contemplated, "I wish to examine the body once more." Feng Yunshan's gaze shifted slightly, yet he remained silent. For an unscrupulous individual, viewing the deceased remains was quite commonplace. Approaching the corpse again, Mo Rusu placed her hand upon it, and the previous vision materialized once more. This time, however, she scrutinized it more carefully and seemed to glimpse a dark, indistinct shape flitting by. What could it be? Yet, it certainly was not a cat. The small shadow darted past too swiftly. Mo Rusu observed the corpse closely and finally spotted a minute red dot on the old master's forehead, resembling a puncture wound. "Coroner," she inquired, "what could have caused this red dot? It appears to be the result of a mosquito bite. But at this time of year, are there not typically no mosquitoes?" "I share this concern, which is why I hesitated to assert it was a mosquito bite." However, it does not resemble a mark from any other creature. Could this have contributed to his death? Mo Rusu's words piqued Feng Yunshin's interest. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, whether this can be considered the cause of death remains debatable. Yet, he admired Mo Rusu's keen observational skills. Mo Rusu stated, Madam Shun, I need to inspect the old master's room. Please, Madam Shin responded. Guiding them to the old master's quarters, Mo Rusu inquired, is there anyone residing in the adjacent room? No, Madam Shin replied. The room in front serves as my husband's private parlor. Accessible only to his closest friends. The room where the body is kept was previously my husband's study. Thus, it became evident that neither of these rooms housed any occupants. Are there any other inhabitants in this courtyard? Mo Rusu asked again. Madam Shin gestured toward a row of intricately designed quarters. Those are where the maids who attend to the master reside. May we take a look? Certainly, Madam Shin affirmed, leading them to the row of small rooms. Mo Rusu carefully observed each of the 4 rooms. Noting that each housed a maid assigned to care for the old master, in one of the rooms, she discovered a large cage containing uneaten food. Madam Shin, what is this? Mo Rusu inquired, sensing something amiss. This is my cat's cage, Madam Shin replied, her eyes reddening, her already sorrowful expression deepening. This drew Mo Rusu's attention. Madam Shin, where is the cat now? I do not know. Madam Shin sighed. After the master's passing, it simply vanished. Such a coincidence, Mo Rusu murmured, feeling a profound sense of intrigue. This cat was presumably cared for by the owner of this room, was it not? Indeed, Madam Shun replied, her voice cool yet unperturbed. That I wish to meet her. Summon Lu Ru. Madam Shin immediately sent for the maid named Lu Ru. When Lu Ru arrived, Mo Rusu was struck by her presence, a young girl clad in the uniform of the household. Yet her refreshing and aloof demeanor was hard to conceal. It was astonishing that such a captivating girl would serve as a maid in the Shin household. The air of nobility she exuded seemed intrinsic, distinctly unlike that of a typical servant. Are you Lu Ru? Mo Rusu inquired, carefully masking her admiration. Yes, Lu Ru replied, slightly bowing her head, her tone composed. What are your daily duties? I care for the cat. Is that all? Yes, Lu Ru's response surprised Mo Rusu. This girl was solely responsible for tending to the old master's cat. And the cat? It is gone. Lu Ru lifted her gaze slightly, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes, rendering her already regal and aloof presence all the more endearing. Missing or deceased? Missing, Lu Ru replied calmly. Mo Rusu noted, there is a scratch mark on the old master's face from a cat. Are you aware of this? Yes, Lu Ru acknowledged. From the wound, it could potentially be attributed to the black cat, but I have not located its whereabouts. Let me ask you another question, Mo Rusu continued. After the master was injured, did you see that black cat? No, Lu Ru replied. I assisted in treating the master's wound, yet he never disclosed how he obtained the injury. I did not inquire, and he did not volunteer the information. Mo Rusu nodded. It seems you garnered the old master's esteem while at the estate. She was cautious with her word choice, opting for esteem rather than affection or favor, because I care well for the cat. The master appreciates it, hence he values me, Lu Ru replied, her words meticulously measured. Mo Rusu felt a peculiar sensation towards this girl, who solely cared for the cat and had free access to the old master, and who had also tended to his wounds. The case remained a tangled web of confusion, requiring Mo Rusu to meticulously untangle it, gathering more evidence to unveil the truth behind the mysteries. Chapter 36. The Scream by the Well. Mo Rusu smiled. How many cats did the master have? Just one, named Black Gold. I have heard it has been with him for many years. Lu Ru's voice carried a touch of melancholy as she spoke. Mo Rusu pressed further. How long have you cared for Black Gold? For 5 years. That certainly signifies a deep bond. Mo Rusu noted. On average, how often do you visit the master's chamber? Not frequently. My primary responsibility is the cat's care. Serving the master is predominantly the duty of the other 3 maids. Lu Ru paused momentarily, then added, the last time I treated the master's wound was indeed due to a scratch from the cat. And I had the necessary ointment for such injuries. I understand. You may leave for now. If I have any questions later, I will contact you, said Lu Ru, who quietly withdrew upon hearing this. Mo Rusu gently closed her eyes, reflecting on the entire situation. After a moment, she opened her eyes and calmly stated, I will recount the events to everyone. If there is anything inappropriate, please do not hesitate to inform me. Feng Yunshin nodded, encouraging her to continue. Yesterday morning, Lord Shin did not rise for breakfast as he usually does. When his maid knocked on the door without response, she reported to Madam Shin. After breaking down the door, they discovered Lord Shin had already passed away. Initially, Madam Shin believed it to be a sudden death, considering the doors and windows were secured from the inside. However, as she pondered further, She felt the situation was more complex and reported it to the authorities. Upon examination by the coroner, it was revealed that Lord Shun had succumbed to a lethal poison dot on his body. There was merely a scratch resembling a cat's claw and a minute red spot. No other injuries were found. Curiously, following Lord Shun's demise, the black cat vanished without a trace. She paused, observing the reactions of those present, but no one spoke. Feng Yunshin gestured for her to continue at this point. I have a few inquiries. First, how did Lord Shun succumb to poisoning with his doors and windows tightly shut? Second, where has the cat gone? Is its disappearance intrinsically linked to Lord Shun's death? Third, was Lord Shun's demise a mere accident or a calculated murder? If it was murder, what secrets might he have shared with the perpetrator? These 3 points encapsulate the crux of the case. Feng Yunshin nodded slightly. I believe the final evidence in this case lies with that cat. There were scratch marks on the deceased's face, and shortly thereafter, he died. Furthermore, the person who treated his wounds was a cat owner. He refrained from voicing the subsequent thoughts, knowing that Lord Shun's final moments were indeed connected to that cat. Rusu stood, addressing Madame Shun. I have a humble request. Madame Shun replied graciously. Please, Miss Mo. Speak freely. Madame Shun, I wish to search Lord Shun's room to see if I can uncover any clues. That is entirely acceptable, Madame Shun assured her. I shall arrange for it at once, soon. The few pieces of furniture from Lord Shun's room were relocated to the adjacent parlor, leaving only a bed behind. Madame Shun inquired, shall we move the bed as well? That will not be necessary. Just shift it aside, Rusu instructed. The bed, originally against the wall, now stood in the center of the empty room. She carefully inspected the room, paying special attention to the window's edge. Miss Mo, have you discovered anything new? Madame Shun asked. Rusu shook her head, seemingly finding nothing out of the ordinary. She exited the room and proceeded to the parlor, which had become quite crowded with the furniture moved from the bedroom. After a brief glance around, she remained silent and left. Minister Wu had been silently following her. Miss Mo, is there nothing amiss here either? Rusu shook her head again. Nothing unusual. Madame Shun's face reflected a hint of disappointment, but just then, a maid's piercing scream echoed from the courtyard. When they rushed outside, they found the maid collapsed on the ground. Pale and distraught. What has happened? Madame Shun coldly inquired. In the presence of a prince and a minister, how can you act so recklessly? The maid pointed tremblingly at the well, unable to articulate her words. What is going on? Rusu suggested. Perhaps it is the corpse of the black cat. Upon hearing this, Madame Shun immediately ordered someone to investigate. Soon, a black body was retrieved from the well. It was He Jin. The cat. Lu Ru approached to examine it. Upon seeing the corpse, her eyes turned slightly red, though she did not weep. Her face still reflected deep sorrow. Miss Mo, how could you surmise it was the cat's body? Madame Shun inquired. Quite simply, Rusu replied. The black cat could not have vanished without reason. If it has been absent these past few days, it must have perished in some hidden corner. How can you be so certain? Because there were scratch marks on Lord Shin's face, he had kept that cat for several years. They were undoubtedly familiar with each other and would not harm him unless something frightened the cat. Alternatively, it is possible that he himself caused its demise, that My Lord was exceedingly fond of that cat. Why would he wish to harm it? I cannot say for certain. This is merely my conjecture. And only with more evidence can we ascertain the truth. Minister Wu shook his head gently. Alas, this cat was tragically drowned in the well. Rusu, aware of Minister Wu's fondness for cats, he kept several in his household, pondered. Perhaps it was not merely an accident. She decided to summon the coroner to examine the black cat's body. Madame Shun was taken aback. Miss Mo, do you truly wish to conduct an autopsy on the cat? It is merely a cat. Yes, Rusu insisted. It is imperative that we perform an autopsy. After the examination, the coroner reported, Miss Mo, this black cat indeed drowned, but prior to that, it suffered severe trauma, even had it not fallen into the well. It would likely not have survived, as its skull was fractured. Rusu nodded. I understand. Feng Yunshin remarked, there are scratch marks on the deceased's face, and the cat, after being severely injured, fell into the well and drowned. I believe Miss Mo is correct. The cat's death is connected to the deceased, and may have been caused by him. Rusu smiled. I surmise that Lord Shin intended to do something to the cat, which led to him being scratched. In a fit of rage, he struck the cat violently against the ground, rendering it unconscious before tossing it into the well, resulting in its drowning. Chapter 37. A cold case. These were merely their speculations. To reach a definitive conclusion, they needed to uncover evidence. Rusu waved her hand. Let us pause here for now. We need to organize the information and return tomorrow. Lord Shin cannot be buried until the case is resolved. Madame Shun inclined her head slightly. Understood. Miss M.O., to facilitate the investigation, we have arranged guest quarters for His Highness, the Minister, and yourself to rest. M.O. Rusu acknowledged her, secretly contemplating that Madame Shun would not cease her efforts until she achieved her goal. The guest quarters were prepared, and should the culprit remain at large, it would surely become a source of ridicule for her. However, M.O. Rusu did not display any outward concern. She was inherently tenacious and would not relent until her objectives were achieved. In her modern life, she had solved numerous cold cases through sheer will and unwavering determination. The guest quarters prepared by Madame Shun were spacious, bright, and tranquil. Feng Yunshin leaned against the doorframe of M.O. Rusu's room. Observing her as she paced thoughtfully, M.O. Rusu contemplated the case, realizing it was not overly complex. She had encountered far more perplexing cases in her past. However, the overall conditions now were vastly superior to those of ancient times, making direct comparisons difficult. Feng Yunshin remained silent, respecting her thought process. Eventually, M.O. Rusu halted her pacing, her slight frown eliciting a subtle smile from Feng Yunshin. Your Highness, through our recent inquiries, have you uncovered anything? Not particularly, Feng Yunshin admitted, lacking experience in solving cases. He merely found it curious that the deceased had perished in a locked room. M.O. Rusu smiled. It is not as mysterious as it seems. Once the mystery is unraveled, you will find it quite simple, like a thin layer of paper, easily torn to reveal the truth beneath. Feng Yunshin sighed. Yet, at present, that paper remains intact, the truth still obscured. M.O. Rusu gently lifted her gaze, her smile fading as she noted. However, I have made a small discovery, Do share. I am all ears. Lu Ru seems somewhat out of sorts. Really? Feng Yunshin was not particularly observant regarding women's behavior and had not considered Lu Ru a potential subject of investigation. M.O. Rusu spoke earnestly. Her demeanor has raised my suspicions. In contrast, the maid who collapsed by the well displayed a genuine reaction. Lu Ru, however, remained excessively composed, more so than Madame Shun in Lord Shin's presence. Lu Ru was a favored maid, yet upon his death, she exhibited little sorrow. Hei Jin was her cherished cat, and when it went missing, she did not appear particularly distressed, even after its body was retrieved from the well. Her reaction was still remarkably calm. She merely reddened her eyes without shedding a single tear. To others, Lu Ru's reaction might seem normal. Some individuals excel at concealing their grief. Yet M.O. Rusu's years of experience in law enforcement told her that Lu Ru was indeed behaving suspiciously. Feng Yunshin pondered for a moment. Had Lu Ru displayed a more typical reaction, she might not have drawn your attention so significantly. Lu Ru is undoubtedly hiding something. I just have yet to uncover further evidence. M.O. Rusu had resolved to expose Lu Ru's hidden truths. Feng Yunshin gazed at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. I believe in you. You will certainly find the flaw within her, Your Highness. M.O. Rusu blinked. I am merely assisting you in unraveling this case. I do not wish to shoulder the entire burden alone. It is of no concern. I shall remain by your side, whatever you require. I will fulfill. M.O. Rusu regarded him, her eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. She blinked, conceding. Well, who could resist the commands of a prince? Feng Yunshin glanced outside, noting the deepening dusk, and decided not to disturb her rest. With that, he dashed away like the wind. Watching his vanishing figure, M.O. Rusu could not help but chuckle. This Feng Yunshin was indeed quite endearing. The following morning, M.O. Rusu awoke, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in the unfamiliar surroundings. Especially with pressing cases on her mind. A young maid entered, carrying breakfast. Miss M.O., I am here to serve your meal. No need. Just set it down, she replied. The breakfast was modest yet exquisitely presented, consisting of 10 small dishes, each a mere sampling, accompanied by 8 treasure porridge, delightful side dishes, and an array of delicate pastries, each crafted into charming shapes. It was a feast for the senses. After breakfast, the maid cleared away the dishes. M.O. Rusu decided to seek out Feng Yunshin and stepped out, heading toward his chamber. Finding Feng Yunshin's room empty, she pondered briefly. He must have stepped out for a meal. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed wisps of smoke rising from a corner nearby. M.O. Rusu narrowed her eyes. Who would be burning something in broad daylight? She approached quietly, discovering a large maid huddled in a corner, burning paper and clothing. Who are you offering paper money to? Having witnessed numerous crime scenes, she was attuned to any abnormal occurrences in the estate. The maid jumped in fright, letting out a sharp scream. Oh, Miss M.O., you startled me. After composing herself, she added, I was so terrified last night by a ghost in white that I couldn't sleep. This morning, I came here to burn something of value, unaware you would be up so early. A ghost in white? M.O. Rusu frowned. Is there a woman who died wrongfully in the Shin household? In affluent families, it was not uncommon for many to have met untimely deaths. Indeed, the maid glanced around cautiously. 5 years ago, a maid named Suesu died unjustly. Mo Rusu's interest peaked. She suspected a connection between Suesu's demise and the current case. Miss Mo, I must confide that Suesu's death was truly tragic. Sometimes I think of her and feel immense pity. How did she die? She drowned in the well where a black cat perished. Chapter 38. Tsu Mo Rusu's heart stirred at the revelation. You believe the woman in white you saw last night was Tsu? Exactly, the maid said. Yesterday, the black cat also died in that well. How could it not be her seeking revenge? 5 years ago, Suesu had met her end in that very well. And now, 5 years later, the cat she once cared for had also perished there. Those who had experienced the events of that fateful day would inevitably associate the two. How did Tsu die? The maid hesitated, fear evident in her eyes. It is a taboo in the estate. I cannot speak of it. If I do, I might suffer the same fate. Seeing her trepidation, Mo Rusu refrained from pressing further, deciding to glean information from other sources. Many in the estate must know of this incident. You should clean up and leave here quickly. If anyone from the estate discovers you, I cannot guarantee your safety. Who is burning paper money here? A sharp voice interrupted, as an elderly man accompanied by several young servants approached hastily. Impudent maid! How dare you disturb His Highness and Miss Mo with such a foolish act? Lord Wu had returned to the government office last night, leaving only Mo Rusu and Feng Yunshin in residence. The maid, terrified, dropped to her knees, unable to meet his gaze. Look up, the old man barked, with trembling hands. The maid raised her head, tears streaking her face. It's Haidang, the old man exclaimed. You have a lot of nerve. Please spare me, Stewardly. Haidang sobbed that I won't do it again. Stewardly scoffed. It is too late. You dare to burn paper money in the estate. What an ill omen. Perhaps your curses are what caused the master's demise. Haidang, terrified, cried. I meant no harm. I was merely frightened by last night's events. Your words are meaningless. You must pay the price. Li ordered coldly. Take this maid away and drown her in the well. No. Haidang wailed. Please, Stewardly, do not execute me. Li remained unmoved. Desperate, Haidang clung to Mo Rusu's leg. Miss Mo, please save me. Mo Rusu glanced at her, feigning contemplation. Seeing this, Li hastily addressed her. Miss Mo, this maid has disturbed you. I hope you will show leniency. Please save me. Haidang pleaded. I am not ungrateful. Haidang clung tightly to Mo Rusu's leg, knowing that if she released her grip, her fate would be sealed. Mo Rusu smiled gently. Stewardly, the heavens favor those who show mercy. I implore you to spare Miss Haidong. Li clasped his hands in respect. Under normal circumstances, she would be condemned to death. But since Miss Mo interceded, he would let it slide and report to the mistress. With a final glance at the unfinished ashes, he warned, Haidang, remember to clean this place thoroughly. The estate, already fraught with unease due to Lord Shen's death, was further distressed by such reckless acts. After Li departed, Haidang released her grip and knelt beside Mo Rusu, bowing her forehead to the ground. Miss Mo, I am eternally grateful for your kindness. I require no thanks. You know what I seek, she replied. Yes, Haidang said tearfully, rising slowly to clean the area. Once they returned to their room, Haidang closed the door. Miss Mo, I must confide in you. This matter is best kept between us. Speak, Mo Rusu urged, sensing the weight of the unspoken truth. Haidang reflected for a moment. Susu was exceptionally beautiful, the most striking among us maids. Her sole task was to care for the cats. She did not partake in any other duties. We all envied her, thinking her fortunate for garnering the master's and mistress's favor without labor. Then one day, she came to the mistress, disheveled and weeping, and ultimately took her own life in the well. Later, we learned the master had forced himself upon her, and when she sought justice from the mistress, she was accused of seducing him. In a fit of rage, she ended her own life, and the master and mistress deeply regretted it, giving her a lavish burial. Months later, Lu Ru came to the estate to take Susu's place. Haidang recounted the tale in one breath, then looked eagerly at Mo Rusu. Miss Mo, that is the crux of it. May I leave now? Yes, Mo Rusu replied flatly, and Haidang hurriedly departed. Mo Rusu remained, gazing out the window, lost in thought that a flowering tree stood nearby, its crimson blossoms reminiscent of blood as the wind rustled through. The petals cascaded down like a shattered heart drifting in the breeze. Suesu, the black cat, Lord Shen, Lady Shen, Lu Ru. These names intertwined like a curse, ensnaring her mind in a painful grasp. Miss Mo, Feng Yunshin entered, surprised to see her in such a pensive state. Mo Rusu's eyes flickered to him. Your Highness, are you contemplating the case? What have you uncovered? Nothing of great consequence. Merely a long-forgotten case. A long-forgotten case has captured your attention so? Now I am curious. What is it about? A wrongful case, Mo Rusu replied, casting a sidelong glance at him, noting the gradual fading of his smile. A wrongful case. Feng Yunshan inquired. Is it related to our current investigation? Before Lu Ru's arrival, there was a maid who fed the cats. After the master forced himself upon her, she took her own life in the well. The mistress accused her of seducing him to preserve the family's reputation. Feng Yunshan sighed with regret. Indeed, she is a devoted and valiant woman. Rusu raised her delicate brows slightly, reflecting that the act of taking her own life was a desperate measure. She believed that in this world, hope was beyond her reach. Only death could provide liberation, that if there existed even a shred of hope for survival, who would willingly choose death? Chapter 39. The relationship between Cixi and Lu Ru. Feng Yunshan, born into the pinnacle of power, seldom comprehended the tribulations of the common folk. Yet, the struggles within the palace were often the most harrowing. What shall we do next? He inquired. Rusu contemplated before questioning Lu Ru. Could this alert the culprit? Lu Ru shook her head, asserting that she was the last to see Lord Shen alive, and that repeated inquiries were only reasonable. Is there no need to interrogate Madame Shen? She asked. Not for now. Madame Shen's involvement appears minimal. Even if she is implicated, she cannot escape her fate. As they conversed, they exited the chamber and walked forward. Rusu glanced back at the building, likening it to a monstrous beast, poised to devour anyone in its path. In the front hall, Rusu took a gentle sip of tea, setting the cup down delicately on the table, and raised her gaze to Lu Ru, who stood before her on the night of Lord Shen's demise. Where were you? I returned to my room after tending to his wounds, Lu Ru replied coolly. And afterward, I went to bed. Her responses remained icy, devoid of any emotion. Behind Lu Ru stood 3 maidservants, who had served Lord Shen. They bowed their heads, appearing far more timid than Lu Ru. Rusu turned her attention to them, asking, What about you? We were unaware of the incident, even when Lord Shen was scratched by the cat. One maid replied, How could you be oblivious in the same courtyard? Rusu pressed. Indeed, we were in the kitchen that night. Only Lord Shen and Lu Ru were present in the yard. How coincidental. Rusu mused inwardly, suspecting this to be a premeditated act, with Lu Ru deeply entangled. Lu Ru interjected, At that time, it was indeed just myself and Lord Shen in the yard. I treated his wounds, but that does not imply that I am the murderer. That is true, for the doors and windows were secured from the inside. After you tended to his wounds, did you leave? Yes, Lu Ru affirmed. I departed after administering the medicine, and Lord Shen fell asleep. Her replies were consistently airtight, making it exceedingly difficult for Rusu to extract any further information. Did Lord Shen ever emerge afterward? I do not know. Lu Ru responded directly. Rusu turned to the other maidservants, asking, When you returned from the kitchen, was Lord Shen still asleep? Yes, one maid replied. I inquired at his door. It was locked from the inside. When I asked if he was awake, he responded that he was already asleep. Very well, Rusu acknowledged. After Lu Ru left Lord Shen's chamber, he remained in good health, and it followed that he had indeed succumbed in a sealed environment. Madame Shen looked at Rusu, asking, Do you think it could be the work of a spirit? Rusu understood that she believed in Haitang's words and immediately thought of Cixi. I do not believe so, she replied. I am convinced that this matter is not of supernatural origin, but rather a human conspiracy. Ultimately, the mystery shall be unraveled. Otherwise, how could Lord Shen have died from poisoning in his own chamber without reason? In recent days, Madame Shen appeared considerably worn. Rusu concluded that her connection to this tragedy was minimal. After all, Lord Shen had been prepared for burial when she noticed something amiss and reported it. If she were the true culprit, she would surely wish for Lord Shen to be laid to rest quickly to evade responsibility. Word has it that 5 years ago, there was an unjust case in the residence? Madame Shen hesitated before confirming. Indeed, such a case did exist. She sighed. But we cannot bear the blame entirely. She recounted the tale of Cixi, mirroring Haitang's account closely. After her narration, her expression turned mournful. In that moment of folly, she had favored Cixi to uphold the family's dignity. Rusu remained silent, having understood the situation well enough. Their conversation had run its course, and further suspicion was unnecessary. Through this interrogation, Rusu could ascertain that Lu Ru had indeed left Lord Shen's room when he died, confirming that he had been alone. Waving her hand, she dismissed everyone and rose to stroll through the expansive Shen estate, adorned with vibrant flowers and lush trees, even featuring an artificial lake filled with lotus blossoms. Feng Yunshan followed, strolling alongside her by the lotus pond, their figures harmonizing beautifully. Your Highness, I have gleaned some insights regarding this case. Yet there remains a matter that eludes me, which I hope you can assist in investigating. You may rely on me. I shall not fail in my duty. Rusu knelt by the lake, plucking a lotus leaf to shield her eyes from the glaring sun. I suspect that the unjust case from 5 years ago is intertwined with our current predicament, and I seem to have a notion of the perpetrator's identity. However, I lack evidence and must clarify one point. What point? Feng Yunshin inquired, mirroring her posture and plucking a lotus leaf to block the sun. Mo Rusu smiled at his imitation, stating, the relationship between Suesi and Lu Ru. This may prove challenging. Lu Ru's history is accessible, but Suesi has been deceased for 5 years. Do your best. I do not expect you to accomplish the impossible. Feng Yunshin smiled, appreciating her resolve. How did you connect the deceased Suesi to Lu Ru? I previously mentioned that as long as there is no psychological issue, every murder is an act of vengeance. Every event has its cause and effect. Love cannot exist without reason, nor can hatred. Lu Ru would not senselessly murder Lord Shin, who treated her kindly, nor had she heard of any intentions for him to take her as a concubine. Yet she poisoned him directly, which is indeed unusual. Chapter 40. The enigma deepens. Feng Yunshin appeared perplexed. What is so unusual about that? Mo Rusu regarded him with a smile. Do you find it ordinary, Your Highness? Upon reflection, he realized that having grown up in the palace, he might not grasp the nuances of such matters as well as a woman could. Moreover, Mo Rusu, a seasoned detective in modern times, possessed greater insight into such intricacies. Then I shall investigate immediately. With that, he offered her a cheerful smile before departing. Mo Rusu watched his retreating figure, her heart fluttering slightly. Miss Imo, a slender silhouette, approached her. It was Madame Shin. Madame Shin, Mo Rusu greeted with a faint smile. I wish to discuss something with you, Madame Shin said, her serene face tinged with melancholy. That we no longer wish to pursue the investigation. Why? Mo Rusu observed the redness around her eyes and her weary countenance. Recognizing that she had been weeping, I initially thought this was a trivial case, but it has unfolded into something far more complex. She lamented, shaking her head. Madame Shun, Mo Rusu interjected. Do you still believe it to be the work of spirits? Yes, Madame Shin admitted, not concealing her thoughts. It is difficult not to believe, especially after Hai Tang informed me of what she witnessed last night, that in ancient times, the belief in spirits was prevalent, making it understandable for Madame Shun to harbor such thoughts. Mo Rusu sighed. I know that no matter what I say, you may not believe me, yet I must express my views. Whether it is the work of spirits or not, the truth will come to light. For now, focus on resting well. Once the case is resolved, we can lay Lord Shin to rest. I am terrified that Suesi, who perished by her own hand years ago, has returned to seek vengeance. I was merely momentarily misguided, having scolded her. Who could have known her spirit was so fierce that she would take her own life? Now, with Lord Shin gone and his beloved black cat dead, who will be next? Madame Shin feared she might be the next target. Do not worry, Madame Shun. I shall remain here until the case concludes. Mo Rusu reassured her. I am confident that the truth will soon emerge. She now sought a breakthrough regarding the connection between Sisi and Lu Ru. Once their relationship was clarified, everything else would fall into place. Madame Shun regarded her with a hint of skepticism. Miss Mo, I have heard much about your talents, that you've been solving cases alongside your father since childhood. Do you truly have confidence in this one? Perhaps we should summon your father, Master Mo, to assess the situation. No need, Mo Rusu replied resolutely. What my father can accomplish, I can as well. Though Madame Shun's heart remained troubled, she refrained from expressing further doubts. She was a clever woman, aware of the delicate balance of words, especially concerning the relationship between Mo Rusu and Feng Yunshin. She nodded. Very well. I hope you succeed in your investigation. Her wish was that this matter stemmed from human malice rather than some spectral disturbance. As night descended, Mo Rusu engaged in her reading before preparing to rest, when a piercing scream shattered the stillness. Had another tragedy occurred? She sprang up, and her maid, Lu Yue, hastily followed suit, donning her clothes. Miss, what is happening? I do not know, Mo Rusu replied, hastily dressing as she hurried towards the front courtyard. There, the scene was ablaze with light. Madame Shin and several concubines had already gathered. A maid knelt trembling on the ground. What is the matter? Madame Shin's voice was laced with anger and authority. Madam, just now while I was on night watch, I saw a woman in white emerge from the well. What? The revelation startled Madame Shin, nearly causing her to stumble, only to be steadied by a nearby concubine. This incident further convinced her that the death of Master Shun was wrought by ghostly forces. Mo Rusu approached. Which well did you see this apparition? The well where Tsuesu took her own life. The maid's voice quivered. Unable to continue. Mo Rusu turned towards the well, her voice icy as she demanded, Ghost, if you truly exist, show yourself. I, Mo Rusu, am not afraid of you. Her fierce declaration could intimidate even the bravest of specters. After a moment of silence, she scoffed. See, you do not appear. I suspect you merely mistook what you saw, and I did not mistake it. A woman in white truly emerged from the well and grinned at me. Perhaps you have let your imagination run wild these past days, Mo Rusu retorted coldly, needing to stabilize the frayed nerves of those around her. The flicker of confidence that had briefly ignited in Madame Shin had been extinguished by this commotion. Rusu was certain the ghostly figure was a fabrication. "Where is Lu Ru?" "I am here," Lu Ru replied as she stepped forward. "What guidance do you seek, Miss Mo?" "Lu Ru, where were you just now?" "I was in my room until I heard the scream," Lu Ru answered. "Master Shin is dead, and the morning hall is adjacent to his chamber, directly facing this well." While on watch, the maid suddenly glimpsed a ghostly figure in the well and screamed, causing everyone to rush out. "And where is this ghost now?" Rusu believed firmly that Lu Ru was the culprit. Thus, the ghostly figure must also be hers. However, Lu Ru was dressed in the uniform of the household, entirely unlike the disheveled specter in white. Doubt crept into Rusu's mind that I can testify that this matter has nothing to do with Lu Ru, a small maid interjected. Before Chinger screamed, "I was speaking with Lu Ru." She had no time to impersonate a ghost. Rusu nodded. If Lu Ru lacked the opportunity to masquerade as the ghost, then who could it be? A deeper mystery lay concealed within this incident. "Who else was on watch tonight?" Rusu inquired. "Besides Chinger, who else?" "Also a servant." A young man stepped forward. "Miss, I had an upset stomach and frequently visited the latrine. So, when Chinga saw the ghost, you were absent." "Correct." "Yes," the young man replied, his head bowed in shame. Rusu smiled slightly. "What caused your sudden stomach troubles? What did you eat?" The young man looked troubled. "I hardly ate anything unusual. It was just regular food. I shared a meal with Chinger, and she seemed fine. Perhaps it is due to your late nights affecting your health. Is there any food left?" Rusu asked. "None. After we finished eating, we sent the remnants to the kitchen," the young man replied. Looking despondent, Rusu began to piece together the puzzle. Chinger and the young man had eaten together. He had been preoccupied with his stomach issues while Chinger witnessed the ghost. Meanwhile, the one under suspicion, Lu Ru, had an alibi. Rusu felt a pang of melancholy as her gaze fell upon Chinger, who, at merely 13 or 14, now looked downcast, her expression hidden, though Rusu sensed something was amiss. She knew that without evidence, she could not persuade others of her conclusions. Chinger, "How old are you?" "I am 14, she replied. "How long have you been in this household?" "Less than 2 years, Chinger answered softly. Her head still bowed, her voice gentle, in stark contrast to Lu Ru's demeanor. "Where do you usually work?" Rusu inquired further. "I am in the kitchen, assisting with various tasks." Rusu nodded, rising from her seat. "It grows late. Perhaps we should disperse," Madame Shin interjected. "Steward, please arrange for 2 more servants to assist." The following day, Rusu awoke early. Breakfast was not yet prepared, so she ventured into the kitchen. Shin Manor's kitchen was vast, rivaling that of the household, bustling with 5 or 6 matrons. Upon seeing Rusu enter, they greeted her respectfully. The head cook exclaimed, "Miss you shouldn't be in such a messy place. You ought to rest." Rusu smiled. "Do carry on. I merely wish to observe a tea." That moment, Chinger returned, and a matron instructed, "Chinger, grab a chicken from the coop to prepare for lunch." Chinger's face turned pale, having been on night watch. She had not rested and was now being ordered to work without daring to protest. After she left, Rusu asked the matron, "Is she usually diligent in the kitchen?" "Lazy," the matron replied, her expression sour. "You wouldn't know. That girl is quite sluggish. She hardly lifts a finger unless pressed. With which maid does she get along best?" "Well, if I had to say, it would be Lu Ru," the matron mused. "Lu Ru?" Rusu paused, startled. The matron chuckled. "That's the one who takes care of the master's cat. You've seen her." Rusu's interest piqued, prompting her to ask, "How did they become so close?" "It was when Chinger fell ill. Lu Ru called a doctor for her, and they bonded from there." Rusu couldn't help but smile at this revelation, though she remained silent. "Breakfast is ready, Miss Mo. Please proceed to the front hall to dine." "Very well." Rusu departed the kitchen, now awaiting news from Feng Yunshin. After breakfast, she continued her inquiries throughout the manor. Apart from Madame Shin, there were 4 concubines in the household, each possessing her own cunning. While they appeared amicable on the surface, beneath lay a tangled web of intrigue. Rusu first visited the second concubine's quarters, where she found her engaged in needlework, yet her demeanor betrayed a hint of sorrow. Her eyes red-rimmed. "Second concubine, have you been in the manor these past few days since Master Shin's demise?" "Yes," she nodded. "I've remained here. My health is frail, and I seldom venture out, rarely even stepping into the courtyard." Rusu sniffed the air, detecting a faint medicinal scent that confirmed her suspicions of the second concubine's chronic ailment. "Given your condition, you ought to rest more." After a brief conversation, Rusu departed for the third concubine's quarters. However, she was informed that the third concubine had gone to a nearby temple to pray for Master Shin's soul. Rusu then approached the fourth concubine, who was playing chess with a maid in the courtyard. Her face devoid of any visible grief, Upon Mo Rusu's arrival, the fourth concubine stood, a smile breaking across her face. Miss Mo, you've come. Despite the recent loss of her husband, the fourth concubine's cheeriness raised Mo Rusu's suspicions. Fourth concubine, I have a few questions for you. Speak. I am listening. You have been here in the manor these days? Indeed, the fourth concubine affirmed. Where else would we women go? Mo Rusu probed further. I've heard you possess quite the ear for news. Do you know anything about Luru? The fourth concubine laughed openly. Oh, that girl. The master treated her exceptionally well. I often wonder if he would have made her a sixth concubine had he lived. Luru, are you willing? Of course, how could one not be? The fourth concubine remarked disdainfully, gesturing towards the fifth concubine's courtyard. Was she not once adamant about her unwillingness? Yet now, she seems to be living more joyfully than anyone else. Mo Rusu glanced towards the fifth concubine's residence and offered a subtle smile, realizing that the fifth concubine was not entirely content to be with the master. Aside from the madam, none of us are truly willing. The fourth concubine stated casually, yet Mo Rusu began to ponder in her heart. Just moments ago, she had observed the second concubine appearing sorrowful, while the third concubine had retreated to the temple for a 6-month stay. It seemed the fourth concubine could read her thoughts, sneering as she inquired, is the second concubine at home weeping? Her health is poor. She often takes medicine. Her health has always been frail. She has long desired a child. Thus, she has continually taken medication, which only worsens her condition. This remark suddenly reminded Mo Rusu of the other concubines. Did any of them have children? The fourth concubine appeared to sense her thoughts again, declaring that in our household, apart from the first madam, none of the other concubines have ever been pregnant. Mo Rusu was taken aback. Was it the master's issue or the concubines? What was the situation? How many children did the first madam have? She did not know the specifics, but the first madam had a son and a daughter, neither of whom were present. Chapter 42. I am about to conclude the case. Mo Rusu mused silently. It was indeed unusual that none of the concubines in the Shun household bore a child. Had none ever conceived? Indeed, not a single one. Over all these years, the fourth concubine was not old. In her 30s, having been in the Shun residence for over a decade, and even the youngest, the fifth concubine, had been there for 6 or 7 years without becoming pregnant if it were due to the master. Then why could the first madam bear children? She had two. Another reason might be that someone did not wish for them to conceive. This person could be either the master or the madam. Mo Rusu asked, do you not want children? I do. The fourth concubine replied with a bittersweet smile. I am a woman. I yearn to be a mother, especially as the master acquires more concubines during the long, lonely nights. Having a child for companionship would indeed be quite pleasant. As she spoke, a faint sorrow glimmered in her eyes. Oh, you resent Master Shun. I do not resent him. I merely lament that he took me as a concubine, yet does not treat me well. However, becoming his concubine was my own choice, hence I cannot harbor hatred towards him. The fourth concubine's words were heartfelt and sincere, without a hint of flaw. Mo Rusu offered her a few words of comfort before turning to leave. The fifth concubine's courtyard was not far off, directly opposite the fourth concubine's. At that moment, the fifth concubine was practicing her singing. Aside from the absent third concubine, the other concubines appeared indifferent to Master Shin's fate. The fifth concubine, appearing youthful, seemed to be in her early 20s, strikingly beautiful, adorned in simple attire that accentuated her delicate charm, reminiscent of a pear blossom after rain. Miss Mo, the fifth concubine greeted with a graceful bow. Her demeanor laced with a hint of theatricality. Have you studied drama? The fifth concubine smiled slightly. I came from a theatrical troupe and was chosen by the master to enter the Shin household, where I have now resided for 7 years. A maid interjected. Our concubine was quite renowned in the capital back then. 7 years ago, Mo Rusu was but a child, unaware of the fifth concubine's past. Mo Rusu chuckled. Coincidentally, I too enjoy singing. The fifth concubine's eyes sparkled with interest as she began to sing. The myriad blooms of purple and red flourish widely, yet all of this is left to crumbling walls and desolate ruins. How lamentable is the beautiful scenery, and who savors joyful moments in which courtyard. Mo Rusu, taking on the role of a young male lead, joined her in song for a few verses. The original owner had reveled in singing, particularly relishing the portrayal of male roles, thus she was adept at this art. After a brief duet, Mo Rusu noticed a glimmer of joy in the fifth concubine's eyes. The fifth concubine bowed again. Miss Mo, your singing is exquisite. Mo Rusu smiled. I have a few questions I wish to pose to you. Please. The fifth concubine's demeanor had warmed slightly. Did you willingly enter the Shin household? Ha. The fifth concubine chuckled, tinged with melancholy. Does it even matter whether I was willing? A woman like me is akin to a flower swept by the wind. Wherever the wind carries me, there I shall fall. Mo Rusu, seeing the sadness etched on her face, which starkly contrasted her earlier expression, asked, You have been with Master Shin for 7 years. During this time, have you never considered having a child? At this question, the fifth concubine's expression momentarily froze. A child? She smiled faintly, lowering her gaze. I have thought of it, but such matters cannot be forced. Indeed, Rusu nodded. How have you fared in these years? Not much to speak of. Life passes as it does. What more can be said? The fifth concubine smiled, yet her eyes bore hints of fatigue. At that moment, Feng Yunshin entered. Rusu smiled. Your Highness, could you please examine the fifth concubine's pulse? I fear she does not appear well, and may have some hidden ailment. My health is perfectly fine. The fifth concubine rose, forcing a smile, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Rusu grasped her hand gently, urging her to sit back down. There is no need for concern. Your Highness's willingness to examine you is a privilege many would covet. As they conversed, Feng Yunshin had already placed his hand upon the fifth concubine's pulse. Rusu noticed that he wore a glove as thin as gossamer, effectively maintaining a respectful distance between the sexes. The fifth concubine dared not move, allowing him to take her pulse. Once Feng Yunshin withdrew his hand, the fifth concubine softly asked, Your Highness, do I have any hidden ailments? None, he replied coolly. All is well. The fifth concubine's demeanor visibly relaxed. Rusu remarked, You may have simply grown weary these past few days. It would be wise to rest well. The two departed the fifth concubine's courtyard together, and Feng Yunshin inquired, What have you discerned? I have nearly grasped the situation. There has been a persistent issue that has hindered my understanding. But now I believe I have finally comprehended it. Do you not wish to know what the fifth concubine's problem is? The young lady has already discerned it from your expression. Feng Yunshin paused slightly, then smiled, urging, Please, enlighten me. Your Highness. Rusu's gaze was icy. All the concubines in the Shin household harbor issues. They hastened back to their room, where Rusu sat, reflecting on the entire sequence of events. Subsequently, she instructed someone to inform Madame Shun to gather everyone in the banquet hall in half an hour. The news startled everyone. Even Feng Yunshin inquired, Miss Mo, have you truly discovered the identity of the culprit? Yes, I have. Who is it? I cannot disclose that just yet. In due time, you will find out. Feng Yunshin regarded her with a composed smile, as if the spring breeze had coaxed blossoms to bloom. Vibrant and resplendent, he pondered that the information he had provided to Rusu today could not definitively identify the murderer. How then had she come to know? Yet seeing her confidence, he no longer dwelled on the matter. Placing his trust in her, after a brief exchange, Rusu rose, remarking that it was nearly time to depart. Feng Yunshin clasped his hands behind his back, walking alongside Rusu as they made their way to the banquet hall. Upon arrival, Rusu observed that many had already gathered. Upon seeing Feng Yunshin, everyone rose to pay their respects. Madame Shin inquired, Miss Mo, have you discovered the culprit? Yes, she replied with a smile. But first, let me recount the details of this case. I previously outlined the events surrounding the incident. Today, I shall continue. Rusu called out directly. Ru appeared momentarily taken aback. Miss Mo, what is it? Chapter 43. Accusing the culprit. Rusu smiled gently. Ru, initially, I believed you to be the murderer and was thus exceedingly vigilant around you. Ru maintained a calm expression, saying nothing. Let me explain my reasoning. Rusu continued. 5 years ago, a tragic incident occurred in the Shin household. The maid, Chui Si, took her own life by jumping into a well. The cause was that Master Shin had wronged her, leading her to lose her virtue. She had hoped that the madam would advocate for her, yet to her dismay, the madam, for the sake of the family's reputation, claimed that Chui Si had seduced Master Shin instead. This unfortunate maid, feeling devoid of love and hope in this world, made a momentary lapse in judgment and ended her life. Following her death, both Master Shun and Madame Shun felt considerable guilt, and soon after, Ru entered the household. Upon her arrival, Ru took over Chui Si's duties, caring for the cats, and quickly gained the trust of Master Shun and Madame Shun. However, Ru's heart was far from tranquil. She had ulterior motives for entering the Shun household. As she spoke, her gaze fell softly upon Ru. Ru, would you agree? Ru remained silent, neither confirming nor denying. Rusu continued, Your Highness assisted me in investigating. And it turns out Ru had a prior connection with Chui Si. At this revelation, the crowd gasped, for few were aware of any link between them. Ru looked up at her, a hint of astonishment in her gaze, those large, watery eyes fixed on her, yet she remained silent. Rusu said, When I first encountered Ru, I was irresistibly drawn to her grace. A woman of such exquisite temperament ought not to be merely a maid. Now, I understand. Ru had once been a lady of high standing, but her family's fortunes declined, and the mother and daughter nearly starved by the roadside. It was out of a moment of compassion that Cuis saved them, even offering her own resources to help them through their trials. Later, upon hearing of Chui's unjust demise, Lu Ru, burdened by sorrow, contemplated avenging her benefactor, which became her motive for infiltrating the Shun household. Madame Shen's gaze shifted from Mo Rusu to Lu. Is it true what she speaks of? Lu Ru glanced at her, merely lowering her head slightly, neither affirming nor denying. Yet, in such a circumstance, Madame Shen understood that Lu Ru tacitly acknowledged the truth. Her expression gradually morphed into one of sorrow and indignation. Is your heart truly so callous? Have you really killed the master? No, Lu Ru replied, her demeanor still calm. I did not kill the master. She took a deep breath, admitting that while she had entered the household with vengeful thoughts, over the years, you and the master have shown me great kindness, preventing me from taking action. Moreover, if I truly wished to harm you and the master, why would I wait until now? Madame Shen believed Lu Ru was the culprit, given the timeline and relationships. The likelihood of her being the murderer was substantial. However, Lu Ru's reasoning held merit. Perhaps her initial intentions had changed over time. Madame Shen glanced at Mo Rusu, hoping for some insight from her. Mo Rusu stated, for now, let us categorize Lu Ru as a suspect. This declaration sparked immediate discussions among the crowd. Lu Ru must be the murderer. Cuis was her savior, and she entered the household to seek revenge. Yet others argued, if she had such intentions for all these years, why act now? It seemed undeniable that Lu Ru had sufficient motive. In the face of these doubts, Lu Ru remained silent. Mo Rusu raised her hand, signaling for quiet. She continued, you all must recall the incident during the night watch when Qing suddenly claimed to have seen a female ghost emerge from the well. Madame Shen nodded, confirming her recollection that I had my suspicions that the ghost was Lu Ru in disguise, but Lu Ru had an alibi. However, I did not relent and sought information from the kitchen, where the servants revealed that Qing was particularly close to one person, Lu Ru. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen furrowed her brow at the matriarch. Her intellect remained sharp, and she immediately grasped the implications of Mo Rusu's words. That time, I suspected Qing might have fabricated the ghost story to assist Lu Ru. Mo Rusu mused. Qing hastily interjected, I did not. I truly saw it. Hold your tongue, Mo Rusu interrupted. Let me recount the entire sequence of events. Qing fell silent. Mo Rusu elaborated. I initially suspected there was no ghost at all. It was clear that Qing concocted the tale to aid Lu Ru, falsely claiming to have seen a ghost. These 2 points further substantiate Lu Ru's guilt. At one juncture, I nearly concluded the case, placing the blame squarely upon Lu Ru. At this moment, Lu Ru finally looked up, her eyes reflecting a mix of melancholy and confusion. Mo Rusu continued. However, an incident later caused me to doubt. Madame Shen inquired, what incident? Mo Rusu merely smiled, choosing not to pursue that line of questioning. Instead, she shifted her focus, stating, I began to question several concubines, seeking information from them. Through these discussions and materials provided by His Highness, I finally identified the true culprit. The crowd murmured with anticipation, their excitement palpable. Madame Shen could not help but ask, who is it? Who is the murderer? Fifth concubine, what say you? Mo Rusu's words directed everyone's attention towards fifth concubine. She rose, her eyes wide with shock. Miss Mo, just moments ago, I considered you a trustworthy friend, yet you turn around and slander me. Fifth concubine, Mo Rusu replied with a serene smile. I too regarded you as a good friend, but friendship must not cloud my duty. You truly disappoint me, fifth concubine said with a bitter smile. Yet I harbor no regrets. She recalled their shared performances, almost enamored with Mo Rusu. Mo Rusu shook her head gently. I have uncovered some details about your past. Would you prefer I share them? Or shall I leave it to you? Fifth concubine quickly regained her composure. Please, go ahead, I am unsure where to begin. Let us start with your time at the opera troupe, Mo Rusu began. In those days, you were the star performer, flourishing alongside your master and fellow actors in the capital. You had a senior named Mo Lian, and the story begins with the two of you. Chapter 44. I do not understand what you are saying. Fifth concubine listened intently, her expression betraying no emotion. Mo Rusu continued. At that time, you and your senior Mo Lian shared a deep bond. On stage, you professed your love, and off stage, you were inseparable companions. However, the head of the troupe, your adoptive father, forsook loyalty for profit, marrying you off to Master Shen. You initially resisted fiercely, but your adoptive father cruelly broke Mo Lian's leg, ensuring he could no longer perform. To protect Mo Lian from a worse fate, you reluctantly agreed to marry Master Shen. Yet you never forgot Ma Mo Lien over the 7 years. In secret, you would visit him, checking on his well-being. Mo Lien recovered. For 7 years, he continued to sing at the troupe, and your adoptive father passed away, leaving him as the new head of the troupe. Where he continued to perform in the capital, you loved him dearly, and as Master Shin grew increasingly indifferent towards you, even taking a new concubine, Lu Ru, your heart yearned for Ma Mo Lien. Lu Ru's face flickered with surprise as she cast a questioning glance at Mo Rusu but remained silent. Mo Rusu continued. Once Master Shin's affections waned, you resumed your clandestine meetings with Ma Mo Lien, dreaming of a day when you could elope together. However, when you confided a secret to him, he severed all ties with you. That secret, too, was one of the Shin household's secrets, which you learned inadvertently. In the Shin residence, concubines were forbidden from bearing children. They had neither the right nor the privilege, for only Madame Shin could do so. This is why no concubine has ever given birth within the household. At this revelation, Madame Shin's expression shifted dramatically, while the other concubines turned pale, as if a shameful truth had been thrust into the light. This peculiar decree was indeed a scandal, and as the matriarch, Madame Shin could not bear the humiliation, fearing people would misinterpret her jealousy as the reason for denying concubines their right to bear children. The concubines themselves felt the weight of their lost rights. A source of deep shame. Mo Rusu, undeterred by their reactions, pressed on. I learned that in the Shin household, concubines were required to drink a bowl of safflower soup on their wedding night. This potion effectively rendered them unable to conceive. The new concubines, unaware, unwittingly consumed the safflower soup, losing their rights to motherhood. Upon discovering the truth, they were filled with hatred yet powerless to act. Fifth concubine. Do not deny it. I had His Highness check your pulse earlier. He studied under Imperial Physician Gu and diagnosed from your pulse that you had indeed ingested a sterilization potion, rendering you incapable of bearing children for the rest of your life. This, too, is the reason you killed Master Shun. Initially, you believed you could elope with Ma Mo Lien, yet upon learning you could no longer bear children, he severed ties with you. Your resentment grew, directed towards Master Shun for robbing you of your right to motherhood. After losing your beloved, you meticulously plotted this murder. Consequently, you thought of Chui's death, and knowing your bond with Lu Ru, you likely understood the connection between Lu Ru and Cuis. Did you not? Fifth concubine remained silent, her face devoid of expression. Lu Ru, however, could no longer contain her indignation. Fifth concubine, you treated me well. I believed your intentions were genuine. Yet, I never imagined you would attempt to frame me. Indeed, I once confided to fifth concubine about my relationship with Cuis. But ultimately, I chose survival over revenge. After speaking, Lu Ru cast a glance at Madame Shun. Madam, I am sorry. Madame Shun waved her hand, signaling for Lu Ru to rise. Mo Rusu continued. Given your close relationship with Lu Ru, you were aware of her bond with Qing Xian, thus you initiated your next step, disguising yourself as a ghost. That night, when Qing Xian claimed to see a female ghost emerge from the well, I initially believed it was Qing Xian helping Lu Ru by fabricating the story. However, I later concluded that the ghost was indeed your own creation. Additionally, there was the matter of Haidang, who clumsily ran behind my quarters to burn paper offerings, claiming to have seen the ghost of Cs that in truth, she had not seen at all. Your kindness towards Haidang only led her to act with intent. It is well known that both the King of Clouds and I reside there. Yet she dared to go there to burn paper-moneyed ta. It is understood that even a novice servant, not to mention a seasoned maid like Haidang, should comprehend this rule. Haidang. Mrs. Shun's voice rang out sharply, and Haidang stumbled over in disarray. Madam, Mrs. Shun regarded her coldly, her once gentle countenance now ablaze with fury. Although her feelings for Mr. Shun were not particularly deep, he had gone to great lengths for her, forbidding his concubines from bearing children, solely out of fear of rivalry between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Haidang trembled all over. Madam, spare my life. She realized that this time, there was little hope for her. Mrs. Shun had known everything from the start. Although Stewardly had forgiven her, he would inevitably report to Mrs. Shun, who, considering the favor of Morris Su, might have spared her, but now she was entangled in a plot to murder Mr. Shun, and even Morris Su could not save her. Speak honestly, and I will grant you a swift end. Mrs. Shun uttered each word with a chilling severity. Haitong's face turned ashen as she glanced at Fifth Aunt, who remained seated with a stoic expression, her thoughts inscrutable. Morris Su understood that the calmer Fifth Aunt appeared, the more turbulent her inner turmoil. Madam, the servant will speak. Haidang dared not oppose Mrs. Shun and complied. It was Fifth Aunt who found me and asked for a favor, to recount the events of 5 years ago regarding Tsuasi to Miss Morris. She had once shown kindness to me, and I dared not refuse. She cast a glance at Mrs. Shun, adding, however, I was unaware of the intricacies involved. I merely thought to help in exchange for a favor. Had I known that Fifth Aunt was responsible for the death of Mr. Shin, I would never have dared to assist. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shin felt her thoughts spiral into chaos. First, confine Haiting to the study. After this case is resolved, I shall determine her fate, if she was truly unaware. Perhaps there is a chance for her salvation, but if she knowingly concealed Fifth Aunt's treachery against Mr. Shun, that would be her death sentence. Madam, I truly did not know, Haiting pleaded. Morris Sue approached Fifth Aunt. Fifth Aunt, do you have anything to say? Fifth Aunt finally raised her head, smiling faintly. I know not of what you speak. She slowly stood, her expression calm, yet she conceded a few points. Chapter 45. The revelation. Morris Sue listened intently as Fifth Aunt spoke. Firstly, in the Shin residence, concubines indeed cannot bear children. Secondly, I am aware of the matters concerning Lu Ru and Suasi. Thirdly, I once loved Mamalyan. Fourthly, Haiting acted on my suggestion to inform you of Suasi's drowning. Hoping to shed light on an injustice in the Shun household, believing it might aid your investigation. As for the rest, I know not what you mean. The master has treated me well, though I cannot bear children. I live a life free from want, so why would I wish to harm Mr. Shun? As she spoke, her gaze flickered over Morris Sue, scrutinizing her closely. What you say is merely conjecture, without substantial evidence. Morris Sue admired Fifth Aunt's composure. Her ability to articulate her points amid such turmoil was truly commendable, even managing to outmaneuver Morris Sue. With a slight smile, Morris Sue acknowledged, Fifth Aunt speaks truth. Without definitive proof, these remain merely my personal speculations. However, if there were no substantial evidence, how could I, Morris Sue, bring this matter to conclusion? The events surrounding the case were nearly unraveled, leaving only the details of Mr. Shin's murder. The urgent task at hand was to elicit a confession from Fifth Aunt. Fifth Aunt endeavored to mask the panic in her eyes, smiling. I am all ears. Morris Sue clapped her hands. And a man entered. He appeared to be under 30, handsome yet visibly terrified. Upon seeing him, Fifth Aunt's carefully crafted facade shattered in an instant. Senior brother. She had not anticipated that Morris Sue would bring Mamalyan with her. Of course, Morris Sue, now aware of her connection to Mamalyan, would not let him slip away. That if Mamalyan chose to remain silent, that would be one thing. She steeled herself, gazing hopefully at Mamalyan. But to her dismay, he knelt and declared, Your Highness, I am willing to confess. It was all Zhang Yuechao's doing, and I had no part in it. Zhang Yuechao was Fifth Aunt's birth name. At his words, she was momentarily taken aback, her hands falling limply. She had loved him so deeply, even to the extent of killing Mr. Shun for him, yet he sought to distance himself completely from her. Feng Yunsen stated coolly, Then clarify your account. Yes, Mamalyan responded. That day, she approached me, expressing a desire to elope. That I acquiesced, but she insisted that I should not despise her, claiming she had been drugged by Mr. Shin, rendering her unable to bear children. I found her condition unsatisfactory and urged her to return to her life, severing all ties. What was her reaction? Morris Sue inquired. She was furious, accusing me of heartlessness. Claiming she was the victim of circumstances, she threatened that if I did not agree to take her, she would kill Mr. Shun, asserting that her loss was due to him. Mamalyan bowed deeply. This was all her doing. I had no involvement whatsoever. Fifth Aunt approached him, her expression devoid of emotion. Senior brother, do you not fear divine retribution for your words? I have spoken no lie. Why should I fear? Mamalyan replied firmly. But, senior brother, by doing this, are you not pushing me into the abyss? I advised you against this path, yet you refused to listen. Now that the matter has unfolded, you seek to drag me down with you. Fifth Aunt nodded helplessly, her heart aching, her gaze a tumult of emotions, pain, rage, despair, all entwined. Senior brother, mob and master, Mamalyan. She uttered through gritted teeth, Your heart is truly ruthless. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. I must have been blind to misjudge you. As she spoke, she staggered, gazing up at the sky. Oh heavens, why is my fate so wretched? I believed I had found a worthy partner for life, only to be devoured by a ravenous wolf, living a fate worse than death. Just as hope appeared on the horizon, it turned out to be empty. Her sorrowful words moved many to tears. After a moment, she glanced at Mamalyan, her gaze cold as steel, piercing through him. Miss Morris, it is time I cease my concealment. The one who killed him was I, yet the idea was his. He urged me that only through Mr. Shin's death could we escape together, or else his resentment would never dissipate. Mamalyan pointed at her. You wicked woman, why do you frame me? Would I ever wrong you? Had it not been for your suggestion, as a mere woman, how could I possess such capability? She retorted sharply, then turned to Morris Sue. Miss Morris, though I face death without regret, he must not escape unscathed. Morris Sue pondered for a moment. I am curious to know one thing. Speak. Was it a mosquito that you used to poison Mr. Shun? Indeed, Fifth Aunt nodded. Miss Morris, how did you know? Allow me to share my conjecture. Morris Sue contemplated. After you resolved to commit this act, you devised a plan not only to frame Lu Ru, but also to involve Suesi from 5 years ago. Hence, you sought to utilize the black cat. That cat was the perfect bait. According to my understanding, it would typically ignore humans, but you, having resided in the manor for 7 years and being on good terms with Lu Ru, could approach it without fear. You fed it something to invigorate it, causing it to scratch Mr. Shun in a fit of rage. Mr. Shun threw the cat into the well, fatally injuring it. Subsequently, Lu Ru bandaged Mr. Shun's wound, and you commenced your murderous plot. All of Mr. Shun's doors and windows were securely closed, yet prior, you had drilled a hole in the wall connecting the living room to his bedroom, using a bamboo tube to deliver the poisoned mosquito into his chamber. I surmise that the mosquito, drawn by the scent of blood, bit Mr. Shun, leading to his poisoning and demise. Afterward, you sealed the drilled hole and departed. Fifth Aunt, upon hearing this, felt admiration swell within her. Miss Morris, you are indeed the detective the prince sought. Your recounting of events is so vivid that I feel as though I were present. Morris Sue smiled. You may now reveal the truth. Chapter 46. The Dreamlike Valley. Fifth Aunt responded. It was a vividly colored poisonous mosquito. I know not where Mom Mullion procured it. It does not seem to be a creature of the capital, but rather resembles a species from distant Meow territories. This poison is drawn to blood, hence the allure of Mr. Shin's blood after the cat's attack. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Ma Molyong. Ma Molyong, you are devoid of loyalty and righteousness. I initially intended to protect you, but your actions have left me profoundly disappointed. Thus, we shall accompany each other on the road to the underworld. Ma Molyong knelt upon the ground, pleading, Your Highness, I am wronged. I am innocent, Feng Yunshin coldly replied. Zhang has been secluded in the Shin residence. How could she have obtained that venomous mosquito? It must have been you who provided it. Tears streamed down Ma Molyong's face as he confessed. That mosquito was given to her by me, but she merely wished to keep it close as a token of remembrance. I thought little of it, thus I complied. Preposterous, Murasusu interjected, unable to bear such deceit. Such a deadly creature, and you claim to have given it freely. Dare you assert that you had no inkling of her intent to kill Lord Shun? Ma Molyong paused, realizing he had sensed the truth all along. But as long as the concubine remained silent, he would feign ignorance that he considered that such a lethal creature could kill with a single bite, leaving no suspicion in its wake. Yet, he never anticipated that Murasusu would investigate so thoroughly. At that moment, Feng Yunshin spoke again. Ma Molyong, you had best come clean. Who provided you with this venomous mosquito? Ma Molyong hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A guest gave it to me. I found it visually appealing and decided to keep it. The 7-colored blood-sucking mosquito. You find it merely appealing? Feng Yunshin scoffed. This mosquito can only draw blood once before it dies, and even in foreign lands. Finding it is a rarity. Your guest likely intended to take your life. Having heard the concubine refer to it as a colorful mosquito, he was now suspicious, realizing it was the unique 7-colored blood-sucking mosquito. Was this truly a simple murder case, or was there a hidden hand behind it? Ma Molyong's face turned pale as he trembled. Your Highness, this matter does not involve outsiders. It was indeed Zhang Yueqiao who orchestrated it. And I merely provided her with the mosquito. As he spoke, blood trickled from his mouth as a dagger pierced his abdomen, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Murasusu approached to examine him. Your Highness, he is dead. It appears to be suicide. Dead? Feng Yunshin asked, his tone indifferent, waving his hand to signal for the body to be removed. The case could be considered closed. Lord Shun was deceased, the culprits being the concubine and Ma Molyong, who was now also dead. The remaining concubine had been imprisoned and awaited execution in the autumn, but as for who had given Ma Molyong the mosquito, that mystery would likely remain unsolved. Murasusu glanced at Feng Yunshin and saw him rise. The case is resolved, and the true murderer has met justice. Does Madame Shin have anything further to say? No, Madame Shin shook her head. I am grateful to your Highness and Miss Murasusu for your efforts these past few days. She then gestured for someone to bring forth a tray of gold. Your Highness, Miss Murasusu, my family is impoverished. This is but a small token of my gratitude. While Madame Shin spoke earnestly, Marie could not help but tremble at the mention of poverty. If the Shin family was impoverished, how could others survive? Feng Yunshin waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. This is within my duty. Does your Highness disdain it? Madame Shin expressed mild astonishment, noting the considerable weight of the gold. Feng Yunshin, however, replied coolly, Do you understand the crime of bribing the capital's chief magistrate? Madame Shin's face paled, and she quickly knelt. I am but a common woman. I beg your Highness's pardon. Feng Yunshin flicked his sleeve and hurriedly exited with Murasusu. Once outside the residence, Murasusu, climbed into Feng Yunshin's carriage. "Your Highness, thank you for escorting me home. It is still early. Returning to the Muto residence may prove dull," Feng Yunshin remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Murisu was taken aback. "Your Highness, where are we going?" Though he appeared refined and graceful, Murisu understood that beneath the surface, he was a cunning wolf, deeply concealed. Where did he intend to take her? What were his true intentions? Before she could ponder further, Feng Yunshin raised an eyebrow, assuring her, "Rest assured, I do not bite." The atmosphere felt stifling. While Feng Yunshin was indeed amiable, there was an oppressive quality when she was alone with him. His handsome visage and gentle demeanor should have been comforting, yet she perceived him as a towering mountain. She recognized her own deep-seated insecurities, remnants of the original personality she inhabited. "That I merely desire to show you the scenery. You have aided me, and I wish to help you unwind from the tension of these past days," he explained. Murasusu was astonished, struggling to believe Feng Yunshin possessed such sensitivity. When the carriage came to a stop, she leaped down, captivated by the breathtaking view before her. They stood upon a mountain path, with a valley below adorned with patches of pale red flora, ethereal and stunning, reminiscent of rosy clouds at dusk. "Do you like it?" "Yes," Morisusa replied truthfully. "Such a splendid place. How did you discover it?" "By a stroke of serendipity, I stumbled upon this locale. With such beauty, I find peace, and I shall return often to these misty flowers, where all woes dissipate." Murisu regarded him. Noticing the depth of his sorrowful gaze, Tio think that even one as esteemed as Feng Yunshin harbored burdens. "Naturally, I have my troubles," he chuckled, his melancholy gaze softening. "Do you harbor none?" "I do, many," Murasusu admitted with sincerity. "I have never truly known happiness. Pampered by Moore, her upbringing was fraught with jealousy from others in the household. Tio survived. She donned the guise of a simpleton, engaging in brawls and earning a notorious reputation, yet none of it reflected her true self." Suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air. Chapter 47. Secrets. Within, Murisu heard the sound of blades. Yet Feng Yunshin remained unperturbed, as if oblivious. The sounds of clashing metal echoed, and Murasusa recalled that not only did Feng Yunshin have skilled protectors like Baiyu and Heichin, but also hidden guards shadowing him. A few muffled grunts emerged, and Murasusa discerned unease in Feng Yunshin's eyes. A crimson figure materialized, a woman, her form ethereal, resembling a drifting red cloud. Murasusa could not see her face, only the flowing robe that danced in the wind, as if she had stepped from a painting. The earlier grunts must have come from the hidden guards, who likely fell victim to her treachery. Baiyu and Heichin leaped from the carriage, charging towards the woman in red. Seeking death, she bellowed, brandishing an ancient zither in front of her, producing a lethal melody aimed at the two. Baiyu and Heichin countered, unleashing their internal energy to block the deadly sound waves. At that moment, Feng Yunshin suddenly sprang into action, retrieving a short flute from his sleeve and placing it to his lips. The mournful tune resonated, enveloping the air. Murisu quickly covered her ears. The sorrowful melody was not directed at her, yet it filled her with dread. With Feng Yunshin's assistance, Baiyu and Heichin managed to counterattack, and together they subdued the woman in red's musical onslaught. The woman cried out in pain as Baiyu's sword wind struck her, and like a leaf caught in the breeze, she retreated into the depths of the valley. "Enough," Feng Yunshin remarked coolly. "Do not pursue a cornered foe." "Your Highness, I apologize for the alarm," Baiyu expressed remorsefully. "That was likely the infamous female demon, Ouyang Chuntan." Morisusa chuckled at the name, noting the irony of spring, a season associated with warmth and beauty, now tainted by the title of female demon. "This demon possesses formidable skills. You are no match for her," Feng Yunshin said, concealing his flute. "Miss Miu, our enjoyment has been interrupted. Let us return." "Very well. I shall follow your Highness's lead." On the journey back, Feng Yunshin remained silent, and Murisu did not dare to speak. In his presence, she felt utterly disconnected from the notion of being a simpleton. As they reached the Murtha residence, she noticed a commotion outside the Bai Shui pavilion. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Bai Shui pavilion?" she called out coldly, incredulous that someone would dare disturb her sanctuary. "Here comes the simpleton," a youth laughed mockingly, his voice dripping with derision. "You should inquire about the fate of the last troublemaker at the Bai Shui pavilion. The grass on their grave has grown a foot high." As Murisu spoke, she meticulously noted the appearances of the three youths. "The lady of the Mu residence is our aunt," the brash young man boldly declared. "I heard you bullied our cousin. We have come to avenge her." Upon hearing this, Mo Rusu realized that their cousin referred to as Feng Rujing, which meant they were the children of the elder lady's brothers or sisters. And thus, her cousins. Mo Rusu crossed her arms defiantly, sneering, "You, not even worthy to carry my shoes." The three impetuous youths were instantly enraged by her scorn. "We'll make you pay for this today," they shouted. This woman is so arrogant. No wonder our cousin cried because of her. Although our cousin and aunt repeatedly advised us against confronting you, your arrogance is intolerable. A man must avenge his grievances. After a commotion, Rusu clapped her hands, observing the three youths groaning on the ground. She sighed and shook her head, finding them pitifully weak. That remark was mildly hurtful, yet intensely humiliating. Just wait. We three brothers will not let this matter rest. They scrambled to their feet, cursing as they fled. Rusu let out a cold laugh. In this day and age, does she look like a meek little pig? What audacity for anyone to act so brazenly. The one who opened the door was Lin Lang, her face flushed and eyes brimming with tears. What happened? Miss, 3 young masters came to find you. I told them you were not here. And they spoke ill of you, and even assaulted me. Such insolence. Later, Huaji and Zhazhen tricked them outside and locked the door to prevent further harassment. Hearing this, Rusu sneered. Then, I suppose my punishment was insufficient. If they dare return, I will ensure they leave crawling. In other places, she would not dare speak so boldly, but in the Mo residence, she could indeed act with impunity. The next day, Rusu summoned the steward. Pointing to her window screens, Steward, as the weather grows warmer, the mosquitoes have increased. It is time to replace these screens. Yes, 5th miss, the steward replied, a fawning smile on his face. There are some soft silk gauzes in the storeroom. They would be perfect for your windows. The steward hesitated, unsure. The soft silk gauze was a gift from the emperor to the 3rd concubine. If you were to use it for clothing, it would be acceptable to request some from her. But to use it for window screens, I fear the 3rd concubine may not agree, he said, hesitantly. That is of no concern. If you worry about the 3rd concubine's reproach, you may inform her in advance that I require this soft silk gauze to repair the windows. The steward accepted and left, his heart filled with trepidation. Previously, the elder lady had taken a piece for Feng Rujing's clothing, and the 3rd concubine had caused an uproar at the Qinglin Biayuan, unsettling the entire Mo residence. This time he dared not think further, fearing the doors of the Bishi Xiaoga would be torn down. However, remarkably, the 3rd concubine did not erupt in anger, but rather agreed readily, allowing the steward to take the soft silk gauze for Rusu. When Rusu beheld her newly adorned windows, resplendent and ethereal, she felt immense satisfaction. Huaji inquired, Miss, how curious. Why did the 3rd concubine agree to this? Will she not come to stir trouble? She will not. Rusu replied with a smile. I am confident in my reasoning for requesting this soft silk gauze. You may not know, she continued, but there lies a significant secret within. Chapter 48. The 5th concubine is poisoned. Huaji could not help but ask, Miss, what secret? Please share it with me, so I may broaden my understanding. Remember this, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Rusu replied with a smile. Her actions were not merely driven by a desire for the exquisite soft silk gauze. More so, it was a gesture of goodwill towards the 3rd concubine. A means of exploration. Such a clever woman would undoubtedly comprehend her intentions. Otherwise, she would not have produced a successful scholar's son. Huaji blinked. Miss, I am but a dullard, only able to grasp a fraction. A fraction is sufficient, Rusu smiled. Currently, my mother is eyeing me with suspicion. Rather than allowing them to conspire against me, it is better for me to take the initiative and draw the 3rd concubine to my side. Although Rusu was not particularly favored in the household, one undeniable truth remained. In the heart of Leoi, she was an invincible presence, whether it was the valiant eldest son, the scholarly 2nd son, or the enchanting 3rd son, none compared to her in his eyes. Before her arrival, the 5th concubine had given birth to a 4th daughter, who bore a striking resemblance to Leoi and was dearly cherished by him. Tragically, the 4th daughter passed away at the tender age of 2, leaving Leoi in deep sorrow. Not long after, the 5th concubine became pregnant again and bore Rusu. Leoi felt as if she were a reincarnation of the 4th daughter and thus showered her with affection. Much to the ire of everyone in the Mo residence, the 3rd concubine was no fool. She recognized Rusu's overture and seized the opportunity to align herself with her, setting aside their previous grievances in mutual delight. With 2 of the 4 concubines secured, 3 and 5, Rusu decided to visit the 5th concubine. In recent days, her focus had been on the case surrounding the Shin family, and she had not had the chance to visit her mother. The 5th concubine, upon entering the Longhuan Shuwu, she spotted the 5th concubine's personal maid, Yao Yao, sweeping the courtyard. Where is my mother? Miss, the concubine is resting. Resting? Rusu paused. Is she unwell? Yes, she hasn't eaten breakfast, Yao Yao replied, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. When the mistress was unwell, it was the servants who suffered. Rusu hurried into the room and found the 5th concubine languishing on the bed, looking pale and lethargic. Mother, what is the matter? Mo Rusu was perplexed. The fifth concubine had seemed well just days ago, even insisting on letting the dogs bite her. I do not know, the fifth concubine murmured. I just feel unwell all over. Dizzy and nauseous. Could it be that you are pregnant? Mo Rusu's first thought was that the fifth concubine was expecting. How could that be possible after the departure of Kuei Shui just days ago? Then that is strange, Mo Rusu replied. Has a doctor been consulted? No, the fifth concubine shook her head. The family doctors are all loyal to the elder lady. I cannot risk calling upon them. I thought I would wait for a few days to see if I felt better and then seek an outside physician. Yet, after her collapse, she could not rise again. The medicine prescribed by the family doctors was a risk she dared not take. It might very well lead to her demise, Mo Rusu suggested. Why not send Shui Wei to find a doctor from outside? Having recently gifted a chest of jewels to the fifth concubine, she certainly had the means. With money, why not seek a physician? The fifth concubine sighed. That is not feasible. Outside doctors cannot enter the residence. And under pressure from the household, they are unlikely to come. Unless it is an imperial physician from the palace. Otherwise, it is challenging to find someone. Mo Rusu nodded. This was simple enough. She would go and request a physician. Can you truly procure a doctor? The fifth concubine asked skeptically. This daughter, whom she had never favored, now seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation in their relationship. Mo Rusu smiled. For my mother's illness. I shall certainly exert my utmost effort. The fifth concubine regarded her with a gaze that held a glimmer of warmth. Rusu, you have grown up. Your mother is very pleased. Mo Rusu resolved to seek out Feng Yunshin. Not only because he owed her a favor, but also due to his remarkable medical skills. She could trust him. She ventured alone to Jingshuan, and at this hour, Feng Yunshin would undoubtedly be present unless he was preoccupied with a challenging case. It was her first visit to Jingshuan. The decor was grand and imposing. Exuding an air of authority as she entered, she found Feng Yunshin engrossed in a case file. Miss Mo, he greeted with a smile. Gesturing for her to sit, noticing her distressed expression, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, What troubles you? My mother is ill. Could your Highness lend a hand? Her voice carried a note of earnest plea. Of course, Feng Yunshin replied, rising to follow her. Though he was a highborn prince, he willingly lowered himself in her presence. Without an ounce of superiority, upon arriving at Longhuan Shuwu, Feng Yunshin examined the fifth concubine and stated, She has been poisoned. Poisoned? The fifth concubine gasped, having been exceptionally cautious, testing all the food with silver needles. Indeed, Feng Yunshin replied, retrieving a pill from his pouch. This is an antidote. It may be effective against the poison. Mo Rusu questioned, if she was poisoned, the servants and everyone else would have been affected by the meals as well. Why are they unharmed? Because there are many types of poison, and not all require ingestion to take effect. He explained, moving towards the window. Observe this flower. It is not inherently poisonous. Upon hearing this, Mo Rusu's heart raced. She understood that Feng Yunshin would not make such a statement without reason. Feng Yunshin inquired, But, does Fifth Aunt regularly consume a particular pill that enhances beauty? Indeed, Fifth Aunt nodded. I utilize pearl pills. They contain pearl powder and various medicinal herbs, and with prolonged consumption, they can preserve one's youthful appearance. The desire for beauty is inherent in human nature, especially for those who are already attractive. They yearn to remain eternally youthful and beautiful. Feng Yunshin smiled faintly. I am aware of pearl pills. One of their ingredients is silkworm powder, which is non-toxic in itself. However, when silkworm powder is mixed with a certain herb called eye charm, it becomes toxic, gradually infiltrating the body. He gestured towards Fifth Aunt. This is how one might end up in your current state. Fifth Aunt, upon hearing this, was utterly astounded. Who could be so malicious? Chapter 49. The traitor Mo Rusu recalled the previous days when the matriarch maid Mabozi delivered green plants to each residence. Could it be that the eye charm was sent by Mabozi? Yes, Fifth Aunt confirmed. Rusu, summon Yao Tiao and Shui Wei. With only these two maidservants by her side, she questioned them upon their arrival. Who received the flowers from Mabozi? It was I, Shui Wei replied. Mabozi remarked that the flowers were beautiful and suggested placing them in your chamber for admiration. Fifth Aunt scoffed. You simply obeyed Mabozi's instructions without question. Did you not use your intellect? Can Mabozi's words be trusted? I would have overlooked this had you acted independently, but to think you listened to her. Mother, please do not be angry, Mo Rusu hastily consoled. Your current condition is delicate. It would be detrimental to agitate yourself further. Feng Yunshin's gaze swept over the two, coolly asking, Who knows of Fifth Aunt's consumption of pearl powder? Fifth Aunt replied, Many in the household are aware. It is no secret. Fourth and third aunts also partake. Feng Yunshin nodded, refraining from further comment. Mo Rusu, however, grew vigilant, realizing that in the Longhuan water dock, there were only 3 individuals. Should the matriarch decide to act, fifth aunt would likely suffer greatly. Unlike the other three aunts, fifth aunt had only a dim-witted daughter, whom the matriarch wished to rid herself of. She pondered the situation thoroughly and felt something was amiss. Gradually rising, she approached Shuiwei. How long have you been with the Mo family? Replying to fifth miss, I have been here for 5 years, having followed fifth aunt since childhood. And what family do you have? I still have my parents and a younger brother. After 5 years with fifth aunt, you must know her character and habits. Yes, I do, Shuiwei replied, lowering her head. Mo Rusu sighed, though I have grown distant from fifth aunt these past few years. I know she despises others acting without her consent. You have been by her side for 5 years. How could you be unaware that she dislikes others taking liberties? Shuiwei was taken aback by her inquiry. Furthermore, when did you become so obedient to Mabozi? She instructed you to place the flowers on the windowsill, and you complied without question. Each day, with the window open, the fragrance wafts throughout the room. Did you intend to poison my mother? Miss, Shuiwei hurriedly knelt. I was momentarily foolish. Please forgive me. Foolish? Mo Rusu laughed coldly. I do not perceive you as foolish. What exactly are you confused about? Turning, Mo Rusu guided the two to a chamber in the corner, which served as the residence for Yao Yao and Shuiwei. Before Shuiwei, Mo Rusu began searching through their belongings. In ancient times, valuable items were typically concealed in only a few places, and with her eyes closed, she could easily uncover them. Soon, she discovered a small purse hidden within a pillow, containing a beautiful gold ring. The ring shimmered, clearly worn for some time, and atop it rested a verdant emerald, akin to a green pearl. This ring is exquisite. Shuiwei, I recall you did not possess this before. Where did it come from? Such a valuable piece is not something a maidservant should owe. Mo Rusu's words pierced Shuiwei's heart like a dagger, causing her to tremble. Miss, I thought it was merely found. Really? Mo Rusu scoffed. Yao Tiao, what say you? As Yao Yao had been close to Shuiwei for several years, she would not defend her nor betray her. Looking perplexed, she replied, I do not know. I have never seen her wear this ring. Shuiwei, it would be best if you explained how my cousin's ring ended up in your possession. I truly found it. Found it. My cousin adores this ring. Did you steal it? Shaking her head, Mo Rusu mused. No, if she lost it, she would surely cry out, yet she has remained silent. Is she unaware? Or did she intentionally give it away? Miss, Shuiwei cried, her voice cracking. Please forgive me. I need not forgive you. I shall summon my cousin to confront you directly. We shall see how she chooses to deal with you. As she spoke, her mind turned, pondering how her cousin would handle the situation. Miss, Shuiwei fell to her knees. I acted foolishly and should not have committed such an act, but I was compelled by circumstance. My brother is ill, and I urgently need funds to aid him. Mo Rusu regarded her coldly, devoid of any sympathy. Such a person was not deserving of pity. Your brother is a person. Does that mean fifth aunt is not? With a derisive laugh, Mo Rusu continued. You speak so easily of compassion. Who will show compassion for fifth aunt? Shuiwei looked up at her, tears welling in her eyes, while Yao Tiao glanced at Mo Rusu, hesitant to speak. You shall accompany me. You are not truly mine to command. Your fate lies in fifth aunt's hands. Fifth aunt lay languidly, having grasped the situation as the others entered. Mo Rusu presented the ring to her. Fifth aunt. Look at this, Shuiwei. How audacious of you to conspire against me. Fifth aunt, Shuiwei knelt, weeping. I will never dare again. My brother awaits my help. I beseech you. Once he recovers, you may do as you wish with me. Humph, fifth aunt scoffed. If I keep you, everyone in the Mo family will think I, Zhou Linglong, am easy to bully, especially the matriarch. She must be relishing this moment, eagerly awaiting my demise. Turning to Yao Yao, she commanded. Yao Yao, summon the steward and have Shuiwei taken to the elegant chamber and executed, then disposed of at the mass grave. Attend to it immediately. Yes, Yao Yao dared not argue, fearing for her own life given fifth aunt's wrath. Soon, the steward arrived with others. Chapter 50. The Art of Malediction at the Qinglin Courtyard. Feng Rujing was practicing her painting, since the matriarch intended to mold her into a talented lady. Skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were essential. Aunt, I just heard that fifth aunt has fallen gravely ill. Of course, the matriarch replied, sipping her tea. The high-quality pre-rain Mingjing tea was sweet and devoid of bitterness, having been poisoned. She will not survive much longer. Alas, this is the consequence of her defiance against me. Feng Rujing added the finishing touches to the birds in her painting, then looked up, smiling. Aunt, it seems you will be quite busy. After all, fifth aunt is the mother of Mo Rusu. The funeral cannot be conducted carelessly. She is merely a concubine, the matriarch retorted dismissively, though a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. However, considering that Mo Rusu is the master's favorite child, Her mother's funeral indeed cannot be too shabby. At the very least, a coffin must be provided. Feng Rujing chuckled. Aunt, your considerations are meticulous. If there were no coffin, the master might be swayed by slander and seek trouble with you. Indeed, the matriarch nodded in satisfaction, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Allow me to contemplate how to arrange this funeral. It must be economical yet leave the master without cause for complaint. At that moment, Mabozi rushed in, alarmed. Madam, trouble is brewing. What is it? The matriarch set her cup down, startled by the urgency. Shuiwei has been taken to the elegant chamber. This time, she may have exposed herself. What? The matriarch stood in shock. Has fifth aunt passed? Not yet. I just heard that His Highness, the Prince of Yun, has gone to Longhuan Water Dock. His Highness is actually intervening on her behalf. The matriarch pondered, realizing the situation had become complicated. Feng Rujing anxiously interjected. Aunt, if Shuiwei betrays us, the consequences could be dire. Humph. The matriarch chuckled coldly. I have my own methods. Mabozi, prepare at once. Yes, madam. In the serene waterside pavilion, Rusu sat by the bedside, gazing at her frail fifth aunt. A wave of indescribable sorrow swelling within her. The original owner of this body held deep affection for this mother figure, yet her miscommunication had driven the fifth aunt to increasingly resent her. While she internally yearned for maternal love, due to the original owner's sentiments, Rusu felt an unusual fondness for her fifth aunt. Miss the fifth aunt has consumed the antidote provided by His Highness. After a few days of rest, she will recover, came the reassuring words. Thank you, Your Highness, Rusu replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she cast a gentle glance at him. Without your assistance, I would be at a loss. Men often relish a sense of reliance, and Rusu adeptly played the part of the fragile maiden, much to Feng Yunshin's delight. As they conversed, a voice from outside called out. Madam, you have arrived. Rusu narrowed her eyes slightly. Was this a summons for an investigation? As she stood, the voice of the matriarch echoed. Fifth sister. The term fifth sister naturally referred to the fifth aunt. The effects of the antidote were taking hold, and the fifth aunt had succumbed to slumber. Rusu inquired. Mother, what brings you here? The matriarch and her companions offered a slight bow to Feng Yunshin before responding. Rusu, your cousin Jing's ring has gone missing, and we are searching through all the courtyards. We cannot grant any exceptions for the Longhuan Water Pavilion. Mother, I have just gifted the fifth aunt a box of jewels. Should we not also inspect that? Rusu suggested pointedly. Of course, the matriarch shamelessly agreed. Rusu was aware that her mother coveted the treasure she possessed, yet she stubbornly refused to surrender them to the storeroom. Leaving Rusu in a state of envy and helplessness, the servants began their search. Rusu remained silent, quietly retrieving a box of jewels belonging to the fifth aunt from the dressing table and placing it upon the table. Mother, please examine them closely, she said, implying that any single piece from the fifth aunt's collection could far surpass that wretched ring. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the jewels, and the matriarch was momentarily blinded by their brilliance. Irresistibly drawn to touch them, her eyes gleaming with greed. Before long, a servant approached, holding a small wooden box. Madam, we found this beneath the bed. What is this? The matriarch's avarice faded as she coldly commanded. Open it. Upon opening, they discovered a cloth doll adorned with several silver needles, each piercing a vital point. The matriarch's face fell in shock. How could such a hexing technique exist? Rusu, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the implications. Feng Yunshin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing with a detached interest. Hexing techniques were strictly forbidden within the Feng dynasty's palace. Violators faced severe penalties, ranging from exile to execution. If the fifth aunt were indeed guilty of such sorcery, it would not bode well for her. The matriarch coldly commanded, summon the master. Rusu refrained from defending her fifth aunt, who was now roused from her slumber. Struggling to sit up, what is happening? Mother, Rusu consoled her gently. It's nothing. Soon, the master of the house arrived, inquiring, what is the matter? The matriarch recounted the loss of the ring and the subsequent search, culminating in the discovery of the hexing doll in the fifth aunt's quarters. Upon hearing this, the master's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting to the ailing fifth aunt. What is the meaning of this? Master, I am unaware of any such occurrences, the fifth aunt replied, her voice weak. Dad, Rusu interjected, if this truly involves mother, why is she the one ailing? The master urged, let us see what is written on it. The matriarch lifted the doll. Master, the birth date inscribed is. Noticing her hesitation, the master pressed, whose is it? It belongs to the old matriarch, she replied, her tone somber. The old matriarch? The master was taken aback. Rusu then recalled that the old matriarch was unwell and currently recuperating at the Compassionate Monastery. This revelation sparked numerous speculations. Was the old matriarch's illness connected to this doll, the fifth aunt? Upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming rush of anxiety and indignation, nearly fainting. Master, I have not done this. That doll is not mine. Please see the truth. Rusu understood that the matriarch was indeed a master of household intrigue. Adept at navigating crises, she noted how the matriarch's efforts to implicate the fifth aunt were evident, with the only piece of incriminating evidence being the missing ring if they could recover it. The matter might be laid to rest, with the fifth aunt potentially meeting her demise in the process. Chapter 51. A tightening noose. Rusu silently admired the matriarch's cunning. Had the birth date inscribed been that of the master? Given his indulgence towards Rusu, she could have easily pleaded for mercy, and the matter would have faded away. However, since it pertained to the old matriarch, the situation was drastically different. Even with the master's leniency towards Rusu, he could not easily forgive the fifth aunt for attempting to harm a senior family member. At such a juncture, the matriarch would surely stoke the flames of morality, ensuring the fifth aunt faced dire consequences. Father, Rusu asserted, we cannot take this matter lightly. There are too many uncertainties. What uncertainties? The master queried. Before Mother arrived to search, an incident occurred in the Longhuan Water Pavilion. Someone attempted to harm her. Such a thing happened? I have discovered that the perpetrator is Shui Wei, but what audacity she possesses. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that she was coerced by Mother. The culprit is now confined in the elegant chamber. You may interrogate her. The matriarch's face paled at this revelation. Master, this is completely unfounded. I had no knowledge of it. Let Shui Wei come forth to confront the matter. As Marusu's words fell, an elderly maid hurriedly approached, exclaiming, My lord, my lady, something terrible has happened. What is it? Marusu, already feeling overwhelmed, grew increasingly agitated upon seeing the maid's urgency. The girl Shui Wei has committed suicide. Committed suicide. Marusu immediately comprehended that she had underestimated the cunning of the First Lady. The two maids in the elegant room were undoubtedly in league with her. With just a signal from the First Lady, a life could be extinguished. Taking a deep breath, Marusu realized that Shui Wei had been silenced. Confined in the elegant room, how could she have taken her own life? Yet, despite the truth, there was nothing that could be done. The girl was dead, and there were no witnesses to attest to the contrary. At that moment, Feng Yunsen spoke calmly. Marusu, I can testify that the maid indeed confessed she was instructed by the First Lady. The First Lady knelt on the ground, weeping, Your Highness, I am wronged. This matter cannot solely be based on her one-sided account. Marusu nodded, thanking His Highness for the testimony, but added, however, if we rely only on the maid's word, it will be difficult to persuade others. Marusu, filled with frustration, implored, Father, please allow me to clarify this matter. Speak. He replied, The situation is as follows. This morning, when I visited my mother, I found her languishing in bed. Anxious, I sought His Highness to help diagnose her condition. After examination, His Highness declared it was poisoning. Upon further investigation, I discovered that the pearl pills she consumed daily interacted with the plant by the window, yielding toxicity that I then questioned Shui Wei, who appeared suspicious. After some intimidation, she confessed that due to her brother's severe illness and the need for money, she had conspired with my mother to frame fifth aunt. I sent Shui Wei to the elegant room for confinement, but shortly after, my mother arrived with others, claiming that my cousin's ring was missing and needed to search the room, during which they found this wooden box. Chapter 52. Trouble arises. Marusu continued, glancing at the First Lady. Mother, your timing is impeccable, using the pretext of searching for a ring to absolve yourself of suspicion. However, this tactic is quite clever. The First Lady remained unperturbed, responding, Marusu, I know you are eager to protect your mother, but such matters cannot be shielded. Your wings are not yet strong enough to reach my height. If Marusu wished to alter the current situation, she must find evidence. Otherwise, the First Lady would prevail. The First Lady continued, Marusu, you accuse me of plotting against fifth aunt. Do you have evidence? Your witness is dead. And the only physical evidence is a pot of the plant, which is purchased annually to adorn the courtyard and was chosen by Shui Wei herself. Clearly, it was the old maid and Shui Wei who colluded. And now the blame is placed entirely on the deceased Shui Wei. She paused. Marusu, you have lost both your witnesses and evidence. On what grounds do you claim I conspired against fifth aunt, although His Highness can testify for you? It only affirms what Shui Wei said, that I do not acknowledge her words. She merely spoke in delirium, attempting to implicate me. I even suspect fifth aunt coerced her into this, seeking to drag me down. Wishing to be the principal wife, the First Lady's eloquence was remarkable, and Marusu could not help but applaud her. What she said left Marusu at a loss for a rebuttal. The First Lady smiled faintly. For I speak only the truth. In the face of facts, there is naturally no counter-argument. Rusu contemplated silently. The situation was profoundly unfavorable to her. First, with Shuiwei dead, the allegations against Fifth Aunt would fade into oblivion. Unless Shuiwei were to resurrect, she could not confront the First Lady. "Father, I request one thing." "What is it?" "An autopsy. An autopsy." Morosa pondered for a moment before nodding, proceeding to the elegant room. The current situation was dire for Rusu. She needed to stir the waters, at least to ensure Fifth Aunt was not sentenced to death. In the elegant room, Shuiwei lay lifeless on the ground. The two maids assigned to guard the room knelt before her. Rusu approached Shuiwei's body and inquired, "How did she die?" One maid replied, "Miss, she took her own life. I know." Rusu retorted, "I am asking how she did so. Did she hang herself, crash into a wall, or ingest poison?" "She hung herself." Upon hearing this, Rusu placed her hand on Shuiwei's body, and a vision unfolded before her, revealing the two maids using a white ribbon to strangle Shuiwei before hanging her from the beam. She looked at Shuiwei and gently closed her eyes, declaring, "You were murdered by them." "No, miss, you mustn't wrongfully accuse us," the maids protested. Rusu insisted, "Father, come and see. If she died by hanging. The marks on her neck are inconsistent." Morosa scrutinized the body and confirmed, indeed, she was strangled. Having solved cases for a lifetime, though not a coroner, he could discern simple injuries accurately. Marusu's face fell in sorrow. "Father, now you understand." Shuiwei was silenced. What was the motive behind her death? "You two maids, listen closely. Why did you kill Shuiwei? What were you trying to cover up?" The maids hesitated. "We didn't." Rusu interjected, "Extend your hands." The maids cautiously complied, and Rusu pointed at their hands. "You both bear distinct strangulation marks. You killed Shuiwei here, leaving her lifeless on the ground. You did not even bother to hang her properly." Feng Yunxin observed quietly, secretly admiring Marusu's meticulous observation and logical reasoning. Morosu addressed the maids. "Do you truly believe I have spent decades solving cases for nothing? Confess honestly, or I shall send you to the magistrate, where you will be punished severely." The maids trembled in fear. They were merely following orders. Other maids, bound by the First Lady's threats, dared not act. But these two were different. Those guarding the elegant room were often fierce and ruthless. Typically purchased from the most sinister of prisons, they had nothing to lose. Thus no leverage against them. One maid spoke. "In response to my lord, it was all at the behest of the old maid, who ordered us to eliminate the girl to prevent her from spreading rumors." The other maid added, "We are the lowest servants in the household. We dare not question orders. We simply do as instructed, not daring to utter a single word beyond that." Marusu agreed with their statements. And they had revealed that the old maid was behind it all. Upon hearing this, the old maid trembled in fear, realizing her fate. She fell to her knees, pleading, "My lord, spare me." "Spare you?" Marusu sneered. "Speak the truth. What transpired? Confess, and I shall grant you mercy." The old maid hesitated. She was close to the First Lady and feared repercussions, with not only her own life at stake, but also her daughter and son-in-laws, who had recently married and purchased a home. She dared not cross the First Lady. "Old maid, explain yourself to my lord. Why did you do this?" the First Lady demanded, her expression devoid of emotion. The old maid, recalling the fate of her counterpart, steeled herself. "My lord, it is all my fault. I accept my guilt. Why did you do this? Who gave you the audacity?" Morosa's words pointedly directed at the First Lady. The old maid confessed, "No one commanded me. I felt a bond with the deceased old maid. Her death seemed connected to Fifth Miss, and I wished to avenge her. Shuiwei was Fifth Aunt's maid. So I thought to eliminate her, ensuring Fifth Aunt would suffer in sorrow." "Old maid, your words are as smooth as silk," Rusu remarked. The old maid responded with a bitter laugh. "It is the truth. If my lord and miss do not believe me, there is nothing I can do to as." She spoke. She removed a hairpin from her head and plunged it into her throat, ending her own life. The First Lady, heartbroken, said, "My lord, the truth of Shuiwei's death is now clear. It was the old maid's doing, and she is paid with her life. Sacrificing one maid for her own peace, the First Lady's strategy was shrewd." Morosu declared, "The old maid was of poor character. Cast her body to the unmarked grave." Only then did the First Lady slowly add, "My lord, with this matter resolved, should we not continue addressing the issue of the hex?" Chapter 53. A play of three ants. Marusu understood that the First Lady was displeased by the loss of the old maid, but the unfolding events compelled her to endure in silence. Now, the First Lady sought revenge. The hex was not urgent, yet Marusu remarked, "Fifth Aunt lies in bed, likely unable to even rise. Is mother truly concerned she might escape? Regardless, this matter needed addressing. It could not be ignored indefinitely. Indeed, it must not be neglected. However, mother, are you not investigating the rooms?" Is it possible you are only searching the Lianghuan water dock, neglecting the other ants' quarters? Mother, you come prepared. Naturally, everything will be examined, the matron coldly stated. Since you have said so, let us proceed with the room inspection. It shall not take long. Mo Rusu, momentarily at a loss for a solution, opted to delay and stir up some commotion. Mo Leo inquired. Whose courtyards remain unchecked? The second and fourth concubines have yet to be searched, replied Mo Furin. As she passed by the third concubine's courtyard on her way, she noted that the others had not been inspected. Then let us head to the second concubine's courtyard, said Mo Leo, prompting the group to walk towards the Xiaofeng Biegwan of the second concubine. The second concubine was reclining on a stone bench under a tree when she noticed their arrival and hurried to greet them. The matron forced a smile, saying, Sister, Jinger has lost a ring, and we wanted to inquire if you have seen it. No, the second concubine replied, unable to suppress her disgust at the matron's insincere smile. I have seen nothing here. Second concubine, Mo Rusu interjected. Mother has ordered a search. We just inspected the Longhuan Shuwu, and now it is your Xiaofeng Biegwan's turn that we kindly ask for your cooperation. Upon hearing this, the second concubine's anger flared, and she retorted with a cold laugh. When did the mother of the general of the state become a thief? The matron's heart ached at the remark. She had no children and was often subjected to the disdain of these concubines. It is not that I accuse you of theft, merely that it is customary to conduct a search. The matron forced a smile, as the second concubine frequently invoked the general's name to intimidate others. Mo Leoi advised, should you obstruct us, it may be said that you are concealing something, which would tarnish your reputation, particularly affecting Qingxi, as many are watching your conduct. This remark prompted the second concubine to relent. You may search, but please ensure that your subordinates are careful not to disturb my belongings. Of course, they assured her. With the late Ma Posi gone, the matron's other attendants proceeded with caution, initially intending to merely go through the motions. However, after a few cursory searches, a dull sound rang out, and a ring rolled across the ground. One of the attendants picked it up, looking puzzled. Madam, we have found it. The matron was taken aback, wondering how the ring belonging to Shuiwei ended up here. Upon inspecting it, she realized it was not the same ring. Mo Rusu coldly remarked. Mother, I distinctly remember seeing it on cousin Jing's finger. It must be the one. That the second concubine took a look and exclaimed. Isn't this Feng Rujing's? Look, there's a character for Jing inscribed on the back. Ah, madam, you have truly come prepared. The matron felt the pressure mounting. Mo Rusu feigned distress. Father, see how biased mother has become. She claims every courtyard must be searched, yet this is not an investigation but an act of feigned ignorance upon discovering stolen goods. The matron's expression darkened. Father will surely uphold justice for you. Mo Leoi comforted. Indeed, father, it is fortunate you came along. Otherwise, I fear you would be incredulous at what I would recount. In the fifth concubine's courtyard, every room was turned upside down, as if they were digging 3 feet into the ground. She paused, adding, Yet here in the second concubine's courtyard, it appears more like a festive visit than an inspection. This comparison irked the matron, who had no retort. The second concubine, growing increasingly resentful of the matron, interjected, Madam, who are you putting on a show for? You are intentionally creating enemies for me. I dare not accept your so-called kindness. The matron, infuriated, nearly lost her composure. Second concubine, is this not the ring found here? With the second concubine refusing to acknowledge the insinuation, she decided to confront her directly. Oh, madam, what do you mean by that? Are you accusing me of theft? I never said that. It could be any servant with unclean hands. Before she finished speaking, the second concubine commanded, Qiaolan, Hong Yu, bring out my treasure chest. The 2 attendants complied and soon returned with a heavy chest. The second concubine opened it, declaring, See, these are all treasures bestowed upon the general of the state by the emperor, which he has given to me. Observe, I keep them unlocked, not a single lock. I am not boasting. Any item here could turn your pitiful ring to dust. The matron was nearly driven to despair by the second concubine's formidable retorts, her words firing like a machine gun. Just then, the third concubine entered, her face flushed with anger. My lord, I have seen the light today, while the treasures bestowed by the emperor to the general can be kept privately. Why must my scholars' gifts be surrendered to the treasury? My soft silk, my box of pearls, my 18 golden arhuts. The third concubine's indignation escalated, culminating in tears. I demand that either the second concubine's treasures be confiscated or that my belongings be returned from the treasury. She was not one to shy away from a scene. Just then, the fourth concubine joined in, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. Her own eyes red-rim. My family receives gifts daily from the city's elite. Yet we dutifully surrender them to the treasury. We shall no longer comply. You did not surrender everything. You likely kept half a cart for yourself. Only relinquishing what you did not want, protested the third concubine. Claiming the role of the victim, the uproar in the Xiaofeng Bieguan became a cacophony of cries and disputes, as chaotic as a pot of boiling porridge. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Imo Rusu and Feng Yunshin slipped away, finally finding a moment of peace. No wonder you initially entrusted the ring to me. You feared she would search you, Feng Yunshin remarked. Imo Rusu cast a glance at him, and he understood their next steps. The two worked in concert, using the ring to defuse the situation, and by some time, returning to the fifth concubine's chamber, they found her health improving, thanks to the antidote's effects. Imo Rusu reassured her, "Mother, it is good that you are recovering. Do not concern yourself with these matters. Rusu, this is far from over. The matron is clearly scheming to entrap me. She will not relent until she achieves her goal." The fifth concubine warned, "With the late Maposi gone, she has lost her confidant and will surely pursue this relentlessly." "Mother," Imo Rusu replied, "I was worried father might act impulsively, but with the commotion caused by the concubines, he seems to have calmed. If I speak on your behalf, he likely will not make it difficult for you." The earlier tense atmosphere indeed left Imo Leoi in a bind. Imo Rusu's strategy was astute, creating a nuisance that would further burden him until he became desensitized to the headache. As anticipated, the matron did not trouble them again until afternoon. Imo Rusu was cautious, reluctant to leave the Longhuan Shuwu, fearful that the matron might take the opportunity to apply pressure. After Feng Yunshin departed for Jingzhaoyan, the matron returned with a vengeance, determined not to relent until she succeeded. Imo Leoi had only just resolved the matter of the concubine's treasures when the matron's uproar reignited his frustrations. "My lord, this is no trifling matter. You must not overlook it, lest others follow suit, leading to greater losses." The matron seethed with disdain for Imo Rusu's clever maneuvering. Imo Leoi massaged his temples, sinking into a chair. Imo Rusu swiftly approached, applying the floral oil gifted by Feng Yunshin to alleviate his discomfort with gentle massage, alleviating his pain significantly. A daughter truly knows how to care for her father," he remarked, clearly pleased with her attentiveness. "My lord, did you hear my concerns?" The matron pressed, visibly dissatisfied. Imo Leoi sighed. "Let us proceed as follows. You saw that the fifth concubine is quite ill. Pursuing this matter now may exacerbate her condition. We shall wait until she recovers to resolve it. My lord." The matron refused to let such an opportunity slip by, and persisted relentlessly. Imo Leoi countered, "Even condemned criminals are treated for their ailments before execution. Why are you so hasty?" The matron, stifled by frustration, found herself momentarily speechless. "Very well, you may go to the Qinglin Biyuan. Once the fifth concubine regains her health, I shall conduct a thorough investigation." With that, the matron reluctantly retreated to the Qinglin Biyuan, her face a mask of fury. As the wind whispered through the air, Feng Rujing cautiously inquired, and the madam candidly responded, her heart aching at the thought of old Granny's demise. Aunt and uncle were not neglectful, merely waiting until fifth concubine's health improved before conducting an inquiry. "Humph, do you believe that?" the madam retorted bitterly. "First and foremost, this matter cannot be postponed. Originally, the master was poised to execute fifth concubine, but Imo Rusu's intervention allowed him to reconsider. If we delay any further, this issue will undoubtedly dissolve into oblivion. Moreover, what if fifth concubine remains unwell for an entire year? Shall we wait a year for her? She has feigned illness more than once." Upon hearing the madam's words, Feng Rujing felt a surge of anxiety. "Aunt, what shall we do now? Uncle has spoken. We cannot defy him, while we cannot oppose him." "There are those who can," the madam replied. Feng Rujing paused, sensing that the madam was preparing for a decisive action. The following day, as Imo Ru awakened, fifth concubine appeared considerably better, her complexion slightly rosy, though she still exhibited some fatigue. "Mother, you should rest for a month. This will soon be behind us. A vigorous start may weaken over time, and in a month, this matter will be forgotten." Imo Leoi entered the room. He found the two conversing, warmth evident in his gaze. "Master," fifth concubine said with a look of grievance, tears glistening in her eyes, "the doll was not crafted by me. I have always sought peace. How could I possibly do such a thing?" "I believe you," Imo Leoi replied with a smile. "If I did not, I would not have let this matter linger." The smile finally graced fifth concubine's face. "Master, you are truly kind to me. Thank you, father, for standing on the side of justice," Imo Rusu added, eager to flatter. Imo Leoi continued, "Last night, I pondered for a long time. Rusu, you must devise a suitable strategy." Imo Rusu nodded. "Yes, father." Upon hearing this, fifth concubine's expression clouded with concern. "If the madam continues to make a fuss daily, it truly becomes bothersome." Imo Rusu, feeling a surge of irritation, replied, "This matter is like an adhesive plaster that cannot be shaken off. We currently lack evidence to prove our innocence. Then we must buy some time to gather proof. What about the doll? The madam has taken it, Mo Rusu lamented, realizing there was little she could do. As the madam would not return Mo Leoi chuckled. Regardless, let us delay for a while. Suddenly, Mo Rusu announced, I must step out for a moment. Father, please keep an eye on mother. After she left, fifth concubine remarked, Master, why do I feel as if Rusu has transformed into a different person? What do you mean by a different person? Mo Leoi's eyes crinkled into a smile. She has simply grown up and become more sensible. At that moment, a flustered Yao Tiao rushed in. Master, trouble. The old lady has returned. What? Mo Leoi exclaimed, startled. The old lady's return is no good omen. The Mo household is bound to descend into chaos once more. Fifth concubine sobbed. It must be the madam's doing. She sees you favoring me and has gone to the compassionate monastery to summon the old lady. Mo Leoi's expression darkened. Rest assured, this matter will be resolved. With the old lady entering the household and no plan in place, I might as well resign myself to death. He replied that as chapter 55 unfolded, Mo Rusu returned to find Mo Loi summoned by the old lady for questioning. Mother, quickly take this, fifth concubine urged. What is this? She asked. Though she obediently swallowed the pill, concern etched on her face, she continued, Rusu, your grandmother has called your father for a reprimand. I fear I shan't live long. Do not be afraid. Besides father, there is still me. In the original memories of Mo Rusu, the old lady resembled a witch from a fairy tale, terrifying and loathsome. Just as her words fell, several figures entered, with Mo Leoi leading the way, followed by the old lady. After years apart, the old lady appeared rejuvenated, her spirit more vibrant than before. Rusu, come greet your grandmother, Mo Leoi prompted, casting her a knowing glance. Though reluctant, Mo Rusu approached and performed a respectful bow. No need for that. Ha. The old lady said dismissively. Despite being only in her 50s, she leaned on a cane crafted of pure gold, adorned with a pearl and a colorful tassel that caught the eye. Recognizing the disdain in the old lady's tone, Mo Rusu fell silent. Seated, the old lady had the madam by her side, who assisted her as they walked. Fearful of her falling, Mo Rusu noticed a smile in the madam's eyes. What I needed to say was already made clear at the compassionate monastery. Fifth concubine. You attempted to harm me with that doll, hoping for my demise, did you not? Not at all. Fifth concubine feigned weakness that I would not dare to be so bold. With a sharp crack, the old lady's cane struck the floor, resounding like metal on metal. You dare not? Humph. What else do you refrain from? She hissed coldly. You possess quite the audacity. Fifth concubine bowed her head. I truly would not dare. I am wronged. Humph. The old lady's gaze turned venomous as it fell upon Mo Leoi. As the head of this family, you must ensure fairness. Do not show favoritism nor allow anyone to go hungry. Mo Leoi quickly replied, Yes, I understand. If you understand, then why have you not ordered that harlot to be imprisoned? The old lady's cruelty was palpable, and fifth concubine's complexion paled instantaneously. The madam's tactics were ruthless. Seeing Mo Leoi hesitate, the old lady pressed. What? Are you reluctant? Do you value me, your mother, less than that concubine? The situation turned dire for fifth concubine, prompting Mo Rusu to interject. Grandmother, you cannot harm fifth concubine. Why not? The old lady sneered, her gaze growing ever more malicious. Speak your reasoning, or I shall send you both to the depths. Mo Rusu internally cursed the old hag, realizing her heartlessness, yet she did not expect such cruelty. Fifth concubine is with child. Hence, you cannot kill her. The room fell silent, shock washing over everyone. Impossible, the madam shouted. Just days ago, she was still in mourning. How do you know? Mo Rusu countered, unyielding. Could it be that mother has secretly kept watch over fifth concubine? The madam faltered. I merely saw it by chance. How could I be spying? Such coincidence. You even knew when fifth concubine went to mourn, Mo Rusu retorted, her words dripping with sarcasm. As the madam attempted to respond, Mo Leoi approached, eyeing fifth concubine with visible tension. Rusu, how do you know fifth concubine is with child? The unease in Mo Leoi's eyes stemmed from the fear that Mo Rusu might be lying. A lie easily exposed, Mo Rusu replied. Father, I consulted with the royal physician today, who confirmed it. Fifth concubine's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet she resolved to support Mo Rusu. Yes, I am indeed with child. The old lady suddenly burst into laughter, clearly skeptical of their claims. Fifth concubine, you assert you are with child? Very well, summon the physician. At her command, a doctor promptly arrived, bowing before fifth concubine. May I trouble you to extend your hand so I may check your pulse? Fifth concubine hesitated, nervously glancing at Mo Rusu. Mo Rusu smiled reassuringly. Mother, do not fear. We must trust the prince's words. Encouraged, fifth concubine extended her hand, and the physician placed a cloth on her wrist. After a careful examination, the physician nodded. "Congratulations, old lady. Fifth concubine is indeed with child." "What?" The old lady stood in shock, her joy utterly absent. "Did we not just hear of her mourning? How could this be? You must have been bribed to utter such nonsense. I would not dare." The physician stammered, frightened. "If you do not believe me, you may summon another physician for verification." The old lady exchanged glances with the madam, who, after much deliberation, made a difficult decision. "Steward, fetch the renowned physician Shweke from the capital." "Yes," the steward replied promptly. Mo Laoi's expression darkened. He knew the truth about fifth concubine's mourning and that her pregnancy was impossible. Yet, Mo Rusu's glance provided him solace. Soon after, Shweke arrived, his reputation preceding him, prompting even the old lady to rise to greet him. After a thorough examination, Shweke nodded. "Congratulations, old lady. Congratulations, Mo Laoi, for fifth concubine is indeed with child." His words were tantamount to sealing the fate of the fifth concubine. Madame Mo had nothing more to say. Although the first madam felt a pang of reluctance, she too was powerless. Master Mo remarked, "Mother, let us set aside the matter of the fifth concubine for now. She has a child on the way. We shall revisit this after her delivery." Madame Mo, witnessing the smile on his face, felt a wave of desolation wash over her. Alas, children grow beyond their mother's control. With a heavy heart, she left the room. Master Mo instructed that a sum of silver be sent to Shweke, accompanied by Mo Rusu. Upon reaching Shweke's carriage, he suddenly exclaimed, "You possess quite the audacity." Mo Rusu gazed at him in astonishment. Chapter 56. The fifth concubine, miscarried. A hint of amusement graced Shweke's face. "That elixir was concocted by my father and presented to his highness. Yet you dare to administer it to the fifth concubine without permission." "So that was how it was." Mo Rusu coughed lightly, hastily kneeling in a gesture of contrition. "Esteemed physician Shwe, you witnessed the circumstances. I acted out of a daughter's concern for her mother. I hope you can understand my filial intentions. This matter cannot remain concealed. We must consider how to address the aftermath without tarnishing my reputation." "Understood." After seeing off physician Shwe, Mo Rusu contemplated her course of action, the old witch seemed unlikely to leave any time soon, and the matter of her hex must be resolved swiftly. As for the fifth concubine, for the time being, she was safe. Even Madame Mo would not dare act against a pregnant woman, lest Master Mo have grounds for rebellion. However, this situation could not linger. If the fifth concubine were no longer with child, Madame Mo could act without hesitation. Given her cunning, it would not be difficult for her to ensure the fifth concubine remained barren. The following day, Mo Rusu promptly visited the capital as chief magistrate. Discovering that Feng Yunshun proved exceedingly useful, many matters were effortlessly resolved with his assistance. "Your Highness, I have come regarding the matter of the hex. You wish to investigate?" "Yes," Mo Rusu affirmed earnestly. "I believe this matter requires your Highness's intervention." "Very well. Last night, I learned that there are 3 individuals in the capital secretly practicing hexes," he disclosed. "But is it not forbidden by the court?" Mo Rusu inquired. "How can they dare to defy the edict? The prohibition applies solely to the palace. The common folk are granted more leniency. Even so, practitioners are few. Yet, when the allure of profit is substantial, some will risk their lives for it." Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the morning air, nearly reverberating throughout the Mo residence. "The fifth concubine has seen blood." In an instant, chaos erupted within the Mo household, as several concubines rushed toward Longhuan Waterdock. "This is no cause for such alarm. You are overly dramatic, child. It gives me a headache," the second concubine retorted. The physician arrived promptly to examine the fifth concubine, who lay in bed. "She has miscarried." "What?" Master Mo, who had just entered, was taken aback. How could the fifth concubine suddenly miscarry? "My lord, our child is gone. I cannot bear to live," she lamented, weeping inconsolably. Meanwhile, in the compassion hall, laughter echoed. The first madam, having paid her respects to Madame Mo, was elated by the news. Even Madame Mo wore a smile, her face wrinkled with glee. "Mother, it seems even heaven does not favor her." "How splendid." "Indeed," Madame Mo nodded. "It is quite favorable. In 2 days, I shall have her disposed of. Thus, you shall eliminate a formidable threat." Madame Mo, satisfied, instructed, "You should go and check on her, lest you lose your status as the head of the household. Caring for the concubines is the duty of the matron." Just as the first madam entered the fifth concubine's chamber, she heard the sobs of the maid. After the fifth concubine drank the soup sent by the first madam, she miscarried. Impudent servant, the first madam could hardly contain her fury, rushing forth to slap the maid across the face. The maid stumbled and fell. Not yet satisfied, the first madam moved to kick her, but was stopped by Rusu. Mother, must you be so wrathful? Regardless of the truth, let justice prevail. That wretched maid is slandering me. I shall not let her escape unpunished. As the first madam raised her foot to strike again, she was once more halted by Rusu. Mother, do you wish to kill her, just as Shui Yu was, leaving no witness to contradict you? The first madam was momentarily silenced. The incident with Shui Yu had no bearing on her. Yet she refrained from further violence against the maid. Master Mo, his face filled with sorrow, asked, Tiao, what transpired? Kneeling, the maid trembled as she recounted, this morning, the madam sent a servant with nourishing soup. The concubine, not suspecting anything, drank 2 bowls, and shortly thereafter, she felt pain and then saw blood. Rusu approached the table. Is this the soup in question? Yes, Tiao replied, wiping her tears, feeling deeply aggrieved. My lord, I was merely trying to help the 5th concubine upon discovering she was pregnant, yet I am now unjustly accused. Master Mo scrutinized her, assuring, rest assured, if you are truly innocent, you shall not be wronged. Rusu examined the contents and found nothing amiss. Master Mo took a small sip of the soup to test it and found it harmless. The first madam, relieved, declared, I am upright and honorable. I would never commit such a heinous act. Then she pointed at Tiao. It is clear this maid seeks to frame me. I implore you, my lord, to have her punished severely. As she spoke, Master Mo picked up a pastry from the table, taking a bite. What is this cake? It is delightful. The first madam felt a twinge of embarrassment before replying, that is an almond cake. I had it specially prepared for the 5th concubine. Oh, Master Mo raised an eyebrow. This is not almond but peach kernel. Peach kernels are cold in nature and can easily lead to miscarriage if consumed by a pregnant woman. His words left the first madam dumbfounded. Madam, were you not just asserting your innocence? The 2nd concubine remarked, transparent and honorable. Indeed, the 3rd concubine added. How ironic. The 4th concubine chimed in. Hearing this, the first madam felt the weight of despair. How had almonds turned into peach kernels? And now she faced ridicule from the other concubines. Master Mos gazed bore down on the first madam. Why did you do this, my lord? She wept. I truly do not know. I took what I believed to be almonds. Upon witnessing this, the 5th concubine wept even more sorrowfully. My lord, I am wretched. I have lost 2 children. Oh, my dear Su, how I long for you. Su was the elder sister of Rusu, who had passed away and was once cherished by Master Mo Zhu Fengjiao. Master Mo's voice turned icy. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, this matter shall not end here. My lord, you must believe me. The first madam had never seen such a fierce expression on Master Mo's face, causing her legs to tremble. Why can you not trust me? How can I trust you? Chapter 57. The first madam's support crumbles. The first madam sobbed. My lord, the cake was not made by my own hand. Perhaps the kitchen staff swapped it without my knowledge. Master Mo had no intention of letting her off lightly. He relentlessly pursued the matter of the 5th concubine's miscarriage. Even summoning Madame Mo, he would not easily forgive the first madam. Just as he was about to speak, Madame Mo's voice interrupted. What is going on? Mother, the first madam rushed to her. Please help your daughter-in-law. Once Madame Mo grasped the entirety of the situation, she chuckled lightly. I thought it was something significant. Wei Wu, you truly are foolish. If Feng Jiao wished to harm the 5th concubine, would she do it herself? Moreover, the cake was merely ordered from the kitchen. If there is a fault, it lies with them, with Madame Mo's protections. The first madam managed to extricate herself from blame. However, Madame Mo then shifted her tone. The other day, I spared the 5th concubine due to her pregnancy. Now that the child is gone, there is no reason to keep her. Mother, to speak such words so soon after her miscarriage is truly disheartening. Master Mo replied. Madame Mo merely smiled coldly. Let it be known she died from the miscarriage. Life and death are predestined. There is no need to mourn. She commanded the nearby servants, Mei, Lan, Ju, and Zhu, bind the 5th concubine and dispose of her in the well. Mother, Master Mo knelt, pleading with Madame Mo. The 5th concubine is Rusu's mother, if anything happens to her. How shall Rusu endure? Then let them both be cast into the well. Madame Mo's tone was resolute. Mother, are you suggesting that you would condemn your own son as well? At that moment, Rusu stepped forward. Grandmother, your words are truly astonishing. You have no place to speak here. Madame Mo retorted with a derisive laugh. Silence, and perhaps you may live to see 80. Grandmother, regarding the matter of the hex. You may not be as informed as you think. Allow me to share my insights with you. Marusu approached her side. At that time, it was a maidservant under her mother who discovered it beneath the bed. The box, which raised suspicions, was supposed to be covered in dust, yet it appeared immaculate. The old lady remarked, "Years ago, when I was unwell, I suspected someone was trying to harm me, so I retreated to the Compassion Temple for recuperation. The monks there informed me that such malevolent arts do exist. I believe that fifth aunt must have seen that I had survived for several years, and thus sought to concoct another scheme against me." Marusa chuckled softly. "Since grandmother firmly attributes this to fifth aunt, then allow me to enlighten you." With that, she clapped her hands, and a woman entered from outside. This woman had a rodent-like face, covered in unsightly blemishes, and was exceedingly unattractive. She knelt before the old lady, greeting her, "The master, the madam, the young ladies, and the concubines, grandmother. This is the practitioner of the malevolent arts, Huang Daopo." Marusu coldly instructed, "Huang Daopo, recount what transpired that day." Huang Daopo complied. "Yes, on that day, a maidservant from madam's side approached me, offering a silver ingot and requesting a cloth doll to perform a voodoo ritual. Seeing the generous payment, I accepted and delivered the finished doll to her." Marusu inquired, "Mother, where is the cloth doll you possess? Please show us." After a moment's hesitation, the matron consented. Huang Daopo exclaimed, "This is indeed the doll." She produced a doll from her bag, and upon comparison, they were identical. Zhu Fengjiao asked, "Can you ascertain if they are the same?" The matron replied, "Even if they are identical, it does not implicate me. Was it I who went to you that day? It was a maidservant named Ma. Ma, she is deceased, and thus cannot refute the claim." The matron refused to admit guilt. "I am unaware of this matter." Huang Daopo stated that it was not I who contacted her, so how can this be laid at my feet? Marusu interjected, "Even if this incident is not attributed to mother, it was executed by her maidservant, Ma, and thus she cannot absolve herself from responsibility." The old lady spoke up, "This matter does not serve as proof against Fengjiao. At most, it implicates Ma, and such collective punishment cannot be applied within the family." Marusu asserted, "This incident has indeed demonstrated one thing. It has nothing to do with fifth aunt. She is innocent. Father, I have always maintained that Ma's actions were suspicious. She must be the one." This statement was a concession. As long as she acknowledged that Ma was responsible, she would not pursue the matron further. The matron, sensing the shift, recognized that if Ma was at fault, then fifth aunt was exonerated. However, her heart was filled with bitterness. Marusu asked, "Grandmother, what is your stance?" The old lady glanced at the matron, her heart seething with rage. She had initially believed this to be fifth aunt's doing, only to find it had turned against the matron. "I am weary. Tomorrow, I shall return to the Compassion Temple." With that, the old lady turned to leave. Supported by 4 maidservants, while the concubines dispersed, Marusu inquired, "Father, how shall we deal with this woman?" "Leave her to the authorities," the old master replied solemnly, gesturing for Huang Daopo to be taken away. "Father, you have endured much today. It matters not. As long as you and your mother are safe, that is enough." Thus, the matter finally settled down. "Rusu," the old master managed to smile, "I knew from the beginning that your mother was not with child. Then why play along with our charade? I feared losing both of you." His words warmed Marusu and fifth aunt's hearts. Fifth aunt remarked, "Master, you played your part brilliantly. Fortunately, all is now calm." Marusu orchestrated the situation deftly, ensuring fifth aunt's miscarriage while clarifying the doll incident, thus averting danger for fifth aunt and undermining the matron's support. The old master patted Marusu's shoulder. "Rusu, you have matured. I have not misjudged you. You shall become a worthy schemer." "Thank you, father. I shall do my utmost," Marusu replied with a smile, leaning against him, both father and daughter basking in happiness. Fifth aunt, observing from the side, felt tears welling up, realizing she had been overly harsh with Marusu. After all, she was but a child in need of love. Days later, a luxurious carriage halted at a manor in the northern part of the city. Feng Yun's and Marusu alighted, and as Marusu surveyed her surroundings, she noted the picturesque scenery, nestled by mountains and rivers. "The view is delightful, yet the feng shui is mediocre," Feng Yun's chuckled. "This case is indeed peculiar. Once we meet, we shall discuss it. Your Highness, have faith. No matter how bizarre the case, it is ultimately man-made that I have recently taken over the position of Jingzhaoyin, and there are indeed numerous cases." In the carriage ahead were Minister Wu and Tai Rulong. Marusu silently assessed the location. This manor lay in the outskirts of the capital, far from bustling areas, seldom visited by people, with mountains in front and a river behind. Transportation was inconvenient. Thus, if a crime occurred here, it was likely perpetrated by someone within the manor. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by the manor's owner, Mo Yunchang, and his son, Mo Shaolin. Marusu inquired, What sort of incident has transpired here? Mo Yunchang sighed. Alas, my poor daughter-in-law has met her demise. This. Mo Shaolin's eyes reddened, head bowed, indicating the deceased was indeed his wife. Rusu expressed her condolences. Please accept my sympathies. Could you tell me how she passed? Last night at midnight, she rose to use the restroom. Suddenly, there was a cry, and she collapsed. When I went to check, she was already lifeless, surrounded by blood. Mo Shaolin broke down in tears. Thus, the case found its way to Rusu. May I inspect the scene? They proceeded to Mo Shaolin's quarters. That we reside in this room. The toilet is adjacent. She fell right here. Rusu observed a dried pool of blood on the ground. This is the first crime scene. Where is she now? Given the rising heat, I feared her condition might deteriorate, so she has been placed in an ice coffin, he replied. The ice coffin was kept in a makeshift mourning hall. Under watchful eyes, Rusu scanned the dimly lit hall, filled with ice blocks, emanating a chilling atmosphere that evoked dread. Undeterred, she approached the coffin, opening it for the coroner to conduct an autopsy. Mo Yunchang instructed someone to unveil the ice coffin, revealing the deceased, a young woman of roughly 20, her complexion normal yet pale. She had been dressed in funeral garments, and a bright red begonia flower adorned her hair, identifying her as Bai Haidang, Mo Shaolin's wife. Placing her hand gently upon the body, an image resurfaced in Rusu's mind. Bai Haidang was about to use the restroom when a figure clad in black suddenly appeared, plunging a dagger into her heart. She gasped and fell to the ground as the assailant executed an odd movement before vanishing. The vision abruptly ended. Rusu inspected the scene once more. The vision was brief, lacking any anomalies. The only curiosity was the peculiar action performed by the black-clad figure after committing the act, an odd movement akin to a dance or ritual, imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. Stepping aside, she left the examination to the coroner, who soon presented the autopsy report. Deceased, Bai Haidang, female, 20 years old, young mistress of Mo Yunchang's manor, married with one child. Cause of death, a stab wound to the heart, indicating the weapon was approximately 1 foot long and 5 inches wide. Time of death, within the last 12 hours. Rusu glanced at the report before passing it to Feng Yun's. Mo Yunchang. How many individuals reside in the manor? There are 15 in total. Aside from the servants, there are only myself, my son, my grandson, my daughter-in-law, and my concubine. 5 masters and 10 servants. Relationships were not overly complicated. What of your wife? She has been missing for years. Mo Shaolin's eyes flashed with sorrow, an unspoken anguish evident. Rusu stated, I wish to begin my investigation with the deceased's acquaintances. Even you or your son may be suspects, and your cooperation is essential. That is acceptable. Mo Yunchang's expression was mournful, his eyes bloodshot and weary. Rusu continued, as you described, the young mistress arose to use the restroom and was attacked by a black-clad figure. Did the assailant leave any notes or correspondence? None. Only a pool of blood remained at the scene. Do you have any enemies? We have resided here for 20 years, rarely interacting with others, without any enemies or having offended anyone. And with the murderer not issuing any prior warnings, the situation is rather perplexing. She pondered whether there were any missing items in the manor. None. Mo Yunchang shook his head, although they had not meticulously counted. The locks on the storeroom were intact, and the antiques and paintings displayed within had not been disturbed. This ruled out the possibility of robbery. Mo Rusu, having already viewed the footage, found the deceased to hold little value for her, and thus departed from the eerie place. Returning to the scene of the initial incident, standing at the spot where the assailant had struck, she scanned her surroundings and noticed that the only exit was a window ahead. The window stood ajar, and Mo Rusu approached to take a glance. To her astonishment, there lay a precipice outside. Does this window remain open at night? She inquired. It does, but the latch is broken. A gust of wind can easily push it open. Mo Shaolin replied, stepping over to close the window. This window overlooks a cliff. Without the frame, it could pose a grave danger. Mo Shaolin spoke with a touch of nonchalance. We had considered repairing it previously, but kept forgetting. At that moment, a matron approached, cradling a wailing young boy. Young master is hungry and wants to nurse. He vomited up the rice porridge. Mo Yunchang regarded the child, who was not yet a year old. With delicate features and a hoarse C-R-Y. Mo Shaolin took the child into his arms, soothing him, tears streaming down his face. Mo Rusu felt a pang of sympathy. The child needed a wet nurse. For it was indeed a pitiful situation. Mo Yunchang sighed deeply. The child is motherless. Such a tragedy. Mo Rusu cast a glance at the group, sensing something amiss, particularly concerning that window. She knew that the figure in black must have slipped through that very window. Yet how could he have descended the cliff? Was he a Spider-Man of sorts? Chapter 59. The process of elimination. Mo Rusu's heart brimmed with doubt, yet the footage was indisputable. The figure in black had evidently moved towards the window. There were no other exits nearby, and Mo Shaolin had emerged promptly upon hearing the cries. If the figure had not departed, he would have surely encountered Mo Shaolin. The only plausible explanation was that the figure had exited through the window. Below lay a cliff, shrouded in mist, rendering it impossible to ascertain the situation beneath. Suddenly, she posed a question. "Young master, do you plan to remarry?" "Not at the moment," Mo Shaolin replied, a fresh wave of sorrow washing over his countenance. "My wife's remains are yet to cool. How could I consider such a thing? Have you notified her family? Her parents have long since passed, and her only brother succumbed to illness half a year ago." Mo Rusu felt a surge of compassion for Bai Haitang. Her fate was truly harsh. After understanding the case, Lord Wu took Tai Rulong back to the magistrate's office. This case would take time to unravel. So the master of the manor arranged accommodations for Mo Rusu and Feng Yunshin, along with Bai Yu and He Qin. The four resided in a northern courtyard, attended by two servants, seated at the table. Mo Rusu rested her chin on her hand and meticulously analyzed the entire case. Feng Yunshin leaned against the doorframe. Observing her with arms crossed, "I believe we should not confine our investigation to the manor. The perpetrator may have originated from outside." Mo Rusu's eyes sparkled as they met his. "We shall begin our inquiries within the manor and eliminate possibilities before extending our search outward." Pausing, she continued. "Your Highness, the family of Bai Haidang has faced immense tragedy. With her demise, is it not excessively sorrowful?" Feng Yunshin smiled. "There are far too many tragic tales in this world. Addressing such matters is exceedingly difficult." Mo Rusu sighed. "I wonder if there might be hidden circumstances at play." Having witnessed the incident as it unfolded, she understood the situation but could not articulate it, instead opting to guide the conversation subtly. "Hidden circumstances?" Feng Yunshin's brow furrowed slightly. "Are you suggesting that Bai Haitang's family may also have met with an untimely fate that remains uncertain?" Mo Rusu replied. "However, it could be worth investigating to uncover the truth." Feng Yunshin nodded. "I shall make arrangements, though I am unsure if we will uncover anything. Given the passage of time and the uncertainty of their origins." That moment, a servant entered, the manor's steward, handing Mo Rusu a list. "Miss Mo, here is the list of all the individuals in our manor as you requested." "Thank you," Mo Rusu said, glancing at the document, which detailed names, genders, ages, identities, and their duration of service in the manor. "Steward Hu, you have been here for many years, haven't you?" "Yes," Steward Hu replied with a smile. "Some of these elders have been with the master for many years, journeying with him across the land." "Indeed," Mo Rusu acknowledged. "It is no small feat. Please take your time. Miss Mo, if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek me out." Once he departed, Mo Rusu remarked, "Master Mo must be a commendable individual. Otherwise, he would not retain loyal servants for so long. The older servants here have likely followed him for a lifetime." Feng Yunshin observed. "That steward seems to possess some skill, judging by his hands. He likely practices iron palm technique," he added. Mo Rusu inwardly admired Feng Yunshin's keen observations. After thoroughly reviewing the list of servants, she marked several individuals that "I believe if there are any issues, they will lie among these few." Feng Yunshin glanced at the marked names. These four individuals raised suspicion. Indeed, Mo Rusu confirmed, of the 10 servants, these 4 have been with Master Mo the longest, while the remaining 6 include 4 born into service and 2 who were acquired just last year. Feng Yunshin pondered, why eliminate the others? The likelihood of those born into servitude or the newcomers being responsible for Bai Haitang's death is minimal, thus we should focus on these 4. But that suggests there are 7 potential suspects. Mo Rusu nodded. This is merely preliminary. I will continue to narrow down the list. Having seen the assailant in the footage, she could eliminate suspects based on height and other physical attributes. The figure in black had obscured their face and wore loose-fitting attire, making it challenging to discern their physique, yet height could still be assessed. Feng Yunshin regarded her, impressed by her analytical prowess. Mo Rusu rose. Let us proceed to the front and re-evaluate the suspects based on this list. In the front hall, Mo Rusu instructed the servants to gather the identified suspects. After careful comparison, she eliminated those who were significantly taller. This left 5 individuals: the master of the manor, his concubine, the steward, and a married couple, Tao Bo and Tao Shan, who had also served the master for many years. Mo Rusu scrutinized them closely. The height of the assailant closely resembled these 5, and due to their bundled attire, distinguishing gender or physique proved impossible. The incident had occurred in the dead of night, and all 5 claimed to have been asleep, rendering their alibis unverifiable. Upon returning to her room, Mo Rusu instructed Feng Yunshin to keep a watchful eye on these individuals to observe their movements and interactions. The following morning, a piercing scream jolted her awake. She hurried towards the source of the commotion to find a trembling made in the courtyard. Before her stood a tree with a woman's corpse suspended from it. The body had disheveled hair, a drooping face, and wide-open eyes that radiated sheer terror. As Mo Rusu approached, she realized with shock that the deceased was Aunt Tao, residing with Uncle Tao. Her demise raised immediate concerns. Where was Uncle Tao? Given the state of Aunt Tao's body, it appeared she had perished in the dead of night. Yet Uncle Tao should have noticed. Logically, if all was well, he would have been the first to discover Aunt Tao's lifeless form. Yet now, there was no sign of Uncle Tao. That we must check on Uncle Tao. Let us hope he has not encountered any trouble, Mo Rusu declared, prompting the group to rush towards Uncle Tao's quarters. To their surprise, the door to Uncle Tao's room was ajar. Mo Rusu gently pushed it open and stepped inside, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. Chapter 60. Who will be next? Uncle Tao lay motionless on the bed, and as Mo Rusu exchanged glances with Feng Yunshin, they stepped further into the room. Mo Rusu detected a faint scent of narcotics in the air. Master Mo approached, scooping a bowl of water from the table and splashing it onto Uncle Tao's face. Startled, Uncle Tao jolted awake, blinking at the assembled crowd. Master, what is happening? Master Mo, with a pained expression, replied, Old Tao, please accept my condolences. Condolences? Uncle Tao echoed, bewildered, his eyes widening. What are you saying, Master? I don't understand. Having served alongside Master Mo for many years, their relationship had transcended master and servant to that of brothers. Chunhua has passed, Master Mo uttered, sorrow etched across his features, his grief palpable. Chunhua was Aunt Tao's given name. Feng Yunshin furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze falling upon the hateful words. If the perpetrator sought vengeance, it implied that the master of the Missouri estate was not as innocent as he appeared. Mo Rusu nodded in agreement, feeling it was indeed time to investigate the true identity of the master. He had relocated here 20 years ago and built such a vast enterprise. What was his occupation back then? This, perhaps, was the crux of the matter. Feng Yunshin remarked, we cannot ascertain much from Bai Haitang. We only found out she had a brother who passed away last year. As for her background, that remains elusive. Mo Rusu pondered. I have a nagging feeling that there are hidden complexities we cannot fathom. I shall command an investigation into the master of the Missouri estate's background, declared the prince. The two returned to the estate, and when they laid the items before the master, panic flickered in his eyes. Did he recognize these objects? Mo Rusu inquired nonchalantly. No, the master quickly denied. How could I possibly know these? Were they not retrieved from the cliff below? Indeed, Mo Rusu affirmed. What can be deduced now is that the murderer is lurking within the estate. But who could it be? The master asked anxiously. I cannot say, Mo Rusu replied. This case remains unresolved. Further investigation is necessary. They had made some progress, and Mo Rusu felt that they should have investigated immediately after Bai Haitang's death. Now, only the master and his concubine, Mei Yang, remained on her list of suspects, with Mei Yang being the most dubious. I wish to speak with Mei Yang, Mo Rusu stated. Mei Yang? The master paused, but she cannot wield martial arts. It should not be her. She cannot wield martial arts. Indeed, she has been with me for many years and has always been quite proper. It should not be her. Mo Shaolin, due to his physique, had already been ruled out by Mo Rusu. He stood silently aside, his gaze perpetually clouded with an indelible melancholy. In just a few days, Mo Shaolin appeared to have grown weary, his formerly handsome visage now marked by an indescribable sorrow. Upon gazing at him, Mo Rusu felt an inexplicable pang of desolation. Rest assured, young master, I will unearth the true culprit. Mo Shaolin nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it seemed forced. Thank you, Miss Mo. I place my trust in you. I shall meet with Mei Yang. Please guide me. Certainly, Mo Shaolin extended his hand, leading Mo Rusu and Feng Yunshin outside. Inside, the master of the Mo estate's expression darkened, becoming exceedingly grim. Chapter 62. Good deeds go unrewarded. Mei Yang resided in a serene courtyard, separate from the master, who only occasionally spent the night with her, preferring to stay in his own quarters most of the time. Upon entering, Mo Rusu found Mei Yang watering flowers, vibrant blossoms blooming abundantly, a sight most pleasing to the eye. Miss Mo, Mei Yang called gently, a smile gracing her face. Mei Yang, Mo Rusu replied with a smile. I have something I would like to inquire about. Please, speak freely. Mei Yang replied with a grin. I will share all that I know. What does this mean? Mo Rusu asked, mimicking a gesture Main Yang had made during a dance. A movement also seen in the aftermath of a murder. It holds no significance, Main Yang said with a slight smile. It merely signifies my exit after the dance. Nothing else. Nothing at all. Mo Rusu's curiosity piqued. When do you typically use this gesture? Only during dance. I rarely use it otherwise, Mo Rusu smiled. Your dance is truly remarkable. It brings about a most delightful sensation, seductive, enchanting, and visually captivating. Her praise. A faint blush tinged Main Yang's cheeks. Reminiscent of rouge spreading across her face, it has been quite some time since anyone has complimented me. A deep sense of loss washed over her, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Suddenly, Feng Yunshan struck, swiftly bringing 2 fingers toward Main Yang's face. His movement was both rapid and fierce, akin to a thunderous strike. Main Yang gasped, closing her eyes and instinctively shielding her face, only to find Feng Yunshan's fingers halted before her, as if the earlier forceful intent had dissipated. After a moment, Main Yang cautiously opened her eyes, tears glistening within them. Your Highness, did I commit some offense? Not at all, Feng Yunshan replied coolly. You cannot wield martial arts? Indeed not, Main Yang exhaled quietly, relieved. Do you suspect I am the murderer? Feng Yunshan offered no reply, merely turning to stand beside Mo Rusu. Their eyes met, and Mo Rusu spoke. Main Yang, many have perished within the estate. Yet the killer remains at large. Thus, any individual here could potentially be the culprit. Main Yang sighed softly. To be honest, I am not particularly concerned about this. As she spoke, sunlight danced across her lightly powdered face, her eyes sparkling like stars. Perhaps you may find my words callous or cruel, but this is how I truly feel. Her words prompted Mo Rusu to ponder deeply. Could it be that Main Yang possesses some insights? She mused. Main Yang shook her head. This matter does not concern me. I prefer not to elaborate. To outsiders, Main Yang might appear selfish, yet without experiencing another's suffering, one should not advise them towards goodness. Mo Rusu was unaware of Main Yang's past, thus refraining from pressuring her with counsel. If Main Yang had knowledge, she would share it willingly. If not, it was her prerogative as long as she was not the murderer. Mo Rusu had no desire to complicate matters for her. From Feng Yunshan's earlier test, it seemed Main Yang truly lacked martial skills. However, the killer possessed formidable abilities, leading Mo Rusu to dismiss Main Yang as a suspect. Yet, uncertainty clouded her mind once more. If not Main Yang, then who could the murderer be? The master of the Mo estate. As she contemplated, 2 women approached, one of whom cradled the young master. Upon closer inspection, Mo Rusu recognized the wet nurse, Cui Zhu, accompanied by an elderly woman. The latter smiled and said, Main Yang, the master instructed that you attend to estate matters first. Main Yang nodded, her gaze shifting to the young master. What is amiss with him? The young master is feeling unwell. He may need to see a physician down the mountain. Down the mountain. Main Yang's eyes swept over the young master. He was too small to venture down. Cui Zhu asked, Are you worried that I might carry the young master away? Indeed, it would be wise to summon a physician from the foot of the mountain, Main Yang asserted, taking the young master from Cui Zhu's arms. He indeed felt ill. Chi Mama, please inform the young master to come see me. Feng Yunshan interjected, Let me take a look. He approached the young master, examining him closely, confirming that the child had caught a chill. Your Highness understands medicine? Main Yang inquired, somewhat surprised that I studied under Imperial Physician Go. Feng Yunshan replied nonchalantly. That is fortunate, Main Yang said, slightly bowing in gratitude before turning to Cui Zhu, since you have been entrusted with the young master. You must take good care of him. He has fallen ill on your watch after just 1 day. Cui Zhu lowered her head. I apologize, Main Yang. I am new here and did not attend to the young master properly at night. It is truly my fault. If you do not exert your utmost effort, not only will I hold you accountable, but you shall also face repercussions from the young master. Main Yang's voice was soft, yet her tone was exceedingly stern. Feng Yunshan produced a pill. I have a remedy that treats pediatric fevers. Dissolve it in warm water and administer it to him. Thank you, Your Highness. After Cui Zhu and the others departed, Mo Rusu asked Main Yang, before the young mistress's death, did any strange occurrences transpire within the estate? Strange occurrences? Main Yang pondered momentarily. There was nothing peculiar, but the daughter of Tao Bo and Tao Shu passed away. Tao Bo's daughter? Mo Rusu was taken aback. What happened? She suddenly died unexpectedly, Main Yang recounted. Tao Bo had only this one daughter, named Tao Pinger, aged 17, who had been promised to someone. Yet, she suddenly passed away. Mo Rusu frowned. Main Yang continued, sigh. Due to her being an unwed girl, she could not be buried properly and was instead interred in an inconspicuous spot on the mountain. without even a gravestone. Meaning they simply dug a hole and buried her. Indeed, Meinyang sighed. That was the intention, but the young mistress, being kind-hearted, could not bear to see it thus. She personally sought a proper burial site and arranged for a coffin, ensuring the girl received a dignified burial. Thus, the young mistress was indeed considerate towards her servants. However, good people do not always receive good returns. Shortly after dealing with this matter, the young mistress herself encountered misfortune. Chapter 63. The eccentric master of the ink workshop. Were these two incidents closely related? Rusu pondered for a moment, and suddenly wondered if the abrupt death might also be a murder. Meinyang paused, having not considered this possibility before, but noted that the young mistress died several days after Tao Pinger. Unlike the current situation where deaths occurred daily, Rusu inquired, "Where is the body buried?" "Do you know?" Meinyang shook her head, stating that it was all handled by the young mistress, and she was unaware. "Very well," Rusu replied, taking her leave. And on the way, Feng Yunshan asked her, "What are your thoughts on Meinyang?" "I don't have a strong opinion. That I used to think Meinyang was the murderer, but now..." She hesitated for a moment and shook her head, feeling that something was amiss. "Could I have been mistaken in my direction? I believe the relationships here are intricate and require careful untangling," Rusu remarked. "The death of Tao Pinger is rather suspicious. No one knows where she was buried, and the one who buried her was by Haidang, who also died shortly thereafter. Thus began the terrifying series of murders. Did they truly lack connections? If there were no ties, it seemed as if there were countless threads linking them. Yet, if there were connections, they appeared utterly unrelated. The entire case resembled a tangled ball of yarn, necessitating Rusu's careful unraveling to discover the clearest thread. Following the order of deaths, Tao Pinger, by Haidang, Aunt Tao, the steward, and Uncle Tao, was there a common thread linking them? The only certainty was that the murderer acted out of hatred. So what grievances did these individuals have with the killer? Rusu remained calm, sensing that the issue likely revolved around the master of the ink workshop. "Currently, how many suspects remain?" "3, Rusu replied. "Initially 2, but I've expanded the scope, adding another. The wet nurse, Chui Zhu." "Indeed," Rusu nodded. "However, she was found later, so further investigation is necessary. The steward who brought Chui Zhu has already died, making it difficult to procure solid evidence." Rusu reflected on the circumstances surrounding Chui Zhu's arrival. Feeling that something was off, but unable to articulate it, today's night fell once more. Rusu remained vigilant. Opting not to sleep but to take action, she and Feng Yunshan quietly left their room and ventured into the courtyard. Upon arriving, they spotted a shadow stealthily emerging from the master of the ink workshop's chamber. They followed discreetly. Rusu quickly recognized the figure as the master, who traversed a corridor and turned towards the estate's corner. After exchanging glances, the two followed him. They observed the master push open a door and enter quietly. Feng Yunshan grasped Rusu's hand and gently leaped, landing silently on the roof. Rusu possessed some martial skills, yet they were no match for Feng Yunshan's prowess. His lightness of foot was beyond her reach. Feng Yunshan carefully lifted a tile from the roof. Peering through the small opening below, he saw the master standing before a peculiar pillar in the center of the room, which seemed out of place. Originally, such a pillar was unnecessary, making its presence quite surprising. The master extended a trembling hand towards the pillar, his face filled with sorrow, tears streaming down. Rusu glanced at Feng Yunshan, who maintained a calm demeanor as he observed the master. Suddenly, the master stepped back, exclaiming in rage, "It's you! You did all of this, didn't you? Speak! For years, you have refused to let me go, haven't you?" As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. "You shouldn't have done this. If you hate me, confront me directly. Why must you kill them? Why?" Alone in the room with the pillar, he continued questioning, devoid of any curses. Suddenly, he clutched his head in anguish, collapsing to the ground and rolling in torment, emitting cries of pain. After some time, he staggered out of the room, vanishing into the shadows of the night. Rusu and Feng Yunshan descended from the roof and cautiously entered the room. Though it was nighttime, an everlasting lamp illuminated the space, allowing for visibility. Rusu approached the pillar, finding it quite ordinary, adorned with strange carvings that enhanced its beauty. The master had just stood before it, speaking fervently for some time. Did this pillar conceal some secret? Feng Yunshan knocked on the pillar, discovering it was solid. Did the master merely seek to vent his emotions? It seemed unlikely. Rusu shook her head. The situation could not be so simple to uncover the secrets hidden within the pillar. The only solution was to split it open and investigate its contents. Feng Yunshan smiled, acknowledging the soundness of the idea, but deeming it impractical at the moment. Splitting it open would certainly arouse the Master's suspicions. Mo Rusu surveyed the room, concluding that it must be a lady's chamber. Your Highness, who do you think resides here? The Master's wife. Feng Yunshan guessed tentatively, believing it should indeed be her. I think so too. Anyone living here must possess a distinguished status. As she spoke, she circled the pillar, scrutinizing it closely. The decor was exceedingly elegant, indicating that the owner was undoubtedly an exquisite lady. The two departed quietly. Returning to their quarters, Mo Rusu remarked, Your Highness, do you think the master could be the murderer? What led you to that conclusion? I sense he may have a split personality. Mo Rusu rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. The master's earlier behavior was genuinely perplexing. She felt he exhibited signs of a fragmented psyche, as if he had lost touch with reality. Feng Yunshan chuckled, noting that the man rarely smiled. But when he did, it was like the arrival of spring after winter. Your perspective is quite unique. If I weren't unfamiliar with the concept of split personalities, I might have agreed. Chapter 64. Numerous doubts. Based on the earlier events, the Master's behavior was indeed surprising, and Mo Rusu sensed a degree of confusion in him. Your Highness, did you not feel the same? He may have experienced something traumatic, leading to the emergence of an entirely different persona that influences his mind, compelling him to act in peculiar ways. When he regains consciousness, he may have no recollection of his previous actions. I can grasp that. It is simply hard to believe. Mo Rusu understood that this was understandably bewildering for Feng Yunshan. Perhaps in time, you will come to comprehend. The human mind can be quite strange, capable of producing illusions. For instance, a timid person who has been bullied may harbor a desire to resist. Over time, another persona may manifest within them, an imaginary hero who protects them, appearing whenever they are wronged to seek vengeance. I see. This hero supplants them, occupying their body, making them seem like a person with a similar appearance, but a wholly different character. Exactly. Mo Rusu snapped her fingers, internally exclaiming, If you don't understand this, I might just go mad. What led you to identify this symptom in the master? From what I've observed, his behavior closely resembles such a condition. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. To substantiated. We require further investigation. This is the first time I have heard of such a phenomenon. If true, it would indeed be enlightening. Your Highness, do you think more deaths will occur tonight? I doubt it, Feng Yunshan replied. There have been too many deaths recently, and we have already cleared the cave at the cliff where the murderer was hiding, confiscating all weapons. Mo Rusu mused for a moment. Perhaps you're right. Your Highness, it's getting late. You should rest early. Very well. The prince turned to leave. Mo Rusu watched his retreating figure, a gentle sweetness welling up in her heart. Closing the door, she leaned against it softly. The following morning, everything unfolded as Mo Rusu had anticipated. The night passed quietly without further killings. After breakfast, she went to the front hall. After meticulously contemplating the previous night, she had developed a fresh hypothesis regarding the entire case. Feng Yunshan entered, presenting a document to her. Mo Rusu took it from his hand and observed that the document meticulously detailed the timeline of the Mo family's south relocation to this place, their previous endeavors, and their subsequent activities after settling in. It even contained some information about the mistress of the estate, Tian Hohat, but the details were scant, merely noting her personal identification and the time of her disappearance. From this document, Mo Rusu gleaned that Tian Hohat was merely 24 years old when she vanished, while Mo Shaolin was only 5 or 6, disappearing 2 years after their arrival, prior to moving. The document identified the Mo patriarch as a merchant, but after relocating, he ceased his business activities, purchasing this land to live a reclusive life, had it not been for the recent series of homicides. His latter years would have been rather blissful. Mo Rusu pondered the accuracy of this information. Uncertain, Feng Yunshan replied that due to the passage of time, verification was exceedingly difficult. The documents were retrieved from the authorities, recorded as the Mo patriarch had reported upon their relocation. Understanding, Mo Rusu nodded, noting that while he registered as a merchant, it was curious that both he and the estate's old servants possessed martial skills. This included the steward, Tao Bo, and his wife, Tao Shu, along with several other elderly servants, all adept in martial arts, with the sole exception of Mei Yang, who was a concubine and had not accompanied them from the beginning. Feng Yunshan remarked that the records indicated the Mo patriarch had taken Mei Yang as a concubine only after their arrival. This raised questions. Mo Rusu observed that if the Mo patriarch and his old servants were all skilled fighters, it was peculiar for them to be merely ordinary merchants. As she spoke, she walked outside, suggesting they continue their investigation. The murderer was hidden among them, and only 3 suspects remained, with the Mo patriarch currently at the forefront. Feng Yunshin inquired about her intentions. To trace their past. She affirmed that I have always felt there was a deeper reason behind this. The murderer seeks vengeance, but for what? We must unravel this root cause to find the correct direction. Otherwise, we will remain entangled in confusion. Upon reaching the front yard, they spotted Mo Shaolin practicing swordplay beneath an ancient tree, clad in a black robe. The wind from his sword stirred fallen petals around him. Observing him, Mo Rusu sensed an aura of solitude and profound sorrow emanating from him. An orphan child, a widower at a young age, truly a man burdened with the weight of fate. Young master. She addressed him after he finished his practice. May we converse? Mo Shaolin glanced at her, and then at Feng Yunshin, nodding slightly before sheathing his sword and inviting her to speak. The three gathered at a pavilion atop a nearby artificial hill, where tea and pastries were soon served. Mo Shaolin turned to Mo Rusu. Miss Mo, feel free to ask your questions directly. Very well, she replied. What business did your father engage in before? I'm not quite sure. He answered that I was quite young back then. That I recall my father mentioning it was a diverse enterprise, dealing with various trades. Why did you relocate to this secluded mountain? My father desired to live in seclusion, away from worldly disputes. Are all of you skilled in martial arts? Mo Shaolin nodded. Yes, I learned my skills from Kuan Yang, another servant who passed away a few years ago. Yet, if you were merely merchants, why are you all so proficient in martial arts? Of course, being skilled does not preclude one from engaging in trade. Mo Rusu's skepticism was not unfounded. It was unusual for every servant under the Mo patriarch to be highly skilled. Even Aunt Tao is formidable, which raised further doubts. Chapter 65. Why don't you go inside? Mo Shaolin's gaze darkened with sorrow. I cannot recall much about family affairs. My father managed most of them. Mo Rusu found his humility before the Mo patriarch believable. Over her few days here, she observed that the estate was indeed under the patriarch's control. May I pose another question regarding your mother? At this, Mo Shaolin's expression faltered, a deeper sorrow flickering in his eyes, suggesting that the mention of mother struck a painful chord within him. Recognizing the sensitivity of the topic, Mo Rusu pressed forward. I realize this may be cruel, but I must inquire. From her observations, she discerned that Mo Shaolin was not among the suspects. He sighed. Please proceed. When did your mother leave? About 2 years after we moved here, though I do not recall the specifics. What was the reason for her departure? I'm not entirely sure. As he spoke, his gaze diverted from her, betraying an unease and a hint of concealment. Mo Rusu noted the dissonance in his words. Sensing his reluctance to divulge the truth, could it be that your mother did not simply go missing? I was very young and did not understand. Seeing his reluctance, she shifted the topic. Let us discuss your esteemed wife. His eyes became distant, yet he nodded instinctively. How did you come to know her? It was a chance encounter. I fell in love at first sight, and eventually, she became my wife. Is she skilled in martial arts? No, he shook his head. She was just a lonely woman, pure and kind, hearted. This. A glimmer of warmth flickered in his eyes, revealing his genuine affection for Bai Haide. The 2 years I spent with her were the happiest of my life. Without her, my existence would be shrouded in darkness. Young master, your family is well off, yet your wife came from humble beginnings. How did your father consent to this union? Upon meeting her, he agreed. As for why? I cannot say. Was your father particularly concerned about your marriage? Yes, as I am his only son, he was quite invested in my future. He had rejected many suitors for me until Haideng appeared. Did he not inquire about her background? He did, and he knew her family was poor, with only her and her brother relying on one another. This revelation surprised Mo Rusu. Does your family have enemies? I do not know, Mo Shaolin replied. Shaking his head, we have lived a tranquil life over the years. Mo Rusu sensed that Mo Shaolin was aware of some underlying truths, but was unwilling to share, which only deepened his anguish. Are you aware that your son is unwell? She suddenly asked. I do not know, he replied, confusion clouding his features. I have been in a daze these past few days and have not been able to focus on many matters. Your son is your only heir with your esteemed wife. You must prioritize his health. Mo Shaolin nodded. I will check on him shortly. Let us go now, as I have finished my inquiries. Though her questions seemed unproductive, they had planted a seed of thought within her mind. The trio returned to Mo Shaolin's quarters, where Cui Zhu and a couple of maids resided, tasked with caring for the young master. After taking the medicine provided by Feng Yunshin, the young master's fever had subsided, and he was no longer crying. Cui Zhu maintained a perpetually expressionless demeanor, merely lowering her head in silence upon seeing others. Mo Rusu's gaze fell upon her. Cui Zhu, did you serve as a nurse in many households before? Yes, she replied softly, her voice youthful yet tinged with a hint of age. Mo Rusu scrutinized her closely. That must have been quite difficult for you. What of your own child? She passed away. Cui Zhu maintained her gentle tone, not lifting her eyes to reveal her expression. Mo Rusu reached out, lifting her chin slightly. A subtle smile gracing her lips. Chui Zhu, though ordinary in appearance, possessed captivating eyes. And your husband? A flicker of sorrow crossed Chui Zhu's eyes. He is gone. You truly are a woman of misfortune, having lost both husband and child. Chui Zhu closed her eyes momentarily, two streams of tears cascading down her cheeks like precious pearls. Mo Rusu released her chin. Please take good care of the young master. He is akin to your own child. If you treat him well, he will undoubtedly reciprocate in kind. Chui Zhu said nothing, her head bowed once more, falling silent. Young master. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. An elderly man rushed in, declaring that the master of the estate has fallen ill. Fallen ill? Mo Rusu furrowed her brows in concern. The group hurried to the courtyard of the master, where they found him lying on the bed with his eyes barely closed. Feng Yunshan took his pulse and confirmed that it was due to a surge of emotions. Fortunately, the master, being a martial artist, had avoided a stroke. Is it that serious? Mo Rusu couldn't help but ask. Indeed. Feng Yunshan nodded. It seems we must resolve the case swiftly. Mo Rusu glanced at him and suddenly declared, leave the matter of the investigation to me. Your Highness, given the master's dire condition, I kindly ask you to stay and prepare a prescription while carefully observing him. Very well, Feng Yunshan agreed. Mo girl, rest assured. Mo Rusu addressed the young master. Please follow me. Do not disturb the master. The two exited the courtyard, and Mo Rusu said, young master, come with me. She led Mo Shaolin to the courtyard where the master had been the night before. Mo Shaolin stood in the courtyard, his gaze fixed upon a door, his expression remarkably complex. Young master, why not enter? Mo Rusu inquired gently. Mo Shaolin continued to stare blankly inside, sorrow welling up in his eyes once more. Is this your mother's private chamber? Mo Rusu asked. Yes, Mo Shaolin replied, taking a deep breath as he slowly approached the door. Mo Rusu followed closely, watching as he came to stand before a pillar. Young master, did you often visit your mother's courtyard before? Mo Shaolin shook his head. No, his gaze was vacant, his expression distant. Seeing him like this, Mo Rusu nodded. I apologize for bringing up painful memories, but it is necessary for the investigation. Mo Shaolin remained silent, still gazing at the pillar, his expression melancholic. Suddenly, Mo Rusu pointed at the pillar and said, your mother is hidden within, isn't she? Mo Shaolin trembled, his eyes widening as tears cascaded down uncontrollably. He staggered to the pillar, embracing it as he wept aloud. He had always been strong, but the recent series of blows had brought him to the brink of collapse. Mo Rusu stood quietly beside him, waiting until he had finished crying before gently patting his shoulder. Young master, I can empathize with the sorrow in your heart. However, she felt helpless to assist him. I apologize, Miss Mo, for my display of weakness. Mo Shaolin said, wiping his tears and regaining his previous composure. It's all right. Let us proceed to the front. You have any further questions? Mo Rusu smiled. I believe I have grasped the situation. You must be aware of who caused your mother's demise. Correct? Mo Shaolin remained silent, his eyes reflecting a sense of desolation. Inside the morning hall, a chilling air enveloped the space as Mo Rusu stood before several coffins, her gaze coldly sweeping over the gathered crowd. Most of the household had arrived, except for the young master, who was too small and was being entertained by a nurse in the courtyard. Others, including the ailing master, had been summoned. Everyone, Mo Rusu began. I have called you here because our case has lingered for several days, and it is time to reach a resolution. The master looked surprised. Miss Mo, have you uncovered the truth? Indeed, Mo Rusu affirmed. There are still some details that the master may need to clarify. She paused briefly to gather her thoughts. Master, this murder case, while seemingly ordinary, is anything but. The perpetrator came prepared, having plotted this for quite some time rather than acting impulsively. Who is the murderer? The master see that. Mo Rusu's gaze swept over him as she continued. To understand this murder, we must go back over 20 years. At that time, master, what business were you engaged in? I dealt in gold and silver jewelry, but eventually lost interest and secluded myself here, he replied. Mo Rusu smiled gently. Where did you conduct your business? In Xingling, the master answered, his tone somewhat unnatural. Xingling? Mo Rusu mused. I know of it. My father once went there to solve a case. She smiled faintly. The scenery is beautiful, and it is quite prosperous. I can hardly imagine why you would leave, after staying there for so long. I desired a change of environment and chose to hide away, he responded, his explanation not lacking in plausibility. When did your wife, Tian Hohat, go missing? Have you determined the cause? It was probably about 2 years after we arrived here. Though I am unsure of the exact time, the reason remains unclear. Upon hearing this, Mo Shaolin's expression shifted, yet he remained silent. That cannot be entirely accurate. Mo Rusu asserted with a smile. Last night, you entered a room and spoke at length to the pillar. From your expression and words at that moment, it is clear that your wife, Tian Ho Hot, is concealed within, isn't she? The master looked up, astonished. You followed me last night. Indeed, Mo Rusu did not deny it that I followed you. And after you left, I approached that pillar. When your highness knocked, I discerned something unusual. The sound emanating from within was different when someone was hiding inside, and given her background in modern law enforcement, she was well versed in these matters. Mo Rusu's words left the master feeling incredibly frustrated. Miss Mo, I brought you here to help investigate my daughter-in-law's cause of death, not to delve into past grievances. You are mistaken, Mo Rusu countered with a smile. Every case must have a starting point, and this one is no exception. The perpetrator harbors a grudge against your family, as evidenced by the inscriptions of hatred found in the cave, where the murder weapon and night-shrouded clothing were hidden. This clearly indicates that the murderer came seeking revenge. The master was momentarily taken aback. Who could it be? Have you identified the killer? I have, Mo Rusu replied slowly, but do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. The identity of the murderer is not what matters. They are among us and cannot escape. Every matter requires clarity of cause and effect, much like peeling an onion, layer by layer, until the desired answer is revealed. If she were to reveal everything outright, no one would believe her, and it might even alert the perpetrator. Mo Rusu paused before continuing. 20 years ago, you killed your wife, regardless of the reason. She perished. And you concealed her within the stone pillar, falsely claiming she was missing while designating her courtyard as forbidden. That it was evident to her that no one had entered the courtyard where Tian Ho Hot resided. Even Mo Shaolin had no right to do so. What the master may not have realized was that his son had known about it for quite some time, yet he kept the memory of his mother buried deep within his heart. At that moment, Mo Shaolin spoke up. Father, when I was young, I often snuck into my mother's courtyard, yearning to see her belongings as if she were still by my side. However, one day, I found you entering as well. In a panic, I hid beneath the bed, and that day, I overheard your drunken conversation with mother. As he spoke, profound sorrow etched itself upon his face. It was then that I learned the truth. My mother had not gone missing. She had been killed by you and hidden within the pillar. Father, do you know how I felt at that moment? The master's face turned pale with shock. His son's confession was tantamount to an admission of guilt. You ungrateful wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? The master snapped, rising angrily and confronting his son. Mo Shaolin, intimidated by his father's authority, took a step back. I have endured nearly 20 years of torment. I am on the brink of madness. My mother is gone. My beloved is gone. Do you even know the pain I endure? Were it not for Xiaobao, I might not be here today. He had lived under the shadow of his mother's murder by his father. Hidden within the pillar, and after finally finding someone he deeply loved, she too had perished, and no matter how strong he was, he could hardly bear such repeated blows. Mo Rusu approached the master. Master, this matter is of great significance to the young master. He longs to uncover the truth behind his beloved's death and hopes to bring the murderer to justice. You must understand his feelings. That I can understand, but his words amount to patricide, the master retorted. If you indeed killed your wife, you should pay the price. If you did not, you have nothing to fear. Mo Rusu maintained her calm demeanor. Whether it's true or not, we can ascertain by chiseling open that pillar. The master's face turned ashen as he sank into a chair, a bitter smile escaping his lips. Alas, I, Mo, who have navigated through life, never anticipated that in the end, I would be defeated by my own son. He knew that after a lifetime of struggles, he had only this one son remaining. If he were to lose him, his lineage would come to an end. It is not the case. He already has a grandson. For his son has passed away, leaving behind a grandchild. With this thought, the master of the Mo family could not help but clench his fist. Mo Rusu, observing his fluctuating expression, intuitively grasped his thoughts and hastily inquired. Young master, how is the young master faring? Has he improved after taking the prince's medicine? Somewhat better, Mo Shaolin replied with a somber expression, though he still appears somewhat lethargic at times. Ensure he is well looked after. Otherwise, it may lead to other complications, which could become rather troublesome. At your words, the master of the Mo family relaxed his demeanor. If he were to act ruthlessly and kill his son, what if his grandson were to perish as well? Would that not lead to the extinction of his lineage? Mo Rusu then turned to the master and asked, Now, can you recount how your wife met her demise? Must we really revisit this old case? He replied, Indeed, Mo Rusu stated. At this juncture, there is no need for you to conceal anything. I have a fair understanding of your past endeavors, which were rather unsavory. She smirked, adding, Though you have long since washed your hands of such matters, the deeds you once committed cannot simply be erased. Allow me to remind you, when one engages in dubious activities, the debts must eventually be repaid. Feng Yunshin glanced at her, perplexed as to how Mo Rusu knew that the master of the Mo family was involved in unsavory affairs. The master shared the same bewilderment and promptly asked, "How did you ascertain this? You mentioned your time in Xingling, which is indeed true. You are aware of the prince's capabilities. It is not difficult for him to uncover your origins, nor do you need to hide them. However, you may not know that I have previously visited Xingling. I have a peculiar habit of digging deep into local tales, and I have heard your story." "My story?" he questioned. "Precisely." Mo Rusu smiled. "You are not surnamed Mo. Your true name is Mo Xinhua, a well-known figure in the underworld. You left Xingling only after suffering defeat, forced into obscurity. How can you be certain that I am indeed Mo Xinhua?" "Because I discovered an exquisite powder box in Tian Hohat's chamber, inscribed with the character Mo. Coupled with the rumors I had previously heard, the connection became apparent. That seems rather tenuous," the master of the Mo family hesitated to acknowledge. Mo Rusu chuckled lightly. "There is no need for you to hastily deny it. The Mo family in Xingling is not numerous. If you wish to refute it, we can always seek individuals from there for verification." The master was momentarily taken aback. He had many enemies in that region, and there would likely be plenty willing to testify against him. Faced with the truth, he conceded, "You are not mistaken. The situation is indeed as you described." Mo Rusu nodded. "Then, please briefly recount the circumstances at that time that I had been drinking. Due to certain matters, I accidentally killed her and subsequently concealed her within a stone pillar, claiming she had gone missing." Listening intently, Mo Rusu maintained a calm exterior, though her heart stirred with tumult at that time. "Your influence was quite significant. What was her family background?" "Ordinary," the master of the Mo family said, furrowing his brow. "I took a liking to her, and she became my woman. Throughout my life, I treated her well. Aside from Mei Nyang, there were hardly any other women by my side that I loved her but killed her inadvertently. And my regret is now futile. There are no remedies for regret," Mo Rusu remarked quietly. "You have committed a grievous error, and what use is regret now?" Contemplating, she asked, "When you wed her, did her family object?" "They did," the master replied, no longer concealing the truth. "I killed them all. Is your love so fierce that it led to the slaughter of her entire family?" Mo Rusu scoffed, finding the master's actions utterly contemptible. Yet, this aligned perfectly with her own thoughts. "There is no hatred without cause. You have but one son, born of Tian Hohat. After her death, you have not fathered any more children. Indeed, out of guilt, I did not wish to have children with another woman." His affection for Tian Hohat may have been genuine, but such love was indeed twisted and unbearable, even to Mo Rusu. "You cherish this only son as a treasure, raising him with strict expectations and hopes he might become an extraordinary individual. Consequently, you have placed great importance on his marriage prospects, rejecting numerous suitors." "Yes," the master nodded. "I hope he finds a suitable partner. Yet you consented to his marriage to Bai Haidang, a girl of exceedingly humble origins, who could offer no benefits or assistance to your son. Still, you agreed." Upon hearing this, Mo Shaolin's gaze dimmed. The loss of his beloved felt like a dagger piercing his heart, rendering him breathless. Mo Rusu continued. "There is but a singular reason for this." Chapter 68. Her identity unveiled. Mo Rusu elaborated. "It is because she bears a striking resemblance to Tian Hohat. Is it not, Master Mo?" The master nodded. "Indeed, that is the reason I unhesitatingly acquiesced to the marriage. Otherwise, it would have been entirely impossible." Then the question arises, why do Bai Haidang and Tian Hohat resemble each other so closely? Have you ever pondered this? There are countless people in this world, and many bear resemblances. The master mused, somewhat melancholic. "True, your reasoning is quite sound. Previously, I paid little heed to it, but when I reached the cliff's base, I stumbled upon a cave concealed with night cloaks and murder weapons, where countless characters for hatred were inscribed. This compels me to suspect that the perpetrator seeks revenge. Now, you must understand why I have persistently inquired about your past affairs." Mo Rusu explained. The master's complexion paled. "Are you suggesting that the current murderer has ties to Hohat?" "Yes," Mo Rusu affirmed. My hypothesis is this. Bai Haidang and Tian Hohat must share some blood relation. Years ago, when Tian Hohat's family was slaughtered, there may have been relatives who survived. According to age, they might be aunt and niece. Bai Haidang should be Tian Hohat's niece, the daughter of her brother or sister. For reasons unknown, she escaped the massacre. Thus, as Bai Haidang grew, she intentionally approached you, and because she resembled her aunt, you accepted this marriage proposal. The master gazed at her skeptically. "But she is deceased. Do not be hasty." "Hear me out," Mo Rusu urged. "The crux of the matter lies here. Let me analyze the situation for you, and you will understand." She paused. Before Bai Haitang's death, the daughter of Tao Bo, Tao Pinger, also perished. and it was Bai Haidang who buried her. Yet, where she was interred remains unknown. Indeed, the master acknowledged. Shortly thereafter, Bai Haidang also died. Young master, I must ask, during the interval from Tao Pinger's death to Bai Haitang's passing, did you engage in any intimate relations with Bai Haitang? The two deaths were merely days apart, and while there had been one intimate encounter, he was intoxicated at the time. Mo Rusu smiled. You were intoxicated, so you didn't perceive anything amiss. That I shall inform you that the person you bedded that night was not Bai Haidang. What do you mean? Mo Shaolin gasped, unable to comprehend that if not her, then who could it be? Tao Pinger's death, in hindsight, appears to be merely the commencement of a larger plan. Mo Rusu continued. From my perspective, Tao Pinger's demise was instigated by Bai Haitang. Tao Pinger served Bai Haitang, and she must have been aware of her affections for you. Me. Mo Shaolin was taken aback. I had no idea. Your affections were solely for Bai Haitang, while Tao Pinger, as a mere maid, would not dare to be overt about her feelings. Considering her words, Mo Shaolin began to detect subtle clues that aligned with Mo Rusu's assertions. Indeed, Tao Pinger had been somewhat unusual. Mo Rusu elaborated. Once Bai Haitang realized Tao Pinger's feelings for you, she initiated her first scheme to facilitate their liaison. However, both knew your heart belonged solely to Bai Haitang, leaving you disinterested in other women. Thus, Bai Haitang devised a sinister plan. Bai Haitang instructed Tao Pinger to feign death, providing her with a pill that would induce a state resembling death. Subsequently, Bai Haitang personally took Tao Pinger out of town for burial. However, in truth, Tao Pinger did not die. Bai Haitang did not bury her, but rather exchanged their identities. What is this all about? Mo Shaolin was utterly astonished, his eyes gleaming with hope. He yearned for Bai Haitang to be alive. All these actions were merely to pave the way for revenge. Upon returning from the outside world, the individual transformed from Bai Haitang into Tao Pinger, while the true Bai Haitang lay in hiding, poised for action. At this juncture, I believe everyone can surmise the unfolding events. Bai Haitang concealed herself within a cave beneath the cliff, while Tao Pinger assumed her identity, becoming the mistress of the estate. Mo Shaolin, astonished, inquired, So, Haitang, she is still alive. A few days later, Bai Haitang commenced her plan. Under the cover of night, she emerged and, seizing the moment when Tao Pinga sought relief, she fatally struck her. Then, under the shroud of darkness, she leapt from the precipice. Why did she resort to such measures? Upon hearing of Bai Haitang's act of murder, Mo Shaolin felt a pang of sorrow. I cannot believe this. It cannot be true. Haitang, such a benevolent soul, how could she kill Tao Pinger? Mo Rusu continued, undeterred. The cliff is not particularly high, and the dense fog serves as a natural shield, allowing her to remain undetected. Subsequently, she arose at midnight and murdered Aunt Tao and the steward. As for the reasons behind these killings, I trust Mo Zhuangzhu is well aware. Mo Zhuangzhu nodded, his gaze laden with sorrow. He had been complicit in the massacre of the Hohot family years prior. Mo Rusu, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of sadness in her heart. The person Bai Haitang most yearned to kill was Mo Zhuangzhu himself. However, his actions were too peculiar, making it improbable for her to succeed as she had with the others. Furthermore, her deep affection for Xiao Zhuangzhu complicated matters. If she were to kill Mo Zhuangzhu, she could never live alongside Xiao Zhuangzhu again. Thus, she was caught in a web of contradiction. Yet, the blood feud demanded retribution. And with the young master pining for his mother, refusing to eat or drink, she, as a mother, could not allow her child to starve. Hence, she returned under a new identity. Mo Rusu's gaze fell upon Cui Zhu. Is that not so, Mo Shaolin? All eyes turned to Cui Zhu, with Mo Shaolin most fervently rushing to her side. You are Haitang? Indeed, she is Haitang. Mo Rusu replied with a calm demeanor. In truth, I suspected her upon her first arrival. The young master, unfamiliar with others, would not accept just any wet nurse, yet he showed no aversion to Cui Zhu, indicating that he sensed the long-lost maternal affection. Recognizing her unique essence, Cui Zhu remained silent. Yet all awaited her response. Chapter 69. The arrival of old Madame Zhu. Mo Shaolin scrutinized her. It is you. I know. His voice trembled slightly, his face drained of color, the earlier excitement replaced with desolation. She was alive, yet could they continue to be together? If not, what difference did it make whether she lived or died? Cui Zhu slowly reached out, peeling away the human mask to reveal her true visage. Bai Haitang. Her face bore profound sorrow. My beloved, it is I. As the words escaped her lips, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She gently wiped them away and turned her gaze to Mo Rusu. Miss Mo, you are indeed the wisest woman I have ever encountered. You speak the truth. I have come to exact vengeance. Tian Hohot was indeed my aunt, and I am responsible for their deaths. As she spoke, She inhaled deeply. To divert suspicion, I even mimicked Mainyang's signature gesture after the murders, ensuring that if anyone witnessed me, they would be misled. Mainyang could not contain herself. By Haitang, you are truly despicable. I hold no grudge against you. Why have you wronged me? Mo Rusu had initially considered Mainyang the prime suspect. But it was only after Mo Laoi vented his frustrations on a pillar that she was exonerated. By Haitang gracefully bowed. Haitang is here to offer her apologies. Thus, Mainyang ceased her protests. By Haitang continued, Miss Mo, now that we have reached this point, how do you propose to deal with me? Though my vengeance remains unfulfilled, I am willing to relinquish it. She had already taken several lives. Yet the mastermind still lived. Mo Zhuangzhu was not dead. Her willingness to give up stemmed from her feelings for Mo Shaolin. After all, Mo Zhuangzhu was his father, and if she acted against him, their bond would be irrevocably shattered. At that moment, Feng Yunshan interjected, Mo Yunchang. Due to your momentary greed, you have slain multiple individuals and have long oppressed the common folk. Your crimes are unforgivable. You are hereby imprisoned and will face execution after the autumn harvest. Bai Haitang had killed several individuals, all enemies from the massacre years ago. This king grants you a pardon from the death penalty, hoping you and Mo Shaolin can reconcile and jointly raise the child. With this ruling, joy erupted among those present. Only Mo Shaolin felt a tumult of emotions, both happiness and sorrow. Despite his father's myriad transgressions, he remained his father, an undeniable truth. Father, witnessing Mo Yunchang being led away, Mo Shaolin hastened a few steps to follow. Shaolin, you must uphold this family, Mo Yunchang said, overwhelmed with guilt before being taken away. Ironically, the case was initiated by Mo Zhuangzhu, yet the one ultimately sentenced was he. Truly a poignant twist of fate. After all had departed, Mo Shaolin ordered a proper burial for the deceased. Among the remaining servants, those willing to stay could do so, while those who wished to leave would receive silver before departing. However, none of the estate's staff wished to leave. All expressed their desire to follow Mo Shaolin. Though Bai Haitang did not personally slay Mo Yunchang, she believed the outcome would bring closure to her family. Initially, she had intended to leave the manor for a place where no one knew her, but Mo Shaolin's heartfelt pleas prevailed. She was the love of his life, and having lost his father and mother, he could not bear to lose her as well. After much contemplation, Bai Haitang resolved to remain by Mo Shaolin's side. She too was now alone, and with a man who loved her so. She was unwilling to part ways. Thus, this enigmatic case was unraveled by Mo Rusu. Upon her return to the Mo residence, she encountered Feng Yunjing alighting from the carriage. Witnessing Mo Rusu conversing with Feng Yunshan brought a pang of bitterness to her heart, fleetingly igniting a spark of resentment. Yet, this feeling quickly dissipated. Sister, you have returned. Feng Yunjing greeted her with a radiant smile, taking hold of Mo Rusu's wrist. I have missed you dearly during these past few days. Dear cousin, are you not well? How could I have perished? Mo Rusu replied coolly, causing Feng Yunjing's face to flush instantly. Fortunately, Feng Yunjing had developed a thick skin. She managed to smile as if nothing had transpired. Sister, have you been out enjoying the sights with the prince? She asked, her eyes feigning envy. You should have taken me along. Feng Yunshan replied, this king must take his leave, if there are matters to discuss. I shall send for you. Feng Yunjing hastily urged, Your Highness, will you not come in for a while? Allow me to present a song and dance to ease your fatigue. Her demeanor radiated charm. Your Highness, take care. Mo Rusu silently rolled her eyes at Feng Yunjing before stating her next words flatly. Feng Yunshan did not disappoint her. He smiled faintly at her before turning away, disregarding Feng Yunjing entirely. After bidding farewell to Feng Yunshan, Mo Rusu glanced at Feng Yunjing. Cousin, I have urgent matters to attend to with the prince. It is not a leisurely outing. Feng Yunjing had initially intended to draw closer, hoping to entangle Feng Yunshan before Mo Rusu's eyes. Yet once again, she found herself outmatched. After Mo Rusu's statement, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Miss Huaji rushed over, exclaiming, You have returned. What is the matter? Mo Rusu blinked, perplexed by the urgency. You must hurry to the Bihue pavilion. Someone is causing a ruckus. A ruckus? Mo Rusu frowned, hastening towards the Bihue pavilion. Upon entering the courtyard, she overheard an elderly woman cursing incessantly. Today, I shall see if that little witch, Mo Rusu, can truly evade me. Evade you? I wonder who you are. Mo Rusu stepped forward, her tone icy. I am Zhu Hushi. Upon hearing that name and scrutinizing the woman closely, Mo Rusu realized that this elderly lady was none other than old Madame Zhu, the mother of the First Lady. Old Madame Zhu seldom visited the estate, making her a rare sight for Mo Rusu. So, her maternal grandmother had come. Who is your grandmother? Old Madame Zhu retorted with a cold laugh. Don't try to play coy with me. I'm not deceived by your tricks. The First Lady was formidable. And to her surprise, her mother was even more so. Rusu smiled slightly, undeterred. Very well. Zhu Hushi, what brings you to me? You? Old Madame Zhu trembled with rage. You little witch, how dare you show such disrespect to your elders by addressing me so bluntly? Rusu shrugged. But that was your request. Chapter 70. The butterfly gold hairpin. Old Madame Zhu, seething, forced a laugh. You think your flowery words will allow you to slip away unscathed? Last time, did you not injure my 3 grandsons? In the mind of Rusu, the images of several passionate young men flashed rapidly. Last time, the 3 of them had cornered her at the entrance, seeking revenge for Feng Rujing, only to be severely reprimanded by Rusu. It seemed that today, Lady Zhu had come to seek justice. So that was the case. Rusu smiled graciously, waving her hand dismissively, indicating that the matter was long past, and she bore no grudge. There was no need for the elder to apologize on their behalf. Bah! Lady Zhu trembled with rage and spat on the ground, exclaiming that she was not there to apologize to Rusu. She was there to stand up for her grandsons. At that moment, several youths rushed in chattering excitedly. They were indeed the same 3 rascals from before. Grandmother, it's her. This Rusu. They urged her to take action against Rusu, claiming she had caused them great suffering last time, and insisted that she should teach her a harsh lesson this time. The 3 boys spoke animatedly, convinced that their grandmother would certainly help them. This time, Rusu would surely suffer greatly. Listening to her grandsons, Lady Zhu nodded, reassuring them that she would seek justice for them today. At that moment, a maidservant standing beside Lady Zhu sneered, "Rest assured, young masters, this old servant will definitely teach that little vixen a lesson." Rusu shot her a glance. "And who might you be?" "I am Granny He, the most capable servant by the old lady's side." "What do you intend to do?" "Of course, I intend to beat you. I will repay you 3-fold for how you have bullied my young masters." Rusu sized her up and couldn't help but laugh. "What can you do?" The old servant practiced a few flashy moves in her youth, but they are more than enough to deal with you. Upon hearing this, Rusu burst into laughter. She could see that Granny He was indeed skilled. Her eyes sharp and piercing. "What are you laughing at?" Granny He asked coldly. "Do you think I don't believe you?" Rusu replied, her laughter subsiding. "But what of it? This is the residence that if you dare to lay a finger on me, my father will return the favor tenfold. Go ahead, try it." Lady Zhu let out a cold laugh. "I would very much like to see how my son-in-law will handle this. Granny He, teach her a lesson." Granny He rolled up her sleeves and lunged at Rusu. Rusu stepped back, evading Granny He's fierce strike. Well, you little vixen, you managed to escape my grasp," Granny He taunted. "Let me show you how to break your legs. If you dare to break her legs, I will break yours." Suddenly, a powerful voice erupted from outside as Leoi rushed in, his eyes ablaze. "Dad!" Rusu covered her face, running to his side, lamenting that 5 people were bullying his daughter and imploring him to stand up for her. Lady Zhu, witnessing Rusu's dramatics, felt her teeth grind in anger. "Rusu, you are truly a lying vixen." "Lady Zhu, were there not 5 of you?" "Yes. Was I not cornered by all of you here?" "Why, yes." Rusu shrugged. "Then what have I said that is untrue? You 5 not only threatened and intimidated my maidservants, but also cornered me for verbal intimidation. And this lady here has rolled up her sleeves, ready to strike. If I hadn't dodged quickly, my face would have been swollen by now." "Outrageous." Leoi's face turned red with anger. "Granny He, how dare you lay a hand on my precious daughter? Have you lost your mind?" Granny He was too frightened to speak. Despite her high self-esteem, she was still just a servant before Leoi, who hardly regarded Lady Zhu. Lady Zhu hurriedly interjected, "Wei Wu, what attitude is this? Your precious daughter has shown me great disrespect, injuring my 3 grandsons and speaking insolently. Will you not discipline her?" "Mother-in-law," Leoi replied, "it is not that I do not discipline her, but she is of good character, intelligent, and exceedingly filial. Truly, I find no reason to reprimand her." This statement left Lady Zhu momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Rusu would win such favor with Wei Wu. "Wei Wu, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you will not discipline her for her disrespect toward me?" "Mother-in-law, you misunderstand that I did not witness the event. You." Lady Zhu realized she could not turn the tide in front of Wei Wu and coldly said, "Very well, then." Humph. With that, she flounced away, her entourage following suit. Leoi turned to Rusu. "Rusu, have you been bullied?" "Not at all." Rusu replied with a smile. "They could not possibly intimidate me." Wei Wu nodded, a smile on his face. "Indeed, My daughter, it is already a blessing that you do not bully others, who would dare to offend you. As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned serious. From now on, if anyone bullies you, make sure to retaliate fiercely. If anything happens, your father will bear the consequences. Do not be afraid. Upon hearing this, Rusu felt a warm glow in her heart. No matter how good things were, nothing compared to her father's support. Dad, she said, pulling at his hand affectionately, her eyes glistening with tears. All right. Wewu looked at his precious daughter with great satisfaction. Let me show you what I brought. He then took out a brocade box from his sleeve, revealing a beautifully crafted golden hairpin. The hairpin was exquisitely made, with a pure gold body and a peach blossom carved from pink crystal adorning the top, upon which two red jade butterflies appeared poised to take flight, vividly lifelike. The pink blossom and red butterflies were charmingly realistic, with several golden tassels hanging down from the blossom. Rusu's eyes lit up. Dad, where did you buy this? It's so beautiful. This is not something you can buy. It was a gift from the emperor to your blind second brother. He actually intended to give it to Feng Rujing, but I intercepted it. Such a treasure deserves to belong to my precious daughter alone. Rusu felt a whirlwind of emotions. Chapter 71. Trouble comes unbidden. Dad. Rusu blinked. This is indeed a fine item. But since my second brother did not intend to gift it to me, it would feel meaningless to keep it. Perhaps I should decline. How can that be? Leo chuckled. This is truly a fine piece. Look at the craftsmanship, the genuine materials. If you refuse it, it would be a shame. I told your second brother that from now on, any good thing should be reserved for you first. Rusu found this somewhat amusing. Is this how one asks for gifts? Besides, my second brother, Liu Guang, holds a very low opinion of me. In his eyes, a proper young lady should be like Feng Rujing, beautiful, demure, and proficient in poetry, music, and arts. In contrast, he views me, a girl who wields swords and engages with the dead, as no more than a tomboy. After giving her the gift, Leoi chatted with her for a while before taking his leave. Rusu gazed at the butterfly hairpin in her hand, feeling both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, Lady Zhu returned to Qinglin Biayuan, her face pale with anger. Mother, the first wife, who had been hesitant to speak, cautiously ventured, you seem. Humph, Lady Zhu seethed with resentment. Isn't it because of your incompetence? Now I am looked down upon. She was indeed furious, not only having been outsmarted by Rusu, but also being disregarded by Leoi. Mother, the first wife said, feeling wronged. The suffering I have endured over the years is beyond words. Now, you should understand your daughter's plight, right? Previously, she had complained to Lady Zhu, but the latter had dismissed her concerns, believing that a mere concubine had little to worry about. Even if Leoi favored her, how long could that last? Once married off, all would be well. However, she never expected that Rusu, emboldened by her favor, would completely disregard Lady Zhu. Lady Zhu retorted, understand your plight? Huh. If you were to stand up for yourself and give birth to a top scholar, would you still claim to have grievances? You are the esteemed matriarch of the Mo family. How could you allow a mere concubine to bully you this way? Feng Jiao, she continued, I warned you before to nip any crisis in the bud, but you did not listen. Are you satisfied with the outcome now? You have yet to bear children. You cannot allow others to seize the opportunity. The first wife's face grew grim. Mother, I know I was wrong. What use is knowing now? Lady Zhu replied coldly. Look at the Mo family, General Zhenghua, the top scholar of the court, the most handsome man in the capital, yet even a concubine can climb onto your head and defecate. How pitiful is this matriarch you claim to be? The first wife stood with her head bowed, secretly wiping away her tears. After Lady Zhu's scolding, she finally choked out, Mother, your daughter feels utterly powerless. I have no children. What should I do now? Humph, Lady Zhu said icily. At this point, your only option is to ensure that Rujing is adopted under your care. Mother, I know that the master only cares for that little vixen. I have brought it up several times, but he refuses to agree. It is likely that there are concerns about how Ru Jing's arrival as the daughter of the Mo family may affect the status of Rusu. That old wretch is indeed a thankless wretch, Madame Zhu exclaimed, her anger intensifying. How much did you support him when you married him? Otherwise, how could he be so carefree and untroubled as he is now? Mother, let's not dwell on the past. We must resolve the current matters swiftly. Madame Zhu waved her hand, asserting that the 3 illegitimate sons were untouchable and beyond their capabilities. Fortunately, our intention is merely to elevate Ru Jing within the Mo family, to gild her image and provide her a stepping stone. As she spoke, her gaze fixed upon Feng Rujing, for as long as Ru Jing could ascend to the ranks of the nobility within the palace. What fear would there be of those 3 illegitimate sons in the future? Feng Jiao, you must contemplate this carefully. we must spare no effort to elevate Ru Jing to prominence. The First Lady took a deep breath and replied, Mother, I have made up my mind. Rather than being bullied by those concubines and their illegitimate children, I would rather take a gamble. Fortune favors the bold. Very well, Madame Zhu stated. Since you agree, let us proceed with determination. Mother, what do you mean? The First Lady's heart raced. If Madame Zhu intervened, it would undoubtedly yield double the results with half the effort. What else could it mean? Madame Zhu glanced at her, stating that Rusu was merely a concubine's daughter. Though a nuisance, she should not be harmed unless absolutely necessary, to avoid provoking Wei Wu's wrath. Mother, if we do not act against Rusu, how can Ru Jing smoothly enter the household? Have you not considered that we can issue a warning without harming her, perhaps through fifth aunt? She did not voice it explicitly, but the First Lady understood. She had previously attempted to eliminate fifth aunt but failed. This time, with Madame Zhu's assistance, success was assured. The following morning, Rusu heard hurried footsteps approaching and was informed by Hua Ji. Miss, something grave has occurred ahead. What could be so alarming? To her. As long as old man was not dead, nothing else mattered. Yesterday, the eldest young master of the Zhu family perished. Dead. Rusu was momentarily stunned. How could he have died so suddenly? The maid replied, I do not know the details. I heard it from others, and being timid, I returned immediately. Lin Lang interjected, You are truly dull. Such intense gossip, and you haven't inquired further? Do not go. Rusu pondered. This matter has nothing to do with us. It is better not to provoke trouble. Miss, this does not seem to align with your usual demeanor, Lin Lang remarked with a smile. In the past, you would have already been in the front courtyard by now. Rusu smiled faintly. What was once is now different. With a worried expression, she said, Miss, I believe whether you go or not. The outcome will remain the same. If trouble truly arises, they will come to you regardless. Rusu chuckled. Let them come. It provides a perfect opportunity to devise a strategy. After all, given the unpleasantness that transpired previously and yesterday. With the young master now deceased, Rusu naturally became the prime suspect. Indeed, within moments, a group of people approached, lamenting and wailing. Rusu, you have such a cruel heart. The speaker was Madame Zhu, whose grandson had died, leaving her in no position to remain calm. Rusu feigned ignorance. Madame Zhu, what do you mean? What do you mean? Madame Zhu ground her teeth in rage, wishing to consume her alive. You know well what you have done to my eldest grandson. I have done nothing to him. Rusu genuinely had not had a tea that moment. The First Lady wiped her tears. Rusu, I have always regarded you as my own, treating you with immense affection. That I never imagined you would become so arrogant and commit such heinous acts. Rusu narrowed her eyes. This was truly an instance of misfortune striking without warning. Chapter 72. Unmasking the true culprit. Mother. Rusu gritted her teeth. I truly do not understand what you are saying. Very well, the First Lady scoffed. Yin Er offended you previously, and now he has been murdered. Who else could be responsible if not you? If he had died outside, perhaps it would not implicate you. But here in the residence, how can you lay the blame on me? Mother, your reasoning seems rather peculiar. Do not deny it. The First Lady was heartbroken. These three were Madame Zhu's dearest, and now with one dead, how could she not be devastated? Even now, she dared not inform the Zhu family, lest it unleash another storm. At that moment, another young man spoke up. Aunt, we have never offended anyone in the residence. The only person we have wronged is Rusu. Last time, we three stood up for our cousin, and she severely punished us. Yesterday, we sought justice from grandmother, but left in disarray. Thus my brother's death is undeniably related to her. This little fellow was quite articulate, expressing a multitude of thoughts with clarity. Rusu could not help but chuckle. Your reasoning is sound, yet it does not align with the facts. How does it not align? Madame Zhu's expression darkened like a venomous snake ready to strike. Which word have I spoken that is inaccurate? I find his statements to be entirely just. At that moment, old Master rushed in anxiously. What is happening? In the residence, regardless of what occurred, it was always a matter of great concern for him. The First Lady burst into tears. Master, you have arrived. Look, Yin Er. He is dead. Surely, old Master was aware of Yin Er's death. Otherwise, he would not have rushed in so hurriedly. He now sought to understand how Yin Er had died and whether it was related to Rusu. How did he die? Old Master Mo's expression was one of skepticism. How else could he have died? Madame Zhu's face was filled with sorrow and fury. It was your precious daughter who caused his demise. Impossible. Old Master immediately refuted, fully unconditionally trusting his daughter. In this regard, Rusu was immensely grateful to him. She then stated, Yes, father, I did not commit murder. Rather, they brought him here to me. leaving me utterly bewildered. With Mo Rusu's words, old Master Mo's heart was instantly reassured. If Mo Rusu said she was innocent, then she was indeed innocent. The First Lady wept. Master, look, it is clearly her, yet she denies it vehemently. Yin Er was just a child. Old Master Mo staunchly defended Mo Rusu, stating that she was a good child. And if she claimed to be uninvolved, then she was uninvolved. You all only see Yin Er as a child. Have you considered that Rusu is also merely a child? Mo Rusu felt a surge of emotion from old Master Mo's words. His defense left the First Lady and Madame Zhu unconvinced. Madame Zhu shook her head in disappointment. Mo Wei Wu, how have you become like this? You are truly unable to distinguish right from wrong. Mo Wei Wu, however, displayed a proud demeanor. Mother-in-law, the one at fault is not your son-in-law, but rather yourself. You hold prejudice against Rusu, yet you cannot so openly humiliate her. Madame Zhu trembled with rage. What do you mean by that? You may disregard me as your mother-in-law, but do you not fear the heavens' wrath for being so disrespectful? Mo Rusu, feeling frustrated by the ongoing confrontation and witnessing her beloved father being bullied, thought it better to untangle this knot to quell the anger on both sides. Father, since Madame Zhu continues to wrongfully accuse your daughter, let us clarify this matter so that the deceased may rest in peace and the living may be vindicated. Madame Zhu smirked, gritting her teeth. Very well, Mo Rusu. Let me tell you, if you fail to capture the true culprit, do not blame me for being ruthless. These final words were nearly spat out through clenched teeth. However, Mo Rusu was unafraid and confidently replied, no problem. With that, she approached Yin Er's lifeless body, placing her hand upon him, and instantly, the scene of his last moments unfolded before her eyes. Yin Er had been crouched by the window, extending his hand to pierce the window screen with an iron pipe. However, a shadow soon appeared behind him, moving silently and striking with incredible speed. Yin Er did not utter a sound before his neck was twisted, and he met his end. Upon witnessing this, Mo Rusu's heart stirred. What could this mean? Her gaze fell upon her own window frame, where the once exquisite gauze had been punctured, the hole matching the size of the iron pipe. Mo Rusu immediately grasped the situation. Despite Yin Er's youth, his intentions were truly terrifying. His death was indeed a tragedy. He had even thought to use a powder to incapacitate Mo Rusu, intending to harm her afterward. Most astonishing was that the person who had twisted Yin Er's neck, although only glimpsed briefly, was someone she recognized. Why are you not speaking? Madame Zhu's voice echoed in her ears, prompting Mo Rusu to focus. Where was Yin Er found? In his chamber, Madame Zhu replied. His neck was broken. If his neck was broken, how could this be blamed on me? Furthermore, it did not happen within my courtyard. This matter had never involved her, yet the true culprit was a revelation she dared not voice. In the present day, one can only choose to downplay the seriousness of the matter. Indeed, he did not perish within your estate. Yet throughout the Mo residence, it is only you who harbors enmity towards him. Who else would resort to such cruelty? Do not attempt to deflect responsibility. You must shoulder the burden of this situation. Master Mo interjected. Mother-in-law, how can you be so aggressive towards Rusu, who is merely a child? You have stated that Yin Er was murdered by someone. How could Rusu possess such capability at this moment? Another youth spoke up. Uncle, previously, Mo Chaobao warned us to beware of having our necks twisted, and now, she has indeed done so. Twisting your neck is merely a jest, a phrase she often employs. Rusu's thoughts were in disarray. The unfolding of events had caught her unprepared. Master Mo seemed to sense her distress and quickly reassured her. Rusu, do not be anxious. Let us devise a plan to unearth the true culprit. Rusu thought to herself, this could spell disaster. Chapter 73. A transaction is reached. Father, Rusu pondered. I believe it would be best if you address this matter. She chose to extricate herself from the situation, wishing to no longer be involved. Rest assured, Rusu, I will handle it, he replied. After all, this incident occurred within the Mo residence, and as the head of the family, Master Mo could not evade responsibility. Just then, the silent youth suddenly declared, Uncle, it was truly Rusu who killed Yin Er. The old matriarch, Lady Zhu, inquired hastily, Yi, do you know something? Yes, Yiga nodded, his face etched with sorrow. He had a close relationship with Yin Er, who had shared the events of the previous night with him. Grandmother, last night, my brother indeed entered Rusu's courtyard with the intent to incapacitate her with smoke and then toss her into the pond. This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Yin Er was so young, yet harbored such malicious thoughts. The first wife, contemplating quickly, rushed to the window and spotted the hole, exclaiming, Rusu, though Yin Er acted wrongly, you need not have truly taken his life. The first wife's statement was flawed. Rusu argued passionately that he intended to harm me. His life was taken by another. Yet you attribute his actions to his youth. How much younger is he than I? Why should he be allowed to plot against others? She paused briefly before continuing. If you believe I should perish, then I have no further words. She was acutely aware that the first wife would relish seeing her demise. Yet such sentiments could only be expressed before Master Mo, who, being a loving father, would not allow her to suffer injustice. Previously, Lady Zhu had consistently intervened to prevent the first wife from eliminating Rusu due to her concern for Master Mo's excessive affection towards her. All right, enough, Master Mo said, feeling exasperated with both his mother-in-law and wife for ganging up on his beloved daughter Demeanor, despite his youth, had malicious intent and deserved his fate. If he were to live, perhaps it would be Rusu who would meet her end. However, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, maintaining his composure. As the head of this family, I shall personally handle this matter. He gestured towards Yenner's corpse. Take care to place Yenner in his coffin properly. Turning to Rusu, he asked, Rusu, you are not frightened, are you? Quickly return to your room and rest. Though Rusu was not frightened, she obediently retreated to her chamber. Lady Zhu, infuriated, exclaimed, Master Mo, you are being biased. The Zhu family will not let this go. Mother-in-law, let us return to our quarters to discuss this matter. Master Mo was a man of experience, having weathered numerous storms, and such trivialities were inconsequential in his eyes. In the brief pause following Rusu's argument with the first wife, he had already formulated a strategy. Upon returning to Qinglin Courtyard, Lady Zhu wept, Master, if you cannot provide me with an explanation for this incident, the Zhu family shall not relent. Please, mother-in-law, do not be angry, Master Mo said, gradually calming his demeanor. As it stands, you lack concrete evidence to prove Rusu's involvement. We are not a family of ill repute. We understand the importance of evidence. What do you mean by that? The first wife dared not speak up before Master Mo. Yet Lady Zhu was bold enough that it means we should each take a step back. Master Mo proposed, glancing at her. Regardless of who killed Yenner, you shall not pursue the matter, and in exchange, I will grant you one request. He straightened his posture and continued, I agree to adopt Feng Rujing into the Mo family, allowing her to become the favored child of the first wife. How does that sound? Initially, Lady Zhu seethed at the notion of abandoning her pursuit of Yenner's death, but upon hearing the agreement regarding Feng Rujing, her anger dissipated entirely. Master Mo, indeed, was astute. He knew precisely how to strike at their vulnerabilities. For years, Lady Zhu and the first wife had schemed tirelessly to secure Feng Rujing's adoption into the Mo family, aspiring for prosperity. Yet, Master Mo had steadfastly refused to acquiesce. This left the first wife and Lady Zhu seething with rage, powerless to alter the situation. After Master Mo finished speaking, he fell silent, lowering his head to contemplate the tea in his cup. The first wife, tempted by the prospect, realized that she would be the greatest beneficiary from this arrangement. With Feng Rujing as her daughter, she could not only secure her position, but perhaps ascend to even greater heights. However, Lady Zhu hesitated. Mother, the first wife urged, the master is correct. We lack definitive proof that Rusu is responsible. Even if we create a commotion, it may ultimately lead to nothing. Perhaps we should accept the master's proposal. Feng Rujing, burning with anticipation, yearned to become a daughter of the Mo family. She was a direct beneficiary of this arrangement and envisioned herself ascending to greatness, dreaming of a grand wedding procession. Becoming a princess. After a fierce internal struggle, Lady Zhu finally nodded. Very well, I agree. Master Mo smiled, though you have consented. We must document this agreement in writing to prevent future regrets. He then prepared writing materials, swiftly completing the document, and both parties affixed their seals. After Master Mo departed, the first wife beamed with joy. Mother, I never expected such a challenging matter to resolve so easily. Yet Lady Zhu could not share in her happiness, sorrowfully remarking, this was achieved at the cost of Yenner's life. Mother, the master is right. If we do not act decisively, we risk losing a valuable opportunity. With Rujing's successful entry into the Mo family, she will surely rise to prominence, and the Zhu family will benefit as well. As for that little demon, we can always find a chance to deal with her later. Hearing this, Lady Zhu nodded. Indeed, but this incident clearly illustrates how favored that little demon is by Master Mo. We must tread carefully to avoid jeopardizing our own paths. The daughter knows what to do, the first wife chuckled. Her marriage is still within my control. I can easily arrange for her to wed a mere commoner. This is far more satisfying than killing her. Taking her life would only be a last resort. Although Lady Zhu mourned the loss of her beloved grandson, she found solace in the benefits his demise had brought to the Zhu family. Meanwhile, Feng Rujing felt elated, convinced that this time she would surely marry a prince. After all her previous efforts had yielded no tangible results, the reason was simple. Her family's status was too humble. Now, however, hope glimmered before her. Waiting for the prince's favor, envisioning a lavish wedding procession as she entered the palace to become a consort. Chapter 74. The Flower Goddess Festival. Year after year, the swallows do not forget the gentle spring breeze and light rain, and in the blink of an eye, late spring has arrived. Early one morning, as Rusu was preparing herself, a maid entered, announcing, "Miss, Granny Xiao has come to see you. She says she has something to discuss." "Understood. What is it?" Rusu replied without lifting her head, as she was selecting earrings. "Fifth Miss," Granny Xiao said with a smile. "The lady has informed me that tomorrow she will attend a banquet in the palace. A banquet in the palace." Rusu's hands paused slightly. She had never been to the palace before. "Yes, tomorrow is the Flower Goddess Festival, and the palace will hold a banquet in honor of the Flower Goddess, inviting all officials to attend, along with their female family members. Male relatives are not permitted, but female relatives may enter." After dismissing Granny Xiao, Rusu quickly understood the implications. She had previously heard that on the Flower Goddess Festival, the palace invited officials and their female relatives, ostensibly for the banquet. But in reality, it served as a beauty selection for the royal family. If the emperor or any of the princes took a liking to a girl, they could propose marriage. Initially, Rusu had not qualified to attend, as it was typically the legitimate daughters of the household who accompanied the matriarch. However, due to the first wife having no daughters and Master Mo's deep affection for Rusu, the first wife had no choice but to bring her along. This time, Feng Rujing would undoubtedly accompany them, as she was now the first wife's adopted daughter, with a recognized status. The first wife could not afford to miss such a rare opportunity. Rusu pondered. Perhaps Feng Yunshan would also be attending? She had not seen him in several days and was curious about his well-being. "Miss," Huaji rushed in, her face filled with anxiety. "The prince has arrived." "The prince?" Rusu's heart skipped a beat as Feng Yunshan's tall and elegant figure filled her vision. In a flurry, Rusu rose to her feet as Feng Yunshan gracefully waved his sleeve. "Dismissing any formalities, there is no need for such courtesy. I have come to deliver garments for you." Rusu blinked in surprise at the mention of clothing. Noticing her hesitation, Feng Yunshan smiled. "Tomorrow is the Flower God Festival, and my father will host a banquet for the officials and the women of their households. I thought you would attend, so I brought you an outfit." Only then did Rusu exhale softly, feeling as if she had just emerged from a fog. Who could have imagined that Feng Yunshan would personally deliver her clothing and accessories? If word of this spread, how many women would be envious? "Thank you, Your Highness," she replied with a smile, though truthfully, she already had an abundance of clothes. "Are you questioning my taste or implying that my gesture is unnecessary?" Feng Yunshan's voice remained calm, yet Rusu sensed a hint of displeasure. She hastily replied, "Not at all. I simply feel unworthy of such attention from Your Highness, and I am genuinely surprised by your personal delivery. I asked that so?" Feng Yunshan's tone softened. "Then let us see." "I wish to catch a glimpse first." Rusu was taken aback by his request, feeling a mix of surprise and anxiety. Once the garments and accessories were delivered, Huaji helped her adorn herself anew. With her natural beauty enhanced, Rusu appeared even more radiant, captivating to behold. Although she did not glance at a mirror, she could feel the brilliance reflected in Feng Yunshan's eyes. "Indeed, my judgment is impeccable," he remarked, prompting Rusu to roll her eyes inwardly at his blatant self-adoration. When she finally gazed into the bronze mirror, she too was astonished by her appearance. The saying a person is complimented by their attire rang true, and she found herself irresistibly drawn to her own reflection. Just moments ago, she had derided Feng Yunshan's vanity, but now she was caught in a similar spell. Feng Yunshan stood before her, hands clasped behind his back. Embodying the regal demeanor of a sovereign as he admired the woman he cherished, he gently lifted her hairpin from her hair and repositioned it delicately. His touch feathered light. Rusu's heart raced. Feng Yunshan was actually helping her adjust her hairpin. The sensation was overwhelmingly delightful. Once he had finished, Rusu sent the attendants away, leaving just the two of them in the room. Gradually, she composed her expression. "Your Highness, there is something I wish to ask you." "What is it?" Feng Yunshan's light smile faded as he noted her seriousness. "Have you arranged for someone to watch over me in secret?" Feng Yunshan paused, slightly taken aback. "What brings this on?" "Your Highness, since it is just the two of us, you may speak freely. I have my reasons for asking, so please be candid with me." Feng Yunshan nodded slightly. "I did indeed have someone watching over you, but after observing your safety, I withdrew them." "Who was it?" "Heiqin," Feng Yunshan answered without hesitation. This aligned with Rusu's suspicions. Yenner's death was undoubtedly linked to Feng Yunshan. Otherwise, Heiqin would not have dared to commit murder at her doorstep. Was it Heiqin who killed Yenner? "Yes," Feng Yunshan replied nonchalantly. "Heiqin reported this to me, and I deemed it entirely justifiable. He dared to use sleeping gas against you. He deserves to be punished 1,000 times over. Rusu, listening, felt no anger but instead smiled faintly, thinking to herself that she had not expected him to admit it. I am forthright. Why would I shy away from the truth? Feng Yunshan sighed. Do you think so little of me that I am a cowardly villain? Not at all. Mo Rusu quickly responded that I merely spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take offense that I in her mind. Feng Yunshan was a man of unpredictable temperament, appearing gentle yet capable of sudden mood swings. One moment he praised her, and the next he might inexplicably become irate, the very essence of a domineering figure. I intended to clarify matters with you, but my father assigned me urgent tasks, and I had to leave the capital hastily. Only returning these past 2 days, that explains it, Mo Rusu realized, feeling the knot in her heart loosen. She had suspected that Feng Yunshan would not let such matters slip away quietly. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. I will come to fetch you early tomorrow. That may not be appropriate, Mo Rusu stammered. There is nothing inappropriate about it. What I wish to do will not be obstructed by anyone other than my father. Mo Rusu could only silently cover her mouth in response. As she watched Feng Yunshan depart, her heart felt as if it had been drenched in honey, sweet to the point of overwhelming. Yet, she remained oblivious to Feng Rujing, lurking beneath a nearby tree, her face twisted in fury. Humph, Mo Rusu. Tomorrow I shall make you pay. Chapter 75. Mo Yobwang and the Qinglin Biyuan. Feng Rujing entered to find the first madam approaching. Rujing, look at this. Mother, Feng Rujing, now formally adopted, addressed her with confidence. For days she had called her mother, bringing immense joy to the first madam. Who sent this? Mo Yobwang, the first madam, disliking the few illegitimate sons for their brilliance, felt her position within the household precarious. Second brother, Feng Rujing's eyes sparkled. He was indeed thoughtful. Rujing, the first madam urged, as an experienced woman, I understand the situation. He has always harbored affection for you. Tread carefully and do not become ensnared. Do not worry, mother, Feng Rujing replied with a smile as she examined the garments and accessories. Though he is a newly minted scholar, my ambitions lie elsewhere. That is good to hear. I previously encouraged you to draw closer to him for consideration. I thought, should you not remain under my care, marriage into the Mo family would be a suitable alternative. Feng Rujing smiled knowingly. Mother, I am well aware of your intentions, now that I am successfully adopted. He is indeed my second brother, and we are siblings. How could there be any romantic feelings? Indeed, the first madam nodded, her face brightening with a smile. It is wonderful that you think this way. She had worried that Feng Rujing might be swept away by her emotions and foolishly pursue a romance with Mo Liuguang. Mother, Feng Rujing proclaimed proudly, since my adoption, I have garnered much attention within our circle. Men from prominent families shower me with affection. Even the 13th prince is infatuated with me. The 13th prince is enamored with you. The first madam's eyes sparkled with delight. Feng Rujing had been in the Mo family for some time, and she had not anticipated such a favorable outcome. Yes, Feng Rujing nodded, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she lowered her gaze. If even the prince admires you, the other princes are certainly no exception. Now you must strive to surpass those 3 illegitimate sons and rise above them. By the way, keep an eye on Prince Ming tomorrow. I overheard your father mentioning him in conversation with Lord Feng. He is not only the queen's eldest son, but also favored by the emperor. If you were to align with him. This. Feng Rujing's eyes lit up. Mother, I understand. The first madam's ambitions were clear. If she was to marry, it should be to the one most likely to become crown prince. The Mo family's influence was significant. While Mo Laoi did not serve in the court, they maintained close ties with important officials. And with 3 sons renowned in the capital, their family background was formidable. Even as an adopted daughter, Feng Rujing held considerable weight. The first madam's eyes narrowed with delight. If Feng Rujing were to become the crown princess and then the queen, she would be the mother of the queen. The Zhu family and numerous collateral branches would rise to prominence alongside her. She could practically wake from dreams with a smile on her face. Not only the first madam, but Feng Rujing too was lost in her own fantasies, envisioning her successful marriage to Prince Ming, becoming his consort, then the crown princess, and eventually the queen. Mo Rusu. Once I become queen, I shall surely trample you underfoot as one would an ant. Meanwhile, Mo Rusu was at home engrossed in ancient detective stories when she inexplicably sneezed several times. The following day, Mo Rusu arose early, preparing herself in the garments and accessories sent by Feng Yunshan. The sunlight illuminated her lightly powdered face, making her appear exceptionally radiant. As she stepped outside, she noticed Feng Rujing also dressed exquisitely, chatting animatedly with the first madam, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Sister, you have arrived. Feng Rujing greeted warmly, filled with confidence as she aimed to captivate Prince Ming Feng Kongming. Indeed, Mo Rusu replied, offering a graceful bow to the first madam. Mother, are you not going to the palace today? The first madam, dressed casually without much adornment, appeared unprepared for a palace visit. I am feeling unwell today and cannot attend. You two sisters must support each other and ensure that the Mo family's reputation remains intact. The first madam feigned concern, having been unable to enter the palace due to the effects of the sun. Just then, a carriage approached and came to a halt before them, and a young man in official attire leapt down from it. Beneath the sunlight, he appeared as flawless as a beautiful jade, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Though not as striking as Feng Yunshin, he was undoubtedly a rare and handsome man. He was Mo Liuguang, the second brother of Mo Rusu, the newly crowned top scholar, possessing an extraordinary aura, truly a dragon among men. Feng Rujing smiled gently, her eyes brimming with affection, her voice soft and alluring. Mo Liuguang's gaze reflected a hint of tenderness. Rujing, please get into the carriage. The matriarch smiled and said, Liuguang, I entrust you with your sister Rujing today. You must take good care of her. Rest assured, Mother. At that moment, Feng Rujing poked her head out of the carriage, saying to Mo Rusu, sister, hurry and get in. Let us enter the palace together. Before Mo Rusu could respond, she noticed an expression of displeasure creeping onto Mo Liuguang's face. She can take the family carriage herself. My carriage is not for a thoughtless, crude simpleton. Mo Rusu nearly choked upon hearing this. A crude simpleton? Even if she were one, it would be better than a pretender masquerading as a delicate flower. How unfortunate. A flicker of pride appeared in Feng Rujing's eyes, though her expression remained innocent. What if my sister encounters ill-intentioned individuals while entering the palace alone? Just a simpleton. Just then, an even more luxurious carriage approached and stopped beside Mo Rusu. Feng Yunshin poked his head out, saying, Miss Mo, I apologize for my tardiness. Please, step in. Mo Rusu smiled faintly, taking his outstretched hand and entering the carriage. It swiftly departed, leaving the matriarch and the still-present Mo Liuguang and Feng Rujing behind. All feeling somewhat disheveled by the sudden turn of events, Feng Rujing felt a pang of disappointment. Her intention was to humiliate Mo Rusu, but she had instead been dealt a much harsher blow. The matriarch, watching the two carriages leave in succession, could not help but resentfully exclaim, when Rujing becomes the empress, it will be your demise. We shall see how long you can remain proud. Her jealousy and resentment were palpable. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Though Mo Liuguang basked in glory, he was still of lower status in the face of the royal family. She truly could not understand how Mo Rusu had managed to get close to Feng Yunshin. If Mo Rusu were to marry him, the consequences. With that thought, a malicious idea began to form in her mind. Chapter 76, The Princess of Tsuaping. Like a water bucket, this was Mo Rusu's first time entering the palace. Although she had witnessed its splendor through dramas, the opulence remained strikingly similar, with golden hues and blooming flowers, following behind Feng Yunshin, who was well acquainted with the palace. She listened as he provided her with insights about her surroundings. Mo Rusu had an excellent memory and diligently absorbed the information. Surely, life in the palace is vibrant and colorful, is it not? She mused. No. Feng Yunshin shook his head. After reaching adulthood, I moved out. The outside world is far more colorful. Even though life in the palace is luxurious, it pales in comparison to the simplicity of the outside. Mo Rusu laughed, her candid nature shining through. How many yearn for that opulence, yet you dismiss it as worthless? I speak the truth. Ahead stood a tall tree adorned with blossoms resembling apricot flowers. Though the season was wrong, they had faded into small green apricots. Mo Rusu rushed over. Is this truly an apricot flower? Indeed, Feng Yunshin replied with a smile. This is the moon apricot. It only blooms, never bears fruit. Such an apricot tree, it only blooms, it flowers every month. Unable to restrain herself, Mo Rusu reached out to lower a branch. Gently inhaling the faint fragrance. A gentle breeze stirred, causing petals to cascade down like a rain shower. Feng Yunshin observed the spirited girl, elegantly moving amidst the falling petals, and found himself momentarily entranced by the beautiful scene. Mo Rusu glanced sideways, her smile radiant, her deep-set eyes sparkling like stars. Brother Yin, is that you? A long, drawn-out, irritating voice broke the serene moment. The idyllic scene was abruptly shattered as Mo Rusu turned to see a woman clad in extravagant attire. Her head adorned with a headdress resembling a golden mountain, her face smeared with thick rouge, lips painted as if she had just devoured a child. Her figure was plump and unwieldy, resembling a floating water bucket. And most alarmingly, two greasy pig trotter pendants dangled from her neck. What on earth is this? The golden mountain water bucket quickly floated to Feng Yunshin's side. Brother Yin, it's been so long. Have you missed me? Feng Yunshin instinctively took a step back. Tsuaping, you have come to the banquet as well? Yes, Tsuaping replied, her gaze fixated on him. Unable to suppress her drooling. I've been waiting for you. Waiting for what? Feng Yunshin wiped his brow, his expression wary. Of course. I've missed you, Brother Yin. Shall I take you to the imperial kitchen to steal some roasted chicken? No. He retorted firmly. I never eat roasted chicken. Then let me offer you a pig trotter. She lifted the trotter hanging from her neck and thrust it toward him. Eat this. I do not eat pig trotters. Feng Yunshin quickly moved a few steps away, standing beside Imo Rusu. I will eat. Suaping took a hearty bite of the pig trotter, oil dripping as she chewed. Hey, who are you? She finally noticed Imo Rusu, nearly dropping the trotter in shock. You look quite hideous. Rusu, let us go, Feng Yunshin said. His expression darkening. Do not leave. Suaping interjected, blocking their path. No wonder you ignored me. It turns out you were entangled with this little enchantress. Unable to restrain herself, Imo Rusu asked, Your Highness, who is she? Before Feng Yunshin could respond, Suaping exclaimed, You don't even know who I am. How do you expect to survive in this world? Pray tell your esteemed name. Country bumpkin, clean your ears and listen well. Suaping retorted, taking another greasy bite of her pig trotter. Wiping her mouth with her sleeve. I am the renowned leader of the capital, Princess Suaping. I have long admired your name, Imo Rusu replied, giving a slight bow, since you are so familiar with my name. You should take your leave promptly. Suaping waved her hand, throwing the clean bone of the pig trotter at her. Feng Yunshin swiftly drew a short sword from his sleeve, the tip striking the bone and sending it flying. Brother Yun, you are actually helping this little enchantress. Suaping whined incessantly. I won't allow it. You belong to me, and only me. Suddenly, Feng Yunshin took Imo Rusu's hand, pulling her along as they dashed away. Brother Yun, wait for me. Don't leave. A chorus of exclamations followed them, but Feng Yunshin ignored it, running even faster. They only halted once they reached a safe distance, exchanging glances and breaking into laughter. As he chuckled. Feng Yunshin's expression suddenly turned serious, and he reached out to remove an apricot blossom petal from her hair. Imo Rusu felt the heat of his gaze and instinctively averted her eyes. Quickly changing the subject. So, Your Highness, you two have someone you fear. Not exactly fear, Feng Yunshin replied with a smile, his intense gaze softening. I simply wish to avoid trouble. She is favored by the Empress Dowager. Thus my father gives her face. As a result, she has developed such a spoiled and willful character. Imo Rusu remarked, If I were to encounter you again, would it be the same? I do not know. I remain vigilant whenever I see her. Suaping was infatuated with him, often seeking to cling to him, yet Feng Yunshin found her quite bothersome and wished to keep his distance. So, Your Highness, you are quite popular. A simple statement caused Feng Yunshin to pause momentarily before puffing out his chest with pride. Naturally, Imo Rusu couldn't help but smirk at his self-importance. He rivaled her beautiful third brother in narcissism, two true narcissists. As they continued forward, Feng Yunshin remarked, Up ahead is the banquet hall. You may wish to take a look. There should be quite a few people by now. As they entered side by side, they immediately captured countless gazes. Among them were those who recognized Imo Rusu, their astonishment palpable. How did the clumsy Imo Rusu manage to come as well? Previously, the absence of a legitimate daughter in the Imo household was understandable. But now that Feng Rujing had arrived, even as an adopted daughter, she bore the status of a legitimate offspring. Imo Rusu, the simpleton, was quite attractive but utterly foolish. Today, Feng Rujing looked beautiful as well. Yet upon closer inspection, Imo Rusu proved to be more pleasing to the eye. The crowd murmured softly, while Feng Rujing and Imo Liuguang stood nearby, each feeling a mixture of emotions. Imo Liuguang felt utterly humiliated, fearing recognition, but someone exclaimed loudly, How could the sister of the top scholar be so crude? Chapter 77. A time of revelry. Upon hearing this, Imo Liuguang's face flushed deeper. Imo Rusu, however, paid little mind to the chatter, largely ignoring the opinions of others. Moreover, the original owner was indeed a simpleton. They were not wrong. Rather than argue, it was better to let her actions speak for themselves and reshape her image in the eyes of others. So you are the Imo simpleton. Suaping reappeared, hands on her hips. I am now thoroughly convinced that someone like you does not deserve to entangle with Brother Yun. I command you to disappear at once. Marusa truly wished to retort, Who do you think you are? However, since Feng Yunshin was someone she did not wish to offend, she refrained from doing so. Feng Yunshin's brows furrowed deeply as he coldly admonished, Suaping, do not be disrespectful. Suaping widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, What, Brother Yun, you scold me for this good for nothing. Are you aware that everyone looks down on her? Why do you place such importance on a useless person? She is quite unattractive. Feng Yunshin, visibly irritated, let out a cold laugh. Suaping, you are not a child anymore. If you continue to behave so rudely, people will take you lightly. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached with a faint smirk. Suaping, did you hear that? You should be more restrained. Mother? Suaping felt quite vexed. Was she in the wrong? After all, she was indeed unattractive and unworthy of pursuing Brother Yun. Only I deserve him. Feng Yunshin frowned, stepping back with a hint of disdain on his face, remaining silent. Suaping's mother, Feng Chouxiao, was the emperor's cousin and the empress's niece, while Suaping was the empress's granddaughter. It was due to this connection that Suaping could act so recklessly, leaving others helpless. In Feng Dynasty, close relatives could marry, making Suaping's infatuation with Feng Yunshin entirely plausible. Feng Chongxiao's gaze fell upon Rusu, her cold and hateful eyes making Rusu feel uncomfortable. Yet, what did it have to do with her? Throughout the ordeal, she had not uttered a single word. Feng Yunshan interjected. Aunt, Suiping is no longer a child. Please discipline her. Very well, Feng Chongxiao replied with a cold laugh. Aunt will remember your words. As she spoke, she took Suiping's hand and swiftly departed the banquet hall. Marusa felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon her. At that moment, Feng Rujing approached, grasping her hand. Sister, are you all right? Princess Suiping is inherently naive and kind-hearted. Do not take it to heart. Marusu promptly withdrew her hand, retrieved a handkerchief, gently wiped her hands, and then discarded the handkerchief into the trash. Throughout, she had not spoken a single word, yet her actions left Feng Rujing in an awkward predicament. Marusu, Mei Liuguang could no longer tolerate it. Standing up and confronting Marusu, what do you mean by this? What my second brother thinks is what it means. Who is your second brother? Mei Liuguang expressed extreme disdain. Feeling that even looking at her was a contamination, Feng Yunshan approached with a hint of mockery. Mei Liuguang, you truly assert your authority before your own sister. Mei Liuguang was caught off guard by Feng Yunshan's sarcasm. Unable to retort, her face alternating between pale and flushed, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, a eunuch announced, Prince Ming has arrived. The mention of Prince Ming immediately captured Feng Rujing's attention, as she had been pursuing Feng Kongming that day, believing that her charm would surely win him over. Everyone bowed as Feng Kongming approached and gently patted Feng Yunshan's shoulder, his gaze falling upon Rusu, who momentarily dazzled him. Feng Yunshan quickly sensed something amiss and smiled. Your Highness, have you come to pay respects to Mother? Feng Kongming was the eldest son of the Empress, while Feng Yunshan was merely the offspring of a concubine. Thus he had to refer to the Empress as Mother. Seeing the handsome Prince Ming, Feng Rujing, who considered him the best candidate for the crown prince, promptly adjusted her hair and delicately approached Feng Kongming. Performing a graceful bow, Feng Kongming's attention was drawn to her, captivated by her beauty akin to distant mountains, stirring his heart with delight. He thought to himself that this year's Flower God Festival promised to be rather interesting. With many highlights, before Feng Rujing could speak, Mei Liuguang hastily interjected, Your Highness, this is my younger sister, Rujing. Feng Kongming found himself increasingly fond of Feng Rujing. Her eagerness and warmth contrasted starkly with Marusu's cold demeanor. Naturally, he wished to pursue Feng Rujing first, while Marusu, being a tough nut to crack, would require more time to conquer. It was undeniable that among the young ladies attending the banquet, the two sisters from the Mo family stood out. The Emperor has arrived, the Empress Dowager has arrived, the Empress has arrived, the eunuchs outside called out in high-pitched tones, their elongated announcements mesmerizing. Upon hearing this, Marusu set aside her anxieties and turned to see a figure clad in bright yellow entering, the Emperor Fengjingdi. Behind him walked an elegantly dressed elderly woman, supported by an old matron, followed by Feng Kongming's mother, the Empress. Everyone hastily bowed as Fengjingdi took his seat in the center, smiling broadly, be at ease. Without the Emperor's explicit permission, concubines rarely attended such gatherings, yet the Empress always accompanied him. Today, for the Flower God Festival, I have prepared 100 flower brew for all my beloved officials. Let us drink to our heart's content. Following this, the distinguished young ladies took to the stage to perform various songs and dances. These young maidens, in their prime, swayed their supple waists like willows and sang joyously like larks, having come to such a banquet. Everyone held their own ambitions. Who wouldn't want to catch a wealthy groom? Feng Rujing had come with the intention of winning over a prince, thus she invested heavily in her performance, even playing a legendary instrument believed to be lost, the Kongho. With such a divine instrument, Feng Rujing instantly became the focal point of the event, earning thunderous applause. While performing, she also cast flirtatious glances at Feng Kongming, providing him with ample hints. Marusu, observing from the side, found herself disinterested in the tedious banquet. She picked up the food before her, savoring the delicacies and fine wine while watching the girls perform, treating it as a leisurely outing. After Feng Rujing's performance concluded, the applause echoed throughout the hall. Even Feng Jingdi nodded in appreciation, prompting the Empress to appear displeased. Marusu assumed that the performances had come to an end, but unexpectedly, Feng Rujing took the initiative to announce, Empress Dowager, Your Majesty, the younger sister of this little girl, Marusu, has also arrived. Her singing and dancing surpass mine. Feng Jingdi, intrigued, responded, That is splendid. Where is Marusu? Marusu, who was sipping on fruit wine, nearly choked upon hearing her name. Since the Emperor had directly called for her, she had no choice but to stand up. This little girl is here. Feng Jingdi nodded slightly. The Mo family truly produces remarkable beauties. Such praise from Feng Jingdi made Feng Rujing's heart flutter with joy. She discreetly glanced at Feng Kongming, finding him smiling warmly back at her, prompting her to return a shy smile. Meanwhile, Marusu found herself in a difficult position. The original owner of her body had no talent for singing or dancing, and Feng Rujing was clearly aiming to force her into embarrassment. Fortunately, she had learned some songs in her modern life, which she hoped would suffice. She approached the stage and selected a unique instrument from the musicians, one resembling the huqin of her era. After testing its sound, she confirmed it could produce a similar effect. Borrowing a chair from the orchestra, she sat in the center, and the melodious tune began to resonate. In ancient Eastern lands, there exists a phoenix known as the Great Phoenix. In ancient Eastern lands, there exists a people, all descendants of the phoenix. I grew under the Great Phoenix's wings, and upon maturing, I became a descendant of the phoenix, with black eyes, black hair, and yellow skin. Forever and always, I am a descendant of the phoenix. Her performance was both skillful and passionate. As the music abruptly ceased, Maru stood, only to find the hall enveloped in silence, all eyes upon her. Eventually, it was Feng Jingdi who broke the quiet. Miss Mo, that song was delightful. What is its title? In response to your majesty, it is called Descendants of the Phoenix. Excellent, Feng Jingdi exclaimed, applauding. What a splendid piece, Descendants of the Phoenix. At that moment, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. With the emperor's praise, who would dare not applaud? Yet, no one anticipated that a so-called good-for-nothing from the Mo family could sing such an impassioned piece. Feng Yunshin's eyes glimmered with a trace of amusement. Once more, Marusu astonished him, her talent eclipsing that of Feng Rujing. Meanwhile, Feng Rujing felt as though she had swallowed a fly, vividly recalling that Marusu was incapable of singing. How could she perform so brilliantly this time? Given the momentum, it appeared she had completely outshone her. Originally intending to embarrass Marusu, she had inadvertently illuminated her instead. Feng Rujing clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves, her nails digging into her palms, causing a sharp pain. Thank you, Your Majesty, Marusu said. Feng Jingdi raised his hand. That was splendid. I shall reward you. The Mo sisters are indeed exceptional. Although this remark seemed to praise Feng Rujing, it subtly disparaged her, elevating Marusu in the process, which only fueled Feng Rujing's anger. She felt she had made a grave mistake. Thank you, Your Majesty, Marusu replied. Emperor Fengjing remarked, this song pleases me greatly. Teach the musicians in the palace so that it may be sung more often. At this, Mo Rusu felt a wave of joy. She had received the emperor's approval. The emperor's gaze then fell upon Mo Luguang. My dear Mo, your younger sister, at such a tender age, is capable of singing such an ode to the grandeur of the Great Feng Dynasty. It is truly commendable. Upon hearing this, Mo Liuguang felt a twinge of embarrassment, for in his eyes, Mo Rusu was merely a simpleton. I am grateful for the emperor's praise, but my sister's performance was merely a fleeting whim and does not warrant such accolades. What nonsense, Mo Rusu thought, feeling quite displeased. A fleeting whim. I sang with genuine emotion. It seemed that next time, she would have to showcase her signature piece, loyalty to the nation, to make a lasting impression. The emperor laughed heartily. I indeed find it delightful. The empress dowager, smiling, added, I too have taken a liking to it as citizens of the Great Feng Dynasty. It is only fitting. I shall bestow a reward. Mo Rusu bowed, thanking the Empress Dowager for her generosity. With the Empress Dowager's reward and the Emperor's commendation, the Empress felt somewhat compelled to participate, forcing a smile. I too shall offer a reward. This only served to make Mo Liuguang feel more awkward. Mo Rusu continued to express her gratitude. Following the musical performance, Mo Rusu inexplicably became regarded as a virtuous young lady by all. The notion of Mo the simpleton quietly began to transform. After the banquet, guests lingered in the palace for dinner, and the afternoon was dedicated to strolling through the imperial garden and exploring the palace. Mo Liuguang trailed closely behind Feng Rujing, fearful of losing her. However, Feng Rujing's thoughts were solely on Feng Kongming, finding Mo Liuguang quite bothersome. After finally managing to approach Feng Kongming, Mo Liuguang unexpectedly followed suit. Feng Kongming, catching the glimmer of affection in Feng Rujing's gaze, said, Miss Rujing, would you like to visit my mother? The thought of meeting the Empress and possibly discussing their betrothal filled Feng Rujing with excitement. Your Highness, I would be delighted, she replied, casting a glance at Mo Liuguang. Brother, you need not worry. His Highness will take care of me. This cleverly phrased question left Mo Liuguang with no choice but to respond. Of course, I trust him. Otherwise, it would certainly offend Feng Kongming. Though he had intended to decline, Feng Kongming added, Mo Liuguang, it would be inappropriate for you to accompany us, as my mother wishes to meet Miss Rujing. Such a rejection, though irksome to Mo Liuguang, was futile. Despite his status as a top scholar and official, he could not stand against the royal family. He had no choice but to force a smile and say, Very well. Rujing, as you are new to the palace, do exercise caution to avoid upsetting His Highness and the Empress. This statement was subtly cautionary, implying that a wolf lurked nearby, and she should be wary. Yet, lost in her fervent emotions, Feng Rujing remained oblivious to its true meaning. Brother, I am not a child. I shall be careful. With that, she followed Feng Kangming away at a brisk pace. Chapter 79. No one must know of this matter. Imo Rusu accompanied the others entering the imperial garden. The Empress Dowager, feeling fatigued post-meal, returned early to Sinang Palace, while the Empress headed to Fengzagong, and the Emperor went to the imperial study to meet General Chu, who had just returned from the border. Consequently, the responsibility of guiding the afternoon tour fell to the 13th royal uncle, Feng Huin, who had just entered the palace in his 20s. He was the emperor's younger brother and held a favored position. Having missed the banquet due to prior engagements, he now approached the gathering. My apologies for my tardiness, he said, scanning the crowd. Has anyone from the Mo family arrived? Yes, a lady replied with a smile. Aside from Lord Mo, there are also two young ladies, Miss Rusu and Miss Rujing. Where is Miss Rujing? She may have wandered off. She was seen shortly before at the banquet. Feng Hain ceased his inquiries, while the others silently acknowledged the Mo family's unique charm, always drawing attention wherever they went. However, Mo Rusu's thoughts diverged. With her keen intuition, she discerned the subtle connection between Feng Huin and Feng Rujing. Though she could not be entirely certain, previously, she had gleaned some information regarding Feng Rujing, particularly after she became a ward of the Mo family, her status elevated and warmly embraced by the nobility. From the perspective of the Great Phoenix Dynasty's traditions, Feng Rujing indeed conformed to their aesthetic ideals, while Imo Rusu, despite her beauty, was perceived as too overtly spirited and direct to garner similar admiration. At that moment, Feng Yunwan found an opportunity to approach Imo Rusu. Your song was truly enchanting, he said. I have many more to share. I shall sing for His Highness another day. I look forward to it. He replied with a smile, eager to listen. Just then, a young eunuch approached. Your Highness, the consort Xian requests your presence. What does my mother wish of me? Perhaps she misses you. Mo Rusu smiled. Your Highness, please do attend to your matters. I shall join the others. Once he departed, Mo Rusu followed the crowd, but without Feng Yunwan by her side, she felt a sense of ennui. The magnificent imperial garden, adorned in gold and splendor, offered no allure to her. It was utterly dull. Likewise, Mo Liuguang felt the same. He had initially intended to accompany Feng Rujing to admire the garden's beauty, only to find her following Feng Kangming instead. His feelings for Feng Rujing ran deep. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated. Alas, she viewed him merely as a stepping stone, an unknowing backup, believing she harbored feelings for him, as well. Mo Rusu glanced at the similarly distracted Mo Liuguang. Feeling a pang of sympathy for his plight, Mo Liuguang shot her a look before hastily moving closer to Feng Hain, deliberately distancing himself from Mo Rusu. Observing this, Mo Rusu couldn't help but chuckle at her brother's plight. Ensnared by the white lotus without realizing it. Poor thing, she mused silently. Everyone, behold the famed golden lotus and koi. Feng Hain exclaimed, pointing to a modest lotus pond. These lotuses are said to be worth their weight in gold. He gestured to the golden koi swimming within. And these koi, 5 taels of gold each. Mo Rusu couldn't help but smirk. Such a pond of golden lotuses and koi would surely be worth a fortune. Nevertheless, the sight of koi frolicking among the lotuses was indeed breathtaking. As they spoke, a young eunuch approached Feng Hain, whispering a few words before quietly departing. Feng Hain's smile vanished, and his brow furrowed. Everyone, I must attend to something and will take my leave for a while. With that, he swiftly turned to go. Mo Liuguang, being near, caught snippets of the eunuch's words, particularly the mention of Ming Wan. Referring to Feng Kangming, realizing the matter pertained to Feng Kangming, it was likely connected to Feng Rujing as well. The thought of Feng Rujing sent a tremor through him. Anyone could face troubles, but not her. She was the one who held his heart. Seizing the opportunity, he quietly slipped away to follow Feng Hain at a distance, though Mo Rusu did not overhear their conversation, witnessing Feng Hain's hurried departure and Mo Liuguang trailing behind. She surmised the situation. From the moment Feng Hain arrived and inquired after Feng Rujing, she had sensed their unusual connection. Upon failing to find her, he had likely discreetly sent someone to inquire about her whereabouts. The young eunuch who came to relay the news must have uncovered Feng Rujing's location, hence his urgent report. With this in mind, Mo Rusu quietly left as well, discreetly following Mo Liuguang. Meanwhile, after Feng Hain's departure, he hurriedly followed the eunuch ahead. Did you ascertain the details? Feng Hain inquired, a hint of anger in his tone. Are they truly together? Yes, the eunuch replied, his head bowed. I witnessed them enter Xianga Garden. How audacious they are, daring to engage in such behavior beneath my nose. Feng Hain retorted. But, Your Highness, if you enter now, it may cause Miss Rujing embarrassment. Embarrassment for her. Feng Hain scoffed. What of my own embarrassment? He shot the eunuch a cold glare. You dare speak to me in such a manner? I would not. The eunuch stammered nervously. And if you dare utter a word of this to anyone, I shall see to it that you suffer for it. I would not. The eunuch replied that a chilling glint flashed in Feng Huiyin's eyes. You would not? He halted, narrowing his gaze slightly. What else would you not dare? The young eunuch, terrified, promptly knelt upon the ground, exclaiming his utter fear. This matter was of great consequence. I do not wish for anyone to know of any connection between her and myself, I assure you. I shall not speak a word. Lift your head. The young eunuch trembled as he raised his gaze, his eyes brimming with despair. Feng Huiyin tossed a small white jade vial into his hands, stating, this contains a slow-acting poison. Consume a single grain, and upon your return home, I shall provide you with the antidote. The young eunuch, tears welling in his eyes, unsteadily opened the vial and poured out a pale brown pill. After a moment of hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. Chapter 80. Exposure. Feng Huiyin coldly declared, if you heed my words, the antidote shall naturally be yours. However, should you speak carelessly, do not expect to receive it. The young eunuch scrambled to his feet and followed closely behind as they continued onward. Feng Huiyin was known for his unpredictable temperament, valuing human life as mere trifles. He was determined not to allow anyone to possess leverage against him, believing that only the dead could be trusted to keep secrets. Soon, they arrived at a secluded courtyard, where Feng Huiyin, with a stern expression, inquired, is this the place? Yes, the young eunuch stammered, filled with trepidation. Feng Huiyin advanced, forcefully kicking the door open to reveal an elegant chamber, a place designated for leisure and respite. This location was not exclusive to the emperor. Thus, Feng Kongming's clandestine rendezvous with Feng Rujing would not raise suspicions of impropriety that at worst, it could be deemed a lapse in conduct. But as the eldest son of the empress, Feng Kongming was favored by the emperor and would face no repercussions. Moreover, this area was seldom frequented within the palace. Once inside, Feng Kongming dismissed the attending eunuchs and maidservants, engaging in unrestrained dalliance with Feng Rujing. Feng Rujing, having set her sights on him as prey, now that she sensed his interest, became even more alluring and delicate, just as they were engrossed in their affections. The door was abruptly kicked open. Feng Huiyin strode in, his expression dark as thunder. What scandalous acts are you two engaged in? Feng Kongming, startled, tumbled from the bed, exclaiming, Your Highness. Feng Huiyin's gaze was icy, filled with a desire to crush Feng Rujing, and he added, And you? How dare you entangle yourself with the crown prince behind your family's back, engaging in such disgraceful conduct? You have brought shame upon the Mo family. Originally intending to say behind my back, he refrained, realizing that preserving his own distance was paramount, and instead accused her of sullying the Mo family's name. Feng Rujing, equally alarmed, had not anticipated Feng Kongming's overt advances, believing she would have to exert considerable effort to ensnare him. Consequently, she sought Feng Huiyin's assistance, intending to use him as a stepping stone to secure Feng Kongming's affections. Failing that, she considered keeping Feng Huiyin as a backup option, which would still yield a favorable outcome. Yet, she never imagined her situation would unravel so swiftly. Feng Huiyin held a fondness for Feng Rujing. He was more than willing to have her as his mistress, though he had no intention of marrying her. It was delightful to indulge in her company on occasion. However, he was utterly blindsided by her betrayal. Entangling herself with Feng Kongming, this woman was truly infuriating, having placed such a significant green hat upon his head, inciting a rage he could scarcely contain, with tears streaming down her face. Feng Rujing pleaded, Your Highness, please do not reveal this. Otherwise, I shall have no face left to live. Her words encompassed not only her disgraceful liaison with Feng Kongming but also her intimate dealings with Feng Huiyin. If word got out that she was playing both sides, it would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Thereafter, she would find it impossible to marry even an ordinary man. Feng Huiyin gritted his teeth, resolving that once this matter settled, he would thoroughly toy with Feng Rujing. He would ensure she attracted all manner of suitors. Just then, Mo Lu Guang wandered in, dazed and heartbroken, once the purest of fairies in his heart. She now knelt on the bed, disheveled and tear-streaked. Second brother Feng Rujing wished she could vanish into the ground. Today had been disastrous, with her entanglement with Feng Kongming exposed. And now both backup plans had simultaneously appeared to uncover this sordid affair. Leaving her options in tatters. Mo Lu Guang, suppressing his inner turmoil, urged, Rujing, please dress yourself properly. Only then did Feng Rujing realize her attire was in disarray, hastily adjusting her clothing and fixing her hair ornaments. Mo Lu Guang turned to Feng Kongming, stating, Your Highness, since you have taken a liking to Rujing, why not marry her and grant her a rightful status? What? Feng Kongming scoffed. You think I would marry a woman I merely fancy? What kind of man would that make me? With that, he flatly rejected Feng Rujing, knowing he could never wed her. Had such a scandal not erupted, he might have considered it, for the Mo family held a respectable lineage. However, with this disgrace now public and under Feng Huiyin's scrutiny, any compromise would lead to his perpetual entrapment. Such folly was not something Feng Kongming would entertain. Your Highness, upon hearing Feng Kongming's refusal to wed Feng Rujing, Mo Lu Guang felt as though his heart were being cleaved in two. The woman he longed for had been so casually discarded by Feng Kongming. What? Feng Kongming retorted, hands clasped behind his back. Arrogance radiating from him. I have played with more women than I can count. If I were to wed every one of them, my estate would need to undergo constant expansion. His message was clear. He would engage in frivolity but would not marry her. At that moment, Feng Hien also chuckled coldly, remarking that the Mo family was akin to an unshakable leech, impossible to rid oneself of. Your Highness, you. Mo Lu Guang felt a profound ache in his heart. The image of Feng Rujing he cherished had crumbled into 1,000 pieces. He suppressed his grief, trying to salvage whatever dignity remained for Feng Rujing, yet, despite being a favorite son of heaven and the top scholar of the day, he knew his influence paled in comparison to that of the emperor's nephew and the crown prince. What? Feng Hien jeered. Do not think that your brother dotes on you. Do not forget your place. To put it kindly, you are a servant of the Feng family. To put it bluntly, you are merely a dog of the Feng household. These words struck Mo Lu Guang deeply. Your Highness, though the crown prince is your nephew, you must act justly. Justice, you say? Feng Hien was determined to keep Feng Rujing to himself. If she were to marry Feng Kongming, he would lose any claim on her. The woman he desired would not be permitted to slip into his nephew's hands. Moreover, Feng Kongming had no intention of marrying her. It suited him to keep her on the side, to enjoy at his leisure. Your Highness, seeing Feng Kongming's unwavering refusal to marry her, Feng Rujing threw herself at him, clinging to his leg. You cannot abandon me. Otherwise, I shall have no face to show the world. That is your own shameful and filthy doing. Your heart is crooked. If you do not want this, can I force you? Ultimately, it was your own fault. Your Highness, witnessing Feng Rujing's desperate pleas, Mo Lu Guang could no longer endure the humiliation, summoning his courage. He shouted angrily, What? Feng Kongming, with an air of disdain, replied, Do you wish to fight? Chapter 81. Feng Hien's deadly intentions fight. Mo Lu Guang truly hesitated. Even if Feng Kongming were to strike him, he would not dare retaliate. The repercussions would spell disaster for the entire Mo family. Feng Hien laughed heartily. Mo Lu Guang, I stand by my words. You are but a dog. Do you understand? He gestured disdainfully, poking at Mo Lu Guang's heart with his finger. Mo Lu Guang felt a surge of indignation rise within him, a fiery anger igniting from his core. Your Highness, a crisp voice interrupted. And the group turned to see Mo Rusu entering slowly. Mo Lu Guang observed Mo Rusu's arrival. Her face bore no trace of frivolity, yet held an undeniable authority. Feng Hien scoffed. Another from the Mo family. Your sister is in such a wretched state, a wilted flower, and your brother has been reduced to silence by my words. What do you expect to achieve? With a derisive glance, he leaned back, exuding the utmost arrogance. You would do well to kneel and beg for mercy. Your Highness, you are mistaken. Mo Rusu replied coldly. Though you hold noble status, you must recognize your place. This realm belongs to the emperor, and you are merely a subject. Is it fitting for you to humiliate a newly minted scholar, a vital minister of the emperor? Mo Lu Guang regarded her. Noting her poise and conviction, she exuded a calm confidence, devoid of any foolishness. Humiliation, ridiculous. You claim to be subjects, yet at best, you are mere dogs of the royal family. In truth, whether I humiliate you or execute you, what difference would it make? Feng Hien believed he could intimidate Mo Rusu into submission, but just as he reveled in his triumph, she retorted with a cold smirk. Does the emperor not consider that you, having committed some disgraceful act, might resort to silencing us to cover your tracks? Feng Hien froze, eyes narrowing. You have inadvertently reminded me. As he spoke, his demeanor shifted, a murderous glint igniting in his gaze. Mo Rusu had not anticipated that he would genuinely entertain such lethal intentions. They were in a secluded location, and only they remained. The bond between uncle and nephew was akin to that of serpents and rats. And Feng Rujing had already become their pawn. The situation heavily favored Feng Hien. The atmosphere in the room grew stifling, and Mo Lu Guang exchanged a glance with Mo Rusu. Feeling the sweat bead in his palms, upon observing the serene countenance of Mo Rusu, who remained unruffled and jovial, the prince was reminded of the fragile lives of her and her brother, akin to that of an ant in his grasp. Yet, he posed a rhetorical question. Had the prince considered the implications should her brother and sister abruptly perish here? No need for your concern. On the path to the underworld, it would be quite delightful for the siblings to accompany each other, would it not? As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand, preparing to strike. Mo Rusu steadied her heart, managing a subtle smile while discreetly signaling Mo Lu Guang. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mo Lu Guang boldly interjected, Your Highness, may I dare to inquire if you are aware of a certain matter? What matter? Feng Hegien coldly replied, halting his movements. My elder brother is about to return to the capital. Mo Liuguang's words struck Feng Hegying like a jolt of electricity, who in Feng Dynasty was unaware of the war god Mo Qingzi. Mo Liuguang's intention was merely to buy time, and indeed, as Feng Hegying momentarily hesitated, Mo Rusu swiftly darted towards the exit. Do you think you can escape? Feng Hegying quickly regained his composure and flicked his hand, sending 2 silver needles flying. With remarkable agility, Mo Rusu rolled on the ground, evading the attack. Just as Feng Hegying was about to launch another strike, Mo Liuguang lunged at him. Presumptuous! How dare you confront me? Feng Hegying bellowed, striking Mo Liuguang, who staggered and collided with a young eunuch. As Feng Hegying raised his hand to deliver a fatal blow to Mo Liuguang, he was startled to see Mo Rusu returning. Behind her trailed the assembled officials, for she could not abandon Mo Liuguang alone. She needed to seek assistance and return swiftly to save him. Given Feng Hegying's temperament, had she delayed even a moment longer, Mo Liuguang might have already met his demise, with the blame unjustly placed upon her. With witnesses like Feng Kongming and Feng Rujing, no amount of justification would absolve her. Feng Hegying's hand, once poised to strike, slowly retreated. In the presence of so many, even he, with the most compelling reasons, dared not act rashly. Seeing his hand withdraw, Mo Rusu felt a sense of resolve, realizing her strategy had proven effective. Should Feng Hegying wish to continue his murderous intent, he would now require a justifiable pretext. Feng Hegying's gaze fell upon the fallen eunuch, who lay on the ground, bloodied and motionless. A cold smile crept onto Feng Hegying's lips. Mo Liuguang, you possess remarkable audacity to have killed my servant. Upon hearing this, Mo Liuguang protested, Your Highness, please calm your anger. I merely bumped into him. My force was insufficient to cause his death. Nonsense. Feng Kongming interjected. Clearly, you are the one who has killed him. Just because your royal uncle reprimanded you, you harbored resentment and seized the opportunity to slay his servant. Feng Rujing remained silent, resembling a hen brooding over its eggs, disheveled and tear-streaked. Feng Kongming, disgusted, could scarcely bear to look at her. Once viewed as a lofty goddess, she now seemed utterly common upon his acquaintance, Mo Liuguang. Witnessing Feng Kongming's disdain for Feng Rujing, felt a surge of anger. She was the one he cherished, yet discarded like refuse. Your Highness, I cannot bear this unjust accusation. Am I not stating the truth? Feng Kongming shot back, casting a menacing glance at Feng Rujing. Miss Rujing, would you not agree with the prince's assertion? Stunned, Feng Rujing, lacking intellect but driven by a desire to please Feng Kongming in hopes of becoming the future consort, nodded tearfully. Indeed, Your Highness speaks the truth. That eunuch perished due to my brother's collision. Once again, Mo Liuguang's heart shattered. He and Mo Rusu had fought desperately to salvage her dignity, only for her to repay them with false testimony. Mo Rusu, her delicate faade betrayed by disdain for Feng Rujing's actions, approached the eunuch's lifeless body. Feng Hegying immediately obstructed her path. What do you intend to do? Your Highness, Mo Rusu replied with a cold laugh. With so many witnesses present, do you truly fear I would desecrate a corpse? As she spoke, her hand brushed against the eunuch, and a vision surged forth, revealing moments from his life. It became evident he did not perish from Mo Liuguang's impact. In this vision, Mo Rusu witnessed the eunuch trembling as he opened a small jade vial, contemplating before swallowing a pill. The image abruptly ceased. This was incongruent. Visions do not deceive, thus one could conclude that the eunuch's demise bore no relation to Mo Liuguang. The evidence suggested he had succumbed to the effects of a slow-acting poison, perhaps hastened by the collision. Though the eunuch willingly ingested the poison, doubts lingered in Mo Rusu's mind. It felt as if he had been silenced, as his expression and tears did not reflect a voluntary act. If he had truly been silenced, who was the perpetrator? Mo Rusu's thoughts raced. This eunuch had been a servant to Feng Hegying, always by his side. Could it be that Feng Hegying had coerced him into taking the poison? The eunuch had entered the palace with Feng Hegying, indicating he was silenced within its walls. Was there a hidden secret in all this? Just then, another vision enveloped her, revealing a scene of Feng Rujing and Feng Hegying together, entwined in a tender moment beneath a pavilion, the plaque reading Ingwei Pavilion. The name Ingwei Pavilion resonated within Mo Rusu, reminding her of the Tsibei Temple, where a pavilion of the same name existed. Surely, the two had engaged in unspeakable acts there, revealing Feng Rujing's true nature, a seemingly pure woman who, behind closed doors, was willing to forsake her dignity for the sake of ambition. This was utterly contemptible. Though the vision lasted mere seconds, Mo Rusu comprehended everything. This scene elucidated the reason behind the eunuch's silencing. Mo Rusu felt as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Her insights were sharpened, her intuition heightened. Mo Liuguang, she reassured, I merely brushed against him, insufficient to cause a fatal outcome. Feng Kongming sneered. You claim it was merely a brush? Your sister Rujing has testified against you as the murderer. This was precisely the thrill he sought. Your Highness, Mo Rusu coldly retorted. Before the truth is ascertained, it would be wise to refrain from hasty conclusions, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Mo Rusu. You dare threaten me? Feng Kongming glared fiercely. The young lady does not dare. Mo Rusu replied, neither submissive nor defiant. Mo Rusu. Feng Hegying's voice dripped with icy disdain. What trickery are you attempting now? My servant was killed by Mo Liuguang. I demand his life. Hearing this, Mo Rusu could not help but smirk. She knew revealing the truth about the eunuch's death was perilous. Should the body be destroyed before the emperor's arrival, the consequences would be dire. Gradually, her gaze fell upon Feng Hegying. Your Highness, do you recall the Ingwei Pavilion at Sibei Temple? She deliberately glanced at Feng Rujing, her eyes laden with meaning. The mere mention of Ingwei Pavilion rendered Feng Hegying momentarily speechless. He stared incredulously at Mo Rusu, for this matter was known only to him, Feng Rujing, and the eunuch. Now, with the eunuch deceased and Feng Rujing too afraid to speak, how could Mo Rusu possibly be aware? Her confidence was palpable. From her demeanor, Feng Hegying understood that if he continued to obstruct her, she would undoubtedly expose the truth, thereby revealing his and Feng Rujing's indiscretions, though the truth could be uncovered. All parties involved had kept it tightly sealed. If it were to be exposed, Feng Hegying's thoughts raced. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, he would not have forced the eunuch to his demise. The Feng dynasty forbade forbidden love, and thus he dared not overstep. His gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. Mo Rusu could not be allowed to live, for she posed a threat to him. Yet, with so many witnesses present, eliminating her would prove far more challenging than before. As his mind churned, Mo Rusu remained vigilant, deciphering the shifting expressions in his eyes. Initially, she intended to leverage the Ingwei Pavilion to silence Feng Hegying, instilling in him a sense of caution. Yet, she had not anticipated his second assassination attempt. Alas, the youth of today lacks decorum. Fortunately, she was no longer as frightened as before, in the presence of so many. He could not quietly dispose of them. Feng Yin's expression turned icy as he recalled how Mo Liuguang and Mo Rusu dared to commit treason and attempted to assassinate him. Fortunately, his devoted servant risked his life to save him, leaving him unharmed. Mo Rusu, with a sense of confidence, was unperturbed and laughed heartily. Your Highness, how can I bear such a heavy accusation? Feng Rujing, however, was calculating, realizing she must align herself with Feng Hegying and Feng Kongming to garner their favor and suppress Mo Rusu. If Mo Rusu were to perish, she would reign supreme in the Mo family. And she could eliminate Mo Liuguang, thus removing the support of the third concubine and solidifying the main wife's position. It would be a double victory. Mo Rusu, the prince has not accused you. But you and your brother were indeed plotting to assassinate him. Had it not been for Xiaoshun's desperate defense, the prince might have faced peril. Mo Rusu provocatively inquired, is that so? Your Highness, Feng Hegying, brimming with smugness, confirmed, indeed. Very well. Mo Rusu retorted with a cold smirk. Feng Rujing, how do you know that servant is named Xiaoshun? Feng Rujing found herself momentarily speechless. Though she had maintained an indescribable relationship with Feng Hegying, she should have been a stranger to him in public. Feng Hegying quickly intervened. I told her. You simply rushed out without hearing properly. Yet Mo Liuguang discerned the truth, realizing it was merely an excuse. His heart ached as he recognized the unusual bond between Feng Rujing and Feng Hegying. Feng Hegying coldly commanded, where are the guards? Arrest the Mo siblings for their treason. The declaration stunned everyone present. Feng Hegying truly intended to eliminate Mo Rusu and her brother. Feng Rujing felt a surge of pride, confident in her choice to stand by Feng Hegying's side, believing it would yield rewards. Perhaps she could even gain a reputation for upholding justice. With that thought, she straightened her posture, completely forgetting her precarious situation. Your Highness, although they are my family, I will stand with justice. Mo Rusu felt a wave of nausea at the proclamation. Mo Liuguang glanced at Feng Rujing, then averted his gaze. Horrified by her actions, he had never imagined that someone who appeared so pure could engage in such repugnant behavior. Just then, several guards rushed in. Feng Hegying, emboldened, declared, execute these treasonous individuals on the spot. The crowd gasped. The Mo siblings were well respected in the capital, and yet they faced execution. Feng Hegying's audacity was astonishing. Little did they know that if the scandal between Feng Hegying and Feng Rujing surfaced, the consequences would be far graver. The guards advanced on Mo Liuguang and Mo Rusu, weapons drawn. Just as it seemed their fate was sealed, Mo Rusu stepped forward, placing herself in front of her brother. Wait, she raised her hand, revealing a dark metal insignia inscribed with the first rogue of Defeng. The guards immediately knelt. This emblem was a gift from the late emperor, a symbol of the sole heir of the rogue lineage in Defeng. Mo Rusu's expression was frosty as she addressed Feng Hegying. Do you recognize this item? It is a royal decree. Feng Yin's face paled, caught off guard by Mo Rusu's possession of such a significant artifact. The emblem represented her status as the sole heir to the rogue family of Defeng. I am the fourth-generation heir of the only rogue family in Defeng. Your Highness has no right to take my life. The late emperor had decreed that the current rogue could not be sentenced to death. Under the public gaze, Feng Yin hesitated, unable to act rashly. Mo Rusu's words struck like lightning, shocking the crowd into murmurs of disbelief. What? Mo Rusu has become the current rogue of the Mo family. It was well known that the rogue lineage was passed down exclusively through males, making Mo Rusu's rise as the first female rogue truly astonishing. This indicated her father's significant regard for her, dispelling any notion of her being inept. As the crowd praised Mo Rusu, Feng Rujing's face fell, realizing her plan to leverage Feng Yin's power to eliminate Mo Rusu and Mo Lu Guang had backfired. With Mo Rusu alive, how could she face her? Mo Lu Guang, aware of the importance of the rogue insignia, understood that his father had thoughtfully entrusted it to Mo Rusu. Confirming her status as the rogue, that he mused that while he still viewed her as the same incompetent person from before, she had evolved through time into someone exceptional. Mo Rusu stowed the insignia away. Your Highness, do you have anything to say? Feng Yin's expression resembled one who had swallowed a live fly. His demeanor deflated. Yet soon, a malicious glint returned to his eyes. Mo Rusu, while I cannot touch you as a rogue, your brother is not exempt. His attempted assassination of me is a capital offense. He schemed that if he couldn't eliminate Mo Rusu, he would ensure Mo Lu Guang's demise, leaving Mo Rusu in despair. Mo Lu Guang believed he had escaped danger by hiding behind Mo Rusu, only to realize that Feng Yin had more tricks up his sleeve. Mo Rusu smiled. Your Highness, if you claim my brother attempted to kill you, surely evidence must be presented. Evidence exists. Feng Yin pointed to the dead eunuch on the ground. This is physical evidence. He then gestured to Feng Kongming and Feng Rujing, declaring them witnesses. Ha! Mo Rusu sneered. While you possess physical evidence, I contest the credibility of your witnesses. She paused, disdain evident on her face. I cannot accept their testimonies. What? Feng Kongming retorted arrogantly. My word is evidence. I witnessed Mo Lu Guang's attempt on the prince. Feng Rujing timidly echoed. I saw it too. Mo Rusu, you cannot deny it. However, their confidence had notably waned. Mo Rusu remained unruffled, her demeanor calm. The reason I dispute their accounts is that Feng Rujing has been involved with the prince, sharing a bond. While the prince and your Highness are of familial ties, amid such intertwined relationships, how can their testimonies be deemed credible? Her analysis resonated with the crowd, who found her argument compelling. With only a few individuals present, each held their own narrative, leaving the situation ambiguous. Feng Kongming had believed he could secure Mo Rusu's downfall by testifying for Feng Yin. But her rogue insignia had undermined their testimonies, potentially exposing their scandalous entanglement. Left with few options, he contemplated fleeing. Your Highness, I just remembered the Empress summoned me for a discussion. I must take my leave. Seeing him attempt to escape, Feng Rujing interjected. Your Highness, you mentioned taking me to meet the Empress. I wish to accompany you. Planning to flee? Mo Rusu smiled, blocking their path. Your Highness, please stay. What are you up to? Mo Rusu, you two are witnesses. If you leave now, what will happen to the prince? Just then, an announcement echoed. The Emperor has arrived. The Empress has arrived. Feng Kongming's heart sank. If not for Mo Rusu's obstruction, he would have already made his escape. Chapter 84. This matter should not be delved into. Everyone bowed as Emperor Feng Jing arrived, accompanied by the Empress, exuding authority. Following them was Feng Yunshan. Mo Rusu had successfully delayed the Emperor's arrival, allowing her a moment of relief. What is the matter? The Emperor scanned the crowd. Feng Yin suppressed his dark demeanor, stating, Your Majesty, just in time. I have a delicate matter that requires your judgment. What issue? The Emperor's gaze fell upon the deceased eunuch, his brows furrowing. Today was the Flower God Festival, and bloodshed was deemed inauspicious. How could a murder occur? Feng Yin recounted the events, naturally framing the narrative to suit his intentions. Upon hearing Mo Lu Guang and Mo Rusu's alleged plot against Feng Yin, the Emperor was taken aback. Casting an inquiring look at Mo Lu Guang, clearly skeptical of the claims. Mo Lu Guang reported truthfully, and once again, both sides presented conflicting accounts. Moroshu glanced at Feng Yunshan, and as their eyes met, she instantly comprehended that the Emperor's unexpected arrival was connected to him. The intrigues within the royal family were tumultuous, and Feng Yunshan's mother was no gentle figure, although her status was not on par with the Empress. She held significant influence nonetheless. Feng Hain stated, Your Highness, my brother possesses evidence and witnesses that will render them speechless. Feng Kongming inwardly lamented, realizing that this would expose his relationship with Feng Rujing, leading to scorn and potentially jeopardizing his future. However, with matters at this juncture, he could only brace himself to comply. The Emperor inquired, Where is the evidence? The physical evidence lay with the deceased eunuch. a trusted confidant of my brother, who met his demise at the hands of Marilia Guang while attempting to protect him. The witness, of course, would be Ming'er and Miss Rujing. Marilia Guang replied, Your Majesty. I merely encountered this eunuch in a critical moment, and he unexpectedly bled to death. I suspect foul play. Feng Jingdi pondered for a moment before addressing Feng Yunshan. Son, you possess medical knowledge. Examine him. Yes, Feng Yunshan responded, moving closer to the eunuch. After a brief examination, he reported to the emperor, this individual succumbed to poisoning. Poisoned? Both Feng Jingdi and Feng Hain were taken aback, recalling that the eunuch had previously been fed poison by Feng Hain. The emperor pressed further, what kind of poison? I suspect it to be yinerme, a slow-acting toxin that takes effect at least 3 hours post-ingestion, unless the victim experiences a shock or vigorous movement, which would expedite its effects. This corroborated Marilia Guang's account, as a mere impact had triggered the fatal reaction. Marilia Guang explained, Your Majesty, in that urgent situation, I was unaware of the severity of his poisoning, leading to this unfortunate outcome. However, Feng Yunshan interjected, Father, yinerme is an incurable poison. Thus, this eunuch was destined to perish. One must wonder who harbored such malice against him. Moroshu cast a glance at Feng Hain, stating, Your Majesty, he was the prince's personal attendant. Only the prince would truly comprehend this matter. Feng Hain, incensed, retorted, Moroshu, on what grounds do you assert this? I am completely oblivious. This eunuch entered the palace alongside you as your personal servant. How could you be unaware of his poisoning? Moroshu pressed. Even a personal attendant cannot be at one's side constantly. Moroshu, your insinuations are rather pointed. At that moment, Feng Yunshan retrieved a vial from the eunuch's belongings, confirming it contained the poison, undeniably yinerme. Feng Hain then said, Brother, there is no need for further investigation. I remember how it transpired. The emperor coldly asked, Do enlighten us. It is my fault. Feng Hain sighed. Frustration etched on his face. He had taken a liking to a maid while serving in his brother's household. In a fit of anger over their forbidden romance, he had sold her, not anticipating that she would seek revenge by taking her own life in the palace. Such a thing truly occurred. The emperor furrowed his brow, though skeptical. He felt obliged to accommodate his brother. Since that is the case, summon someone to remove the eunuch's body for a proper burial. Thus, a life was quietly extinguished, devoid of any chance for vindication. Although Moroshu harbored doubts, she knew that uncovering the truth would be a formidable task. From her observations, she could only ascertain that the eunuch had ingested the poison, with no evidence of the perpetrator. Furthermore, Feng Hain was the emperor's brother. The death of a mere eunuch bore little consequence in the palace, where the lives of servants were as insignificant as ants. As she contemplated, her gaze fell upon Feng Rujing. If she were to expose the sordid affair between Feng Rujing and Feng Hain, it would not only ruin Feng Rujing but also tarnish the Moroshu family's reputation, potentially jeopardizing Marilia Guang and Moroking's futures. This realization was sufficient to quell her deeper investigative inclinations. If she sought to impose suffering upon Feng Rujing, the only feasible approach would be to have Feng Kaming marry her, thus fulfilling Marilia Guang's desires while ensuring that Feng Kaming, unwillingly wed to Feng Rujing, would seek retribution. At that point, Feng Rujing's tribulations would commence. It could also serve to avenge the eunuch's death, for Moroshu could never truly absolve herself of the stain left by it. Your Majesty, Moroshu addressed, since it has been established that the eunuch's death was not caused by my brother, the prince's accusations should hold no weight. The emperor nodded solemnly. Feng Hain, your physical evidence has now been rendered invalid. Although the eunuch was indeed struck by Marilia Guang, prompting the onset of the poison, this minor incident cannot be construed as murder. These two individuals, one his brother, the other his favored subject, were both dear to him. His statement was a subtle hint, hoping they would refrain from further pursuit. Unexpectedly, Feng Hain countered, Brother, while the physical evidence may be lacking, there are still witnesses. Ming'er and Miss Rujing can testify. Marilia Guang discreetly glanced at Moroshu, whose expression remained composed. She understood that revealing the relationship between Feng Kaming and Feng Rujing would undoubtedly incite the empress's wrath, creating chaos and potentially undermining the credibility of any testimony. As she contemplated this, she heard the emperor inquire, Ming'er, do share your thoughts. In Chapter 85, designated as a concubine, Feng Kaming was compelled to briefly and ambiguously recount his affair with Feng Rujing. The empress's expression shifted dramatically as she chastised, Ming'er, how could you engage in such behavior? Father, mother, Feng Kaming retorted, I am innocent. This woman ensnared me. I fell prey to her beauty, and now my reputation is at stake. How dare you speak so? The emperor glared fiercely, nearly raising his hand to strike. Brother, do not be enraged. Feng Hain interjected, Ming'er is young and impetuous. Miss Rujing is undeniably beautiful, and their passion is understandable. Please, temper your anger. While he spoke sweetly, he inwardly yearned to distance himself from Feng Rujing, fearing that their affair might be exposed and implicate him. The Empress declared, I have long disapproved of this woman. She reeks of seduction. Your Majesty, such a person should not be allowed in the palace to avoid further calamities. During Feng Rujing's dance, the Empress noticed the Emperor's appreciative gaze, which only fueled her ire. Feng Rujing pleaded, Your Majesty, Your Highness, I did not seduce the prince. He brought me here. She was bewildered, having arrived at the palace in high spirits for a banquet, only to find herself in this predicament. Feng Kongming shot her a furious glance, deeming her treacherous and deserving of banishment. The Emperor's expression darkened. Such matters cannot be laid at the feet of a young woman. Seeing the Emperor's anger, Feng Kongming turned to Feng Hain for support, asserting, What I say is true. Ask my uncle if you doubt me. He believed that Feng Hain would side with him, especially considering his prior firm stance against marrying Feng Rujing. Noticing Feng Hain's silence, he grew anxious and implored, Uncle, please speak. My father trusts your words. The situation became clear to Feng Kongming. The Empress disliked Feng Rujing, as evidenced by her previous remarks, and he too opposed the idea. With Feng Hain's dissent, the Emperor was likely to reconsider the matter. Just as he felt confident, he heard Feng Hain's voice. Brother, I believe that while Miss Rujing is a foster daughter of the Moroshu family, she holds significant status as there are no biological children. Moreover, she is exceptionally talented and beautiful, a perfect match for Ming'er. What? Feng Kongming could scarcely believe his ears, staring incredulously at Feng Hain. Uncle, are you serious? More genuine than pearls, came the reply. Feng Rujing, hearing this, mistakenly thought Feng Hain was advocating for her, and gratitude welled within her. Feng Kongming trembled with rage, seeking the Empress's assistance. She responded, Your Majesty, Ming'er must not marry such a woman. The Emperor regarded Feng Rujing, his resolve wavering. Feng Hain pressed, Brother, sister-in-law, the affair between Ming'er and Miss Rujing is now common knowledge. If we cannot provide her with a legitimate status, how can she face society? Should anything untoward occur, Ming'er too will find himself subject to public scorn. Your Majesty, Feng Rujing cried out, I implore you to grant my daughter justice. If she cannot wed His Highness, then death is the only escape for her. She cannot bear the shame of living. Upon hearing this, the Empress felt a surge of anger, realizing that this woman was not to be trifled with. Feng Rujing. The Empress scolded, How dare you entangle yourself with Ming'er? Are you not aware that a forcibly twisted melon is never sweet? What sweetness means to you, I cannot say. All I know is that I am already His Highness's, and I shall marry no one else in this lifetime. This was a clear declaration of her determination. This is nothing but an act of desperation. Rusu remarked coldly, Your Majesty, you must take a stand and give my elder sister a rightful title. Otherwise, the entire household shall be shamed because of her. Her words were harsh, dragging both Liuguang and Qingxi into the fray. Emperor Fengjingdi, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. Feng Hain glanced at Feng Rujing. Knowing her desire to be with Feng Kongming had led to her predicament, which only further displeased him. With a shift in thought, he coldly smiled and said, Brother, sister-in-law, this matter is not insurmountable. What clever idea do you have? The Empress inquired, her dissatisfaction with Feng Hain's previous actions evident. She expected him to firmly reject the proposal. Feng Hain replied, Since Ming'er does not wish to make her a consort, why not simply make her a concubine? This way, she receives a title without putting Ming'er in a difficult position, an ideal solution, wouldn't you agree? Rusu was taken aback by Feng Hain's audacity to suggest such a notion. It was common knowledge that the status of a concubine was lowly. The few concubines in the household were only bold due to their son's successes. In the past, they had lived under the strict authority of the matriarch. The Emperor nodded in agreement. This sounds quite agreeable. The Empress, realizing the situation was beyond salvation but relieved it was only a concubine, conceded, Then it shall be so. Feng Rujing shall enter the palace as a concubine through the rear gate of the Ming Wang residence. Liuguang felt relieved that she had secured a title for her sister, albeit as a concubine, which was better than nothing, and remained silent. Feng Rujing felt as if struck by thunder. Her body went numb, and she longed to cry out, yet her throat felt constricted. She reached out towards the Emperor, but darkness enveloped her, and she saw countless golden flowers dancing before her. No, she screamed internally, her throat making inaudible sounds. She did not want to be a concubine. She aspired to be a princess and, eventually, an empress, revered by all. Becoming a concubine would shatter all her dreams. With a thud, Feng Rujing collapsed to the ground, her long hair cascading around her pale face, a striking sight. Liuguang looked at the girl he once cherished, feeling a profound ache in his heart. Yet, her earlier behavior left him feeling desolate. Your Majesty, permit me to escort her back to the residence. Despite this, Liuguang could not bear to see her humiliated in the palace, but now, looking at her, his heart was as still as water. Chapter 86, Consort Stand in the Palace. The gathering continued as if nothing had occurred. Feng Rujing's plight was merely a minor interlude, providing entertainment for the attendees. Feng Yunshin quietly approached Imo Rusu. My mother wishes to meet you. Imo Rusu, captivated by a white crane in the garden, was startled by his words. What did you say? She asked again. My mother, Consort Stian, wishes to see you. Feng Yunshin repeated softly. Why? Imo Rusu's mind raced. They had not progressed to the point of meeting parents, had they? Just a casual meeting. There's no need to overthink it. I am not familiar with the consort. It would be presumptuous of me to intrude. Imo Rusu was cautious, recalling how Huang Kongming had deceived Feng Rujing with similar tactics. Are you worried I might deceive you? Feng Yunshin chuckled. I am not like Feng Rujing. There is nothing to intrigue His Highness. Then what are you waiting for? Come with me. Imo Rusu suspected that the invitation to meet Consort Stin was a ruse, while his desire to escape was genuine. Following the throng through the imperial garden was indeed tedious. And Feng Yunshin, having grown up in the palace, found it dull. They discreetly slipped away from the crowd, making their way to the Xianyan Palace, the residence of Consort Xian, the foremost among the 4 great consorts and a strong candidate for the future noble consort. Upon entering, they found a noblewoman reclining gracefully on a beauty couch, engrossed in a book, while 2 palace maids gently massaged her legs with beauty mallets. The golden mythical creature on the table emitted fragrant smoke, filling the hall with a delicate aroma. Mother, Feng Yunshin approached Consort Xian, taking the mallet from a maid and lightly tapping her leg. You're here. Consort Xian smiled warmly, her gaze full of affection as it shifted from him to Imo Rusu. Consort Xian, may you have a long life and great peace. Imo Rusu bowed slightly. There's no need for that, Consort Xian replied, her serene face adorned with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth, making her appear enchanting despite her age. Come here, let me have a look at you. She beckoned with an even broader smile. Imo Rusu hesitated, unsure of the reason for her summons. Is it wrong to call you over without a reason? Consort Stin chuckled. I've heard that you've assisted Shinner quite a bit. Just a small favor. There is no need for the consort to remember it. You are truly a commendable young lady, and I hold you in high regard. Commendable rather than fond. Imo Rusu smiled lightly but did not respond further. Miss Imo, have some tea. A matron placed a cup of fragrant tea beside her, speaking politely. Thank you. Imo Rusu replied absent-mindedly. Miss Imo, I've heard from Shinner that you are quite adept at solving cases. Well, I try my best, she replied modestly. Excellent. Consort Xian's smile slightly faded. I happen to have a case here. I wonder if you might be interested in trying your hand at it? Imo Rusu was taken aback. She had been called over just to solve a case. This seemed unreasonable, especially since Feng Yunshin was present, the Jingzhaoyan, who should be capable of handling such minor affairs without raising the emperor's suspicions. Yet, since Consort Xian had initiated the request, she could not outright refuse and had to respond delicately. Consort, isn't there already a suitable candidate at your side? She glanced at Feng Yunshin. Consort Stin smiled. Though Shinner is the Jingzhaoyan, he lacks experience in solving cases, so I trust you more. What kind of statement is that? She thought. If even her son is not trusted, why would she trust her? Imo Rusu felt a sense of conspiracy brewing. Consort, my time in the palace is limited. I cannot linger here. A small case should be easily solvable for you. Consort Xian's smile returned, though it felt somewhat insincere, causing Imo Rusu to sense ill intent. If it were truly a minor issue, why not let Feng Yunshin resolve it? There was evidently trouble lurking behind it. Imo Rusu still considered refusing. Feng Yunshin smiled. Miss Imo, since my mother does not trust me, please assist her. Imo Rusu cautiously inquired. What kind of case is it, if I may ask? A string of prayer beads I cherish has gone missing. I am to visit Puxing Temple tomorrow for prayers, and I would be grateful if you could help me find them. When did you lose them? I'm not sure, perhaps in the last few days. I used them just a few days ago. Imo Rusu pressed further. Where did you last use them? In the Buddha Hall. Does your palace have a Buddha Hall? Yes, Consort Xian said with a sorrowful expression. I usually pray here in Xianyan Palace, and on the 1st and 15th of each month, I go to Puxing Temple to pray and offer some oil money. Imo Rusu smiled. You are quite devout. Consort Xian chuckled helplessly. At my age, one should have something to hold on to. Though she was revered as the consort, favored by the emperor, she felt a sense of loneliness creeping in with age. In the palace, women could not escape this fate. Being the emperor's woman meant competing with countless others for his affection, and even the most favored could not enjoy constant companionship. Fortunately, the emperor was sentimental, occasionally visiting her palace for a brief respite. Yet moments of loneliness far outweighed those of joy. With Feng Yunshin now grown, bestowed a title, and having his own residence, he could not frequently visit her either. Marusu consoled. Your Highness, you appear remarkably youthful, not revealing a trace of age. If it weren't for the fact that the crown prince has reached adulthood, one might truly believe you are merely in your 20s. This remark greatly pleased concubine Xian. Chapter 87. Rendered speechless by inquiry, Miss Marusa truly has a way with words. I am far from deserving such praise, concubine Xian replied, deftly shifting the topic. I recall using this string of prayer beads during my recent visit to the temple. However, I have been unwell these past few days and have not returned. Today, upon checking, I found that the beads have mysteriously vanished. They must be quite precious, I presume. It is merely a string of jade beads. Such an item is not particularly remarkable within the palace. Rusu smiled, suggesting it is possible they were stolen. She rose, indicating her willingness to investigate the matter. Though she could not guarantee success, she was no fool. Having taken on this peculiar dilemma was already quite vexing, and she would not foolishly assure anyone of a resolution. Concubine Xian chuckled lightly. I do not wish to impose, simply do your best. With this encouragement, Marusa nodded in agreement. Her involvement in this case was largely due to Feng Yunshan's request. It was not because Concubine Xian seemed amiable. Women who had attained such status were certainly not ordinary. I shall need to visit the temple, Marusu stated. Very well, Concubine Xian replied, leading a few attendants to the temple. The space was modest, housing a resplendent statue of the Buddha, adorned with 1,000 hands and eyes. Flanked by 2 eternal lamps. At its center lay a lotus basin, intricately carved from exquisite jade, with lifelike lotus leaves and flowers. A prayer mat rested on the floor, where Concubine Xian would kneel in reverence when in good health. Once Concubine Xian knelt in earnest supplication, Marusa waited for her to rise before inquiring, Your Highness, you have not visited for a few days. Surely someone has been maintaining the space. Might the caretaker have seen anything unusual? It was Jean Mama, a long-time attendant of mine. She would never engage in such deceitful behavior. Your Highness, you have not taken the beads outside, have you? Never. Concubine Xian shook her head. They are kept here as offerings. Where exactly are they placed? In this very spot, atop a jade plate. Marusa glanced around and asked, Jean Mama, when did you first notice the beads were missing? Today, during cleaning. I did not see them and hurried to report it to your Highness. Jean Mama replied. Marusa remained skeptical and continued to probe. Had you not noticed before? I truly did not. Do you clean daily? Yes, your Highness insists on daily cleaning, Marusa reasoned. Since the only visitors to the temple are you and her Highness. And you claim not to have taken the beads, Jean Mama, your suspicions are therefore the highest. Aside from Jean Mama, the palace maids and eunuchs also bore suspicion. As she contemplated this, her hand rested on the jade plate. A large item that could fetch a fortune if sold in the modern world. Jean Mama, what is the first thing you do upon entering the temple each day? Jean Mama responded, I first light incense for the Buddha. Then kneel and bow, before beginning my cleaning. Could you demonstrate this process for us? Marusu requested. Of course, Jean Mama obliged, repeating her daily routine. Marusu observed silently, taking note of every action. Jean Mama, Marusu said once she had finished. Let me ask you again, regardless of whether her Highness is present, do you consistently clean here every day? Naturally, Jean Mama smiled. I have served her Highness for decades. I have never been negligent. Then I suggest you quickly return the prayer beads. Marusu's tone turned icy. You are the thief. Miss Marusu, you jest. I would never steal, Jean Mama protested. Marusu, uninterested in further banter, struck at the heart of the matter. The green jade beads on the white jade plate should be quite conspicuous, yet you claim not to have seen them. Jean Mama faltered, struggling to defend herself. How could such a large and valuable string of jade beads go unnoticed? I truly did not pay attention, and thus do not know when they went missing, she admitted. Marusa scoffed. Your Highness, do you believe her words? You clean daily, yet you do not even dust the table? If you do not clean the table, how can you claim to have tidied up? Jean Mama paused, then conceded. I admit my oversight. She merely acknowledged her negligence, not admitting to theft, a distinction of great import. So, you are saying the beads are not in your possession? Miss Marusu, that is absurd. I have served your Highness loyally for decades and have never stolen a ring, let alone the prayer beads. Jean Mama insisted. Decades of loyalty do not guarantee one's integrity, Marusa replied calmly. Jean Mama, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. It is best you return the beads. I am truly wronged, Jean Mama protested. Exasperated. You think your Highness and I are fools. I witnessed you dusting the plate. You would not overlook such a large string of beads. Jean Mama fell silent. Chapter 88. She is a woman of steel. Marusu's lips curled into a slight smile. This case was exceedingly straightforward. Your Highness, I trust you will resolve this matter. Feng Yunshan chuckled. I would like to take charge, but my mother forbids it. Your Highness, it is not that she forbids you. She simply wishes to gauge my abilities. Marusa glanced at Concubine Xian, who seemed to be testing her for reasons unknown. Concubine Xian then laughed. It is because my son has praised you so highly. I did not believe it and thought to summon you for a test. I did not expect to be so careless as to let you uncover the truth so quickly, although this explanation felt somewhat contrived. It sufficed for Marusu, who chose not to press further. She bowed slightly, concluding that the matter of the missing prayer beads was resolved. They have not been lost, concubine Skin announced, approaching the statue and retrieving a string of prayer beads. Here they are. They were exquisite beads, clear and translucent, each the size of a pigeon's egg. I shall take my leave now, Marusa said. This time, concubine Sien did not object, instead instructing Feng Yunshin, son, accompany Miss Marusu so she does not lose her way in the palace. Yes, mother. Concubine Skin approached Marusu, adding, as an apology, I bestow upon you this string of beads. May they ensure your safety. Marusa hesitated, feeling the situation was suspicious. She remained perplexed, sensing that concubine Sien's intentions were not as straightforward as they seemed. Accepting such a precious gift felt inappropriate. Feng Yunshin smiled. It is perfectly fine. Do accept. I cannot accept a reward without merit, Your Highness. This is a sacred offering of Your Highness, Marusu replied lightly, deftly sidestepping the uncomfortable situation. With her response, concubine Stin could not insist further, thus averting any awkwardness. Feng Yunshin, noticing her discomfort, quickly suggested, Mother, I shall take Miss Marusa to the Imperial Garden for a stroll, concubine Stin countered. In that case, I shall bestow upon you some other gifts. That is unnecessary, Your Highness. I cannot accept. Marusa bowed slightly and departed with Feng Yunshin from Xianyan Palace. Once they were gone, concubine Stin's demeanor shifted, darkening with displeasure. Jean Mama inquired, Your Highness, do you find Mo Rusu to be trustworthy? The response was contemplative. It is difficult to ascertain. However, she has passed my test. Allow me a few more days to observe her before reaching a conclusion. This matter cannot be rushed. Without absolute certainty, we risk alarming the serpent in the grass. Suddenly, Jean Mama knelt on the mat before the Buddha, imploring, Buddha, I beseech you, grant us clarity in this matter soon. Xian Fei coldly remarked, I have faith that this time, we shall surely succeed. After Mo Rusu and Feng Yunshin departed from Xianyan Palace, they wandered through the Imperial Garden. Following recent events, Feng Yunshin's impression of her deepened. She was no fool but a treasure, akin to the flowers in the garden that grew increasingly delightful with each glance. Feng Yunshin softly stated, Miss Mo, there is something I wish to share with you. What is it? Mo Rusu turned her head slightly, her bright eyes shimmering with curiosity. Do you recall the owner of the ink shop? Mo Yunchang, certainly. I shall never forget a case I've handled. Regardless of its age, he has died in prison, having hanged himself. Dead. Mo Rusu paused, her smile fading. How could he suddenly choose to end his life? The authorities concluded that he took his life out of shame for facing his son and daughter-in-law. Mo Rusu pondered this, sensing something amiss. He did not strike me as the type to commit suicide. When I heard the news, his body had already been cremated and returned to the mountain estate. Mo Rusu felt a growing unease. Did they always burn the bodies of the deceased perpetrators? No. Feng Yunshin shook his head. That is precisely what I find suspicious. It's still possible to investigate. No, the individual is gone, and all evidence has been destroyed, making further inquiry impossible. Your Highness, Mo Rusu hesitated, testing the waters with her question, have you offended someone? Do you not find it curious that the recent cases have all been rather peculiar? Indeed, although they appear unrelated, I sense an invisible hand orchestrating these events. However, this is merely my speculation. The truth requires thorough investigation. Mo Rusu observed him, lost in thought. The palace seemed far from tranquil. It would be wise to extricate herself sooner rather than later. At Qinglin Courtyard, Feng Rujing wept bitterly after being sent back. Upon hearing her fragmented account of events, the matriarch felt as if struck by lightning. What did you say? You wish to become a concubine. Good heavens, the matriarch felt the world spinning. If she were to become a concubine, her future would be irrevocably tarnished. Feng Rujing sobbed, Mother, I do not know how I ended up in this situation. It was all so chaotic. She had even lost her backup plan and embarrassed herself before everyone. To become Feng Cummings' concubine was already a bitter irony. It is all that little enchantress Mo Rusu's fault. The matriarch declared, we cannot let her off the hook. She assessed the situation. Those were people they could not provoke, but Mo Rusu was someone she could manage. We must target the soft fruit. She decided, Mother, today, Mo Rusu did speak on my behalf, but truly do you think she would genuinely help you? The matriarch scoffed, Rujing, do not be deceived by her. I have a feeling your becoming someone else's concubine is closely tied to her. Surely not. Feng Rujing's eyes widened in disbelief. In the palace, Missouri Rusu had clearly been on her side, and it was Feng Hain who proposed the idea of the concubine. How can you say that? The matriarch was nearly apoplectic. All her efforts had amounted to nothing. The hope of a concubine rising to prominence seemed utterly forlorn. Rujing, you truly must sharpen your wits. That little enchantress employs methods beyond mere observation. Chapter 89. A foolish idea. After a night of contemplation, Feng Rujing appeared dazed. Mother, what should I do now? This matter has been settled, and I no longer have the chance to change course. Everyone now knew she was Feng Cummings' concubine. Who would dare marry her? Tears streamed down her face, and she wept uncontrollably. The matriarch gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Rujing, your maternal grandmother's intentions are clear, we must eliminate her. That little enchantress has become more than a mere stumbling block. With the support of the crown prince, she had grown formidable. If we delay further, we may find ourselves completely consumed by her. I endured great hardships to place you in the MO household to counter her. You owe your position there to the sacrifice of your cousin. If you become a concubine, how can you face them?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Feng Rujing knelt before her mother, acknowledging her faults. It is all my doing. Everything was fine until it suddenly turned into this. What path lies ahead for me? If I must be a concubine, then so be it. Although hope is scant, there is still some. But Feng Rujing dared not admit that Feng Kongming held her in utter disdain. With matters as they stood, she felt there was no alternative. The matriarch wiped her tears, deeply sighing, "I will deal with that little enchantress. She has prevented you from becoming a princess, and I shall ensure she tastes the bitterness of this experience." As she spoke, her gaze turned fierce, causing Feng Rujing's heart to sink. The matriarch was truly terrifying. Upon returning to the MO residence, it was already evening. After dining in the palace, Missouri Rusu departed. Feng Yunshan accompanied her until they reached the entrance of the MO residence. Their eyes met, and both blushed, quickly averting their gaze. "Your Highness, please return. Good night." MO Rusu smiled and waved, charmingly turning to enter the MO residence. "Rusu." A deep voice called out. MO Rusu turned slightly. The voice was familiar. She looked up to see her elder brother, MO Liubuang, clad in white. The moonlight illuminated him, enhancing his already handsome features, resembling a statue of jade. "Second brother," MO Rusu replied coolly. In that moment, MO Liubuang was devoid of his usual arrogance, replaced by a subtle melancholy that lingered in his brow. "I have been waiting for you for quite some time. I have prepared a pot of wine. Shall we enjoy a drink in the pavilion ahead?" "Very well." MO Rusu did not refuse but accepted with pleasure. They arrived at the pavilion, where MO Liubuang poured them both a cup. "I did not expect our first time drinking together as siblings would occur on such a beautiful night." MO Rusu responded with a gentle smile. "Second brother, you are thoughtful. What prompted you to invite me for a drink this evening?" Typically, he resided in the scholar's residence, remaining at the MO residence tonight, seemingly to await her return. "It is nothing." MO Liubuang chuckled softly. "After what transpired in the palace, I feel I have wronged you." He lifted his cup, declaring, "To my brother, I shall drink 3 cups as penance." "1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups." MO Rusu sighed. "Such fine wine. And you start with 3 cups." MO Liubuang could not help but laugh, the previous sorrow on his brow seemingly whisked away by the wind. MO Rusu raised her glass, stating, "Regardless of what has transpired, let us leave it behind." With that, she drank deeply. The wine was indeed exquisite. The palace's gifted brew bore a subtle plum blossom fragrance, rich and sweet. After they finished their drinks, they exchanged smiles, allowing past grievances to dissipate like a gentle breeze. That night, they conversed for hours. Through their dialogue, MO Liubuang completely relinquished his prejudices against MO Rusu. Her intelligence and grace shone through her words. And at that moment, he wholeheartedly accepted that their father would pass the treasured black gold plaque to her. She was indeed worthy of such a responsibility. Originally, he had believed their father would bequeath the plaque to the third sibling. MO Yunshu. As the night deepened, they bid each other farewell and returned to their respective chambers. The following morning, Jean Xiao, a maidservant of the matriarch, arrived at Bishi Pavilion. "Fifth miss, the matriarch requests your presence." "What does mother want?" Jean Xiao smiled. "I do not know." It was futile to inquire, for ever since one maidservant had spoken out of turn and was sold to a brothel by the matriarch, the others had sealed their lips as if cast in iron. MO Rusu felt a twinge of suspicion. After Feng Rujing's debacle in the palace yesterday, the matriarch would not let the matter rest easily. Summoning her today was surely about the events of yesterday. However, she had exerted herself to salvage Feng Rujing's dignity and the reputation of the MO household. Yet, with Feng Rujing now a concubine, it was no longer her concern. If anyone should bear the blame, it ought to fall on Feng Hain. Of course, had she not intervened, perhaps Feng Rujing would not have reached such a state. Her efforts to restore the MO household's honor had, in fact, only added fuel to the fire, pushing Feng Rujing into the role of a concubine. The esteemed matron sat gracefully at the table, cradling a teacup and gently blowing away the steam. It was only after placing the cup down that she slowly raised her gaze. "Rusu, you are no longer a child. Your father has been urging me to arrange a marriage for you, and I have been diligently selecting a suitable match." "Marriage?" Rusu could not help but scoff inwardly. It seemed the matron had spent a restless night concocting this ill-conceived plan as a form of retribution against her. "Mother, you do not appear well. Did you not sleep well last night?" Instead of directly addressing the matter, Rusu deftly shifted the conversation. This not only signified her disinterest in the topic of marriage, but also served as a subtle jab at the matron. The matron merely smiled faintly. "For your marriage, I indeed toiled quite a bit last night. Such a burden for you, mother," Rusu replied, feigning sympathy. The matron nodded, a glint of icy satisfaction in her smile. For the prospect of Feng Rujing becoming a concubine had struck her deeply. It is no burden. You are my daughter, and I must surely find you a good family. Pray tell, to whom does mother intend to betroth her daughter? Rusu inquired. The third son of the Su family in the capital, renowned as one of the foremost families. Many would yearn for such a union. The third son of the Su family has already lost 5 wives. If this were a good match, then Feng Rujing's becoming a concubine would indeed warrant celebrations. Rusu smiled wryly, acknowledging the matron's intentions. She had heard of the third son of the Su family, reputed to be a man of noble bearing. Yet, her heart belonged elsewhere, rendering her unable to acquiesce. The matron's smile grew sinister. Rusu, marriage is a significant matter. It is dictated by parental authority in the words of a matchmaker. Your father and I find the third son of the Su family quite suitable for you, and arrangements are nearly finalized. Rusu shook her head. Mother, a good woman does not marry multiple husbands. My heart is already taken. To marry another would be akin to marrying a second husband. As she spoke, she caught sight of the matron's expression, which radiated a chilling satisfaction. She understood that the matron's intention was to send her to Su's household, where she might meet an untimely fate within a month. However, mother, I do not consent to your and father's decision. Shall I act against my own will? The matron, having anticipated this response, declared, My dear daughter, you lack the authority to refuse unless you are bestowed a royal marriage or granted a title of county princess by the emperor, at which point you would be entitled to reject my well-meaning intentions. Her face glowed with self-satisfaction as she spoke. Rusu remained silent, standing still. The matron, seeing her demeanor, rose slowly. Rusu, you shall find comfort in your new life. You will surely come to enjoy it. At that moment, the steward rushed in, breathless. Madam, a decree has arrived from the emperor. Master requests that you receive it at once. The matron was taken aback, nearly stumbling. What did you say? A decree, previously. 2 young masters had received imperial decrees. But who could this one be for? She cast a suspicious glance at Rusu. Come with me to the front hall to receive the decree. We shall discuss your marriage afterward. Yes, mother, Rusu replied. Her calm demeanor perplexing the matron, who expected a more vehement objection from her daughter. In the front hall, Master Mei awaited with incense burning. Upon their arrival, everyone knelt in their designated places. Feng Rujing was conspicuously absent. Perhaps too ashamed to face anyone after yesterday's tears. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the 5th miss of the Mei residence, Mei Rusu, endowed with intelligence and grace, is hereby granted the title of County Princess of Anping. Bestowed. After the announcement, the imperial eunuch smiled and said, Master Mei, why do you not bow and express your gratitude? Master Mei joyfully accepted the decree and promptly ordered a sum of silver for the eunuch. Rusu approached the matron with a gentle smile. Mother, now that I am a county princess, I presume my marriage shall be decided by me. In the Great Phoenix Dynasty, marriages were traditionally arranged by parental decree and matchmakers. However, those who held titles of county princess or higher could choose their own spouses. The matron inhaled deeply, her hands trembling within her sleeves. Then congratulations, Rusu. The matron ceased her attempts to secure Rusu's engagement to the third son of the Su family. Master Mei had initially opposed the match, but the matron's insistence led him to relent, stipulating that if Rusu agreed, it would proceed. Now, with Rusu's firm refusal and her newly acquired title, the matron found herself powerless. The matron had anticipated triumphing over Rusu in the matter of marriage and had prepared to hasten the engagement, hoping to see Rusu suffer under Su's household. It was no wonder that Rusu had remained aloof earlier. She had been aware of her title as county princess, patiently awaiting the emperor's decree to turn the tables. The swift reversal left the matron stung. Her face burning with humiliation, her fury directed inward. When she noticed the emperor's lavish gifts being brought in, she turned to Master Mei. Master, according to custom, these items should be placed in the storeroom. Master Mei countered, these are gifts from the emperor meant for Rusu. Furthermore, following the previous dispute over the allocation of gifts, it has been established that such items belong to the individual. Henceforth, imperial gifts will remain personal property. The matron, thwarted, fell silent, acquiescing. In truth, after the previous uproar regarding the gifts, it had been made clear that the emperor's offerings belonged to the recipient. Yet the matron had hoped to seize this opportunity. Fortunately, Master Mei intervened, or else those items would have been locked away, nearly impossible to reclaim. Rusu stood nearby, well aware of the matron's character and her intentions to claim the gifts. Thankfully, Master Mei had swiftly denied her, sparing Rusu the need to intervene. Thus, the matron could only watch as numerous chests filled with jewels and fine silks were carried away to the Bisui pavilion. Rusu smiled brightly as she took Master Mei's hand. Father, let us see what the emperor has bestowed upon us. The father and daughter pair eagerly followed to the Bihui pavilion, where Rusu opened the 5 chests. One was filled with exquisite jewelry, each piece meticulously crafted. Another held rare antiques, each a treasure. A third contained luxurious silks woven from the finest silkworms. The fourth was filled with renowned artworks. And the last contained ancient tomes detailing perplexing cases throughout history. Along with travelogues, each chest was worth a fortune. Even a single item could sustain an ordinary family for a year. Rusu selected a large piece of jade from the antiques. Father, this is for you to enjoy. She then presented a jade pipe. This too is for you. The emperor truly has a thoughtful heart. Master Mei held the items, his eyes gleaming with pride. My daughter is truly becoming more accomplished. His joy surpassed even that felt upon Ru Qingxi's military accolades or Ru Liuguang's scholarly triumphs. It was a joy rooted in profound affection. Master Mei weighed the jade in his hand. Come, let me take you somewhere to share in my delight. Rusu blinked, beginning to grasp her father's meaning, and could not help but smile ruefully. They arrived at the largest gambling house in the capital, where countless individuals of all sorts gathered daily. Master Mei delighted in bringing his newly acquired jade to gamble, showcasing his business acumen to its fullest. By purchasing the jade at a high price, he hoped to gain even greater value through gambling. Before unveiling the stone, he would visit the gambling house, allowing others to place bets on its quality, effectively acting as the house. Thus, after the stone was revealed, he could profit once more. Rusu followed her father into the hall, where everyone greeted Master Mei warmly. Master, have you acquired new goods? The proprietor hurried over, eager to inspect the stone. With a smile, Master Mei displayed the jade, but to the crowd, it appeared quite ordinary. The proprietor chuckled. Master, did you find this stone by the roadside? It looks rather unremarkable. Once everyone has placed their bets, we shall open it. A throng of people quickly gathered around the stone, placing their bets. Its plain appearance led many to doubt its value. Had it not been sourced from the palace, even Master Mei would have questioned its authenticity. Rusu had accompanied her father to gambling houses many times, but this was her first experience watching him gamble with jade. Amidst the fervent bets of the crowd, the stone finally ascended to the cutting platform. The burly man responsible for the cutting wielded a blade as sharp as a knife through butter, meticulously slicing through the outer layers of the stone. What was once a hard rock now yielded under his knife, soft as tofu. Soon, the exterior was severed, revealing the jade within, glimmering like the gentle spring waters. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This exquisite jade, worth a fortune, was a considerable find. Even scraps of such a size could be fashioned into an entire set of jade jewelry. Daughter, this shall serve as your dowry. Such a sizable piece of jade could be carved into the 18 arhats and blessed by the master of the heavenly dragon temple. It would be difficult not to live a long and prosperous life. As he spoke, he expressed his sentiments, causing Mo Rusu to involuntarily furrow her brow in annoyance. 18 arhats, and a monk to bless it. In contrast, she preferred jade necklaces, jade bracelets, and jade bangles. Come, everyone, quickly pay up. Mo Rusu exclaimed, brandishing a large cloth bag to collect the coins, which clinked and cascaded into her sack. A lean man stealthily reached for the coins on the table, attempting to seize a handful amidst the chaos, only to be caught by Mo Rusu. Hey, return the silver you stole, the man retorted. Which of your eyes saw me take your silver? Does your coin bear your name? You thief. Mo Rusu narrowed her eyes, suddenly launching a kick that struck him squarely in the chest, sending him flying to the ground, the stolen coins rolling out of his sleeves. She stepped forward to reclaim the silver. You dare to steal from me and insult me. If I don't punish you, I would be failing myself. The man groaned, clutching his chest. Master Mo, aren't you going to intervene? You insult my daughter as a fool. You deserve it. You had it coming. Master Mo said, pulling Mo Rusu along as they left the gambling den, both brimming with indignation. In the shadows stood a cloaked figure, silently observing the scene. Holding a folding fan, he spoke with interest. Is this the infamous Mo Rusu, who has recently been at odds with the Cloud King? Indeed, replied a man in gray, bowing respectfully. I find her rather uncouth, Feng Mingyu remarked. I truly wonder what my 6th royal brother sees in her. I have heard she is the current successor of the nefarious faction. Mo Weiwu has stepped down. Feng Mingyu's lips curled into a faint smile. It seems this Mo Rusu possesses some weight after all. With a swift motion, he closed the fan, keeping a watchful eye, sensing she might prove useful in the future. The two made their way discreetly from the 2nd floor. Master Mo did not return to the Mo residence, but instead took the newly cut jade to consult his dear friend, the jade carving master, about sculpting the 18 arhats. As Mo Rusu approached the entrance of the Mo residence, she noticed a figure leaning against a flowering tree, accompanied by a white horse. Petals occasionally fell, gracing both the figure and the horse, creating a picturesque scene akin to a landscape painting. Miss Mo, Feng Yunshin called softly. Mo Rusu, momentarily entranced by the beauty before her, snapped back to reality. Your Highness. What brings you here? I have matters to discuss with you, he replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I wish to take you somewhere. Where to? Mount up. He took the reins, swiftly mounting the horse. With a smile, Rusu took his hand, feeling the warmth and dryness of his grip, an inexplicable comfort enveloping her. She positioned herself in front of him, with him behind, and as he gently squeezed her waist, the horse galloped joyfully. Be careful, he cautioned, tightening his hold. Leaning against his chest felt like resting against a sturdy wall, providing a sense of security that made her heart flutter with an unfamiliar excitement. Unbeknownst to him, she was overwhelmed with emotions. This was her first intimate encounter with a man, catching her off guard. Feng Yunshan remained unaware of the tempest within her heart, only noticing the silk-like strands of her hair, carrying a delicate fragrance that captivated him, wishing their journey would stretch on indefinitely. As dusk fell, the sun dipped beyond the mountains, painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold, while flocks of returning crows filled the air. Rusu turned slightly. Your Highness, where are we headed? They had already arrived at the rear mountain. A splendid place, my favorite spot, he replied. Hearing that it was his most cherished location filled Rusu with sweetness, suggesting that he was taking her to see a place he loved with someone he cherished. Suddenly, she felt a surge of anticipation for their destination. Chapter 92. The joy of grilled fish. She recalled the last time he brought her to a valley blanketed in pink blossoms, ethereal like a dream. Where would he take her this time? Previously, they were four. Now, it was just the two of them. With Baiyu and Hichin nowhere to be seen, Rusu understood that they were likely watching over them from the shadows, not revealing themselves easily. Your Highness, did you catch that Ouyang Chuntian last time? She inquired. No. Feng Yunshan chuckled. She is elusive and difficult to capture. Have you discovered her intentions? A killer only seeks profit, but the mastermind remains a mystery to me. He paused. To enlist Ouyang Chuntian must mean the one behind her is extraordinary. If it were easily uncovered, it would be unusual. It's likely a diversion, Rusu remarked with a smile, hoping they would soon find that person and eliminate the threat. What if that person is someone close? Feng Yunshan probed. Anyone intent on my demise can only be my adversary. Thus, I shall treat my enemies with the ruthless efficiency of autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. Feng Yunshan's lips curved into a slight smirk, his gaze deepening as he instinctively tightened his embrace. They traveled for an undetermined duration, finally stopping at the edge of a cliff. The sun had set, and twilight enveloped the surroundings, imbuing the mountains with an air of mystery. Before them cascaded a white waterfall, spilling from the cliffside, the sound of water trickling melodically. In the moonlight, the waterfall resembled a silken ribbon descending from the heavens. I never expected to find such a beautiful waterfall here, Rusu exclaimed, captivated. Let us go down. There are plenty of large stones below where we can rest, he suggested, gently patting the horse's rear to let it roam freely before they descended to the cliff's base. Rusu gleefully dashed along the riverbank. Your Highness, if we came during the day, we could collect some pebbles. They are exquisite. Each pebble sparkled like translucent jade under the moonlight. Feng Yunshan smiled. Tonight, I brought you here for a picnic. A picnic? Rusu glanced around, noticing the absence of any cooking utensils. Seemingly reading her thoughts, Feng Yunshan chuckled. Patience, I have it all planned. Rusu pondered. Could he have made arrangements here, leading her to a sandy area? Feng Yunshan selected several large stones and fashioned a simple barbecue rack. Rusu beamed and hurried to gather firewood. After their efforts, the barbecue structure was complete, yet they lacked food. Follow me, Feng Yunshan said with a grin. They approached the riverbank, where countless fish danced beneath the star-studded surface, occasionally leaping from the water, leaving trails of shimmering light. I can catch fish too, Rusu declared. No need for you to trouble yourself. I will handle it. Just as a sizable fish leaped, Feng Yunshan swiftly extended his hand, a flash of light darting from his sleeve, piercing through the fish's belly, with a flick of his wrist. The fish landed on the riverbank. Rusu deftly seized the fish, retrieved a dagger, and cleaned it. Soon, Feng Yunshan caught another, and after cleaning them, they brought the fish to their makeshift grill. They laid the fish upon the thin stones, ignited a fire, and soon the heat made the stones sizzle, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Feng Yunshan produced salt and wine from his bag, sprinkling them over the fish, releasing an irresistible fragrance. Observing his deft movements, Rusu smiled. Your Highness, your fish cooking skills are quite impressive. Of course, for I dread hunger above all else, which is why I have taken to cooking since childhood. It seemed he had a story to tell, one filled with hardship in his youth. After the fish was grilled to perfection, the two indulged heartily. Rusu felt that this was the most delightful and delicious grilled fish she had ever tasted in her life. The quality of the fish was secondary. What truly mattered was the company she shared it with. This thought, a slight flush crept to her cheeks. Just as they finished their meal, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Two men, seemingly in their 30s or 40s, each wielding a pair of meteor hammers. This little lady is quite a catch. Brother, how about we enjoy her right here? They laughed ominously. The two middle-aged men had rather grotesque appearances. One was as fat as a pig, while the other was lean and wiry like a monkey, exuding a menacing aura. Rusu glanced at Feng Yunshin, who met her gaze with a hint of coldness. Who are you? He demanded. You'd best mind your own business, kid. Otherwise, the Qishan twin tigers will take your life, one of the men sneered. The Qishan twin tigers, Feng Yunshin echoed, recognizing them as the two masters of Qishan Manor. Indeed, the fat one boasted. Now that you know my name, you should hurry and get lost. Don't interfere with us enjoying this lovely young lady. He reached out to caress Rusu's face, but she swiftly swatted his hand away. Feng Yunshin let out a cold laugh. That essay line I should be using. With a flick of his sleeve, a surge of white light erupted, severing the heads of both Rusu watched in shock, her lips twitching slightly. Your Highness, should we handle the aftermath? There's no need. Feng Yunshin replied, I shall escort you home. Nodding, Rusu took his hand, and with a gentle leap, they soared through the air, landing gracefully at the edge of a cliff. Rusu was uncertain of the depth of Feng Yunshin's abilities, but she was certain they surpassed her own by a considerable margin. A sharp whistle summoned their horse, and they mounted, heading towards the residence. Once they arrived, Feng Yunshin waved at her with a faint smile. I hope we can meet again soon. Rusu smiled and waved back, then entered the residence, her heart brimming with joy. After she disappeared inside, Feng Yunshin's smile faded, and he coolly instructed, investigate the Qishan twin tigers, leave no trace. From the shadows, a low voice responded, understood. Chapter 93. The first madam sets a trap early in the morning. Rusu was awakened by a commotion. Sister, you've finally woken up. Liuguang appeared in her living room, looking resplendent. What's going on, second brother? Rusu yawned, feeling her peaceful slumber had been grievously interrupted. The servant, Zhaozhan, smiled and said, Miss, look at what the second young master has brought you. Rusu glanced over to see a row of boxes stacked against the wall. These are gifts from the emperor. Liuguang grinned. I'm presenting them to you as a token of appreciation. Why? Rusu blinked in disbelief. To make amends, he replied with a smile, instructing Zhaozhan to open the boxes. Once opened, Rusu's eyes widened at the sight of various rare treasures. Second brother, are these truly gifts from the emperor? Indeed, Liuguang chuckled. In total, there are 16 items, one for each year of your life. So many. Of course, he affirmed. This is your birthday gift, considering you turned 16 this year. Rusu was taken aback by her brother's sudden affection. The brother who had previously ignored her was now showering her with extravagant gifts. Was this a newfound conscience? She remained silent, simply observing him. Don't be nervous. This is merely a brother's attempt to make up for past neglect, he continued. From now on, I've fully realized you are my precious sister. Rusu shivered slightly at the sweetness of his words. She couldn't help but notice the treasures once more. Does third aunt know about these gifts? Liuguang laughed. Whatever I do, my mother always supports me. Then I shall accept them, she replied, understanding that third aunt would likely remain silent regarding his gesture. You must accept them, he insisted. This is how you become my obedient sister. Rusu trembled again at the thought of having such a doting brother. That moment, a maid approached, saying, Fifth miss, the madam has asked you to prepare. She wishes to take you to Lord Shiqing's residence for a banquet in honor of his grandson's full moon celebration. Understood, Rusu replied, glancing at Liuguang. Thank you for the gifts, second brother. I need to get ready. Very well, I shall take my leave, he smiled. Departing, Rusu watched him go. She felt a complex swirl of emotions, but above all, she hoped her brother would continue to thrive. After a quick touch-up, she had a light breakfast and sought out the first madam. The first madam had arranged a carriage and was waiting for her. Today, Feng Rujing would also attend, dressed in splendid attire. Rusu secretly pondered how Feng Rujing could still wish to make a grand entrance after such a disgrace in court. Did she not fear being ridiculed? Feng Rujing appeared in high spirits, as if nothing had happened in the palace days prior. Sister, you're here? Mother has been waiting for you. My apologies for making her wait, Rusu said, noticing the peculiar smile on the first madam's face. No matter, it's good that you're here. Let us depart. The carriage rolled forward. Feng Rujing chatted amiably, but Rusu sensed something unusual about the first madam. She could perceive a hidden agenda in her expression and demeanor. Surely, the first madam was laying another trap for her to fall into. Lord Shiqing was a respected elder in the court, maintaining a good relationship with the family. Liuguang had initially been on the guest list, but declined due to a royal task, sending a gift instead at Lord Shiqing's residence. The atmosphere was bustling, filled with guests as Mo Rusu disembarked. She realized that the Shiching estate was even more opulent than the Mo residence, recently refurbished with striking red walls and green tiles. "Sister Rujing, you've arrived," a young girl in a pale yellow dress exclaimed, bounding to her side. "Mingwe, you're here too?" Feng Rujing felt relieved to be greeted warmly despite her recent embarrassment. The girl named Mingwe was quite fond of Feng Rujing, but regarded Mo Rusu with disdain. Mo Rusu's reputation in the capital had been tarnished, making it challenging for her to alter public perception. "Let us go play over there. Rujing, don't associate with that Mo Rusu, lest you be tainted by her presence," Mingwei remarked, rolling her eyes at Mo Rusu, who merely scoffed in response. Really, being named a county princess has gone to her head, she thought. Finding her pretentiousness amusing. As Mingwei led Feng Rujing away, two other girls approached Mo Rusu. Smiling kindly, "Sister Rusu, don't mind Mingwei. She is just like that, always resenting those who seem happy." "Indeed," another girl chuckled. "Her family deals in vinegar, so it's no surprise she is sour." Mo Rusu couldn't help but laugh at their comments. She realized that today's gathering included not only court officials but also prominent merchants from the capital. "I'm not upset," she assured them. "It's not worth my time to get angry at such individuals. Sister Rusu, let us go join them. They're playing Jianzi." Mo Rusu loved playing Jianzi and was quite skilled at it. Of course, that was in modern times. The original owner of her body had little interest in such games, preferring to solve cases alongside coroner work. Chapter 94. "We all saw you were the murderer in the Great Phoenix Dynasty." There was no practice of foot binding, allowing girls to jump and run freely. Naturally, the original owner of Mo Rusu's body was not hindered by such constraints. When she played Jianzi, she moved like a graceful butterfly in flight. She managed nearly 100 successful kicks, leaving the onlookers, who had gathered around, utterly astonished. None of them had ever seen anyone perform so many kicks in succession. Subsequently, the shuttlecock landed on the edge of Mo Rusu's shoe and flew away. She turned her gaze to see a young man extending his hand to catch the shuttlecock. Mo Rusu did not recognize him, but two girls nearby did and promptly bowed, saying, "We have met His Highness, the Prince of the Abyss." This individual was the same one who had covertly observed Mo Rusu at the gambling house last time. He lightly tossed the shuttlecock into the air, smiling as he kicked it towards her. However, Mo Rusu did not catch it. Instead, she seized the opportunity to bow gracefully. "Why did you not accept my shuttlecock?" he inquired with a smile. "I do not dare to overstep," she replied. He smiled again, his gaze lowering upon her. "Are you Mo Rusu?" "Yes," she answered softly, offering no further words. "I shall remember you," he declared before gliding past her. Mo Rusu rose and looked at his retreating figure, feeling a tinge of frustration. She seemed to have never interacted with this person, yet he appeared to have come with intent. "Sister Rusu, do you know His Highness?" asked a young girl, her voice crisp and bright. "I do not," Mo Rusu replied with a smile. At that moment, an elderly woman approached, smiling as she said, "Miss Mo, Madam Mo requests your presence." "Mother?" "Yes," the woman replied, slightly bowing her head. "She is waiting for you at the Shiliang Pavilion." "Then please lead the way." Mo Rusu responded lightly, and the woman began to guide her. The Shiching Manor was expansive, bustling with activity. Yet this area was rather secluded. Mo Rusu paused briefly, inquiring, "Where exactly is it?" "Just ahead." The woman pointed towards a shaded area where a small pavilion was faintly visible. "Where is my mother?" "She has likely not yet arrived." "You may go ahead and wait. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, the woman departed hastily. Mo Rusu made no attempt to stop her, watching her leave with curiosity about the pavilion. The way the woman had brought her here and then rushed off felt somewhat suspicious. As she approached the pavilion cautiously, she discovered that it indeed housed a person. However, it was a lifeless body, swaying gently in the breeze. The figure she had glimpsed was merely that of the deceased woman. Mo Rusu furrowed her brow. She had been led to this pavilion only to encounter a dead woman. Despite an ominous premonition, she remained, driven by a desire to uncover the circumstances of the woman's demise. As her hand rested upon the corpse, a golden light appeared before her eyes. The image revealed the woman lying grotesquely on the ground, before being lifted by a pair of large hands and hung from a prepared noose with practiced ease. However, Mo Rusu could not discern the killer's face, only their hands. They asked for the reason behind the woman's death. She pondered, yet the previous images did not manifest. Mo Rusu felt perplexed. Previously, when a young eunuch had died in the palace, she had seen the circumstances leading to his silencing. Yet, with this woman, there was nothing. She didn't even know who the woman was. Another possibility arose. The woman's death might not have stemmed from a specific reason, merely being a random act of murder, unlike the eunuch's death, which was tied to a motive. Naturally, silencing someone involves a reason. And that reason was related to her. As Rusu contemplated this, a woman's startled voice broke through. Oh my, Rusu, what are you doing? She turned to see the first madam had arrived, accompanied by 5 or 6 other women. One of them, whom Rusu recognized as the wife of Minister Hu, was particularly close to the first madam and shared her disdain for Rusu, often mocking her whenever they met. Rusu felt no fear towards her, but this time, the situation seemed hard to articulate. Seeing Rusu silent, Madam Hu grew even angrier. Rusu, do not think that your father's reputation grants you the audacity to disregard your elders. Rusu shook her head. Madam Hu, you misunderstand. I was merely contemplating matters. Contemplating? Madam Hu scoffed. You, a scatterbrain, dare to claim you were thinking, scatterbrain. Upon hearing that word, Rusu instinctively narrowed her eyes, an unpleasant sensation surging within her. Rusu, the first madam finally spoke. Did you kill her? Why have you done this? Rusu shook her head. Mother, I did not kill her, nor did I see who the murderer was. Yet, it was frustrating to be wrongfully accused of being the killer. But when we arrived, we found you tugging at her clothes. Mother, you know my duty is to investigate. Upon seeing this person dead here, how could I not examine the situation, although Rusu's reasoning was sound? It was futile to awaken one who feigned ignorance. The first madam displayed an expression of disappointment. Rusu, I truly did not expect you to be this kind of person. Rusu longed to ask. What kind of person do you perceive me to be? Yet she held back, not out of submission to the first madam, but to avoid clouding her judgment regarding the entire case. Madam Hu chimed in. This truly tarnishes the family's reputation. Rusu regarded her with a cold smile. Madam Hu, what do you mean by that? Oh, is my meaning not clear enough? Madam Hu replied sarcastically. You can only blame yourself for your inability to comprehend. Rusu struggled to control her trembling hands, resisting the urge to strike her. Madam Hu, did you witness me committing murder? Do you have any evidence? Of course. So many people saw it. It was clearly you who killed her. We all witnessed it. Did we not? Chapter 95. He comes with hatred. Rusu inhaled deeply, the corners of her lips lifting as her gaze swept over the group. Among the women who had come with the first madam, she recognized several, including Madame Sui, the wife of the current Prime Minister. It was evident that the first madam had meticulously selected her companions, with the loudmouth Madame Hu drawing attention. Madame Sui would surely solidify their stance, making it difficult for Rusu to clear her name. Seeing Rusu silent, the first madam feigned sorrow. Rusu, have you come to a realization? Regardless of who this person is, you have taken a life, which is of utmost significance. You should just admit it. The family will show you leniency. Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? Rusu mocked inwardly. Not only would she not trust her, even the original owner of this body would never believe her words. Mother, I did not kill her. I came here at your invitation, only to find this woman hanging here, and hence wished to investigate. Rusu paused. How can you label me a murderer just because I was present at the scene? The first madam shook her head in despair. Rusu, I have wronged you by indulging you for too long, leading you to not only take a life, but also lack the courage to face it. This is all my fault. Rusu wanted to retort that it was her grandfather who spoiled her, not the first madam. As for the first madam, she should be grateful that she hadn't been harmed. She exerted effort to maintain her composure in front of the crowd. At that moment, Madame Sui interjected. We truly did not witness you committing murder. We only saw you standing by the body. How about this? I have heard of your talent for solving cases. Why not take the lead in uncovering the murderer, which would clear your name and restore your honor? Madame Hu jeered. Oh, does she dare? What if she ends up finding herself as the culprit? That would truly be laughable. Rusu's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well, I shall accept your challenge. Just then, a group hurriedly approached, led by Lord Shiqing, accompanied by his wife and several others. Upon arriving at the Shiliang Pavilion, they were taken aback by the scene before them. What has happened? Lord Shiqing inquired, before exclaiming, Mengxiang, quickly, bring her down. Mengxiang was Lord Shiqing's concubine, recently married. Despite his advanced age, he delighted in taking younger wives, and his household already boasted 7 or 8 concubines. Someone rushed forward to lower the body, only to declare, Lord Shiqing, she is beyond saving. Rusu looked up to see that the speaker was Tai Rulong, accompanied by the coroner from the local government. She recognized both, especially the coroner, with whom she had collaborated on numerous occasions. Renowned throughout the capital, Tai Rulong's expression was cold, and in his eyes, Rusu perceived the seeds of hatred taking root. She instinctively adopted a vigilant stance towards him. The man was somewhat capricious and obstinate. Previously, the death of Wenxiu had struck him profoundly. However, Rusu had already clarified that she had no connection to the incident, attributing it solely to Narcissus. Yet, he stubbornly believed that all involved were culpable. Whether directly or indirectly causing Winxio's demise, Marusu felt helpless. She had done her utmost, but some individuals were inherently obstinate, prone to fixating on trivial matters. Her intuition warned her that Tai Rulong's arrival was certainly not for benevolent purposes. While she pondered, Madame Hu had already stated, the situation is as follows. Thus, Madame Hu vividly recounted the entire sequence of events, her voice resonating throughout the pavilion. Fortunately, she did not spread rumors but recounted everything truthfully. In the end, she suddenly pointed at Marusu, declaring, "We suspect that she is responsible for the death." Master Shiching could not help but cast a pained glance at Marusu, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. "Miss Marusu, did you do this?" This simple query revealed Master Shiching's character. Despite his immense grief, his tone remained polite and inquisitive. Before Marusu could respond, Tai Rulong's cold voice interrupted, "Marusu, do you have anything to say in your defense? If not, come with me to the magistrate's office to record a statement and await detention for the magistrate's inquiry." He spoke so casually, his face betraying no emotion, making Marusu feel as if she were confronting a lifeless entity. Marusu replied, "Of course, I have something to defend myself with. I did not kill this person, nor do I know her. Their suspicions are unfounded, as no one has witnessed me committing the act. This cannot serve as evidence in court." Madame Sui, a woman of integrity, asserted, "Indeed, there is no direct evidence proving that Miss Marusu committed the murder. Therefore, I have appointed her to investigate the true culprit. Once she identifies the murderer, her innocence will be automatically vindicated." Master Shiching nodded, acknowledging Madame Sui's reasoning. With the endorsement of both Madame Sui and Master Shiching, Tai Rulong dared not object, coldly stating, "Then, as Madame Sui suggests, let Marusu prove her innocence." Marusu understood that had it not been for Madame Sui, Tai Rulong would never have allowed her to defend herself. She might have already been dragged away from the Shiching residence. She slightly bowed to Madame Sui in gratitude and began, "Allow me to recount the entire sequence of events I experienced. Previously, I was playing shuttlecock with Zhu Yu and a few others. Then, an old woman approached, claiming my mother had summoned me to the Shiliang pavilion. As we walked ahead, the old woman suddenly found an excuse to leave. And I vaguely noticed movement within the pavilion, so I came over. Upon arrival, I discovered someone hanging inside. I intended to rescue her, but unfortunately, my mother and the others arrived just then, and they immediately accused me of causing her death." Marusu's account was crystal clear, and she had not uttered a single falsehood. She added, "Master Shiching, I do not know this concubine Mingxiang. There is truly no reason for me to harm her." Master Shiching nodded, affirming Marusu's statement. They were indeed strangers, making it impossible for her to kill Mingxiang at that moment. Madame Shiching tentatively suggested, "Could it be that she took her own life?" In the Shiching residence, although Madame Shiching was the head matron, her standing was precarious. She had borne only 2 daughters, both of whom were married, and Master Shiching did not treat her well. Had it not been for her influential family, she might have already been ousted from her position. Today marked the full moon celebration of Master Shiching's eldest grandson, a child of a concubine, which had little to do with Madame Shiching. Therefore, even in the face of a death, Madame Shiching remained surprisingly calm and detached. How could she possibly take her own life? Master Shiching exclaimed angrily. Last night, she spoke of returning to her family in a few days, discussing what gifts she would bring. How could she choose today to end her life? Just then, the coroner interjected, "Master Shiching, your concubine was indeed strangled." "Miss Marusu," Master Shiching urged after hearing this, "you must help me find the murderer." Before the coroner revealed this conclusion, Master Shiching, though angry, still harbored suspicions that it could have been a suicide. However, upon receiving this definitive news, he could no longer contain himself, demanding justice for revenge. Marusu remained silent, and Madame Hu interjected, "Master Shiching, you are entrusting her with the investigation. I fear she may never succeed." Master Shiching retorted coldly, "I believe that righteousness will ultimately prevail. The truth will be uncovered." He neither accused Marusu of being the murderer nor dismissed her innocence. Marusu smiled, assuring, "I will do my utmost." She took the examination report from the coroner, learning that the deceased was named Mingxiang, 16 years old, Master Shiching's 8th concubine, who had been strangled, with the time of death not exceeding 1 hour. Marusu examined the report closely, finding no particularly useful clues. Reflecting on Mingxiang's final moments, though the murderer was not explicitly revealed, she deduced from the hands of the individual that they belonged to a man. The hands were smooth and well-groomed, suggesting their owner had not engaged in labor. However, such observations alone were insufficient to ascertain the identity of the culprit. "Marusu, I advise you to cease your futile struggles and confess." Tai Rulong remarked coldly, his gaze betraying deep-seated hatred. Had he truly succumbed to darkness? She pondered, recalling his previous hardships. "Captain Tai, why are you fixated on me for something I did not do? Just because I say I did not." Tai Rulong scoffed. "Do not forget Madame Sui's words. You must prove your innocence by identifying the true culprit. Otherwise, you will be deemed the murderer. His argument was tenuous, yet Madame Sway's implication was clear to all present. Rusu chose not to engage in debate, recognizing that the evidence collected from the scene was scant, and solving the case would require time. Even the most astute detective could not deduce the murderer solely from a cursory glance. Master Shiching lamented, "Miss Rusu, today is my eldest grandson's full moon celebration, a day I should have been joyful, yet this incident has left me profoundly distressed that I hope you can resolve this matter swiftly." Rusu nodded, expressing her understanding of his feelings. Madame Shiching suggested, "How about we continue the banquet while leaving a few individuals here to assist in the investigation?" Madame Hu eagerly declared, "I wish to stay. I am curious to see how she intends to catch the murderer." Rusu glanced at her, internally scoffing at Madame Hu's attempts to curry favor with the First Lady, wondering what benefits the First Lady had bestowed upon her. Surely the eighth concubine had her own maidservants, Rusu inquired. Madame Shiching replied, "She has her own courtyard and maidservants, but today, due to the numerous guests, her two maidservants were reassigned to assist in the front." She added, "Other concubines' maidservants were also reassigned, not just hers." Rusu contemplated, had she offended anyone prior? No. Master Shiching responded, "She has only been in the Shiching residence for a few months. It is improbable that she has made enemies." "What about her family? The family members from her side cannot reach here, so they can be ruled out. Today, for the full moon celebration of Master Shiching's grandson, only nobles from the court were invited, and none from the families of the concubines were present. Typically, families of good standing would not marry their daughters into a household as a concubine, unless the man was exceptionally outstanding. However, it was evident that Master Shiching was aging. Even though he had fared well in the court, his concubines were merely beautiful yet low-born women. In the rigid hierarchy of the Great Phoenix Dynasty, such families were unworthy of an invitation to the banquet. The absence of the eighth concubine's family members implied that all acquaintances from her maternal side could also be excluded. Rusu was confident that the well-groomed hands of the murderer could not belong to the impoverished individuals acquainted with the eighth concubine in her family. As she considered this, she instinctively narrowed down the suspects to those within the Shiching residence. She meticulously recalled every detail from the imagery, confirming that this was indeed the scene of the crime. The eighth concubine Mingxiang had been strangled here and subsequently hung in the pavilion. When did she arrive here? Why did she come here? Was she summoned by someone? If these mysteries could be unraveled, the truth of this case would come to light. Rusu asked, "Has anyone among you seen the eighth concubine today?" Madame Shiching remarked, "I have seen it. In the morning, I sent someone to her courtyard to borrow those two maidservants." "Has anyone seen them?" No one replied, indicating that no one had. This situation became rather troublesome, as this area is relatively remote, and thus, few people frequent it. Suddenly, Rusu realized something and inquired, "Mother, before I forget, you summoned me here for a reason, did you not?" She linked this matter to the First Lady, making it seem somewhat more resolvable. Chapter 97. Has someone betrayed us? Rusu felt that the First Lady's sudden request for her presence must have a purpose. Upon her arrival, the concubine of Lord Shiching had hanged herself there. Could this be mere coincidence? Rusu did not believe so. The First Lady, in a calm manner, replied, "Madame Sway has a son who is yet unmarried and wishes to meet you." Rusu raised her delicate brows slightly. "As for Madame Sway, I must apologize, for I already have someone in mind." This only reinforced her belief that today's gathering was connected to the First Lady. However, it was clear that the First Lady had put considerable thought into this arrangement. It was no wonder that Madame Sway was willing to offer Rusu a chance to clear her name. Was she deceived by the First Lady to come here for her son's matchmaking? In response to Rusu's refusal, Madame Sway merely smiled graciously. "No matter, it seems that Madame Mora does not know me well enough. Originally, the arrangement of my marriage was to be managed by my mother, but now that I have been conferred the title of County Princess, I can decide for myself." Madame Sway nodded. "If you have someone you cherish, I shall not insist. If not, you may consider meeting my son, Sway Ho." Rusu felt somewhat perplexed. Given Madame Sway's status and reputation, such words seemed unlikely to escape her lips. From this, Rusu sensed the weight Madame Sway placed on her. The First Lady remained silent, yet her expression was quite grim. Rusu's conversation with Madame Sway clearly conveyed to everyone that she had grown independent and was no longer under the First Lady's control. A fact that left the latter humiliated. Madame Hu cast a glance at her, lightly tapping her with her hand, a derisive smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her eyes filled with disdain. The First Lady understood that Madame Hu was insinuating that Rusu had no regard for her as the matriarch. Rusu did not provide a direct answer to Madame Sway's proposition, but merely offered a slight bow. "Since my mother summoned me here to discuss a marriage proposal, I do have a small question." "What question?" The First Lady, already seething with anger, found herself further incensed by Rusu's incessant inquiries. The First Lady was aware that Rusu was not easy to deal with. Her questions were likely laden with traps that in this dynasty. Marriages are typically arranged by parents and facilitated through matchmakers, which is indeed accurate. However, it is customary for both parties' parents to visit each other's homes for discussions. Why, then, was my mother arranging this meeting at the Shiching estate, especially in this secluded pavilion? Rusu found this puzzling. The First Lady was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated Rusu would pose such a question. Fortunately, Madam Who interjected, "What's the issue? Don't forget you are merely a concubine's daughter. Even if you were the biological child of Madame Moru, as long as she has the authority, this matter is not problematic. If both parties are amenable, an initial meeting can be arranged, and if all is agreeable, a formal visit can follow." The First Lady nodded in agreement. Rusu smiled, acknowledging Madame Who's reasoning. After all, she was but a concubine's daughter. As she spoke, her gaze shifted lightly to Madame Sui, who must be aware of this, correct? "Indeed," Madame Sui replied, maintaining her calm demeanor. "I know quite a bit about you, but your reputation has greatly improved. I am eager to meet you." Her words were skillfully crafted, deftly alleviating the First Lady's embarrassment while praising Rusu, which made both parties feel at ease and elevated her own standing. By tomorrow, the entire capital would likely know that Madame Sui was an exceptionally generous individual, willing to accept even a concubine's daughter for her son's marriage. Rusu then asked, "If that is the case, why did Mother bring so many people along?" The First Lady forced a smile. "I merely thought this meeting should be casual and relaxed. Being overly formal would be inappropriate." While this reasoning held merit, Rusu continued, "However, when you previously suggested my marriage to young Master Su, I clearly stated that I already had someone in mind, and why marriage is not something you need to concern yourself with. Why then would you undertake today's actions? Moreover, my father has also stated he will no longer interfere with my marriage matters." Upon hearing this, Madame Sui's expression shifted instantaneously. Rusu's words were strikingly direct. First, she pointed out that just days earlier, the First Lady had intended to match her with young Master Su, a person of considerable repute, of whom Madame Sui must have heard. After Rusu's rejection, the First Lady hastily sought to introduce her to her son. This raised significant questions in Madame Sui's mind. Did the First Lady perceive no distinction between young Master Su and her own son, perhaps even considering her son inferior? Furthermore, since Rusu had already clearly rejected the First Lady, asserting she had someone she cherished, what was the meaning of the First Lady's continued insistence? Consequently, Madame Sui's ire flared. "Madame Moru, is this truly appropriate?" The First Lady hurriedly interjected. "It was my momentary impulse. Please do not be upset." Madame Sui scoffed. "Take care of yourself. Do not meddle in my son Suiho's marriage affairs again." At that moment, Tai Rulong exclaimed, "What is this?" He picked up a sachet from the nearby grass. Everyone turned to look. Even Madame Sui, who had intended to leave, paused and turned to observe. She contemplated staying to witness Rusu's capabilities and whether she could turn the tide. "Rusu?" Madame Who gasped. "This bears the embroidered characters from Rusu." The First Lady exclaimed, "Rusu, what is the meaning of this?" Tai Rulong's gaze was icy as he fixed his stare on Rusu. "Rusu, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Even Lord Shiching and Madame Sui cast inquiring glances her way. Rusu immediately recognized the sachet as hers, yet she replied, "Allow me to see if it is indeed mine." Tai Rulong handed the sachet to her, and as Rusu examined it closely, she confirmed it was indeed hers. She seldom adorned herself with such items, which indicated it had been stolen from her room. Was it possible that one of the maidservants around her had betrayed her? Chapter 98. An in-depth investigation. Rusu then stated calmly, "This sachet is indeed mine." Tai Rulong sneered. "So you admit it? Then come with me to the magistrate's office to clarify this matter. What is your motive for murder?" "Captain Tai," Rusu countered, "I merely claimed this sachet is mine. I did not confess to killing anyone." Tai Rulong scoffed. "This sachet was found in the grass, and you just arrived here. How could you have left your sachet in the grass?" "The only explanation is that the deceased struggled with you before her death, tearing off your sachet in the process, which fell to the ground. Then, you ruthlessly killed her, and when we arrived, you pretended to have just arrived." Rusu realized that Tai Rulong was no longer the same person he had been. While he had once been a principled captain, he now sought to fabricate evidence against her. Rusu replied, "Captain Tai, your reasoning is quite astute, yet it remains mere speculation that in truth, I have not lied, not even a word." Tai Rulong was unwilling to listen to her defense. Even if her words were true, he would act according to his own narrative. At this moment, Madame Sui interjected, "While I may not understand the intricacies of case solving, I do comprehend that, Captain Tai, your assertions, though seemingly reasonable, do not withstand scrutiny. You claim that Miss Moru is the murderer who feigned suicide. Yet what evidence do you possess to substantiate this? After all, no one witnessed her actions. It is merely your conjecture. Such words were articulated with finesse. Marusa could not help but wish to applaud Madame Sway. For at last, someone was willing to stand by her side. The sachet is evidence, Tai Rulong insisted, attempting to cling to his argument. One cannot solely condemn Miss Moru based on a sachet, Madame Sway stated. Casting a glance at Lord Shiqing, what say you? Madame Sway spoke wisely. Although Ming Xiang was my most cherished concubine, her untimely demise has left me engulfed in profound sorrow. Nevertheless, while I am determined not to overlook the perpetrator, I am even more reluctant to implicate any innocent souls. Rusu expressed her gratitude for Lord Shiqing's words, offering a slight bow to the two individuals present. She then continued. Since this sachet has appeared at the scene of the incident, and it has been confirmed that it did not fall from my possession, it indicates that someone is plotting against me. Pausing momentarily, she cast her gaze once more upon the first wife. Mother, you invited me here, yet we were met with the tragedy of Aunt 8's death. Furthermore, the sachet that should have been in my chamber has instead ended up at the crime scene. Mother, what on earth is happening? Initially, no one had considered the first wife a suspect. However, upon Rusu's mention, doubts began to arise regarding her involvement. The first wife, unable to let Rusu divert the crowd's attention so easily, interjected, Rusu, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am the culprit? The daughter dared not respond, and Rusu understood that this was certainly not the doing of the first wife. A woman as astute as she would likely only orchestrate the scheme, leaving the execution to others, ensuring that if anything went awry, she could easily absolve herself. Rusu's mind raced. Aunt 8 had been killed by a man who appeared to be relatively young and well-groomed. What could their relationship have been? Had Aunt 8 been lured here under false pretenses, only to meet her demise? Did they know each other at that moment? The coroner, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Miss Mo, there is something I neglected to mention while examining the body. What is it? Rusu inquired, her heart quickening at the prospect of a new revelation. I discovered that Aunt 8 was pregnant, he stated, glancing at Lord Shiqing, concerned that the news might cause him distress. Upon hearing this, Lord Shiqing's face twitched, his eyes glistening with tears. The loss of a life intertwined with another is a profound cruelty. I must ensure that the murderer faces the most severe retribution. Only then can my heart's resentment be assuaged. Rusu, moved by his anguish, recognized the weight of this revelation upon Lord Shiqing. He was already a grandfather. This child represented a late blessing in his life, a joy that had now been snatched away. Lord Shiqing, please accept my condolences. I will do everything in my power to bring the culprit to justice. Madam Who interjected, just be careful not to become the one who faces the consequences. Rusu felt an overwhelming urge to silence her with a handful of clay. Miss Mo, I entrust everything to you. I have faith in your abilities, Lord Shiqing said, knowing that Rusu bore no grudge against Aunt 8, and thus had no motive to harm her. Rusu expressed her desire to visit Aunt 8's quarters. Situated in a rather secluded corner, Aunt 8's residence, the Yunxiang Pavilion, was modest compared to the grandeur of Shiqing Manor, which housed many concubines. Despite its location, the interior was exquisitely arranged, suggesting that Lord Shiqing held a genuine affection for Aunt 8. Rusu meticulously observed the premises, noting its distance from the earlier gathering at the Shiliang Pavilion. It struck her as peculiar that she had suddenly ventured there on the occasion of the grandson's full moon banquet. Rusu, you have seen Aunt 8's quarters. Do you have any further requests? Madam Whose tone dripped with sarcasm. Yes, replied Rusu. Who else frequents the Yunxiang Pavilion besides Aunt 8? The two maidservants attend to her. Lady Shiqing responded. They are busy up front at the moment. I need to speak with them. Bring Ziyuan and Jinlan here, and do so swiftly. Rusu commanded. Upon entering Aunt 8's bedroom, her gaze fell upon a vibrant pot of flowers by the window. It was not the flowers themselves that captivated her attention, but rather the unusual stand upon which they rested, a pair of flower racks of differing heights. Positioned on the lower stand, it was obscured from view outside the window. That moment, Ziyuan and Jinlan arrived, rushing in. After briefly inquiring about their roles, Rusu asked, Do you both serve her day and night? Yes, they replied, heads bowed, speaking softly. Has Aunt 8 exhibited any unusual behavior of late? Rusu pressed further. With whom did Aunt 8 typically socialize in the household? Aunt 8 is usually very quiet, spending most of her time here in the Yunxiang Pavilion, rarely venturing out. So, she is a woman of decorum and propriety. Rusu pondered. Does she not engage with anyone else in the manor? She does not interact much. She arrived later than the others, and the older ladies are all cultured and refined. She does not dare to approach them. Rusu glanced at Lady Shiqing, who offered little expression, yet Rusu discerned a hint of disdain in her eyes. Did Aunt 8 receive any visitors today? We were summoned early to assist, and at that time, Aunt 8 had just finished breakfast and was resting in the courtyard. Are you aware that Aunt 8 was pregnant? Not at all, Ziyuan replied, her tone nonchalant. Before falling silent, a sense of unease washed over Rusu. She suspected Ziyuan was withholding something. I have some personal inquiries I wish to discuss with each of you separately. Lord Shiqing, please arrange for them to be confined to different rooms, she requested. Lord Shiqing promptly instructed his servants to comply. Rusu then entered a room alone, finding Ziyuan kneeling on the floor with her head bowed. Ziyuan, do you understand why I have separated you for questioning? Miss Mo, we are unaware of your intentions, she replied. Rusu smiled. You must have some inkling, do you not? How long have you served Aunt 8? I have served her since she entered the manor, Ziyuan answered plainly. Rusu scrutinized her. You know Aunt 8 was pregnant, do you not? I do not know, Ziyuan insisted. With a cold smirk, Rusu retorted. Aunt 8 has died. Are you aware of that? What are you saying? Ziyuan gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could she possibly be dead? She was murdered. The identity of the assailant remains unknown. No, Ziyuan's eyes brimmed with tears, her body trembling like a fragile leaf in a storm. Once she regained her composure, Rusu continued, I am investigating her death, and you must cooperate with me to apprehend the murderer swiftly. I do not know. Ziyuan shook her head vehemently. No, you do know. Rusu's tone turned icy. A normal person would react in shock upon learning of their mistress's pregnancy and subsequent death. Yet your calm demeanor suggests prior knowledge, given that you, a mere maid, were aware of Aunt 8's condition, while Lord Shiqing remained oblivious. This raises significant doubts regarding the child's paternity. Please, do not tarnish Aunt 8's reputation. Ziyuan cried, wiping her tears. Is her reputation truly more valuable than her life? Do you not comprehend that if the murderer remains at large, countless slanders will be cast upon her name, and she will find no justice, only further disgrace? Besides, even if you remain silent, Jinlan will undoubtedly speak out. That if you conceal the truth, it will only lead to Aunt 8's unrest. Rusu's voice was as cold as ice. Jinlan will not remain silent. She understands the importance of preserving Aunt 8's dignity. You believe Lord Shiqing would forgive you for your complicity in the concealment of truth. You would face the most brutal punishment in Shiqing Manor, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Enough? Ziyuan trembled with fear, resembling a leaf poised to fall in a tempest. Our Mo family is not inferior to your Shiqing family. I have witnessed the horrors of your manor's punishment chambers. If you refuse to speak, I assure you Lord Shiqing will issue an immediate command to send you there. Why then? You will have no chance to atone for your silence. Hearing this, Ziyuan suddenly retrieved a small jade vial from her pouch and drank from it. Marusa never anticipated that she would commit such an act. By the time she realized her actions, the corners of Ziyuan's lips had begun to seep blood. And soon after, life slipped away from her. That moment, Lord Shiqing entered from outside, remarking on the fierce nature of the maid. It seemed the situation was not so simple. Marusu suggested, let us check on Jinlan. Upon their arrival at Jinlan's quarters, they discovered that she too had taken poison and ended her life. Marusu furrowed her brow, questioning, did the maids in your household carry poison with them? Lord Shiqing shook his head. Troubled, that cannot be. They must have anticipated today's events and prepared the poison in advance. As Marusa gazed upon the lifeless body on the ground, she realized that the only two individuals privy to the truth were now deceased. Severing any potential leads, let us place their bodies in the ice room to prevent decomposition in the heat, she instructed. She clarified that by decomposition, she meant the corruption of the body, not any transformation. Upon stepping outside, she found Tai Rulong and others still waiting. Upon her emergence, Tai Rulong inquired, did you learn anything? No, Marusa shook her head. Both are dead. Both? Tai Rulong expressed surprise. That seems rather coincidental. Marusu replied, they chose to end their lives rather than divulge the truth. Did they say anything? He pressed. Nothing. Marusu's voice was tinged with sorrow. They simply took poison and departed. A slight relief washed over Tai Rulong's expression. As the narrative unfolded, Marusu's mind began to formulate new theories. She suspected that Tai Rulong might also be involved, capable of feigning shock, but his eyes betrayed him. Having studied psychology in her modern life, she could discern the subtle shifts in one's gaze, revealing their inner thoughts. Tai Rulong soon reverted to his previous indifference, stating, so, you were unable to solve this case. I cannot say for certain if I will succeed, but a solution will present itself. Marusa replied. Now that we have lost the two most crucial witnesses, what evidence can you possibly find? In the face of Tai Rulong's cold mockery, Marusa calmly responded, there's no need for you to worry about that. Captain Tai Rulong retorted, do not forget, if you cannot prove your innocence, I have the authority to have you detained. Rusu merely glanced at him before turning to Lord Shiqing. Lord Shiqing, were these two maids born into your household? No, they were both sold from impoverished families nearby. He clarified, do they still have contact with their families? Rusu inquired. Yes, Lord Shiqing replied, I am quite liberal. I provide monthly wages for these bought servants, allowing some to support their families. Rusu, being astute and experienced with numerous cases, immediately concluded that Ziyuan and Jinlan had been coerced, compelled to choose death for the safety of their families. This thought stirred a profound sympathy within her. Yet, despite her compassion, she recognized the necessity of solving this case. Otherwise, she could face dire consequences, jeopardizing her hard-won reputation. At that moment, a voice announced, His Highness, the Prince of Clouds, has arrived. Feng Yunsan is here. Lord Shiqing hastily adjusted his attire and knelt in greeting. Upon seeing Feng Yunsan, Tai Rulong's expression shifted slightly. He was aware of the close relationship between Feng Yunsan and Rusu and feared that the prince might intervene. However, in front of so many witnesses, Feng Yunsan would likely refrain from overt favoritism, as it could harm his own prospects. Without acknowledging anyone else, Feng Yunsan simply uttered, no need for formalities, before approaching Maru. Miss Marusu, have you encountered troubles? Marusu smiled. There are some troubles, but they are not insurmountable. Feng Yunsan's presence provided her with a sense of reassurance. With him by her side, she felt far from isolated. She succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. And Feng Yunsan nodded, quickly grasping what needed to be done. He whispered a few instructions to Baiyu, who promptly took his leave. Tai Rulong, growing impatient, pressed, what is your next course of action, Marusu? The case appears chaotic at first glance, but I have some leads forming in my mind. Please be patient and allow me to analyze the situation, she replied. Lady Shiqing had been silently standing beside Lord Shiqing, her expression inscrutable. Initially, Marusu had considered Lady Shiqing the prime suspect, driven by jealousy of the favored concubine who had become pregnant. However, upon reflection, she realized it was implausible that Lady Shiqing would know of the concubine's condition, as even Lord Shiqing was unaware. Lord Shiqing, has the concubine ventured out recently? Marusu inquired. No. He responded, Mengxiang has not left since her arrival. I ensure she has everything she requires. Where is the physician? Marusu asked. Summon him for questioning, Lord Shiqing ordered. The physician arrived shortly thereafter. Physician, has the concubine expressed any ailments to you lately? Marusu questioned. Yes, the physician stammered. A few days ago, she mentioned feeling drowsy and that her menstruation had ceased for several days. Upon examination, I determined she was with child. Marusu's tone turned icy. And why did you not inform Lord Shiqing? The physician, growing increasingly fearful, replied, I intended to, but the concubine insisted I wait, wishing to surprise the Lord. So you concealed this matter, did you? Yes, he admitted, his voice barely audible. Marusu glanced at Lord Shiqing and inquired, who are the young adult males in your household, excluding the servants? Tai Rulong interjected with sarcasm. Marusu, could you not conduct yourself in a more orderly fashion? Your questioning is rather erratic. Captain Tai, Marusu's voice turned frosty, I am the one conducting the inquiry here. You have no right to interject like a gossiping woman. Her words struck Tai Rulong like a blow, leaving him visibly enraged. After addressing him, Marusu returned to Lord Shiqing. It is best to summon those who reside here. Aside from my sons, only my eldest son-in-law remains. Lord Shiqing stated. Before he could finish, Lady Shiqing interjected, my son-in-law is upright and would never engage in any wrongdoing. He is here solely to accompany my daughter. Marusu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I am merely following procedure. There is no need for such agitation, madam. Lord Shiqing asked, shall we summon them? Yes, Marusu affirmed. Lord Shiqing commanded, bring forth my sons and sons-in-law. Soon, 5 individuals arrived. Lord Shiqing's 3 sons and 2 sons-in-law. Tai Rulong, ever the provocateur, remarked, Marusu, do pay attention, lest you accuse the wrong person again. Marusu responded with a cold smile. There is no need for your concern. Her gaze swept over Lord Shiqing's sons, dismissing the youngest and then eliminating the plumper son-in-law. Only 3 individuals remained. The eldest son, Shiqing Yao, whose child had just celebrated its first month, the second son, Shiqing Fei, and the eldest son-in-law, Lan Ruaching. Could the culprit be among them? Suddenly, Marusu commanded, extend your hands. Reluctantly, the 3 men complied, and she dismissed the second son. Now only 2 remained. Marusu contemplated that the hands of these 2 bore a striking resemblance to those she had seen in her visions, both of whom were suspect. Shiqing Yu had one wife who had given birth to a son, now a month old. After nearly a year of marriage, could he, as a normal man, resist temptation, it was uncertain. Of course, he might seek solace in the arms of courtesans elsewhere as for lawn watching. While he claimed to be accompanying his wife back to her family, the nature of his relationship with the concubine remained ambiguous. Rusu scrutinized their fingers once more, but could not discern anything definitive. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, drawing her to the adjoining room. There lay the 3 corpses, and Lord Shiching had arranged for ice to be brought in. Rendering the chamber chillingly cold, Rusu approached Ziyuan's body, placing her hand upon it, and visions of Ziyuan's demise unfolded before her. As Rusu pondered the reasons behind her own demise, a flash of insight struck her mind. Before her, she envisioned a young child being dragged away, while 2 elderly figures wept in despair. It became evident that this tragic scene was the catalyst for her suicide. Rusu sighed inwardly. Indeed, Ziyuan had been coerced. She placed her hand gently on Jean Lan, noting a similar plight. Rising to her feet, she turned to the coroner and inquired, "Esteemed coroner, could you enlighten me on the nature of the poison that claimed the lives of these 2 individuals?" The coroner, bowing respectfully, replied, "Miss Rusu, they succumbed to the effects of a substance known as hualusha." "What sort of poison is hualusha?" Feng Yunshin whispered into her ear. "It is a toxin originating from the western regions. Appearing as a delicate, gauzy liquid. Is this poison common in the capital?" she asked. "It is relatively prevalent, given its extreme lethality that can lead to instant death." Rusu frowned at this revelation. "If the investigation led through the realm of pharmacology proved futile, would there be a record of sales at the apothecary?" "There are records, but many unscrupulous merchants, seeking profit, neglect to document their transactions," the coroner explained. This made the task exceedingly arduous. If the route through medication was obstructed, it seemed a new path must be forged. At that moment, Bai returned, accompanied by 2 elderly figures, whose tear-streaked faces betrayed their immense sorrow. Rusu recognized them instantly as Ziyuan's parents, identical to their appearances in her vision. "Are you Ziyuan's parents?" she asked gently. "Yes," Ziyuan's father replied. "We were summoned here for a reason, though we are uncertain of its significance." Without disclosing Ziyuan's passing, Rusu inquired, "Aside from Ziyuan, do you have another son?" "Yes, we have a younger brother," Ziyuan's father confirmed. "But yesterday, someone came and abducted our son." "Have you reported this to the authorities?" "No." He shook his head. "They threatened us, warning that if we informed anyone, our son would be killed. They promised to return him in 2 days. They are honest folk. They have never encountered such intimidation before, and were too frightened to speak up." "What manner of individuals were they? Do you have any knowledge?" Rusu pressed. "That I do not know. They appeared quite menacing, and I fear for my son's return." Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. Feng Yunshin's gaze swept over Bai, and, after receiving confirmation, he reassured Rusu, "Do not worry, Miss Rusu. Aid is on its way." Rusu nodded appreciatively at him. "Thank you, Your Highness." Feng Yunshin's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes reflecting the depth of a serene spring, as if capturing myriad landscapes within that moment. Madame, who could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Rusu, it grows late. If we linger any longer, we shall miss our meal. My stomach is near to starving." As her words fell, Feng Yunshin coldly interjected, "Have someone escort this Madame Hu to the kitchen. Let her eat her fill before releasing her." "Your Highness." Madame Hu stammered, visibly frightened, "I am not hungry at all. Please do not trouble yourself." She quickly retreated behind the matriarch. What was Feng Yunshin truly scheming? This thought rippled through the minds of the onlookers. Could the rumors be true? Had Feng Yunshin developed an affection for the illegitimate daughter? Rusu? Such a notion was nearly unfathomable. Rusu was indeed remarkable, yet her reputation was tarnished, and as a concubine, her marrying a legitimate son of a prominent family would raise no eyebrows. However, for her to become the rightful consort of a prince was entirely astonishing. Suddenly, the matriarch smiled and tentatively queried, "Rusu, you have consistently rejected my proposals for a match. Might it be that the one you hold dear is none other than His Highness?" Rusu merely smiled faintly. "Mother, I shall handle my own affairs regarding marriage. You need not concern yourself." By neither affirming nor denying, Rusu deftly sidestepped the matter as she spoke. Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Feng Yunshin, only to discover a glimmer of anticipation within his eyes. What was he anticipating? Rusu feigned ignorance and continued with an air of nonchalance, "Your Highness, who do you believe the perpetrator to be?" Feng Yunshin paused momentarily. "I have yet to piece together the clues." With her presence, he found his thoughts dulled. Witnessing her unravel the mystery was the most exquisite spectacle in his eyes, a joy unmatched in the world. At that moment, Qichin approached, followed by several others. Among them was a child, Ziyuan's younger brother, who rushed into his mother's embrace. "Mother, my dear child." They wept together, sorrow overwhelming them. Marusu acknowledged Feng Yunshin's swift action, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your prompt response." Feng Yunshin merely smiled, his expression radiating charm, but Marusu's eyes fell upon a man in their company, the very figure she had seen in her vision, a fearsome presence marked by scars. "Why did you abduct their son?" she demanded. "It was a misunderstanding," he retorted. "I simply found him endearing and wished to take him." Marusu laughed softly. "You claim you merely wished to adopt him. Very well." Turning to the young boy, she reassured him. "Do not be afraid. Little one. Please tell me what he did to you after he took you. I'm scared," as Yuan's mother urged. "Do not fear. This sister is a kind soul." "Yes, but they hurt me, and they wouldn't feed me. They said they would sell me in a few days." Marusu shot a glare at the scarred man. "Did you hear that? If you truly found him endearing, would you treat him this way? Is this your version of affection?" The scarred man narrowed his eyes at the child. "I treated you well. How dare you not speak the truth?" The child, frightened, began to cry, while Marusu lifted the boy's shirt. "Look at these bruises. Were they not inflicted by you? Shall we summon the coroner to verify if they are fresh?" This time, the scarred man fell silent, unable to retort. Feng Yunshin smirked slightly as he approached the man. He shouted, "Your misdeeds in the capital are notorious. How dare you openly engage in child abduction?" The man's demeanor shifted drastically upon realizing the identity of the finely dressed figure before him. He understood that this man could easily end his life or annihilate his entire clan. "Please, spare my life," he shouted, pleaded. Feng Yunshin's cold laughter echoed. "I have no interest in your life, but should you fail to cooperate, I will not hesitate to end you." He shouted, collapsed to the ground, his expression desolate as he wrestled with his thoughts. Marusu, however, paid him no mind. Her attention was fixed on Shi Qingyao and Lan Ruoqing, whose changing expressions intrigued her. Finally, he shouted, pointed a trembling finger at Lan Ruoqing. "He offered me 100 taels to abduct this child." Lan Ruoqing exploded with anger. "You lie. I do not even know you. How could I provide you with silver to commit such heinous acts?" Marusu interjected calmly. "Lan Ruoqing, I suspected you from the outset, but lacked evidence. Now, with a witness, will you still deny it? He speaks nonsense." "Why would I admit to such a thing?" Lan Ruoqing fumed, his eyes glinting with malice. "I have been observing you both." When Xiaodian arrived, Shi Qing's demeanor was entirely composed, but yours was quite the opposite. "Do you truly believe the words of a notorious criminal? Marusu, you are exceedingly presumptuous." Lan Ruoqing spat, his countenance darkening. Feng Yunshin glanced at Marusu, noticing her unwavering calm, and he smiled softly. "Lan Ruoqing, do not be so hasty. Allow me to speak." The handsome visage of Lan Ruoqing clouded with anger. Marusu continued, "Let us clarify the events at hand. They are not overly complex. Setting aside your reasons for framing me, let us focus on the sequence of this incident." Feng Yunshin gazed at Marusu, who exuded confidence, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. "First, in my eyes, you are the murderer of Auntie Ba. Why did you wish to end her life?" This question has lingered in my mind. Initially, I did not suspect you. I was merely contemplating the motives behind the act of murder. However, through careful investigation, I discovered that Auntie Ba was pregnant, unbeknownst to Shi Qinglao. And the doctor was aware but remained silent. Therein lies a mystery. In the Shi Qing mansion, if a concubine is with child, it is typically announced with pride. From that moment, I began to suspect that the unborn child was not Shi Qinglao's. If that were the case, it was highly probable that the father was the murderer. Today, amidst a gathering of guests, Auntie Ba, with her pregnancy, ventured to the Shiliang pavilion, only to meet her tragic end there. If it were you, what would be the first thought that crossed your mind? The murderer she went to meet must surely be the child's father. The 8th concubine had only recently become acquainted with the murderer, having met him only after her marriage. Suddenly, Tai Rulong inquired, "Why do you say that?" Rusu smiled and replied, "Because the 8th concubine comes from a poor family and seldom had the opportunity to meet wealthy scions like Lan Ruoqing. After marrying into the Shiqing mansion, she began a life free from worries. Yet as a young girl, she was filled with fantasies about her beloved, unaware that her husband was a man old enough to be her father. Under such circumstances, had she not been provoked, she might have lived her life in such a manner. However, once someone reached out to her, she would inevitably fall for it, which led to her becoming pregnant. She hoped to marry this person and live as husband and wife for a lifetime, rather than having a fleeting romance." Rusu. Tai Rulong scoffed. "You truly have a vivid imagination. If the man resides here, they could meet at any time. Why wait until today, of all days? Today is indeed a propitious day." "Yes, today is indeed a remarkable day, which is why there are so many people in the mansion." Rusu replied. They must have discussed this topic before, perhaps even parting on unfriendly terms. So today, the murderer likely came prepared. From the scene of death, It appeared that the eighth concubine was summoned by the murderer, albeit unknowingly walking into a trap that I suspect she must have said something to provoke him. Feng Yinshan remarked, I can almost deduce the truth. The murderer is determined to kill her because she has been using this opportunity to declare her intentions to the world. Naturally, the murderer would object to this and thus killed her. Mo Rusu smiled. Your Highness is quite right. Perhaps that is exactly what the eighth concubine intended. Tai Rulong inquired further. Moreover, the eighth concubine has remained in this courtyard and has not left. How could she rendezvous with her lover? Wouldn't her lover be concerned about encountering the master of Shiqing Mansion? This question was simple. Mo Rusu replied, I considered this question upon my arrival. She gestured toward the flower pot by the window. As the secret seemed to lie there, this flower pot serves as a signal for their clandestine meetings. When placed on the windowsill, it indicates a meeting is possible. When placed on the chair below, it signifies the opposite. For someone like Mo Rusu, who has experienced 2 lifetimes, this was not a difficult deduction. The moment she laid eyes on the peculiar flower pot, she had already formed this conclusion. Particularly when she noticed the marks on the wooden bench at the other end, where no fresh flowers were placed, her understanding grew clearer. Such coded signals for secret meetings are commonly employed by those engaged in covert affairs. Confronted with Mo Rusu's explanation, Tai Rulong fell silent. The master of Shiqing Mansion interjected, now that you mention it, I recall that during a previous visit, the flower pot was indeed below, and when I left, it had been moved to the top. With this admission from the master, everyone else was left without a retort. The matter was becoming increasingly clear, yet Lan Ruoqing interjected with a smile, your narrative is splendid. But regrettably, the eighth concubine's secret lover is not me. Madame Shiqing firmly stood beside Lan Ruoqing, rebuking, Mo Rusu, even if what you say is true, it does not confirm that the person is Ruoqing. My son-in-law is not that kind of man. It was understandable for a mother-in-law to defend her son-in-law. Mo Rusu smiled and replied, Madame Shiqing, I merely outlined the sequence of events, and it is clear to everyone present. As for who the murderer is, they will not escape scrutiny. Now, someone was accusing him of spending 100 taels of silver to abduct the eighth concubine's maid's brother, thereby coercing Zuan into a suicide pact with Jinlan. Madame Shiqing coldly retorted, what does this have to do with him? The abductor is right here. You should bind him and throw him into prison rather than listen to slander and wrongfully accuse an innocent man. Feng Yinshan approached Mo Rusu's side, saying, Madame Shiqing, your denial does not render the law of the Great Phoenix Dynasty powerless. Madame Shiqing slightly bowed. Your Highness, your status is exalted, and if you choose to wield your power, I have no words to counter. However, my daughter and son-in-law share a deep bond, and he would never act against his wife. If this were true, the Shiqing Mansion would indeed become a laughingstock. A son-in-law steals his father-in-law's concubine, impregnates her, and then kills her. This is simply even storytellers would not dare to concoct such a tale. Feng Yinshan scoffed, to deal with such a lowly character. Is it necessary to wield power? At that moment, Heiqin approached, followed by a man in his 50s. This old man greets your Highness. I am the proprietor of the Changchun Tung Apothecary. Feng Yinshan stood with his hands behind his back, coldly stating, look up and see, who was it that purchased the powdered silk from your apothecary that day? The proprietor raised his head, squinting as he scrutinized the group, suddenly pointing at Lan Ruoqing. It was this young master. Lan Ruoqing, infuriated, exclaimed, you old fool. Do not speak carelessly. No falsehood here. The proprietor replied leisurely, I clearly saw that it was you who bought medicine from my shop that day. And you were wearing the same outfit, so it turns out you are merely identifying by clothing. Madame Shiqing sneered, such attire is common on the streets. You must have mistaken the person. She was desperately trying to protect her daughter's happiness. If Lan Ruoqing were embroiled in this scandal, it would not only tarnish the Shiqing Mansion's reputation, but also leave her daughter without a husband. Moreover, in the Lan Mansion, a widow with children struggles to survive. The doors of the Shiqing Mansion could not remain open indefinitely for a widow, and remarriage was out of the question. For her daughter's sake, she was willing to go to great lengths. Mo Rusu spoke coolly. Proprietor, aside from the clothing, was there anything else about him that stood out? His silver was withdrawn from a small red purse embroidered with, she pondered. It was embroidered with a pair of yellow butterflies fluttering over irises. At that time, the old man found it quite intriguing and looked at it a few more times. Generally, purses are embroidered with plum, orchid, bamboo, or chrysanthemum designs, or perhaps a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water, or peonies symbolizing prosperity. However, for someone like Lan Ruoqing, such a purse is truly rare. The master of Shiqing Mansion approached him, coldly commanding, produce it. He did not wish to preserve the Shiqing Mansion's dignity. But this matter was intolerable to him. His son-in-law was entangled with his concubine, who became pregnant and was subsequently killed. What use was such a son-in-law to him? However, this son-in-law's family was not to be trifled with. If he did not investigate thoroughly, he might find himself powerless in the future. Besides, this matter could not be concealed. So many people knew, and even if he did not investigate, tomorrow the entire capital would be aware. "Master, what are you doing?" Madame Shiching interjected, blocking his path. "He is your son-in-law, Ruru's husband. And what of it? For wrongdoings, one must face punishment. Besides, if he were innocent, why would he fear exposure?" Feng Yunshan glanced at Baiyu, who immediately understood and stepped forward to retrieve the purse from Lan Ruoqing, presenting it to Feng Yunshan. However, he handed it to Mo Rusu instead. Miss Mo. Rusu accepted it. "Everyone, look. This purse was taken from Lan Ruoqing. The embroidered pattern matches perfectly with what the proprietor described. No discrepancies." Lan Ruoqing panicked. "You have conspired to set me up?" At this moment, all he could do was act out in frustration and refuse to acknowledge the truth. Madame Shiching stood firmly by his side, asserting, "Indeed, a mere purse cannot prove he is the culprit." Mo Rusu coldly laughed. "Oh, very well. Excellent. We now have so much evidence that I never expected you," Lan Ruoqing, to still deny it. "We have two witnesses. One is He Xiaodian, and the other is the proprietor of the Changchun Tung Apothecary. The material evidence is your purse. With both witness and material evidence present, you cannot evade responsibility." At that moment, Heichin unexpectedly brought another person forward. The gaze of the crowd instinctively shifted to this newcomer. Upon recognizing this person, Lan Ruoqing's expression turned ashen. The situation was becoming increasingly dire for him. Should this witness testify, he might truly find himself irreparably doomed. Even Mo Rusu could not help but admire Feng Yunshan's exceptional skill in finding people. He was thoughtful and meticulous, knowing precisely which individuals needed to provide which testimonies. Executing everything flawlessly as if aided by divine providence, a captivating woman entered, her appearance alluring. With a graceful figure that seemed to glide as she walked, she greeted the crowd with a delicate bow. Introducing herself as the renowned courtesan, Nian Ajiao, Feng Yunshan's gaze swept over her, and she, with a flirtatious flick of her handkerchief, playfully drew out her words, addressing him as Jiao Jiao. "How audacious!" Baiyu exclaimed coldly. "Should you dare to disrespect His Highness again, I shall remove your head." "Why so fierce?" Nian Ajiao feigned a pout, her voice dripping with sweetness. Mo Rusu, observing the tension, interjected, "Nian Ajiao, among those present, who do you know best?" Her eyes instinctively darted towards Feng Yunshan. "That I hope to become acquainted with this gentleman." Feng Yunshan narrowed his eyes, prompting Nian Ajiao to fall silent, reluctantly tossing her handkerchief towards Lan Ruoqing. "And this young Master Lan, along with the esteemed He Bangju, are frequent visitors of mine." Mo Rusu continued her inquiry. "When they converse with you, do you overhear their discussions?" "Of course," Nian Ajiao replied. "Just the other day, they were reveling in my chambers, and I could hear their merriment from outside. They spoke of procuring a certain medicine for reprocessing silk and mentioned plans to abduct the children from two families. They ceased their chatter upon my entrance." Mo Rusu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Lan Ruoqing, do you have any rebuttal? We now have 3 eyewitnesses and 1 piece of tangible evidence." Lan Ruoqing attempted to deny. "You have mistaken me. I do not know you." "How ungracious." "Lan, you cannot simply deny your acquaintance after calling me Jiao Jiao before." Nian Ajiao retorted that I truly do not know you. He insisted, "I even know where your birthmark is located." Mo Rusu interrupted, "Enough, Lan Ruoqing, it's time for you to concede." Yet, Lan Ruoqing remained obstinate. Feng Yunshan commanded, "Lan Ruoqing, in the face of undeniable evidence, if he refused to confess, take him to the interrogation chamber of Jingzhen." At the mention of torture, Lan Ruoqing was struck with fear. He turned to the West Qing madam, who had previously supported him, only to find her now silent and distancing herself. Lan Ruoqing's revelries had been laid bare before his mother-in-law, inciting her wrath. "Ungrateful scoundrel, you had better confess, or I shall break your legs." The West Qing lord seethed, realizing the true nature of his once charming son-in-law, without his mother-in-law's backing and under pressure from all sides. Lan Ruoqing finally crumbled, collapsing to the ground. "That I admit it. I did it. You wretched beast, confess fully." Lan Ruoqing recounted the entire affair, aligning closely with Mo Rusu's deductions. The crowd regarded her with admiration, recognizing her astuteness. However, Mo Rusu was not inclined to conclude the matter there. She sensed a deeper conspiracy at play. "Lan Ruoqing, was this act solely your doing, or were others involved?" "None," he adamantly denied. "Though I had presumed you were merely a pawn." Hoping for leniency, it seems I was mistaken, she replied, noting his silence and clenched fists. By the way, Mo Rusu resumed, I have one last question that I hope you will answer truthfully before your demise, for as they say, a dying person speaks honestly. Not speak of death. Lan Ruaching protested. Unwilling to entertain such thoughts, Mo Rusu continued, it seems we have a distant familial connection. I have heard that my mother's sister's family shares the surname Lan. It is a rare surname, thus I remember it vividly. You are mistaken. I am not related, he stammered. That moment, Feng Yunshan approached, his demeanor calm. Lan Ruaching, the fourth son of the Lan family in the capital, is under the matriarch Zhu Shuoyan, who hails from a prestigious lineage, being the second daughter of the Zhu family. Her elder sister, Zhu Fengjiao, is married to the notorious young master of the Mei family, Mei Weiwu. With a mocking tone, he added, as the Jing's Hoyan, if I could not uncover such basic information, I would have failed to live up to my father's expectations. Mo Rusu's eyes widened. Your Highness, could this be mere coincidence? Please, Miss Mo, elaborate, he prompted. Consider this. Shortly after my arrival, my mother lured me to Shiliang Pavilion under false pretenses, where I fortuitously encountered the concubine Lan Ruaching had murdered, only to be wrongfully implicated. If this is mere coincidence, it is an extraordinary one. Indeed, Feng Yunshan grasped her implication. Are you suggesting, Miss Mo, Your Highness, I suspect there is an accomplice involved. This revelation, the matriarch's face drained of color. Realizing Mo Rusu's intentions to shift blame upon her. What do you mean? Are you insinuating my involvement? Mo Rusu feigned innocence. Mother, I have said no such thing. It's surprising that you would assume so. Isn't that precisely what you imply? I cannot misinterpret your words. The matriarch was visibly agitated, recognizing Mo Rusu's cunning nature. Madame Hu, who had remained silent since being chastised by Feng Yunshan, finally erupted. Mo Rusu, how dare you speak such treasonous words? Yet, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves, their eyes keenly observant. Upon reflection, there might indeed be a connection. I suspect an alliance between Madame Mo and Lan Ruaching.